parking baller you are.
Mm-hmm. Boom.
Nobody clapped, but you know they really wanted to. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is two for the price of one. Enjoy two for $5 on Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night, Monday, May 12th, when the Phils host the Cardinals at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Join us as we turn the lights up at the bank on Friday, May 2nd at 6:45 when the Diamondbacks visit Philly and the Phils City Connect jersey returns. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. As Rob Manfred champions the automated ball strike system, here's a tennis story he doesn't want to hear. An apparent defect in tennis's Hawkeye line judging technology is roiling the clay court season. Hawkeye line calls are often contradicted by physical ball marks in the clay. Gotta get that fixed before Roland Garros on Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling. On this Thursday morning with the Phils, they get a W. It's another one. And you know what it was? A good, clean win. A no-stress win by the Phils. Feels like they haven't had one of them in a while. But they get it yesterday. Look, we'll do a lot on the Phils. First month of the season, obviously. April in the books. What stands out to us? Where we think they go from here? We'll get into it all. Do a lot on the Eagles, of course, draft a few days ago. Howie Roseman on the record yesterday talking about the draft and the Birds. We'll get to that audio. We got Elvis Costello tickets to give away today. And certainly we want to hear from you on the phone lines at 215-592-9494. Richard Rich.
Hi, Joe.
Good morning there, Johnny.
Twinkies, Hostess Twinkies, were originally called Little Shortcake Fingers, which isn't really having a ring like Twinkies
doesn't roll
does.
off the tongue.
No.
But the inventor was driving, saw a billboard painted on the side of a barn for little twinkle toe shoes. They were little dancing shoes.
Yep.
And the inventor of the Twinkie said, wait a second, twinkle toe shoes, Twinkies.
Bang. That's how it came. Wow.
Yeah. Better than
you know what he was thinking at that point?
Little Shortcake Fingers name.
I would say it's a better name.
And the filling of Twinkies used to be banana flavored. Used to be banana flavored
that's nasty.
pudding or filling, and then World War II happened, and there were banana shortages and rationing in America.
Yeah.
So they went away from the banana.
Yeah, let's
filling.
make it taste better. It's like the Phils, man, tasting better now. They win a couple games.
4 in a row.
So here's the deal. I want to hear from everyone at 215-592-9494. What are your thoughts now on the team big picture? Like, what do we got? We're a month into the season. Obviously, the season now starts, in late March with baseball. But the bottom line is that, traditionally you get to certain dates, May 1, June 1, July 1. You can say, all right, it's something's in the books. We got a month in the books. John, we know that here on WIP, and I think throughout the Delaware Valley, there's been more complaining than praising.
I'll say.
So here's what I want to kind of get at today. Where do you stand now? And we'll have these benchmarks through the season. You always have them. Some people say Memorial Day. Some people say the 4th of July. Some people say the trade deadline. My brain kind of thinks in terms of the end of a month, the start of a month. That's where I typically go. And then obviously when you get to the 81 game mark, as you're halfway through. But I am struck by this fact, which may I'm going to give you a fact, and I'm going to give you an opinion. Now, first off, I want to be clear. We can react to last night. Now, obviously, that's totally on the table at 215-592-9494. And I think the biggest thing last night was Christopher Sanchez. While the offense was exciting to see all the home runs, obviously, 3 home runs. Matter of fact, let me get a little taste of Schwarber here. Let me get a little sense. Early in the game, 2 on, 1 out. Kyle Schwarber, first inning.
Irvin ready. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, hit in the air, right field, pretty deep, going back, turning, looking, and that is gone. And Kyle Schwarber goes down and gets one on an 0-2 pitch. And it's a 3-run home run here in the bottom of the first, as once again, Schwarber strikes first.
So, look, obviously you can react to last night, the 3 home runs and that whole deal. But I think Sanchez is the biggest deal. Because, James, you know how freaked out you were.
Terrified.
As recently, was it about a week and a half ago?
Yeah, the last time he pitched.
Yeah. Like, you
It's
really
his
wondered,
first start then.
You really wondered if he was going to pitch again this season.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he not only pitched, he pitched well. And obviously didn't go, like, so deep in the game. They were being careful there. But so you get Sanchez back out there. He gets the win. So that's really big. And by the way, Ranger coming back soon. He's going to be pitching on Sunday. So, okay, you can react to last night. John, I'm going to give everyone a fact and an opinion. Fact, and I think this will surprise most. Through a month of the season, the Phillies are on pace for 92 wins. That's a really good record if you get to 92 and 70. They are on pace for 92 wins. That's the fact. Here's the opinion. I think the Phillies are much more likely to play better in the next 5 months than worse.
Absolutely.
So what do we got, John?
We're trending up. We've got, think about this. Kyle Schwarber is playing like he played last night, and it's not even close to June. Kyle Schwarber is ahead of schedule. Way ahead. Kyle Schwarber's leading our team in on-base percentage. 398, which, and I heard, hey, you take him out of the leadoff spot and he's not going to be able to hit anymore. Everything's sorting itself out. Everything as it should when you're, in the top 5 in terms of payrolls in baseball. We got studs, and we're trending up, I guess, as we should be when we're playing a team like the Nationals. And I heard they were spunky heading into this series,
right.
But
They
man,
stink.
they're
They're not
not
stink.
good. And we better sweep them today. Things are better than they've been. And you got to keep an open mind and your eyes on the prize here. We should feel pretty good about the fact that Ranger Suarez is coming back. Ranger Suarez, who hasn't pitched yet this year, is and it sounds like there's excitement in Topper's voice when he talks about Ranger coming back.
I agree.
And it sounds like there's excitement in Topper's voice when he's not even considering bullpen for Ranger Suarez. He's talking about hey, here's our rotation. Ranger's going to be part of it. Things are falling into place. Bryson Stott is batting .297. Things are falling into place with the leadoff rotation thing. Bryson Stott's doing a nice job there. Trey Turner at times has done a nice job doing that too. It's Schwarber, like I said, awesome. Rojas, no matter how much you hate the idea of Johan Rojas
I'm stunned, John.
offensively.
I mean, listen, I can't hate
He's batting 304. Look, he's putting bat to ball. Last night, it wasn't pretty. It's a weak dribbler, but it's right up the middle, and it's where they ain't. And you get him on base, and he's a weapon. So 304 for Rojas. All the way at the bottom of our batting averages, you've got Bryce Harper, Alec Bohm.
Yeah.
I know that's not going to stay that way. That's 234, 221. I know Bryce Harper and Alec Bohm aren't this bad offensively. That's going to pick up. So everything's trending up. Casty and Bryson are leading the team with 30 hits apiece. Schwarber and Harper, 26 right behind them. 25 hits is Alec Bohm. It's not that bad for Alec Bohm, despite all the ups and downs. He is going to get this thing on track, despite really bad attitude, and I don't know if it's going to all fit together in terms of meshing personality-wise.
Yep.
But I do feel good about where this team is headed.
Here's the deal. I'm really struck, and obviously the small picture, meaning last night, that's totally on the table for you, 215-592-9494. But I'm wondering in the big picture with a month down and 5 to go, if you are of the mind, like John's maybe even too optimistic the way I mean, so I'm happy that they've rebounded. And look, I've believed in them more than most this whole way through. I mean, I don't freak out when they're whatever they were, 13-13. But I mean, I can't act like I wasn't concerned. I think the bullpen's a legit concern. I think the fact that they do still have an inconsistent lineup, and I don't think that's going to change. Just because they hit 3 home runs last night doesn't mean they're not going to have their games with 1 run scored. They're going to probably have plenty of them because they are an aggravating lineup. Let's be real. But here's the thing I come back to more than anything, and it's what I came back to when the season started. The starting pitching is too good to not likely pace toward 90 wins in a playoff spot. I mean, it's just too good. I mean, I got Zach Wheeler. He's a stud. Nola, he's been a concern. There's no question. Historically, he's been good, but he's been concerned. I got Sanchez, obviously, is not derailed with an injury. He was back last night. I got the, help me out, the new guy, Luzardo.
And Luzardo's been awesome.
Luzardo looks
way
fantastic.
better than I ever could have expected.
And I'm about to get my favorite Philly back. Ranger is my favorite Phil, and I think he's normally pretty good.
Ranger's got frosted tips. Very frosted tips. And we don't discuss this much. Joe, if you really love Ranger that much, why not frost your tips for your competition with Jack Fritz?
Because I'm not a Backstreet Boy.
Okay.
Oh, but what about you're not a Philly either? Is that what you're saying?
You're a Ranger Suarez fan.
I love him. I do.
And
guy's
look,
cool, man.
You could pattern yourself in his image with some frosted tips for the contest.
Yeah.
The athletic competition. You'd look good, man.
Well,
I'd take some years off.
Beat Fritz any which way. I do have to start, getting the gray out of my hair.
Hold on. What about the competition?
We'll get to that. You hold on.
Doesn't seem like you've been talking about it at all.
Here's the deal. I want to hear from everyone at 215-592-9494. Now,
changing the subject.
So I am, because I'm trying to get to James. What do we've got with our squad? Seltzer, it's been a month. What do we got?
I'm a lot more conflicted with this team than you guys are. I mean, you gave the fact of they're on a 92 win pace.
Did that surprise you?
No, I know, because I know numbers. I know they're 17-13. I'll give you a fact that might surprise you. How about this?
What?
Guess how many teams in the National League have a better run differential than the Phillies?
All right, so how many teams are in the league? Like 15?
Yeah.
In the league? So it sounds like, based on the way you said it, it's going to be like 8.
There are 9 teams that have a better run differential than the Phillies. The Phillies have the 10 best run differential in the National League.
You know what that means, James?
It means that their record is better than it should be.
It means they got out close wins.
I'm
John,
concerned.
They got him out.
I'm concerned about this team. Here's the thing. Look, we all know that at the end of the day, they could get hot in October, and we've seen the last few years that if they can get hot in October, bats-wise, that matters. I keep pounding this, but I look at this team, and this bullpen is just not close to good enough to win. Like, it's not close to good enough. They need like 2 more guys that we trust. Even then, the guys we trust, like outside of Alvarado, who I trust more than you, like I don't have faith when any of those guys.
What about when those 2 guys in October are named Painter and Ranger?
We'll see. I hope
you
they
gotta
are.
admit, that could happen.
Totally you got to get there healthy. You got to make the full season with those guys, with all these pitchers staying healthy, all these pitchers staying competitive. Like, It's a long season, and that's why I'm not freaking out.
Yeah.
But I am concerned about the way this team is put together, and they're going to have to make moves at the deadline. Like, I don't think the team that we have now is good enough right now.
So I'm going to give you a prediction. I gave you a fact, John, earlier. I gave you an opinion. Now I'm going to give you a prediction. More people that call in today at 215-592-9494 will agree with James than where you and I are. But we'll find out. Look, the floor is yours. You let us know, guys, how you feel, what you think we've got with our squad. What do we got?
We have so much potential that's
there's no
it's
question.
not even close to tapped. Like this has been a bunch of, like, we've thrown the word stud out there 3 times now in this open. We got a bunch of studs, like an all-star team, who are underperforming. That's what the start of the season has been, to my eye.
Or they're getting older and they're not studs anymore.
Yeah,
like
that
JT
happens.
Realmuto is not a stud anymore.
James Bradbury in 1 year. Bradbury went in 1 year from being awesome to horrible.
All the time.
Yeah.
And these guys are turning 30, 31, 32, 33. Like, that's when things change. Like 29 to 30, different thing. These guys are getting into the
Trey
mid-30s.
Turner's not a stud.
Trey Turner's not a
Not a
stud.
stud.
And guess what?
Not a
I hate
stud.
to say it. He's never going to be again. Like, that's where I'm at with Trey Turner. I'm hoping for the best out of the guy, but he's never going to come close to
Can
paying
he
off that
make a
$300 million
switch?
contract.
Is it realistic for him to make the switch away from shortstop?
Yes,
during the season.
During the season,
It is unrealistic
they're just
that
not.
will happen.
They're not going to do it.
It's not even a real, like, it's not a reality that it could happen.
They will not do it. So, all right, Phils, what do we got, in your opinion? 1 month through, 215-592-9494. I'll give you an update on the working out. You take the calls. We'll tell you how you can win Elvis Costello tickets. We got a lot going on. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. Of course, it's 94 WIP.
May is officially here, and so are the rising temperatures. Beat the heat and keep the AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows.
During their semi-annual sale, you'll get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment, especially when prices are rising. So how exactly do they keep prices so affordable?
Well, I just want to mention one thing, John. I spoke to Harley last night. He's one of the co-owners of Window Nation. I need a new kitchen window. I need a new entry door. So I'm excited about that and working with Window Nation. And how they do it is Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country, which means all their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future.
The process was so simple for me. I called 866-90-NATION, and Window Nation just took over from there. And they really brought my home into the 21st century with 3 new windows across the front of my house. Window Nation's semi-annual sale ends May 31st. So don't miss your chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Nationals. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryson Stott dives head first, and the Phillies have won it.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 over the leaking of Shedeur Sanders' phone number ahead of the 2025 NFL Draft, according to NFL Network insiders. Ulbrich's son Jax obtained Sanders' number from his father's iPad and used it to prank call him during the draft. Jax admitted fault and personally apologized to Sanders both directly and publicly. Jeff Ulbrich spoke publicly for the first time Wednesday, calling both his and his son's actions completely inexcusable. He issued a formal apology to Sanders, his family, and the Falcons organization. Meantime, Atlanta has exercised the 5th-year option on wide receiver Drake London ahead of today's deadline. London, the 8th overall pick in 2022, reported his first 1,000-yard season last year. The Ravens picked up the 5th-year option on safety Kyle Hamilton, but declined it on center Tyler Linderbaum. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more this doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rush? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Today, a mix of sun and clouds, warm and pleasant, high 78.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems.
The pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball to short. Turner, he's up with it. Sets his feet, throws to first. Ball game's over. Perfect night for the Phillies bullpen. 12 up, 12 down in relief of Christopher Sanchez. The Phillies hit 3 home runs, and all of it adding up to a 7-2 win. The Phillies' 4th win in a row as they take yet another series.
Scott Fransky, the call is the Phillies record a little more of a pedestrian win than the night before. 3 homers by Kyle Schwarber, Matt Kepler, and JT Realmuto. Christopher Sanchez, 87 pitches over 5 innings. Lakers bounced in the first round of the NBA playoffs in 5 games to the T-Wolves, 103-96. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Mix of sun and clouds, high 78. It is currently 55. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, hope you're having a great start to your Thursday morning. You know, John, it's rare on the same day we get a double dose of good news on Phillies pitchers, namely that Christopher Sanchez, it's okay. And then Rangers coming back. That's pretty big, man.
It's not just that he's okay. It's not just news that he's okay. He went out and proved it physically that he was capable. And even though they were cautious, they didn't overwork him. He looked really the same.
Yeah,
he looked good. He looked consistent. He looked like it was normal. Everything was, caution. Throw caution to the wind.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about him moving forward in any way.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. I think they dodged a big bullet there. All right, Ria the Phil. So John and I are more pumped up, I'm guessing, than most callers will be. Yeah. How do you feel?
I'm kind of more on James's side, and I have a more specific thing. Obviously, we know about the bullpen. Yep. Trey Turner's defense terrible. Bryce Harper is this team's superstar.
He is.
And I need him to start playing like it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gotten off to a slow start. It's not a terrible start. It's been okay. But Bryce Harper can't just be okay.
That's right.
I need more power out of him. So and I know he started slow last year. I just need more out of him.
Yeah, it has been an odd and not great start.
And the body language, he just hasn't. He knows he's struggling, and he's projecting that he's struggling, and that's not working.
All right, so where do you stand on the Fightin' Phils? 215-592-9494. By the way, to answer your question, John, where I stand on working out, I work out. I need that song on my drop board. I work out.
Oh, now you're a fan of it. Welcome aboard.
Well,
it's a banger.
It is emblematic of my state of being.
Yes.
I'm someone who works out. That's what I do. That's who I am. That's what we're meaning. There's no doubt about it. When I get done the show, I think, can't wait to get home and work out. It's what I do, John. Defining, principled element of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the phones.
Every day?
Not every day, but I walk most days and I lift. I think that's what they say, the lingo. I lift.
Uh-huh.
I lift.
So how much are you working out?
That's the question.
3 days a week.
The
workout. Lifting, 3 days a week. But I'm ramping up.
Sounds like it could be exceedingly weak. This could be.
Yeah. Are you just walking and lifting some weights?
I'm on the same pace as Painter. Couple innings here and there. Talk to me in June and July, just like Andrew Painter.
How far are you walking?
I'm probably ahead of schedule compared to him. I walk about 45 minutes a day. That's my general goal.
Oh, you walk 45 minutes?
Yeah, about 45 minutes
and
a day.
And you're training for an athletic competition.
Yeah, but I'm also...
Are you going to walk in this competition?
Am I going to walk in this competition?
Are you walking,
at times.
I'll walk to the basketball. Yeah. Are you walking?
I'm going to walk to the home plate to bat against Fritz.
Right?
Walk. I mean, Ria, you don't sprint. You ever see a player sprint
in a race?
No.
If you race,
no.
Jack,
you're
are you
deflecting right now.
I am. All right, let's go to the phones. By the way, do you believe in me? Do you believe in Fritz? Who's going to win this ridiculous competition? Let's go to the phones. Phil's last night. Phil's big picture. 1 month down. Are you as negative as many have been in the month of April? Or do you start feeling some positivity knowing they actually are on pace for 92 wins? 91.8. I rounded it up to 92. 92 wins. What do you make of it? Patrick in Tabernacle. Patrick, what do you think, buddy?
Morning, everybody.
What's up, Patrick?
Not much. Hey, John Ritchie, man. I have my first drum gig. I've been practicing drumming.
Jeez.
And I am
like a trap set?
What's that?
Like trap set drumming with your feet and hands and hi-hat and everything all at once?
like a whole drum kit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's amazing.
So yeah, so what? No, but
are you
listen, it's
playing
recital.
open? Are you doing the crossover?
No, you pick a song and you jam to it.
Got it.
But I'm going up there with like 7 and 8 and 9-year-old kids. I'm going to be like the big old guy.
That's awesome.
I can't wait.
Good
But
for
listen,
you.
Yeah, man, I'm psyched. But the Phillies, you know what? It's good to see them get some wins. You know, and you know, Joe, you said I'm the Memorial Day guy. I've been trying to, you know, I'm peeking in early with what's been going on, but I'm definitely like the Memorial Day guy. And listen, we have a good team. We definitely have a good team. I don't want to jump on them, this, that, and the other. Like you hear a lot of.
I agree with you. They may not be great, Patrick, but they are at the very least good. Here's what I'll say, Patrick. I know they were 13-13 5 days ago, 4 days ago, whatever it was. It would be almost impossible for them not to be a good team with these 5 starting pitchers. It would. Exactly. I mean, honestly, it like unless so many injuries occurred that stripped away that talent, I see almost no way that they're average with these 5 starting pitchers.
Well, you're right, and I just, you know, Joe, listen, I remember you saying how great we were when, you know, after the Dodgers series, you're all pumped up. But listen, the pitching will sustain us. I'm super psyched to see Sanchez back. Like I was, you know, like Seltzer with his forearm thing. I didn't know where that was going, but you know, that's good to see him there. But listen, I'm really bummed with Trey Turner.
Yeah, I agree with
up
you on
the
that.
middle with Turner, and even with you know, it's nice to see Rojas doing some hitting. But look at some of these. Like we're a month into the season. How many boneheaded plays have we seen from him? And like his defense and all this. And
I don't even know if it's as much boneheaded. It's just bad. I know the one the other day was boneheaded. He doesn't step on second. It's, you know, errant throw to home. It's just the whole sequence was weird. But I don't think it's as much bonehead as he just has such limited range, you know. And then he also just the routine ones he messes up on. He's just not a good defender.
They're not looking up the middle. This lineup is not a World Series winning team right now. I just don't think how they're constructed and playing, and up the middle.
So I'm writing you down as a negative call. I just want to be clear because I'm going to almost keep a ledger today.
Keep track.
It sounds like, you know, if you had to go one way or the other, you're on the negative side. That's what I'm
more on negative.
Yeah.
Side.
Okay.
I think so.
All right,
man.
Patrick, good hearing from you as always, pal. 215-592-9494. Coming up, we get to the Eagles. Something Baldy said. Very high praise for the Eagles' first-round pick, Jahad Campbell. What Baldy said this week on WIP, that's up ahead. Phone calls on all these topics. Are you more on the positive or negative side with the Phils 1 month through the season? Let us know. Plus your chance to win Elvis Costello tickets. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, the best place, obviously, the best place to place all your bets for your, you know, all the sports. And, you know, NBA playoffs going on. Player props are abundant. They're available. They're right there for you. So find the player props that works for you. Obviously, who's going to win the games, who's going to win the championship. There's so many ways to go in that sport. Baseball, you know, you want to see if the guy's, you know, hitting, how well he's hitting. You can lock in there. I mean, it's all there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, new customers can get started with $200 in bonus bets. That's $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. With all these sports going on, really everything but football right now. Everything else is going on, although I'm pretty sure our local basketball and local hockey team have been out of it for about the last 7 months. But with that said, find the better bets that works for you at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Philly?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
It's on. Shop the Memorial Day sale at Ashley. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus, get amazing savings on outdoor furniture. That's not all. Get 60-month special financing and have your furniture delivered locally free. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia.
Financing with approved credit, minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Auto Lenders is proud to support BG Live. After all, like BG, they know that when you focus on being the very best, success is the only destination. It's why Auto Lenders sells the finest one-owner cars, trucks, and SUVs at thousands less than a typical car dealer. And because they get their cars off lease, there's never a tariff to pay. So now you'll save even more on thousands of pre-owned vehicles. Talk about a winning formula. See for yourself at autolenders.com. Or location near you. Auto Lenders, a tariff-free way to buy a car.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Devin Caney here. I'm so excited and honored to announce my partnership with Cozy Jewelers. I was lucky enough to meet Paul Cozy, and I have to say, go see Paul at Cozy Jewelers right now. Looking to get engaged? Paul will guide you through every step of the process. They can make a unique custom piece and have diamonds ready to go to make your life easier. Step up to the 5th C, color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, cozyjewelers.com, or on Instagram at Cozy Jewelers to see all their great work and engagements each week.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on. That's right. You don't have to bend down and you don't have to touch them, which is why people can't stop talking.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
So how do hands-free Skechers Slip-ins work? It's like they have an invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place. Then our heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. And slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins, and I'm never going back.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Visit Delco. Phillies extended their win streak to 4 with a 7-2 win over the Nationals, and Kyle Schwarber got it started quickly in the first.
Irvin ready. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, hit in the air, right field, pretty deep, going back, turning, looking, and that is gone. And Kyle Schwarber goes down and gets one on an 0-2 pitch. And it's a 3-run home run here in the bottom of the first, as once again Schwarber strikes first.
Schwarber has homered in back-to-back games. He's got 9 on the season, 140 with the Phillies. Solid Christopher Sanchez outing after his injury scare last week. Tossed 87 pitches over 5. Phillies will go for a sweep of the Nationals. 6:45 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Taiwan Walker on the mound. Delco is a lot of awesome sports bars and restaurants, a lot of live music and arts, and a lot of parks and trails. Online at visitdelcopa.com. Mix of sun and clouds. High 78 is currently 55. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Their pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball to short. Turner, he's up with it. Sets his feet, throws to first. Ball game's over. Perfect night for the Phillies bullpen. 12 up, 12 down in relief of Christopher Sanchez. The Phillies hit 3 home runs, and all of it adding up to a 7-2 win. The Phillies' 4th win in a row as they take yet another series.
Really shrunk the pool. Now consider these.
They absolutely did.
Right? So
his dad said there are teams that he will not agree to allow his son to go to.
Which, Sean, I guarantee you mostly were the teams without a quarterback. The teams that stink are the teams without a quarterback.
So you've got a quarterback, your son, who's not, he's not the best quarterback in the class, but he has had success, and there's debate as to where he really sits. But you don't know if you're one of those teams, I guess, that he'll agree to allow his son to go to.
It was foolish.
So do you even bother to draft and create a fiasco for your team? Or do you just, let it sit? And I absolutely think that's part of this fiasco.
Because I'll say this, like a team like
it was pompous.
It was
to start.
Well, it was using a team like the Chiefs as an example. Maybe they would have wanted Hugh Sanders in the 3rd round as a backup quarterback for Patrick Mahomes. Maybe, maybe. But it's like if the Sanders family is saying, hey, all you teams that stink and you guys are bad organizations, that's why you stink and you don't have a quarterback, don't take my son. But all you great teams, you damn well better not take my son because he's not going to be a backup quarterback and sit behind your guy. Like, how many teams are left?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know what
that pretty much encompasses everyone.
Like, am I missing something? So, it's funny. I didn't think of that till a day or two ago. And I was like, wow, how narrow was the list? So anyway, all right, 215-592-9494. Life advice for the Sanders family. If you got another son, don't do that next time, because that was a bad strategy. Speaking of life advice with the Hammer today at 9:15. What do you need help with? I'm here to help. I am a helper. I'm a helping hand. I'm a hamburger helper. I'll help you out. So tell me, or tell Seltzer really on Facebook, Twitter, and the text line, what do you need help with in life? And I'll try to get you some, like a year ago, I told John, cut the hair, man. Cut the hair. You might get a girlfriend. Cuts the hair, gets a girlfriend.
It's like hamburger helper.
Like hamburger helper.
Wow.
It's what I do. All
Girl,
right.
I owe you so much.
I know.
Yeah, you wouldn't have a girlfriend without Joe, obviously.
Yes!
That is one of my favorites for what's right. The Zoom off one is like a top 5 drop.
Rhea, do you remember what that was from?
Oh, God.
It's a playoff game.
Oh, yeah. It's Mark Zumoff.
Yeah, but what's it from?
What
It's a playoff game. It's a playoff moment winning shot.
With Embiid?
No.
Oh, thank God.
What was in between Iverson and Embiid?
Yeah, I was thinking Iguodala.
Iguodala.
Wow.
It was Iguodala game 1 against the Orlando Magic. He made a shot to win game 1 with like a second left, and Zumoff went
Did
wild.
he turn out to be a very, very great contributor to those, the Warriors
Yeah,
games?
and some people think he's going to be a Hall of Famer. I would not put him in the Hall of Fame, but he did it.
Close.
He accomplished a lot.
He really did.
He accomplished a lot. All right, life advice with the Hammer. We'll do that later on. But bottom line is, someone that needs help, get to James on social media, and he'll throw us a question. Throw me a question. 215-592-9494. Let's also give you a chance right now to be able to call in. So sometime during today's program, you can win a pair of tickets to see Elvis Costello and the Imposters with Charlie Sexton, September 19th. Going to be in the area at the Borgata in Atlantic City. For tickets to this or any of the Borgata shows, great shows, by the way, down there. Seinfeld was just there about a week or two ago. For any of the shows, get yourself to Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com. John, here's how we give them away today. So, conversation earlier about Citizen Kane, which I got to tell you, when I watched it about 2 or 3 years ago, I thought was like, what's the big deal? This thing is so overrated.
Boring.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Really boring.
I'm happy to be on the opposite side of you two when it comes to movie opinions.
Here's the one thing, James, I'll say in
It
your
really is
defense.
one of the greatest movies, maybe the greatest
And
movie
so important in terms
ever
of how
created.
movies were shaped moving forward.
I've heard that. And so here's the analogy
It's
I'll
also
give.
entertaining. I think you're crazy.
Here's the analogy I'll
It's
give.
just black and white.
So if a kid today watches Star Wars, they're going to say, this is nothing. The graphics stink.
I don't agree. I think kids they watch Star Wars. I think it holds up.
Compared to like the Marvel movies, I'm telling you, they will be underwhelmed. But for us, Star Wars was such a big deal because of the technology at the time. It was such an advancement. I have heard that Citizen Kane was a major advancement comparative to where Hollywood had been in the 30s and 40s. And that's why it's part of why it's considered a great movie. I was bored. I'm just going to be honest. But here's the deal. We'll ask you today at 215-592-9494. Who or what is overrated? I think Citizen Kane is overrated. Seltzer doesn't. But there are a lot of things in life and people in life that I think most of us will agree are, in fact, overrated. John Ritchie, and again, this goes for everyone, 215-592-9494. You can win the Elvis Costello tickets. John, who or what is overrated?
I don't see them as ubiquitously as I did when I was a soccer dad. Now I'm a volleyball dad. Rice Krispie treats
I
are
hate that.
overrated.
Hate it.
Big disagree.
They're great.
Big disagree.
I
love
find
them.
and this
That's
is the
sad.
thing
It's
that
a sad
goes
answer.
back my whole life. I've always
sad.
believed
Even
Rice
Darius
Krispie
Slay
treats
knows.
are dumb.
No.
You know, and I found out that they don't even give my daughter, who likes Rice Krispie treats. Everyone seems to like Rice Krispies treats. Everyone I've ever met who's not me seems to love them. So when I would get a Rice Krispies treat in my school lunch, I would not eat it. I didn't like it that much. I wouldn't eat that thing.
Well, that's a shame.
I was talking to my daughter about that last night. I found out they don't do the trays in the school cafeteria that have the partitions anymore.
Okay.
You know, those plastic
course,
trays
yeah.
that had the scoop
Yeah.
parts, you know, like the part for your utensils
Yeah.
and the milk part that had the actual circle.
Yeah, it's a tray and a
I don't
plate.
know why
Yeah.
they had the circle that you were supposed to put the milk at.
Well, you can put all sorts of stuff in there. You can put mashed potatoes in there.
You could, but I always put my milk there.
Yeah.
They don't make those, or they don't have those any longer
Okay.
at the school, which rocked my world.
Well, that's a shame.
Because I thought those were the coolest thing. And I thought, wow, maybe that's something we should get at our house. Those trays are that cool.
You take that up with the Richie kids.
But anyway, yeah.
Rice Krispie treats. What a horrible answer. Seltzer, give me a better answer.
Well, mine's not going to make you guys any happier.
Yeah.
Like you two are going to hate this answer so much. Because I had not seen this movie since the 90s. I just watched it again. And I'm so sorry to say, Last of the Mohicans is incredibly overrated.
Wow.
It's okay.
Overrated?
It's just okay. It's slow, a lot of it. It's very overrated.
Cosign.
Yeah, disappointing.
I knew you guys wouldn't like that.
It's an historical.
What it is. I call it like I see
Fair
it.
enough. Rhea, who or what is overrated? This goes for everyone. 215-592-9494. In addition to everything with the Phils and the Eagles, we're going to get to Baldy and Jihad Campbell in a moment. Who or what's overrated?
This is going to upset all three of you. But Top Gun Maverick.
Oh, no.
Incredibly overrated.
So you know what's funny? I also just rewatched that. I couldn't love it more. Fifth viewing, sixth viewing, it's just as good. My God, this is your savior speaking is one of my favorite moments of the 2000s in movies.
I
Buzz in the Tower. It's just an amazing movie. The Val Kilmer scene, like, what are we doing here?
Well, there's multiple scenes. I don't ever remember
only
a
one
time.
Val scene. The one Val scene.
There's multiple. I don't ever remember a time. I'm pretty sure there's more.
I just watched it. There's one scene. He goes to the house.
He goes to the house?
That's it. It's the only Val scene in the whole movie.
What about when they show his poster that he's dead?
Well, sure, if you want to count that.
It's not a scene with
He's not in it, but yeah,
his face is right
pictures
there.
in it.
His
Sure.
face is right there.
There you go.
Is that or is that not Val Kilmer?
There you go. You win.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
exactly.
Good job by you.
You know what? That's what he does. I'm going to be so like.
How can you be so obtuse?
Which is drop word today. Because I'm going to really today. My goal is to.
It is driving me crazy.
I want to drive other people crazy.
I'm always amazed.
You're on point so far.
When you rediscover the soundboard, weeks go by, and then all of a sudden you're just hitting everything.
Correct. All right, let me give you something wildly overrated, at least by the kids. The freaking Marvel movies. Who gives a rat's hiney? I mean,
billions
really.
of people.
Yeah, well, you know who's not one of them? This guy. Thumbs to me.
I've turned on them. I'm much
stink.
more with you than I used to. They don't stink. They're just
they stink.
Sure.
They stink. It's like it's like when the Phillies retired numbers of players that didn't have numbers. Do we have an opinion on that? Phillies. So
like
John,
Grover Cleveland Alexander, you're talking about?
John, I need a ruling. The Phillies yesterday announced that they're retiring 3 numbers of players that didn't have numbers. Feel a little icky about this one.
Why? I mean,
So
you're saying Ed Delahanty shouldn't have his number retired? The guy's in the Hall of Fame.
He's got Mr. Billy Hamilton, Mr. Ed Delahanty, and Mr. Sam Thompson.
3 Hall of Famers.
I know.
They're all in the Hall of Fame.
Now
It really does work great because now you no longer completely eliminate that number from the future.
Oh, it's
like those blank numbers, they're eliminated, but who cares?
Who
That's
cares?
fine. That you get to honor the folks, and then you still get to not restrict the number pool.
Here's the real question. Here's the real Phillies retired number question. Are they going to and should they retire
the big guys?
Chase,
the big 4.
Jimmy, Ryan, and Cole.
It's because I feel like you can't do one without doing all of them.
I agree.
And none of them are maybe Chase gets in, but none of them are Hall of Famers, most likely. It's a
conundrum.
I think it's one of the most interesting retired number conundrums I've ever heard of.
I think so too. And by the way, the Eagles are going to have a bit of a conundrum because I think Kelsey will be retired. I think Fletcher will be retired. I think Brandon Graham will not be retired.
I think he will be. I know that it's normally the high
you
level.
You think they will retire, BJ?
Yeah, I think they will.
He's got the most iconic play in the history.
I know he
played the most games too.
Listen,
the longest tenure.
I'm just saying, like, these are calls organizations have to make.
I feel like football isn't as weird about it as baseball is. Like baseball, it's like, for the most part, like you better be in the Hall of Fame to have your number retired, you know?
All right, so run wild on the phone lines. Let us know who or what is overrated. Best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win the pair of tickets to see Elvis Costello. Also coming up in a minute, what Brian Baldinger had to say about Jihad Campbell. Interesting answer. Big praise on Campbell from Baldy. You'll hear that in a minute.
Mother's Day. It's time to honor the moms in our lives, the ones who gave you unconditional love on your worst days, and those women who hold your home together, mom to your children, and she's your best friend. Now it's your turn to give back with the timeless gift from Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square is your destination for timeless, beautiful, and meaningful gifts for all those we call mom. Show your love and gratitude with the classic diamond earrings, a stunning diamond bracelet, an elegant diamond pendant, or the perfect forever symbol of your gratitude, a sophisticated diamond eternity band. Or browse Benari's extensive collection of famed designer David Yurman, with the largest selection of David Yurman in all of Greater Philadelphia, from cable and chain bracelets to pendants with eye-catching precious colored stones. Whatever you choose, Benari promises exceptional quality and uncompromising craftsmanship. Uncompromising craftsmanship. Just what mom deserves. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
By the way, I do want to just announce, actually, with the Phillies making all those announcements yesterday, I want to thank them because obviously it was 4 numbers, those 3, and my number 9 from Fantasy Camp.
Oh, sure. Yep.
So Fantasy Camp, no more 9s available for anyone that wants to go down to Fantasy Camp in the future. It has been taken off the board. Thank you to the Phillies for
this pretend world.
True honor.
I mean, you got to admit, I'm the biggest Fantasy Camp legend there's ever been. I mean,
maybe for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
exactly right. Let's go to the phones. Dan in Philadelphia. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I want to get to Jihad Campbell real quick. Baldy on Jihad Campbell, then right to the phones. Let's listen to John. Big praise from Brian Baldinger talking to Spike Ike and Jack earlier this week about Jihad Campbell.
I thought he was the best linebacker in the draft. And I'm not saying that just because I'm on your show right now. I thought he was the best linebacker. I watched him at that combine. I watched him get ready to compete for all the different drills that he did. Like, you can just tell that he is a meticulous kid. And he's a local kid and all that stuff. That's good. But, he looks meticulous in how he goes about his business. And I think going about his business is really what separates him. I think he thinks like a pro. He's got big-time athletic ability. I mean, he can really run. I mean, he's faster than Zach Vaughn. We saw Zach Vaughn, get 150 tackles last year. But he's faster than Zach.
Sounds like a lot of people think, bottom line is, if he has a healthy career, that it's a steal of the pick. I mean, that seems to be the general sense, that this is a guy that would have gone, 8 to 15 if deemed healthy entering the draft. And then if he can be healthy, then you got a stud steal. 4th stud of the day, by the way, right there. All right, let's go to the phones. Yep. Dan in Philadelphia. Daniel, good morning, buddy.
Joe, they should retire your number. You're the only person to ever have a DDR in the fantasy game.
A DVR?
A DDR.
What's a DDR?
A designated dog runner.
Oh, that's true. You're not kidding.
You hands down. Hey, John, heard you mention volleyball. You got a tournament this weekend?
Always seems like. Yeah.
We're heading to Virginia Beach for that tournament.
Nice.
It's a fun sport to be a parent of. But hey, listen, talking about Jihad Campbell. So I'm sitting here thinking, and I don't remember since Howie took back over the reins since Chip Kelly, them ever having a medical issued draft player. Do you? So
first rounder passed. Well, Dick Dickerson, Sidney Jones. You kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
So many of these guys, Dan, so many go to a second combine and you never even hear about it. There's what's called a medical combine. I went to it. They bring guys back.
You never hear of it.
No, you never hear about it.
No.
Guys who weren't able to test in certain areas because they had an injury. I had an injury from the Hula Bowl. I separated my shoulder playing over in Hawaii for this All-Star game. And so I couldn't do the bench the first time at the combine.
Back when people played in bowl games.
Yeah.
That's right.
Wow.
Bowl games that aren't even for your team.
And they brought a bunch of guys back. And that evaluation process is never discussed. But it's big business, just like everything else.
Wow.
It's just now that part's not televised. It is every bit as massive. But, man, there's a lot that goes into this that you don't hear about.
All right. I was just trying not to worry about this guy's knees, so.
Well,
I am not, and you shouldn't. All these guys are hurt.
Well, some guys are hurt more than I'm not freaking out, Dan, but it's worth being aware. That's why he dropped.
He plays a position where I promise you, guys are pretty accustomed to having their shoulders banged up, and you play football long enough, your knees get scoped. That just happens, and I am convinced, playing this position the way he plays it, he's tough enough to get back out there when he's.
But to be fair, Joel's an example of someone who came in with all sorts of. It was red flags, and those red flags have maintained.
And a body type,
Yeah,
with the,
absolutely.
as big and, and heavy as he is.
Absolutely.
As for the Phillies, I don't know. The past couple games, obviously, winning helps everything, but they seem to have lightened up. They seem to be like laughing again in the dugout, and I don't know. It's something I noticed, and hopefully that's a switch that.
Well, it's nice. There's a lightness of being when you're playing a team that stinks and you feel like you got them, and you start to win. You got 4 games under your belt. I do agree with you. It feels like the oppressiveness has moved to another team now temporarily. But it might come back. They might be trying to do too much again.
It'll
in
happen
a month from now.
Yeah.
But right now, it feels like they're confident. They know they're the better team in this series, and they're just going out and playing baseball, having fun with it. That's the way they play.
All right,
best.
Dan, give me someone or something overrated.
You beat the Hammer record.
Oh, yes.
It's a shame.
Yeah. That's right.
As if.
That's outrageous.
Leader in the clubhouse.
Well, yeah, it's the only answer.
Hell of an answer.
All right, give us a big-time answer for who or what is overrated. Best answer, you can win the Elvis Costello tickets. Coming up, Ben Davis. He joins us in studio. Also, something Bryce said after the game actually might have been before the game last night, about the month of April and the way the Phils played and how he views the whole thing. We'll get to that and more. Phone calls and all these topics on 94 WIP.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out. At Emmons, we have you covered.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering for our Crab Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles training camp. Chickies and Pete's.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees smoking price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
O'Reilly. You need parts? We got parts. Product availability? Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select brake pads for $10 more, or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Summer's better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Restrictions apply.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. All right, May Day means it's time for my annual All-May team, folks. Dave May and Lee May join Willie Mays in the outfield with Pinky May at third, Eddie Mayo at short, he'll bat Cinco, and DJ LeMahieu at second. Our pitchers are righties Dustin and Trevor May. Milt May catches, of course, and manager Mayo Smith always puts on a clinic. Happy May Day. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
Listen.
On the Odyssey app. For Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Thing moving at cjtire.com. Got through it.
Ben, you've already walked into ridiculousness. How are you, buddy?
Top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning
great.
to you and the Phils. And
Yeah.
they're on pace for 92, Ben.
Yeah, they are.
92. Despite all the doubts, despite all the, and listen, there have been some, I want to be clear, legitimate reasons to be frustrated. I mean,
Good pivot there.
Okay, let me not, I don't want to bury the realities of the bullpen and some defense stuff and some hitting stuff. I mean, there have been some real negatives. But I am struck, Ben, that despite the negatives, they're still on pace for 92 wins. And in my opinion, I would say most people would probably agree with this, more likely to play better the rest of the year than worse.
I would agree with that.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Right?
And they're going to need every win they can get.
Tough league, man.
It's a tough division.
It is.
And a tough league.
Yeah, league. Yeah.
The NL West is no joke.
It really is. Let's listen to Bryce Harper. He spoke yesterday about the Phil's month of April. It's not the most comprehensive answer, but this is his mindset as an athlete. You know, what he's thinking about this club and how they kind of navigated April. Here's something Bryce said.
Bryce, there's always ebbs and flows in a long baseball season, but you guys have been able to gut out a couple good wins the last couple of days. How do you think you guys are just playing right now at this point?
Yeah, just got to win the month. Obviously, that's key to having success, being able to have more wins than losses in any given month. So that's what we're trying to do.
Now, to be fair, I'm lumping the very, very, very end of March into April. I don't count March as its own month. March and April to me in baseball are the same thing, and it nets out at 17 and 13. I mean, listen, John, can they play better? Absolutely. Do we need them to play better? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be hard to win a World Series unless Trey Turner picks it up. I mean that. I think that's going to be a real difficulty. But I know this, man. 5 starting pitchers. They dodged a bullet on Sanchez. They're about to get Ranger back. I mean, they are going to walk into every week, barring injury, with Wheeler, Nola, Luzardo, Sanchez, and Ranger. It's hard to not be pretty good with those 5. It really is.
Ben, does the Trey Turner anchor around our ankle, does that pull us back with this starting pitching? And we're talking, man, we got excitement on the way too with Painter eventually. Man, it just feels like that part is so taken care of. That part harkens back for me to the Astros team that beat us in the World Series. That was at the time I thought, man, that's what we need to be able to win like the Astros, you know, to be a team that's consistent in Major League Baseball. You got to have a group that can no-hit a Phillies team in the World Series.
Yeah.
As your 4th starter, by the way. So I think we're closer to that. But then there's Trey Turner.
Yeah.
Out of position. As inconsistent as all get out offensively to boot. Is that bringing us down to where it among other things? I mean, Trey is certainly not the worst thing in the world. He's just nowhere close
he's
to
not a bad
$300
player, but he's not
million guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think if he were to go on a legitimate tear offensively, I think we would kind of forget about his defensive woes at times. I mean, the other night, 2 nights ago, he had 4 hits.
Right.
And we didn't even talk about his 4 hits.
Well, we did yesterday, to be fair.
It was kind of a gloss over.
Well, I think you hit on something important, Ben, because, I remember Dombrowski said, I can't remember if it was with us or somewhere else, but I remember hearing him talk before the season about the fact that you kind of have to take the full gamut of what someone presents. Like, you can live with lesser defense if someone is an offensive star at a position. I mean, it's true. I mean, it is true. Like, Mike Piazza obviously was a below average defensive catcher. He was probably the best hitting catcher of all time. You can say that nets out as a positive. I mean, he was Mike freaking Piazza. The thing is, Trey needs to hit better in order to, in my opinion, John, justify the negative defense. And it's not like he's been a bad hitter this year, but he hasn't been a good hitter. And that's where we hope to see improvement. All right, let's go to the phones. There's a lot to do here. Ben with us for the next 3 hours.
Hold on. There's one more thing.
Yep.
Does it seem impossible that Trey would not have taken any reps at all during spring training or the offseason in the outfield?
Does it seem impossible?
Yeah. That I am told that making that transition during the season when he hasn't practiced it at all is next to impossible. It feels like this is something that he probably should have gotten some reps at some point during the offseason or spring training.
I don't believe he did.
No.
I don't believe he did.
I agree.
Yeah.
Crap.
But if he had to throw him out there today, say, Trey, go play center field, I would do it confidently.
Boy, I would not.
Really?
Why would you?
Because I hear it's like impossible to make this transition without practice.
Athlete. He's a great athlete.
Well, it's not about athleticism as much as I think it's
in
about
the outfield,
reading the ball, right?
Yeah.
If it's that easy, why don't they do it?
I mean, a fly ball can turn into a triple if you don't have the instincts to handle it right. I mean, that's what you're trying to avoid. And there's a lot of fly balls in a baseball game.
Yeah, but I think he can do it.
So is he going to do it this season?
It's not on the ground, and he doesn't have to throw it.
Do you think he will play in the outfield, left field, center field?
No, I don't.
No,
I don't.
That would help.
All right, let's go to the phones. Anthony in New Jersey. A lot of topics going on today. Anthony, good morning.
The hammer!
Oh, Anthony.
Bang! The
That's what you do. My boy working out. Let's go, Hammer.
I am, man. Get like AI, getting all swolled up.
Let's go. Hey, Hammer, man. I heard you like a week or two ago, man, said that you was backing out the competition.
No.
With Prince throwing in the white towel.
No.
You scared to get injured.
Just delaying things a little bit.
I was disappointed, man, but now I love this for you, Hammer.
Anthony,
I love this,
can I
man.
tell you who my biggest motivation was?
Who?
You.
Oh, man.
No,
man,
I'm actually
Hammer.
not kidding. I would put
Hey,
you
Hammer,
ahead of
man.
my desire to win because you were calling and backing me, but also kind of shaming me. And I mean that in a critical analysis way that I appreciate it. Like you were a driving force, Anthony,
This
for
is
me to say,
insincere.
you can think it all you want, Anthony. I'm telling you the truth.
It's true. I believe
I
it's
mean, I
true.
was getting publicly flogged verbally every day by this guy. I love Anthony. I don't want to
Hammer,
let
I'm
him
on
down.
you Hey, Hammer, I'm on you. I'm going to continue to be on you, Hammer, because you my man, man.
Thank you, man.
Hey, Hammer, what's up with that Lions guy, man, saying, what a jerk, man, saying that your Beat the Hammer record is overrated,
It's
man.
outrageous.
What a jerk.
Well, I don't know if he's a jerk.
great answer.
I'd call him more of a fool than a
I
jerk.
think that's a front runner.
I tell you
Like,
what,
it's a
man.
good
Hard to
answer.
beat.
Really
Yeah.
good. Not just because it's the only answer right now, but
Hey, Hammer, man, I tell you what.
What?
Tell that jerk to call up tomorrow morning and get 5-0 like his daddy used to.
5-0. Yeah, you know what the only problem with that, Anthony? Tomorrow, 3-day weekend for the Hammer.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
yeah,
Oh, Mr. Rips everyone when they take a day off.
It's the
day off tomorrow.
Summer winds is soon to be blowing
Anthony,
in.
can you believe this guy?
With a 3-day weekend. You know what? So that let someone else win a competition is not going to happen because the Hammer's putting his feet up tomorrow. That's what happens.
Hey, Hammer, man, that's the best time of my week, man. Tomorrow and beat the Hammer.
Should I call in? Call in for Beat the Hammer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't count on it. You know, I got a chance to sleep in. Hey, Anthony, give me an answer, my man. Who or what is overrated?
I'm going with social media, man.
Social media. I don't think so.
I think a lot of people
are down on
know
it.
the deal with social media.
I agree.
now.
I don't
think
think
if he had said that 5 years ago, it could have been a winning answer
could be
or something.
perhaps. All right, up ahead, more on the Bill Belichick thing as Billy's world turns. We'll get to that. Also, Howie Roseman weighing in on the Eagles' first 2 draft picks, something he said in an interview yesterday. More on the Phils, obviously, your thoughts a month into the Philly season as we make the turn to May 1st baseball today. What stands out to you with the Phils? And something related to our show that we got to dive into next. Joe DeCamera and Jen Ritchie, all of that plus your calls, your chance to win Elvis Costello tickets. Tell us who or what is overrated. Joe DeCamera and Jen Ritchie, it's 94 WIP.
Here's what's happening at Borgata, where most of us will be tomorrow. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Philly?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. gotta have a Wawa.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
It's on. Shop the Memorial Day sale at Ashley. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus, get amazing savings on outdoor furniture. That's not all. Get 60 months special financing and have your furniture delivered locally free. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia.
Financing with approved credit, minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
For New Year's, I wanted to try Ozempic, Wegovy, or other GLP-1 medications everyone's talked about. I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text DATE to 200-300 to get started this New Year's with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic for 80 to 90% less. 100% online. Don't wait. Text DATE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text DATE to 200-300. DATE to 200-300.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
BetMGM is an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation Phillies. Go for a sweep of the Nationals, 6:45 p.m., live here on 94 WIP, after they recorded a fourth consecutive victory, 7-2 over Washington. They got home runs from Kyle Schwarber, Max Kepler, JT Realmuto, and a nice bounce back from Christopher Sanchez after his injury scare. And we'll finally get to see Ranger Suarez as he'll make his season debut this weekend. Rob Thompson says Suarez's bullpen session went well.
Was really good. He's going to start Sunday. It's going to be Luzardo, Nola, Ranger.
And that is Thompson on the rotation for this weekend series against the Diamondbacks. Now until May 31st, get 60% off at a free entry door with a house of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Mix of sun and clouds, a high of 78. It is currently 56. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
On this Thursday morning, Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. 94 WIP. So the Phils get the W. It's been a nice bounce back, obviously, from what was a not good 2 weeks, to say the least. That's clear. And they played a good week so far. They've won 4 in a row. They actually got a record of 17-13 now, which, if you extrapolate it out for the season, would net out to be on pace for 92 wins, which I'm guessing would surprise a lot of people because it doesn't feel like they've played to a 92-win clip. And I understand, like, for instance, if they'd lost last night, instead of 92 wins, it'd be somewhere in the 80s. Like, I know, one win represents a lot right now when when it's really only a sixth of the season, if you will. But I do think I keep – and look, it was good news yesterday on two fronts related to the pitchers. John, we can talk about all those home runs yesterday, and it's good. There's no question it's good. But the bottom line is yesterday, in my opinion, was about the starting pitching. It was about two different things. Christopher Sanchez is fine. And by the way, when he's fine, he's really good. And Ranger Suarez is going to pitch this weekend. I mean, that's a lot to bring to the table. Now, it's a tough league. It's a tough division. No one's saying this thing's going to be easy. I'm not ready to crown them as a playoff spot yet because that's a long way away, and they got a lot of work to do. But I do think they'll play better from here on out. I really do. I think they will play better.
I do, too. I think they've left themselves a lot of room for improvement.
Yeah.
And, Ben, do you feel like Christopher Sanchez yesterday, that performance put to rest any worries that you had about the forearm soreness that he had going on?
That was my biggest concern was, one, that he came out healthy, and two, that they win, and both happened.
Right.
What I think what was cool is that he wasn't even that good last night, and he still was that good.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, meaning not
Like
sharp, but
he wasn't sharp. He had 3 walks through 87 pitches in 5 innings, and he had 13 swings and misses. And he still threw the ball extremely well.
Yeah, threw it extremely well, but by his standard that we've grown accustomed to, it wasn't quite there yet.
But that shows you how good he is, and that's
nice.
That's pretty fascinating to me.
And Luzardo, who do you like more? Luzardo, Sanchez. Right now, you got to pick one.
Man,
I don't know how you order.
I mean,
these
Luzardo
guys.
has better numbers.
Why do you have to pick one? What kind of question is that?
I know.
Why
It's kind of
pick
mean.
one?
I don't know. I'm just trying to. When we get to postseason, and I do believe that this team gets to postseason. I mean, that came into question already this year when we were 13-13, I guess. Maybe now 4 games later, it doesn't feel like so much of a question, but it's only 4 games
No, it is.
later.
It is a question.
That's
I mean, look,
crazy.
it's a tough league, man. There's 4 good teams in the NL West, and there's 3 good teams in the NL East.
But
Tough.
I am all but certain this team, the way they're paid, the way they've played, they will put it together. They will be a playoff team when it's all said and done.
Well, I hope you're right, and I tend to think you are. Let's go to the phones. There's a lot to do here this segment, including something related to our show we got to get to, and your thoughts on the Phils. Also, more from Howie Roseman, what he said about some of these draft picks in a national interview yesterday. We'll get to that shortly. And your chance to win Elvis Costello tickets. You got to give us, Ben, give me an answer. Who or what overrated? Can be current, can be, back in the day.
The boomerang.
Just what's the point?
You're right. I've never had one come back to me.
It never comes back
That's
to
a
you.
really good answer,
the
dude.
Nerf
Like,
boomerang
What a good
does.
answer. I've like 5 times in my life I played with the boomerang and never
It
once. has
never
come
comes back to you.
The Nerf one. With the 3
The
things?
boomerang.
You remember the Nerf boomerang?
It never came back to me either.
Orange. It's got it's got 3 things coming
This
off
is
of
a
it.
great answer, dude.
The Nerf
Pretty
boomerang
good.
actually
really
does
good job,
come back.
man.
Pretty good.
Thank you.
For
Thank
those
you.
watching on YouTube, you can see Ben's big goofy smile. He's so proud that he
It
gave
just-
an answer that
it's
got
just-
Seltzer's approval.
If
It's
you
overrated.
practice with the boomerang, it does come back.
I got bigger fish to fry. Okay, Jack.
they hunt with boomerangs in Australia.
Let me take a couple hours and just go play with this boomerang.
You don't have
Oh,
4 kids,
man.
right?
How cool! I have 3. I think that would be something to master.
Okay.
Now, I probably time-wise, I have to choose something to master. Do I choose fly fishing? Do I choose boomerang hunting?
Fly fishing.
I
Those are
think
your
it's
2
fly
options,
fishing.
huh?
Yeah, I think
I'm
it's
gonna
fly-
get.
or golf. I'm not going to golf.
I'm going to
gonna
guess
learn to
Richie
fly
has
fish.
Strange choice.
Richie has mastered something else through the years, is my guess. But that's
Yeah.
a whole. I'm just. I got to
Well.
choose something to master, like you haven't. Let's go to the phones.
That's we digress.
Play guitar.
Meanwhile, I'm thinking of Holly Berry because I think her big debut in
You're
Hollywood was in
unbelievable.
Boomerang.
You're unbelievable.
If you catch the connection right there, let's go to the phones. That was where she became
Christmas.
famous, right? Boomerang,
I believe so. Yeah.
like 91,
No,
Yeah.
90.
that's not where she became famous.
thought it
but
was.
Everyone remembers.
Okay.
I
her
think that. I mean, that's
performance.
the first I remember.
First
Halle
I
Berry.
know of her. Yeah,
Yeah.
Boomerang. To the phones. All right, a lot going on here. Who or what's overrated? Give us a great answer. Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. Good morning, Ben.
Morning.
If May 5th, 5/5 is BG Day, I'm going to declare April 30th Jordan Davis Day.
Wow, I think it was a mistake, Ed.
Oh, it was absolutely the right move. I could not disagree with you more. There's like similar defensive tackles are getting paid around the same. Like Jordan Davis is better than DJ Jones. They're making the same amount of money.
Is he better than
That's
Goddard?
they're different players.
I
Not
know
an
he is.
apples to
I'm
apples
asking you a
comparison.
question. Is he better than Goddard?
He makes other players on that defense better.
Who would you rather have on your football team?
Jordan Davis right now.
Not me.
Well, I guess that's what makes you the hammer, right?
Listen, apparently
no,
the Eagles agree with you. At least it seems that way. I mean, it seems like they value Jordan Davis more than Goddard.
Also, it's for next year. The money it doesn't affect the Goddard thing.
I know, but
Yeah.
it's comparable.
I mean, his
bucks.
contract, but
I
the
know.
point is, it doesn't affect the Goddard thing for this year.
I understand.
Jordan Davis' salary for this year was already locked in.
I understand that, but they're making a commitment on a team that's going to continue to be loaded with good players that very well next year may have to shed some players like they did this year because they don't fit the salary structure. I just don't think Jordan Davis is a $12, $13 million player. Not for a good team. Not for a team with so many. I mean, I got 2 wide receivers getting paid. I got a quarterback getting paid. I got Jalen Carter's about to get paid. I got a running back that's getting paid. I got like 4 or 5 offensive linemen that are getting paid. I mean, sometimes you got to make some tough decisions. I don't think Jordan Davis merits over $10 million a year. I just don't.
well, in my opinion, he was trending upward towards the end of the season.
He
Like I said,
was.
he had
He
the 2 best
absolutely
games.
was.
He had
But
the 2
but they
best
still
games
weren't
of his-
playing him, Ed, because of his limited. Because we're in base so little. The 3-4 look where we actually have a nose tackle. He just wasn't on the field that much. And I'm not saying his play wasn't outstanding at the end of the year, because there were times, man, he was taking on 2-3 blockers and opening things up for everyone behind him, guys running free. But man, I need more than 22 snaps, whatever it averaged out to for the season. to merit that price tag. And I guess it's just like, hey, we gotta bite the bullet for a year.
He's also only 25. Like,
Yeah, there is that
like the guy
possibility.
they just drafted, Ty Robinson, is less than a year younger than Jordan Davis.
So
the defensive tackle from Nebraska they drafted, he's less than a year younger than Jordan Davis. Like that, let's not forget that.
Yeah, they could be banking on more development and a player that grows into the role better.
Which we have seen him develop. He's gotten better each year for what it's worth.
And which Brandon Graham around that age, in his 4th year, Brandon Graham really hit his stride. Nelson Aguilar hit his stride in his 3rd year, I guess it was.
And they picked up his option, right?
They did.
Yeah.
But he actually went down after that.
He
Really
it was
did.
amazing when they did it.
It was unbelievable. And now he's been in the NFL over 10 years.
know.
He's really had a solid career. He has. Well, Ed, time will tell whether you're right or I'm right. We'll see. Give me a great answer for who or what is overrated.
I don't know if he's overrated or overexposed, but Pat McAfee.
Yeah, McAfee, you got it, man. All right, Ed, appreciate the phone call. All right, coming up in 1 minute, I want to get something related to our show, something show-related, and I need a ruling from Ben Davis on it. We'll get to that coming up in 1 minute. Hey, isn't it time to invest in yourself? I certainly say this. So how about you start with PI Dental Center? With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, I've been a patient now for 2 decades there. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. They're the best in the business. That's why people come from Europe for the phenomenal care you can get at PI Dental Center. You don't have to come from Europe, just wherever you are in the Delaware Valley. Get to Fort Washington, get to PI Dental Center, and start with their website to begin the process at pidentalcenter.com. At pidentalcenter.com, you can request your new patient evaluation. They really will take great care of you. They are awesome at PI Dental Center. All right, let me tell you who's not awesome. And I say this with no joy because we have a show issue, not a station issue. We have a show issue we have to get to. Kind of hurts the heart a little bit. I'm not going to lie.
I'm a little nervous. See where this is going.
So I think we have a nice ethos around here. We, look out for each other.
Support each other.
Congratulate each other
thing,
if need be. Congratulate, We wish each other happy birthday when it's our birthdays, except Mr. Ritchie.
Yeah, I realized it. It was
Mr.
away.
Seltzer?
I was away. I know.
Miss Hughes?
Yeah, it was a bad job. I'm sorry.
I mean, Ben, you're not
Happy
in
birthday,
here on the regular, so I'm going to give you the pass. I'm here once a week-ish.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, Richie, Seltzer, and Rhea are my teammates on a daily
I
basis.
was at a wedding in Texas.
Not one person.
I forgot.
Not one person wished me a happy birthday amongst you fools.
Is today your birthday?
No, a
it
couple
was
days ago.
26.
Oh.
It was
and
Saturday.
I even waited a few extra days to see if any, I feel like from 16 Candles, Molly Ringwald.
Yeah.
Devin sent me a text message, which I appreciate. Davey Yageroff, our head of the station, sent me a text message. But my own teammates here on the daily, squatta, squatta, squatta. Now, how do you think that makes me feel?
I didn't get a note from you on my birthday.
But I said it on the air. That's what
No,
I
you
did.
didn't.
That's what I do.
We
weren't on the air. Her birthday's, yeah.
Yeah, but I probably did it on the Friday beforehand, is my point.
I don't think so. I don't think you did. No.
Oh, it's
I don't think so.
Oh no. Well, I gotta put it on my list for next year. See, John, I got you and James on I got a list.
Yeah.
Because it's only been a couple years of the show. Maybe I never got you on the list. Nah, that's
I'm just
right
letting
thing
you
to do.
know. I really don't
No,
care. if you
this
say
is
happy
honestly,
birthday.
this is my bad. I feel bad. I'm sorry. Happy birthday.
Happy belated birthday.
It's, you know what
Texas.
happened is I missed it, and then you mentioned on the air yesterday, and I felt so bad that I missed it.
I didn't mention it.
Well, you talked about birthdays. Someone came up and you're like, "Oh," and I was like,
Not
"Oh, I
on the
missed
air.
it." Yeah, but I think
It
so.
was a Saturday.
I felt bad,
You're
so I was
upset
just like,
that
"But I
we
missed
didn't
it."
Was I
say,
here on
hey,
Friday?
by the way, I don't know. I mean, were you? Were you here that Friday?
Yeah, we were at Borgata a couple days
Are you
ago.
sure you were were
Now,
there?
With all that said,
I baked you a cake once. on
you
your
did.
birthday.
I appreciate that.
I've gotten
Ray.
you birthday presents
Rhea,
before.
You are a lot less in the doghouse than these.
I've
other
gotten you
two.
birthday presents before.
Yeah, before over 365 days ago.
So April 26th?
Yes.
All right, I'm putting in my
put him
phone
in
right
my
now.
phone.
And Ray, I'm putting you in my phone, so I'm going to get Ray. What's your
April
birthday?
December
26th.
29th.
December 20. Oh, that's a toughie because then we got to do it before Christmas. But we'll get it. Okay, December 29th.
I
Fair.
always love when I tell people my birthday. That must suck.
It does, right? I mean,
No lie. My sister once, when I was a teenager,
yeah.
I opened up the box on Christmas.
Yep.
It was the right sneaker. 4 days later, I got the left sneaker.
No.
100%.
Brutal.
100%.
That's really good. All right, so obviously I'm joking around here, but
no, you know what though? I think you're right. I apologize.
Okay,
that's on me.
I noticed
it's a bad job by me.
I noticed you apologize, James, and I appreciate it.
It's a bad job.
I noticed Richie has not apologized.
I'm
And
really
and
sorry.
He's going to.
I'm really sorry. I didn't say happy birthday.
Man, that is heartfelt.
By the way, and
You
Ben,
could hear the love there, right?
Ben, you're gonna like this.
Yes.
I did get a happy birthday, believe it or not, from this guy.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh,
Norman?
how you doing, Norm? Cut the small talk and give me a beer. Afternoon, everybody. What's the story, Norm? Thirsty guy walks into a bar. You finish it.
Now here's the deal.
What?
If you're under the age of 40, you're like, who the hell is that? If you're over the age of 40, you're like, that man is a living legend.
Correct.
Amy tracked him down on the Cameo thing.
Oh,
No way.
yeah, that's adorable.
That's awesome.
Yeah, isn't that cool? She started looking for Elizabeth Shue, couldn't find no Elizabeth Shue on Cameo. Tried to get to Martin Sheen, couldn't get to him. Norm. That's great, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Norm Peterson. Wishing me a happy birthday. All right, let's go to the phones.
nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool,
And
right?
he
George
did
went.
that on Saturday.
That's so cool. He did on Saturday.
All right, by the way, we'll play the audio of that because I do
I
have that
gotta
audio.
hear that. We have to hear George Wendt wishing happy birthday.
And there's something related to John in there with George Wendt.
Get out of here.
Well, we're going to get
I'm
to
intrigued.
it. Where I am too, for you guys to react to it. So Norm, otherwise known as George Wendt, that birthday greeting, we'll get to it shortly. But
How
that
old is Norm?
probably 65, maybe 70.
I would think older, yeah.
Maybe 70. Yeah.
Maybe he looks
76.
60 when
Oh,
was
is
on
he
the
really?
show.
76.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
I haven't seen him for so long.
Yeah, I mean, look, he 11
I'm
years on
glad
Cheers.
he's doing stuff.
Made a pile of cash and can sit on his rump.
He must have.
Drink beer. It's what the man does. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494.
Do you think he knows as much as, it seemed? Do you think he knows as much minutia?
No, that's Cliff.
Oh, Cliff.
My
You're
God.
right,
My
bad.
God.
My bad. Norm and Cliff, my bad.
Okay.
Do you think Cliff actually knows?
I'm going to say
as
no
much
on that
as-
one. I'm going to say no.
But through the years, he would have to add knowledge. Like
yeah,
he
it's
would have
probably
to
yeah, but when you give the fact
accumulate
of the
that
day, I
stuff.
forget all that stuff.
I don't think so. I mean, you probably remember more than you think.
I don't know about that.
I mean, the guy didn't remember Neo the
Yeah.
day after watching The Matrix.
All right, so the phones we go. Nice job of the Phils last night. Rangers going to start on Sunday. Sanchez back into it last night, which was good, and a bunch of home runs. By the way, let's hear a couple of those home runs, including Schwarber, to kick it off. And this, I got to tell you, I was surprised. I mean, he goes down almost to a knee to get it.
Golfed it out.
And it didn't look to me, and you could tell, I forget if it was McCarthy or Fransky. One of them you could tell was surprised. I was surprised.
It just kept going.
Yeah, and it kind of got out by a good amount, but
it was off the deck.
I was surprised it got out at all. This was the biggest hit of the game.
Irvin ready. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, hit in the air, right field, pretty deep. Going back, turning, looking, and that is gone. And Kyle Schwarber goes down and gets one on an 0-2 pitch. And it's a 3-run home run here in the bottom of the first, as once again Schwarber strikes first.
I mean, think of this, and how rare is this statement to say this season? 4 batters into the game for the Phillies offense. They had all the runs they needed for the whole night.
Yeah.
I mean, like
that he is.
How hard is that
I said
for him to do what he did last night, where he kind of just slapped it.
Yeah.
And instead of the slap
Power.
hit that you see, like from Johan Rojas, where it just dribbles barely past second base, he slapped it the same way, yet it went and banked off the stadium.
It went 394 feet with an exit velo of 103.5.
That's real strength.
And I said on the postgame show, I said, Kyle, if you're watching, I say this affectionately, you're a freak. Like, in a good way.
Yeah.
Like, nobody does that.
Yeah.
So that
Nobody
is
does
coming
it.
from
It's
coming from the torque, right? Like it. You talk
it's
about
his,
that
it's his,
hands.
no, it's his hands and his forearms.
Really?
Yeah. And it's off the charts.
Is that
Really?
what, is that what Luzinski had and
Yes,
Incaviglia?
it's exactly what Mike Schmidt had. It's what Chase Utley had. That's what it is.
But that's incredible hand strength.
It
and
is
quickness.
It's freaky. Yeah, that's what it is.
That's really interesting.
We use when we hit. We want to use our big muscles from our waist down. our small muscles from our waist up, and those hands and forearms. That's where it comes into, and nobody does it better than Kyle Schwarber. He has
not even Gary Sheffield.
Yeah, Chef was up there, but he was more of a whippy guy.
Yeah, he was.
Kyle Schwarber's in my top 5 favorite Phillies as a fan ever.
I love him, man.
What do you mean more of a whippy guy? Because
his bat speed.
But you can
Sheffield.
see
the quickest wrist I think I've ever
whippiness.
seen.
Yeah.
No,
with Kyle.
Sheffield was crazy.
It was whippier than Kyle?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was the whippiest. That's
Yeah.
why I brought him up.
I agree with
Yeah.
that.
He was the
So I was in
That
camp
sounds
with the
really-
Yankees for 2 years, and every day I would go in to get my ankles taped. And Chef spent a lot because he didn't like to talk to the media, so he would spend all his time in the training room. And one day he's in there with a hand gripper going. I said, Chef, let me see that thing. It was steel. It was made of steel, and I grabbed it. I couldn't even do it once.
No way.
Not once.
Wow.
And he was just doing it like it was unbelievable. I go, this is a joke.
Right.
And I mean, I have giant hands, and I like to think I'm
you're strong.
fairly strong.
Of course.
And I couldn't even get him where the butts hit. I couldn't even do it once.
That's wild.
And he was
man.
going.
It's amazing.
He
That
was
is
something,
amazing.
man.
It was off the charts.
All right, let's get a lot of calls in here. So the Phils win. They're on pace for 92. Obviously, it was a circuitous way to get to 17 and 13, but they got there, meaning they're on pace for 92 wins. They're on pace for a playoff spot. I'm wondering if people are a little bit more calmed down now after the first after this 4-game winning streak, and obviously a start that nets out at 17 and 13, where he's still in that freakout zone. Let's be real. Most people have been in. Most of our callers have been highly concerned about the Phils. Let's get to Ken and Cinnaminson. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Prince. How are you today?
Doing great, Ken.
Joe, are you that guy that gets upset if you go to a Phillies game and your name is not up on the board for birthdays?
If I pay for it. Yeah. If I pay for the scroll, my name better be on the scroll.
Yeah, you're damn right.
Ken, you know what the funny thing is? I actually think people, I mean this very candidly, people that go out of their way to make their birthday a big deal, I think they're dorks. I'm just kind of having some fun here because we're doing the show. But there are
children. It's okay if you're a kid.
Well, of course,
if
you're a kid.
Yes,
because,
but I agree with you. When you're an adult,
it's nauseating.
It's
and there
come
are
on. What are you doing here?
maybe
We're all adults here.
Maybe 10%. They
Oh, there
really.
are, take it seriously.
They
And if
do.
you're not, if you don't
Yeah.
take it seriously, they're upset with you for not taking it. Yeah.
It's like, come on, man.
Like when they're going to Outback for supper and they're not singing, and the whole restaurant gathers around and sings to you. It's like, oh my God,
it's too much.
It's too much.
My God. Anyway, Ken, what do you got in the Phils?
And Rhea, write this down. I agree with you on Top Gun Maverick, by the way.
Oh my God, Ken, this is a momentous
Momentum. I
occasion.
can't for you both to be so wrong about something. It's really impressive.
It's terrible. So I just want to point out that at the risk of being, obvious, that Kyle Schwarber cannot hit a 3-run home run in the first inning if he's batting leadoff. I mean, that to me, that seems to be the most obvious benefit to Kyle Schwarber.
Well, it is the most obvious benefit. That's right.
And he's got 5 RBIs in the last 2 games, hitting first inning home runs. That last year would have been 2 RBIs in the first 2 games, hitting first inning home runs. So it's better late than never. But this is where the guy belongs.
Well, so here's what I'll say, Ken. I thought a lot of people jumped the gun as recently as 48 hours ago, when they were calling into our show saying you got to move Schwarber back to 1, he can't hit 3 or 4. And it's like, hold on a second. Can we let this situation breathe a little bit? I think he's really good at 1. I think he's actually their best 1-hole hitter. But I also think, next to Bryson 3 and 4, whichever spot it is, I think he's great there too. Yeah, he had a rough 2 weeks. That happens. He's their second best offensive player traditionally, meaning Bryce normally 1, hasn't been this year.
This year he's been their best.
But I feel confident that Schwarber's going to be fine.
He leads them in on base.
Plus, he's adding
got
so
the
much
most
slugging.
protection.
He leads them in both. Yeah.
So much protection for Harper.
Yeah.
Harper's now getting more pitches to hit.
You say it.
Yeah,
And
without a doubt.
And he's just missing them.
He's just missing them.
Yeah.
How much longer? It's just any day now, right?
It's any day.
Yeah.
We were worried about him last year. Look what he did last year.
Yeah.
So he'll be fine.
Well, I guess the point is, when you've got a team that's built to slug, when you've got a team that's built to hit 3-run homers, to have the guy who's most likely to hit you a 3-run homer not be able to hit you 3-run homers to start off a game because he's batting leadoff, it seems kind of contradictory to the construction of the team. So, and I do think Kyle Schwarber, I wasn't sold on Kyle Schwarber. I don't want to say I never liked him, but he has impressed me over the last couple of years that he obviously has worked really hard to get better as a hitter. as not just as a home run hitter, but as a hitter. And I really wish that some of the other guys in this lineup would take the approach that he's taken to really get better and improve on their deficiencies. And
I agree with that. I agree. Ken, give me who or what is overrated.
The most overrated movie ever put on film in the history of humankind, Titanic.
Oh, I disagree with that.
Wow, overrated. Do you think it would serve other players as well to bat leadoff? Do you think it made Kyle Schwarber a better batter?
I have a different question. Let's combine them. Here's my question.
That he led off last year and he's retaining some of that on-base percentage concept, from having been the leadoff.
He's always been an on-base guy. It doesn't matter where he hits.
You don't think it
No,
made
I don't think
him
it, I don't
better
think
at
it has anything to do with it.
Really? Okay.
All right, here's my question, Ben. Did it make him a better hitter and not play defense anymore?
No, I don't think so.
Concentrating on hitting didn't improve his hitting?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Because that's the one thing that's right through my mind. I mean,
it seems like it would make sense if you can go, and I don't even know, do guys go in and watch film on these pitchers like hour after hour after hour, like that sort of preparation?
I will say,
probably
including during the game,
where he didn't before.
I will say, and you're going to probably poo-poo this, but if you have to lead off an inning and you're busting your butt from left field all the way in, getting your guards on your elbow and your leg protector and putting your batting gloves on, and then you got to run up there and hit, that is a thing. Like it's a thing. And you can say, all you got to do is run in, and that's a long way to go, man. That's a long, and now he just has to he knows when he's going to be hitting. And all he has to do is go to the on deck circle and walk up there. But when you got to bust your butt all the way from the outfield to get in there.
Relaxed. You don't have that.
It's incredible.
Cardiovascular drain.
I did the game in the dugout 2 weeks ago, and Alec Boehm, he was on deck when the third out was made. So he put all his stuff at the end of the bench. He came in from third base. It took him he had to put an ankle guard on, an elbow guard, a hand guard, his batting gloves, his helmet, and then go up. He barely got in the batter's box before the time expired. That's a thing. Like,
look, it won't surprise me if he's
crazy.
a better hitter in park because he's not playing D. I mean, it's interesting.
It could be a valid point. Yeah.
Maybe.
I think from a preparation perspective, if you're able to dig in just that much more to every pitcher you're going to face. Yeah. And I would assume he's that conscientious type of guy. It's got to help him.
It could be.
Yeah. Interesting.
Could be.
All right. Let me tell you the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Now's the time. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question: which playoff have you been enjoying more? Now, we got three choices here. We got A, the NBA. We're going alphabetical order. A, NBA. B, NHL. C, not watching either.
Jeez.
We'll see how people vote. I'll tell you this. I have enjoyed the NBA more, and I have enjoyed the NBA more than I expected. Look, no secret around here. I and a bunch of us have been really down on the NBA over the last year or more, and not just a Sixers thing, like an NBA thing. I think it's been a really entertaining playoff. And, John, it goes to show when players play, it can be a great league.
Yeah,
and they play right now. So
they're fascinating when they play.
They play.
It's entertaining.
What a novel idea.
By the way, you know who's not playing anymore?
Things.
Bron out. LeBron.
I love what happened with that team because the JJ Redick thing. Now,
that's a failure by Redick.
Completely. What he did in the game, the previous game where he played them all like the entire second half, you could tell they were dead tired last night. The Minnesota Timberwolves missed 43s and still won the game.
Still won. Yeah, by about 10 points.
It's a record.
Yeah.
They took 43s?
40.
Which is a problem. That's a whole nother matter.
You think?
Yeah. Yeah.
But they still beat them.
But the NBA headline last night is LeBron and Luka are out. And certainly that's not what the league wanted, but it's what it is. So, all right, NBA, NHL, or not watching either. Which have you enjoyed more? Also, coming up in 1 minute, something Howie Roseman said. Howie on the first two draft picks from a national interview Howie did yesterday. We'll get you Howie and what he said on the first two guys coming up in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about Family and Company Jewelers, and let's talk about Mother's Day. Obviously, it is rapidly approaching, almost upon us, the great day of Mother's Day. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, your grandmom, whoever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. It's number one. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course their service. Their showroom is awesome. I've been in there many times. It's a beautiful showroom. Junior, Ian, the entire team, family run business, wonderful people, real experts with what they do. Huge selection of gifts at every price point for Mother's Day. So get yourself there. Of course, you can do all the shopping online as well at familyandcompanyjewelers.com. But really, to me, it's a get there situation. It's a get there, see what they've got, feel it, hold it, love it, and get it as a tremendous gift for Mother's Day. That, of course, would be a gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. All right, let's listen to Howie Roseman. He was talking to Rich Eisen yesterday on the NFL Network. And Rich Eisen, of course, has been covering the league for a long time. And Howie joined his program to talk about some of the draft picks. Let's go through the first two, because, John, obviously the first two were Jihad Campbell and Andrew Makuba. I hear people say Drew. Is it Drew or Andrew?
Drew, I think he goes by Drew.
Is that?
I think he does. That's what I've heard people mention.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people going Drew in the last couple of days. All right, well, let's start with Jihad Campbell. And, John, we were talking about an hour ago on the injury situation with Campbell. It's obviously why they were able to get him. He otherwise would not have gone down to 31. Here's Howie yesterday on Campbell's injury situation.
For us, all along through the process, this was a top 10 player on our board. I think it's no secret by now. Some of the questions are more medical in nature for the reason that he fell to the spot kind of where we were. We rely on our doctors, and we had a lot of conversation on Jihad, and we think that over the near short term and the long term that he's going to be ready to go and play a lot of great football for us.
Okay, short term, long term. They feel confident. Okay.
They've been.
He probably won't tell you if they felt 80%. He probably won't tell you they feel 80%. So you take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, because he wouldn't tell you we don't feel confident.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
They've had success with Landon Dickerson was banged up coming out, and it was a serious injuries, reconstruction of the knee, that type of thing.
3 times, right?
Yeah, it was significantly more serious on the knee front than what Jihad has going on. And, Landon has been, save a couple plays here and there, Landon's been amazing. He's been an all-pro for us. So we've been fortunate. Their scouting department, their medical department, the Eagles know what they're doing.
Look, these situations are tricky. They blew it by drafting Sidney Jones because he wasn't able to answer the bell. They blew it by not drafting DK Metcalf because he was able to answer the bell as someone who entered the league with an injury thing. And I will remain convinced missing on DK Metcalf is part of why they took the chance on Dickerson, because they had recently blown Metcalf situation. And I feel like it was like, all right, let's go back. Look, it's tricky. I mean, these things are, whether it's, a person's personality or medical situation, these things sometimes get complicated, and you either choose to take the shot or you don't. Well, in the second round, they went with, we'll call him Drew Makuba, safety. Listening to Mike Mayock talk the other day with Spike Lake and Jack, he was talking about cornerback capabilities and tremendous versatility, and Howie Roseman leaned more into that when talking to Rich Eisen as well. Sounds like this is a real chess piece for Vic Fangio.
He had played a lot of nickel at Clemson, so he had this coverage ability, which we're always looking for in our back-end players, to be able to come down, cover the slot, to have that versatility, to not only be able to play in the middle of the field, but to come down and cover slot receivers, gives Vic a lot of flexibility. And so he had that cover ability. He just plays like his hair is on fire. Everything about him is fast and physical. And he's got ball skills too.
John, and I think it's fair to say in modern Eagles history, let's define it as this century. Doc is obviously number one for that. He's number one for everything for the Eagles from a safety.
Had everything.
But Malcolm had that also. Malcolm wasn't as good, but Malcolm
wasn't as big. He didn't have the sheer physical presence that Doc did.
Right. But he could cover receivers.
Doc looked like a linebacker.
Remember, Malcolm was a corner with the Saints before he moved to safety.
And
that
that's
gave him
part of what made him as good as he was. And he continued to be able to cover guys using his wily, veteranness for a lot longer than he probably should have been able to, because he could predict the routes. He understood the pairings, the way those routes work together. He he studied film so well. He knew, hey guys, when they're doing this, watch this combo. Here's what they're going to run. He could basically tell everyone around him what to expect. So he made everyone that much better too. Andrew Makuba needs to get to that point where he can understand things that well, and the safeties back there talking, communicating, making sure everyone knows what's coming. Not just what might come, but like these guys get so good at it. Like I've told you about Richard Sherman. Richard Sherman could dictate every single possibility from just formation and personnel groupings, that just going back in his brain with his eidetic memory, he could say, okay, I know what they're going to run, guys. Watch for this.
Wow.
That's the good ones can do that. And this is next level stuff. This is next level, like brain and deduction stuff. Just like on offense, we talk about if we had our druthers, our number one, my number one choice my number one characteristic for my quarterback would be his decision-making. How fast can he process? With it, there's something to that on the defensive side of the football too. How fast do they process?
Yeah.
How smart are they? How many positions can they incorporate and play? We're picking up these versatile guys who are going to be asked a lot of, because they're doing more than a guy who just comes in and plays outside cornerback.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations. Like, I assume Makuba was drafted to be, if he plays well enough in training camp, the starting safety to replace Sidney Brown. That was my assumption. Now there's the possibility he could be a starting slot corner.
Sure.
Or a starting outside corner. I mean, I guess he could be any of it.
And who knows? It might vary from week to week. And sometimes you get you get great defenses in this league where you've got guys who are interchangeable.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
That confuses you, right? For an offensive player.
Oh, yeah. Terrible time for any offense going up against that.
All right, so, residual draft stuff, obviously. We'll play more of the Howie audio as we move through the show from that interview yesterday. And also, I do have to get you onto this Norm Peterson greeting, in which
Norm!
I mean, it was pretty cool. It's George Wendt wishing me happy birthday. Ben, do you know who his nephew is?
He sounds the same?
Yeah, a little older, but sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Ben, George Wendt has a famous nephew. Very famous, one of the more famous TV shows this decade. Who is he?
Yeah. I have no idea.
Really?
No clue.
I know.
You know it? Yeah. How about that soccer coach over there in Europe?
No way.
Yep.
That's his nephew.
Ted Lasso.
That's his nephew?
Yeah.
That's his nephew.
Really?
His sister's son, and his godson.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. Is that amazing?
That's pretty cool.
He seems like a really good guy.
They both seem like, George Wendt and Sudeikis, they seem like good dudes.
Yeah, you're right. I want to go to Thanksgiving over at their family's place. Really? Doesn't it just feel like it would be like really relaxed and interesting? And
I wouldn't go if the
calm?
ex-wife is there. That was real messy.
Olivia
Wilde.
Sudeikis' ex-wife?
Oh, yeah.
Very messy.
Who is she famous also?
Yeah, she's a famous actress, director.
And a director, yeah.
Gotcha.
Did you watch House?
Way to be on top of that.
No, but I have it on my list of things to
Olivia
consider.
Wilde, you don't know
I've
who
heard
that
of her.
is?
I've heard
Beautiful.
Do you know who it is?
Yeah, Wilde with an A.
Okay, can you picture Olivia Wilde?
Nah.
From House?
Nah.
Okay.
She's gorgeous, Joe.
I got to Elizabeth show when I stopped. I said my eyes have seen the coming of
House was a
the
great
glory of
show.
Elizabeth show.
100%. I love that show.
Yeah, really great.
All right, so a lot to react to, including a Phillies victory last night, and they're now 17-13, which means they're on pace for 92 wins. That may surprise you, but those are the facts. And frankly, I expect that they'll play even better from here. So I got some bounce in my step related to the Phils. I'm curious if you do as well. Obviously, most of our calls this year have been negative in nature, and there has been an awful lot to be frustrated about. How do you net it out through the first month of the season? 215-592-9494 is today. The Phils make the turn to May baseball. Let's go to Rick in Easton. Rick, good morning.
Good morning. So, listen, I know it's not professional baseball, but I played for Plymouth White Marsh and I played for Westchester. And then, they have very good programs. We won state titles and we even won East Coast conferences. I played first. I played third. Ben, you could have done it, and you could have at those levels. I played first. I played third because catching made me a better first baseman. And I played right and left field when we had to. We had a lot of interchangeable parts. We're not asking Bryce Harper to pitch. We're not asking Rojas to play shortstop. We're asking Trey Turner, who's a heck of an athlete, who's played over 500 games at both positions, center field and shortstop, to give it up for the team and get out there and play. I know pro is a lot different, but not when you raise the level that these guys are at.
Yeah.
got to take one for the team. You got to get out in the center field if it makes us a better team. Also, Ben, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
When we got to higher levels and a ground ball was hit to you, how many times were we told, don't put the ball back in your glove, throw the ball across the diamond? Can somebody please tell Alec Boehm to stop putting the ball back in the glove when these fast runners are burning down first base and they become safe? Where are the fundamentals?
Yeah, I think that's those types of things are so ingrained in the players. They get into these muscle memory, these habits that it's sometimes during the heat of the game, it's just hard for them to get out of.
But they broke us. But they broke us at it at the high school and college levels. And if we didn't do it, then we're running 5-10 miles punishment. And also, Trey Turner, he's got to know. How many times are we told, Ben? You got to know where you're going with the ball when the ball is hit to you. You know, we used to have an hour and a half of drills of just situational fungo bats. Okay, guys, first and third, less than 2 outs, less than 1 out. Know where you're going with the ball when the ball's hit to you. When that ball was hit to Turner the other night, he didn't know to go to the bag, to come home with the plate. How does that happen?
Yeah, I know. And it's not just the Phillies. Like, I've noticed this all around baseball. Like, these guys, it's not like they're anticipating what they're going to do with the ball. This ball's hit to my left. What am I doing? Hit to my right.
You can't, not to interrupt you. I know you can't punish the pros and make them run 5-10 miles.
Right.
I get that. But you also, and they don't have time to do situational baseball. They do it in spring training, I'm sure. But I don't know, it just frustrates me sometimes when you see these guys who are much better than we were in high school and college. They have to do a better job with the fundamentals.
I agree. And Rob Thompson was very open about that the other night. He said, we have to get better. We cannot keep giving these teams more outs.
Yeah.
We can't give them more than 27 outs. He said, that's what we're doing right now. We have to clean it up.
I mean, it almost blew the game 2 days ago.
Yeah.
That had to be 31 outs.
That was
minimum.
refreshing to hear Rob Thompson say that. Like, we have to be better at this.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, give me an answer. There's so many big ones for who or what is overrated. You can win the Elvis Costello tickets. What do you got?
They cost way too much money. There's always family feuds, and half of them end in divorces. Weddings are overrated.
I agree.
Weddings are so fun.
100%.
I love weddings. They're
It's
blast.
the biggest waste of money.
Money-wise, but
Oh
they're
my
fun
God.
to go to, man.
But, okay, hold on.
They're
But
fun to go to.
So I just want to be clear. I think what he's saying is the wedding celebration, not the marriage.
Yeah, just the
Yeah,
wedding.
the celebration.
Because I just want to make sure he's not making a statement on society like people get married, because that's also a wedding.
Yeah, he's saying the celebration and the costs that go with it.
It's a lot of money, man.
It's a lot of money.
Okay, Seltzer, you say thumbs up
for
or
a big-
thumbs down?
I say thumbs down. I
For
think
a
weddings are super fun.
a 4-hour party?
Like, it costs money. I think it's over expensive. Like, it
Well,
shouldn't.
that's his point.
No, but overrated. I think a wedding itself is awesome. Like, weddings are not overrated. They are super fun.
All right, well,
Who
of
doesn't
course,
like going to a
well,
wedding?
no, but he's saying to spend the money. Rhea,
But
acceptable.
it's all part of the same thing. You spend the money for the fun. Like,
Rhea,
you're spending it for something.
What would you rather have, Rhea? 50 people, and it's the glam of the steaks and all that, okay, and the band, or 200 friends and you're serving pizza?
Oh God, 50. Like, well, wait, no, I'm
That's a
confused.
tough call. 200 people.
I would want more casual.
200 people with pizza.
Oh, I like
50
pizza.
people with steak.
I like pizza though.
Trying to mitigate the cost. Because
Depends on where it's
what he's
from.
saying, James, which would you rather have? What he's saying is it's too expensive. Which would you rather have?
As
200
long
and
as
steak?
there's music and alcohol, I'm good to go at a wedding.
There you go.
That's all I need.
I wanted a firehouse beef and beer. That's what I wanted.
But you didn't get that, did you?
Hell no. Hell no, I didn't get that.
John, which would you rather
Did you
have?
get beef?
Well, I got steak, yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Steak.
Yeah.
It's good work. Well, John, which would you
Man,
rather
surf
have?
and turf. I can't
The,
lose
the
it,
cheap
though.
meal and more people, or the expensive meal and all the glitz and glamour with fewer people?
I think the more
Because people
the
have to make
merrier.
these
Yeah,
decisions.
I'm going party.
The more the merrier.
Yeah, it's all about a party.
All right,
Get good music. That's what matters the most.
Exactly. Thank you.
215-592-9494.
though.
There was a big apology yesterday in sports. Let's play this. Jeff, how do you say his name? Albrecht? Albright?
Albrecht.
Albrecht.
All right. So, holy mackerel. So, this is a defensive coordinator whose son stole the number
I
from.
played against him.
Good guy?
Pretty sure he was a backup.
Nah, you didn't have respect for him. then.
49ers. No, I had respect for him. He was tough.
Well, I've heard you off the air talk about certain people who were backups. Yeah.
I don't think you do or have.
James, are there a couple that come to mind that John is
it's mostly when
privately
when they're kickers. That's really the ones that get demeaned. Yeah.
All right. So look, I feel bad for this defensive coordinator. Not only does his son steal the number and of course the call to Shedeur Sanders, but then he gets fined and the team gets fined by the league. Now, let me say, I support the league doing that. I think it's the right call.
Me too.
Because there
How
should
does
be
he enforce this with the kid? This
Work
is
it off,
$100,000. How
Work
does
it
that
off.
kid work $100,000 off?
$100,000.
It's $100,000. I
Paying
mean,
for his own
I don't
college.
even know. I don't know how you ground a kid. I don't know how you take his phone away. I don't know how you force him to do the laundry and
John, you
clean
don't
the
pay for his
gutters out.
college. If he's paying for his college, you just stop paying for his college.
I mean, I'll say this: if you
That's a
really
nice
made him pay
option.
back $100,000, that could take 10 years minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, minimum.
How old's this kid
Clearly,
again?
You can't
21.
do it,
21.
but it's just
God, what a bad life decision.
unreal.
All right, well, let's
Unreal.
play the audio. Then I want to get Ben's assessment of how he would handle it as a father. I think it's one of the more fascinating questions this week. So Albrecht got fined yesterday. The team got fined. Obviously, there's a lot of public shame. He went public yesterday with an apology. I thought he did a great job. Here's what the defensive coordinator said.
I want to publicly apologize to Shedeur and the Sanders family for what occurred. Second of all, I want to publicly apologize to Mr. Blaine, Terry Fontenot, Reed Morris, and the entire Falcons organization. My actions of not protecting confidential data were inexcusable. My son's actions were absolutely inexcusable. And for that, we are both deeply sorry. The NFL has taken action, and I fully respect the punishment. We take full responsibility, my son and myself, and we will not be appealing the fine in any way. Going forward, I promise my son and I will work hard to demonstrate we are better than this. Again, I'm deeply sorry for our actions.
Can't be more stand up than that. I mean, that's
accountable.
That's a 100 out of 100
What
as
a
far as
great
apologies
job
go.
he did. Yeah.
So, Ben, what would you do, though? I've asked everyone this week. If you're the father of the 21-year-old, I mean, I know, let me just say this. Murder is not an acceptable answer.
But it's considered.
What would you do if you
Knock
had
him out?
a 21-year-old that pulled that?
Gosh, that's a great question. It's $1 million question. I just can't even imagine being in his shoes. How ashamed and embarrassed I would be.
You would be mortified.
I'd be mortified.
I know you would be.
Absolutely. And I don't really care what people think, but the fact that my child did that, I'd be ashamed and embarrassed.
And it's
the
also
bullying
reputation
component.
within a
It's-
league.
It's
Yes.
the piling on and kicking someone when they're down part that that part didn't even occur to me initially. Like it was so poor, like in such poor taste,
Yeah.
and so it felt so dirty. But
Yeah.
the bullying aspect, and it wasn't until we had a caller brought up the fact that it really is just piling on and hurting someone who's already hurt. And that's just, man, it's so unfair.
Yeah, how can you do that to another human being?
Yeah, right. That he felt like that's what he wanted
and
to do.
And to have the audacity, the gall to put it to that. The caller
Film
said
it,
earlier,
yeah.
what's overrated? He said social media.
Yeah.
To put it out on social media, like you're that's funny.
I know.
What a loser.
You know what I'm struck by this week when I've asked everyone what you would do if it was your kid? I don't think anyone's really given a specific answer. Everyone
can't.
shakes their head and says, there's so much going through my mind. I'm thinking. But I've been struck by how, I mean, a few things have been said. Make him pay for his own college, pull him out of college.
But that's not realistic. How's a kid going to pay for his own college?
Well, kids do all
Well,
the time.
many do. Many do.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're right. With loans and that sort
Yeah,
of
of course.
thing.
Yeah.
And that is absolutely, I think that's the realistic
I mean,
point
you
here.
could.
Yes, you now must, take a harder path. Like this is, I was going to help more.
Yeah.
Now I won't.
It's a wild
I guess.
situation, man.
Yeah.
Really
I
is.
just can't imagine.
And of course, you like to think your kid wouldn't do it. Most parents out there are saying, my kid wouldn't do it.
I'm
And-
sure they're shocked he did it.
Hopefully.
You know, I mean,
hopefully
because
this
a lot
isn't.
of times you don't know what your kids,
Sure.
stupid things your kids are doing. You
More
just
often than
don't.
not. Although sometimes there are parents that know you got knucklehead kids, and you're
Exactly.
trying your best to manage it.
My mom did.
I mean, they certainly weren't expecting him to do something like
I
this.
would say that is correct. All right, let's rock some calls here. 215-592-9494. So the Phils get the win. You get the apology from the defensive coordinator, and also more of Howie, what he said yesterday in that interview. We'll get to that shortly. Steve in Cherry Hill right now. Steve, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hi, Steve.
Yeah, I got a question for Ben. Ben, I went to the game last night. How bad is Washington? They had 6 left-handed batters against a lefty last night. They have no right-handed hitters.
No, they're very left-handed laden. Yeah, that's the way they're built. But they do okay against lefties. The top of that lineup is pretty. Abrams is really good. James Wood is going to be a beast. The guy's huge. Yeah, they got some guys in that lineup that can swing it. They're very aggressive, but yeah, they just don't have a whole lot of righties.
Yeah, I think Walker's going to come back to reality tonight. A great night, and I think the ball's going to be hitting out of the park tonight. So I think he's set up for a nasty game. So
wow, a nasty game.
We'll see.
Yeah.
They are.
But I've been wrong before.
Steve, what's the good news on? There's 2 good news on Taiwan. What is it, Steve?
Good news on Taiwan. They're playing a bad team.
Nope.
And,
Nope.
Good
news number 1, he's pitched better than we
wow.
expected. Good news number 2, this should be his last start.
You're not right.
Yes. Yep, I'm with you.
Because Ranger, like the Lone Ranger, rides back in this weekend.
Bingo. So my answer for today, overrated, and I think it's up there, caviar.
You know, I certainly don't dig it. I mean, I know people get it, and it's really expensive. John, have you had it?
I have had it, and I love fish. I'm a huge fan of fish. I don't think caviar is all that.
I tried it once, and it was somewhere like recent, like maybe in the last year or two.
Yeah.
It was the first time I'd ever had it. I was afraid, and my friends made me try it. And
Yep.
I was like, "Oh, this is actually kind of good."
Well, okay.
So I was shocked.
I'll give you something. I think
fish with it.
It's
I
a
mean,
weird
I
texture.
catch trout with salmon roe. Like I don't sit there and pop the salmon roe in my mouth
Correct.
while I'm fishing.
Right.
It really is the same thing. I think it's gross. It's bait. Like it is bait. Fishing bait.
Wow. Okay.
I don't choose to eat that.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't either. One thing I think is overrated, and it's kind of a big part of society. I don't dig champagne at all.
I'm not a big champagne.
Like,
fan.
I mean, if I do the sip, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It's a sip, and then I just put it down or hand it to someone else. Like, I never finish the glass.
I
of
like it.
champagne.
It just gives me heartburn, so I just don't drink it.
You think
anymore.
it tastes- you think it tastes good?
Problem.
I like the taste. I do like the taste of champagne. It just always gives me heartburn
Yeah.
now. Like I can't drink it without
That
getting
bubbly
heartburn.
thing does nothing for me. But anyway,
You drink soda though, don't you?
yeah, but I don't have a negative reaction. Champagne,
I
I'm
don't like the bubbles. I would prefer that everything
that's a weird one by
champagne,
you.
soda. I want it all flat.
Yeah, that's really weird.
I shake up my soda.
I know you do.
And
It's-
twist the cap so it
I-
gets flat.
I have to turn away when you do it 'cause it
2-liter
upsets me
bottles
so
so I
much.
can make it flat.
When I watch you shake it up, like I can't. It upsets me.
Oh man,
I despise the bubbles. What's the point?
that is a weird thing. All right, up ahead, George Witt. Yes, he weighed in with a happy birthday greeting, and also John. We're going to get to George Wendt and John. That's up ahead. Phone calls on all of this.
I don't understand what this means.
You be the judge. Coming up next, I'm curious how you react to George Wendt on John Ritchie. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics, including Rob Thompson talking about the leadoff spot yesterday after the game. That and more. Howie on Jalen Hurts, what he said yesterday. We'll get to it all. Your phone calls as well on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, FanDuel Sportsbook is America's #1 sportsbook. And, of course, the app is awesome. I mean, flat out awesome. So easy to sign up for and to navigate from game to game, league to league, to find the better bets that works for you. And how about this for bets? How about the Kentucky Derby? How about this weekend, the Kentucky Derby? And all customers, not just new customers, all customers can get a no-sweat Derby bet. That means you'll get racing bonus back if your bet does not win. The app is super easy to use. You don't have to be a horse racing expert, obviously, to get in on the Derby action and to win this weekend. So bet America's #1 race with America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel Sportsbook, and visit FanDuel.com/hammer. It's FanDuel.com/hammer.
It's the two most exciting moments in horse racing on an annual basis. It's the Derby, it's FanDuel, and it's you at FanDuel.com/hammer.
New and Plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Verified FD racing account required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable racing site credit that expires 9 days after receipt. Max refund $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Nationals. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryson Stott dives head first, and the Phillies have won it.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Mother's Day. It's time to honor the moms in our lives. Now it's your turn to give back with a timeless gift from Benari Jewelers. Show your love and gratitude with classic diamond earrings, a stunning diamond bracelet, or an elegant diamond pendant. My mom would love a gift from Benari's extensive collection of David Yurman. Whatever you choose, Benari promises exceptional quality and uncompromising craftsmanship. Just what mom deserves. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us with canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Attention!
Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery. More Mega! It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots. Something Mega got more Mega! Even better odds of winning. It's more...
Mega?
When I say more, you say Mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get 150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For Mother's Day this year, knock mom's fuzzy socks off with a digital photo frame by Aura that you have thoughtfully preloaded with lots of photos of you two. Name the best digital photo frame by Wirecutter. Aura frames come with unlimited storage, so you can share as many photos as you want right from your phone to mom's Aura frame. This is a no-brainer. It is so unique. It is so original. You cannot lose. Not only will she be grateful that it's not another sweater, she'll also love that an Aura frame means she gets to see more of you. And that's really all she wants, to feel close to you and know that you're thinking of her just as often as she thinks of you. Aura has a great deal for Mother's Day too. For a limited time, listeners can save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off plus free shipping on their best-selling Carver matte frame. That's auraframes.com, promo code ROAM. Support the station by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions do apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen made for your brain. Steelers future Hall of Famer Ben Roethlisberger had some sage advice for Pittsburgh rookie quarterback Will Howard, fresh off leading Ohio State to the national championship. He's a sixth rounder, Big Ben said. There's no pressure. He should go into this thing with the mentality, I can play free. I have no pressure. Well, that's kind of easy for Big Ben to say now. Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation.
2-2. Breaking ball, hit in the air, left field. It's pretty deep. Wood going back, nearing the track. He pulls up, and it's gone. And JT Realmuto has taken Eduardo Salazar deep to left. It's his second home run of the season, and the Phillies now lead 7-2.
That would be the final. The Phillies' victory over Washington, their fourth in a row. Phillies can sweep out the Nationals later today. 6:45 here on 94 WIP. Taijuan Walker on mound. Good news pitching-wise for the Phillies. Christopher Sanchez looks solid after last week's injury scare, and Ranger Suarez will make his season debut Sunday against the Diamondbacks after starting the season on the IL with back issues. Now until May 31st, get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows, plus pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Mix of sun and clouds, high of 78. It's currently 59. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball to short. Turner, he's up with it. Sets his feet, throws to first. Ball game's over. Perfect night for the Phillies bullpen. 12 up, 12 down in relief of Christopher Sanchez. The Phillies hit 3 home runs, and all of it adding up to a 7-2 win. The Phillies' 4th win in a row as they take yet another series.
Well, the rare ho-hum, clean, no one's on the edge of their seat with trepidation Phillies victory this year. Pedestrian. And I don't mean to say not good, but we were relaxed last night. So the Phils got it done, obviously. Took that lead early, and obviously the pitching staff held it the whole game. Phils win 7-2. Nice job by the Phils. By the way, Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's try. Poll question: which playoff have you been enjoying more? Is it the NBA, the NHL, or not watching either? We will get to something that Howie Roseman said about Jalen Hurts yesterday. We'll get to that shortly. 2 situations from sports yesterday that were
horrendous. One is a Pittsburgh Pirate fan fell out
Awful.
of the stands.
It's one of the worst things I've ever
It's
seen.
so upsetting.
And fell onto the field. He is currently alive, but in critical condition. The guy fell out of, and Ben, sometimes those are low railings.
20 feet,
I saw it.
apparently.
Well, the Clemente wall is 21 feet.
21, yeah.
Because that was Roberto's number. And watching that is so disturbing.
Yeah. I mean, it's
just horrific.
And it was a McCutcheon double, right?
Yeah.
So,
It was out to left field.
Oh.
I don't know what was going on there, but
Apparently he was, a little imbibed. And,
is that what you're
apparently,
saying?
so from what, there have been reports and
Sure.
stuff, but apparently he was so excited with the hit, he kind of jumped up too quickly and kind of launched himself over. Because you could see in the video him trying to catch himself at the end. It's horrifying.
All right, so that was horrible. Here's the other one from the world of football. So it's not the player that we love who died, but it's one of his friends. One of John Elway's best friends died in a golf cart accident.
His agent, too, I believe. Yeah.
Elway was driving. So this happened earlier in the week, but the guy died yesterday. Elway was driving a golf cart, and somehow the guy, and reports are that Elway wasn't screwing around, which some people do with golf carts. Now, I don't know if it's true or not, but what I have read on the situation is that because sometimes you can hit a bump. I mean, Ben, you play a lot of golf.
Mm-hmm.
You can go around an edge. You can hit a bump. The guy in the side thing might be drunk. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
And so somehow, and it does happen sometimes, Elway's really good friend falls out of the cart, hits his head, and like a day later dies.
That's horrible.
It's horrible.
Horrendous.
And by the way, Elway and the friend were golfing, obviously, but the couples, they had just been all together, the four, Elway, his wife, this guy and his wife, they were all hanging out together. So now Elway's got to go back and tell the wife, your husband is lying here, and then he died. Horrendous situation.
Wow.
Horrendous.
Just never know.
No, you're right, Ben.
You never know.
You do never know.
Ugh.
That's exactly right. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go from a real downer there with those two to something that was pretty cool. So I had referenced earlier that the great George Wendt, otherwise known as Norm from Cheers, gave me a birthday greeting over the weekend because Amy from Villanova, through the Cameo system, tracked him down. Tried to get Elizabeth's show, which would have been great.
That would have been something.
Oh my God.
And I appreciate Amy going for it. That's cool.
That's pretty cool. So she gets George Wendt to give me a birthday greeting. Now, I'm curious your interpretation of George Wendt on John Ritchie. Now, let me just set the scene here. What you're going to hear is about a minute of audio. George Wendt is at times looking into the camera, but more often than not, he is looking at notes that Amy provided. I guess that's the way it works. So you get to provide notes for the person. So he's looking at notes. Obviously, your name is written down there, John. And some other stuff is written down. So you'll hear George Wendt commenting on what he's reading while wishing me happy birthday. And I'm curious if your reaction to George Wendt on John is the same reaction I have, because Amy laid it out. Joe's co-host, John Ritchie, former fullback, Eagles, Raiders, whole deal. All right, let's listen to, who is it? Norm!
Okay, who had more wins, Sam Malone or the Hammer? Who cares? Give me another beer. Joe, this is your old pal George Wendt here, and I'm wishing you a happy birthday. Oh my gosh. Morning Sports Guy on Philly Sportsnet. Wow. Hello. You are royalty, dude. So you're the Cliff Clavin of sports, apparently. And Joe is, wait, his partner. Hang on. Okay. You're known as the Hammer. You get ripped by callers for taking baths and not knowing how many wings a chicken has. And, Joe also thinks he will run and win the presidency. Wow. Go for it, dude. Happy birthday, Joe. Cheers, young man.
Drinking a beer.
That's great at the end. Cheers, young man, is strong.
Drinking a beer, holding a beer the whole time. All right. So
I have a thought outside of the Richie thing after.
All right, well, give me that. Give me your first thought.
The music. I mean, was that purposeful?
Yes.
That is the song that
Amy-
when you lose.
Amy requested that.
Way to go, Amy.
See, I was confused on
Way
that
to
too.
go, Amy. Like, you rule, man.
And way to go, George Wen actually doing it. Like
That too. He actually put the music on. Yeah, that's cool.
Because that's not
really
dubbed
cool.
in. He had to do
Yeah,
it in his
that's
home.
very cool that he did
Yeah,
that.
he played it in the background. All right.
Was it the first time he was reading it? Like it seemed like he was
Probably for the first time.
It was that was
I'm guessing
the dress
he doesn't put
rehearsal.
hours of work into these.
Yeah,
That's what it sounded like to
that
me.
was the dress rehearsal, and
Yeah.
you know, like so that was my impression.
All right. Any thoughts on the Richie thing?
Was there just the ignoring of John Ritchie? Is that what you're talking about?
So here's what happened, as I interpret it. He's reading.
At first, he thought he was talking to John. Is
No,
that-
no. He's reading through the scroll of what was written, and she had, Joe's partner, John Ritchie, Eagles, Raiders fullback, and he gets because he's reading. You can tell he's reading through the line. I mean, I can't. You can essentially tell because he's reading stuff. Cliff Clavin, sports trivia, blah blah blah. All right, so he gets all right. Your partner, and he pauses. And my theory is, John, he saw your name and didn't know who you are. That's my theory, because he goes, your partner. And then the name John Ritchie is written because Amy said it, but he skips over it, which gives me the impression. And I'm not trying to burst your bubble, John. I just think George went, maybe he doesn't remember you.
I don't think John Ritchie would expect
Can't
you.
imagine that he
Well,
would.
he played in the Super Bowl. I mean, he played for great teams with the Raiders and Eagles. The guy was
But
in
what
the,
if George Wendt isn't a big
Yeah,
football
he's
fan?
the Bears guy.
That doesn't mean he's a
Yeah,
big football
I just-
fan.
He's
I'm
from
just saying.
Chicago.
Ben, did you get that impression?
Not so much.
I didn't think about that for a
No,
moment.
I didn't think about that at all.
You're overthinking this.
Yeah.
Joe.
I
All right,
think-
here's the deal. James, get Lewis to isolate just that audio. We'll play like that because he's talking about the show. He's talking about the show and the notes that were there. We'll drill down on that, and you be the judge again. Let's go to the phones. Anyway, it was very cool. I mean, Norm giving me a break.
That was
What-
cool.
what-
That was a lot of Norm talking, and
Yeah.
like that was just really
It's Norm.
a lot of Norm.
Yeah. What do you like better, West Wing or Cheers?
Man,
Well, it's West Wing, right? I mean,
He's watched.
I don't know
West
about
Wing
that,
17
James.
times.
wow,
You
really?
watched
This
Cheers
is
how many?
like monumental
Hold
here.
on.
Cheers
How many
is
times have you
phenomenal.
watched Cheers?
well, so it's 3 this decade.
3.
but it was many episodes upon episodes as a kid.
Okay, you've watched The West Wing how many times?
19.
So I think
Yeah.
the prosecution rests.
Yeah. Yeah, we win. It's over.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
19 times, the whole thing.
The whole thing.
It's a series.
That's a
Yeah.
problem.
It's
Seven
seven
seasons.
seasons.
Yeah. It's 44 and a half.
19
minutes an episode.
times 22 times 7.
Times 44 and a half minutes per episode. It's horrible.
That's a problem.
And the problem is the most horrible
It's horrible
part.
when you start in
He's
round
planning
20.
to go
That's
to
how I
20.
do. Yeah.
Exactly. He's going to do it again.
Oh,
Of course
and
he
then
is.
again.
I'm surprised he hasn't
and then
started 20
again.
yet.
Let's go to the phones. All right, Howie on Jalen Hurts and Rob Thompson on the leadoff spot. We'll get to both of them shortly. Let's talk to Chuck in Cherry Hill. Chuck, good morning.
Yeah, come up. Good morning. How you doing, guys?
Good, buddy.
Hi, Chuck.
Yeah, that stand falling yesterday, man, how tragic.
Mm.
But when you look at how they reach for balls, and of course we know a lot of people enjoy alcohol during games. You're kind of surprised that hasn't happened more. Thank God, right? But when
I
you
would
look-
agree with that. The thing that really, Chuck, there's one thing about sports and fans that has shocked me more than anything, and it's not going to happen now, basically. I cannot believe all the years until they put the nets up that people weren't dying with line drives.
Yeah, same.
I
It's
just
always shocked me.
I mean, there's heads everywhere.
Well, especially the whatever 10 years in between phones being super
Oh, yeah.
popular and the nets not being up. Like everyone's looking at their phones all the time. Like I
Totally.
can't believe it didn't happen.
I mean, a line drive from a lefty to the right side or a righty to the other side. Well, if I'm getting this right. No, well, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, wicked.
Wicked.
We'd
be in a third base dugout, and Ichiro was up, and the whole dugout would be at one end because it was, you knew inevitably we get a line drive from his bat because he would wait so late and just spray one in there. It'd just wipe the dugout out.
And Ben, if that thing hits you in the head, man,
Yeah,
we're on
can
high
die.
alert.
You could die.
We were on
yes.
high alert, and I can't believe it took them this long to put the nets up.
Yeah, I agree with
Thank
you.
God they put them up.
Yeah.
Joe, we always made sure the kids at the vet were to our right. Not that we were going to catch every ball the way you're talking about. But the kids, the twins and Chad were always to our right. And then
give you a chance,
talking, guys, look at the game. Stop talking. Look at it.
Yeah.
Some balls.
But there's also food. You're putting mustard on your hot dog. You know, like
you're going to the game with friends and you're looking at your friend for a moment while you're talking to them. Like it's,
And remember, that little girl died in hockey about 15 years ago. She, I think, was 12 years old. That's when hockey put up the netting. And that's another serious projectile coming at you, man. The baseball and the puck are brutal if they hit you in the head. Brutal.
Well, that's for sure. God bless. So just 2 quick points. When you were, I think it was Ken who was talking about Schwarber earlier, and when you set the benchmark for him, you're starting with 100 runs and 100 RBIs last year. That's really, really good. So can you duplicate that? This is unbelievable. If you just do simple math, you take the number of games played and then you divide it out, RBIs, runs per game ratio compared to last year, he's actually tracking right now substantially ahead. So he could be like 110 and 1.
Wait, in which category? RBIs?
In RBIs and runs. It's unbelievable.
Well,
yeah, so he's doing better than last year.
My guess is that has more to do with people getting on in front of him then, because he has not been very effective.
Your Honor, I did that math. It's 370 on base percentage in front of him. That's remarkable, isn't it? Right? That's pretty good.
Well, yeah. I mean, Trey, who hit in front of him quite a bit last year, was not that last year. So
now there's an economic indicator that applies to baseball, and it's the one I look at all the time. Of course, I'm happy with the record, and they project 92 and all that stuff. But they're 6-7 against 500 competition, while other teams are 18-10 and 17-12. Yada yada yada.
You understand? I have to get my. Is it called an abacus? What's that thing?
Abacus.
Abacus.
Abacus. No L. Abacus.
Chuck, when you talk, I mean, it's like, I don't know what to do here, man. I'm overwhelmed by. I feel like I'm taking the SAT math section.
No, that's St. Joe Prep.
Joe, all I said was they're 6-7 against 500.
Yeah, that wasn't that confusing.
Yeah, Joe, come on.
Well, you're giving me an on base with this, and then compared to last year, and then,
on base is a tough one.
And they got an RBI projection at
wow,
120.
RBI, those are tough to figure out.
It was a lot of numbers. I'm not going to lie.
I think I've toned it down because James told me to. So I think I've done a pretty decent job.
You have, Chuck. I'm playing around, buddy.
Anyway, notice what the team's record is without Marsh's 0.76 batting average. He'll come back, and then we're going to try to put him back in.
Chuck, hold on. Batting average might be a little much for Joe.
Might
be a little,
so,
mathy.
Wait, real quick, can we say, I think it's a fact, Marsh did finish the month without a hit, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess so.
Wow.
Right?
It's crazy.
I think you're right.
I think what we should be most excited about, I know he did say it yesterday, so I'd be redundant, but Stott and Rojas, with their batting averages right now, man, if they can maintain that, that is unbelievable for what it means.
The Rojas thing to me is shocking, but it's a good development. Chuck, give me an answer. Who or what is overrated?
I was going to say, man, let me just kind of make it a compound thing here. My answer would be TV soccer. I just still can't watch, okay?
TV soccer. Well, it's not exactly my thing, but the World Cup is cool. World Cup's cool.
You watching?
Well, I
like when it comes around again.
Yeah, I dig the
It's
World
going to
Cup.
be here.
Yeah, it's coming here.
We got a lot coming here. So
yeah, and it's going to be a big year.
So what else we got?
We got the All-Star game, baseball All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well, the NBA Finals with Joel.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Probably an NFC championship.
Of
That's
course, yeah. I mean, the 250-year celebration of stuff going on here, right? I would think.
So
what is that called?
Oh man, I don't know. I think we're going to get so shortchanged. Here's my theory: we're going to have a big thing around 1:00 in the afternoon on July 4th, 2026.
What makes you think this?
And because then they'll go down to DC, and it'll all be DC, and we're going to get completely
shortchanged.
Why?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
We were the home base at 76 for 200.
So let's make sure that we feature
It should be at Independence Hall.
I like you going 76 there.
Yeah.
No, but instead of 1776.
No, 1976.
Yeah.
No, that's what I was saying.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you. Oh, I got you. I thought you were talking home base in 1776.
In 1976, we were the spot. And
I got you.
my
My bad.
prediction is in next year, July 4th, it's going to be DC focused. And that's going to tick me off.
Why? If we were the spot in the last time
we
around.
just get shortchanged, man.
Okay, I don't expect that we will. This is a
No, we
huge
probably
deal.
will.
I
I'll make
think
it
that
I'll make
everyone's
it a
aware
$10
that
bet.
Philadelphia is all that.
I'll make you a $10 bet that the national celebration at nighttime, the main national celebration at nighttime, is in DC.
I agree with you.
John, $10 bet. You taking it or not?
No, I really don't know.
Okay,
no,
back down.
It
Ben,
really seems
look at
like
this
a
wuss.
that's
He makes a comment.
It's a dumb bet.
John
Okay.
was,
I don't want to do that.
A little wussy.
It's
John
a dumb
was-
bet.
A little wussy.
Dip back down a little bit.
That the
Came in hot.
broadcast will be in DC for the
Yeah, okay.
Sesquicentennial.
Fair enough.
Is that what it is? Sesquicentennial?
No, I'm just guessing.
I'm glad this guy wasn't on Nickelodeon 30 years ago with Mark Summers. He wouldn't have taken the physical challenge. I mean, come on.
We
I'll
got
take the
slimed.
physical
How
challenge.
great was that? Ben, were you into that as a kid? Nickelodeon, Mark Summers?
not really, no.
Double Dare?
No.
Come on.
Oh,
No.
man.
The thing in the wheel, the hamster wheel?
No, not out.
Oh, it was
Not into
it was glorious.
I didn't watch it.
Philly's
Like,
own Mark Summers.
I know
Is it?
what
Yeah.
sliming
Oh, yeah.
means. I know that that was awesome to watch when you would see like a regular actor get slimed on
Yeah, it's a big deal.
at the Nickelodeon Awards and stuff.
Absolutely.
But I wasn't on top of it. Were you on top of
I
that?
was
Like
in
that
that
was
range.
meshing with your age?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
See,
that was I was right there for that.
good for you.
All right, Rob Thompson sets the lineup, and obviously we've had 3 different leadoff hitters used this year, but it's generally one of the lefties, and in this case Stott lately, and then Trey. That's the way they do it. I want to play some audio for you of Rob Thompson after the game last night. I tend to think that Rob Thompson misinterpreted the question. I could be wrong. You be the judge if he interpreted the question right, because he gives an endorsement to Stott that I'm not quite sure he meant to make, but maybe he did. Rob Thompson last night after the game, Stott has played well lately. Here's his answer about Stott and the leadoff spot.
Bryson Stott looked real good in the leadoff spot again. Is there a chance he's going to get more opportunities against left-handed pitching in that role?
I think so, but I still want to keep Sosa going, and Wilson and those bench guys. But he's swinging the bat great, and he's getting on base.
So the question was about leadoff spot against lefties in that role. And he said, I think so, which makes you think the next time they face a left-handed pitcher, Stott could lead off. But then he starts talking about these bench guys.
He clearly misinterpreted it.
He missed
I think
the
he
in
meant
that role,
Stott's
right?
just going to get more shots against lefties,
Yeah.
period, is what he heard.
You agree, Ben?
Yes, that's what I think was the case.
He missed the last phrase.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clear that up.
And I think they really found something here with Stott at the top.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah.
John is so ready to puff his chest. He was Mr. Pro Bryson Stott February and March
Yeah.
leadoff guy.
I mean, I still
really-
think that Kyle Schwarber's the best leadoff man for this ball
I do
club.
too.
But Bryce Harper needs protection. It's more about the protection for Harper than it is about Schwarber leading off.
Well, the irony
in
is
my
Bryce
opinion.
hasn't done anything since Schwarber got there.
No.
No.
That's right when Bryce started tailing off. And look, those things happen in baseball. But I get your theory that it should help Bryce and probably will. John, the irony of Bryson Stott getting in a leadoff spot, the reason he got there is because Bohm stunk in 3-4.
Yeah. how
It
about that?
had nothing to do with Schwarber messing up. It was Bohm was messing up. I mean, that's how the whole
Yeah.
thing happened. And then Castellanos said, 2 or 3 games into 3-4. That didn't work out. And then Topper's like, all right, he's down to 5. I got to have 4 guys batting the top 4. He's like, all right, Stott, get up there. That's how it happened. But to Stott's credit, man, he has answered the bell.
Taking the opportunity and running with
Yeah.
it. And it really is like last year was an anomaly.
He was
that
hurt.
Injury was everything.
Mhm.
And he really is that good. It's so cool to me. It bothered me when I would watch him watch that thing the whole way into the glove initially. But then I thought, you know what? This is unique. Like, he really does have an additional level of confidence and like mastery and understanding of what's to come, what to expect. I do feel like this kid is a baseball head.
He's got good instincts.
Great
Yes,
instincts.
he does.
His IQ is up there.
Yeah, which I mean, you can see it. It's just exuding.
Yeah, I agree with
off of
that.
him.
The thing that
That's
he does,
why he's a good leader.
Yeah, the thing that he does the best, and I said on the post-game show last night, he knows himself. Like Charlie always says, know thyself.
Yep.
This guy knows himself. We as athletes, if we do something good, next time we want to make it better. Like if I went up and hit a 450-foot home run, next time up, I want to hit one 475. Why? That swing was good enough to hit you one 450. It doesn't need to get any better. Stott knows himself. He doesn't go outside those parameters. He stays within himself. He'll hit the ball the other way. He'll pull a ball down the line.
As evidenced by the fact that he went to the no step approach right away.
Yeah.
I mean, he was sort of the front runner for that. Well, wait, maybe Bryce was. Bryce started doing the no step
with 2 strikes.
Yeah. And Bryson took it and elevated it.
He does it every time.
Yeah, making it his signature. But he took a little page out of Bryce's book and improved on it. Again, I think they're both baseball heads. I don't know. I don't know the details.
You know what strikes me big time, James? I think this will resonate with you. 8 years ago when we started our program,
I was thinking the same thing just
John
now.
Ritchie didn't know how many innings were in a baseball game.
Totally, dude. He's talking stances. I was thinking the exact same thing right there, ironically.
Well, I never, ever watched baseball, ever. It was only football.
All right, so, Ben, I got to tell you a story.
Like my wife.
I think we can say this one on the air. This is one of those things we kept off the air for a while because we don't want to make John look bad. John looks bad, show looks bad. And I got nothing but love for John. I say this with all love and joking. First month or two. Because, John, to your point, you really didn't know about baseball.
I knew nothing. I knew less than nothing. I never played it. I never watched a second.
Yeah. So, Ben, before a show one time, not on the air, but before a show, early months of our program, John asked us off the air. The Phillies had taken a player out the night before. Let's just say 6th inning, 7th inning. John said, well, why didn't they put him back in?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I forgot about that.
Wait. What? What are we dealing with here? So John is.
I mean, I still think that's a weird rule.
But, and to his credit, I think that in the 8 years of doing our show, John Ritchie has watched more Phillies games than anyone on. Like, he has watched 8 years of. He never misses a pitch. Like, he is so dedicated to watching every second of baseball.
It's impressive, man.
To his credit, though, every other sport you can go back in.
Right.
Soccer, football, basketball.
Not soccer. No soccer. Once you're out, I think you're out.
No, you can come back in.
No, soccer, you're out. You're out. Joe's right.
Yeah, World Cup. Well, that's the only thing I watch is World Cup.
Yeah, soccer, you can't go in and out in soccer.
Yeah, soccer, you're out.
Joe, do you know why people play soccer?
Here we go. Dad joke. Why do people play
you knew.
soccer?
We all knew it was a dad joke coming.
I don't, Ben. Why?
So they don't have to watch it.
That's pretty good. Let's get to Joe and Yaden right now. I like that one.
That is pretty good.
Joseph, good morning.
Top of the morning to you and Hammerhead.
And the rest of the day to you, lad.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. One thing regarding the 3 people I can't stand, dislike. There would be the Sanders, father-son, Aaron Rodgers, and the Flop James. I'm so thrilled that the Flop is out of the playoffs. I can't see him as a player.
I'm kind of bummed. I mean, listen, I go back and forth in LeBron. I mean, he's an all-timer, and it would have been, I think, fun to see him play longer in this thing, but they got smoked, man. Look, they don't have a ton around those two, and obviously LeBron's not what he used to be.
They don't have a coach.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't know. He's never coached at any level.
Yeah, that's true.
And what
LeBron's kind of like a coach.
But I'll also say this. Can anyone name who the 3rd best player in the Lakers is? I mean,
it's
who is?
Austin Reeves.
I mean, what is
Come
that?
on, Mr. Fantasy Basketball.
Come on, Joe.
These are rhetorical questions, James. The point is, what is that?
Not a big Rory Hachimura fan?
From his days with the Wizards. I think the Sixers smoked him in that playoff series a couple years back. All right, go ahead, Joe.
That playoff series?
Yeah, well, they played them once.
LeBron James. You need players around you. Okay, I don't care how great you are.
Yeah.
That's simple. And this happened with Miami. Okay, he had great players around him. And in Cleveland. And he left there and he went to the Lakers. So, okay, I'll be fine. Then they did this one-sided trade with, I think the guy's name from
the Mavs.
Yeah, and if it worked now.
To be fair, Joe, the guy's 40 years old, man. I mean,
I couldn't agree more. You're right. Yeah.
So stop playing.
Well, look, I don't know, man. People are very split on LeBron. I'm split on LeBron. I mean, I'm both pro LeBron and anti LeBron. Different twists and turns. Would you agree with that, John?
How are you both?
Right. I mean, don't you feel like there's times you're a fan and then times you're not a fan?
Sure. I mean, I hated the way he sat up there and looked so pompous with the counting off, not 1, not 2, not 3. Some of that stuff. But I think in the grand scheme of things, I have so much reverence for the way he's conducted himself from the time he was a 13-year-old
But in
kid.
some ways, like he's no criminal, no nonsense like that.
All the big ways,
but
he's been really stand up.
But he's hurt the league so dramatically.
That part wasn't intentional. to that degree.
But it wasn't. He wanted the power in the player's hands, and he's gotten it, and it's hurt the league.
And if I, as a player, if I could have wrestled away power for my, my players, my fellow NFL players, if I could have taken some of that power back, I sure would have. I would have tried.
I'm just telling you, I'm split on him.
He did.
All right, Joe, give me an answer, my man. Who or what is overrated?
Before I answer, do you actually follow the NBA playoffs, all of you, or no?
Yeah, a little bit, sure.
Yes.
Okay, I follow hockey.
Well, I do. I follow that as well.
Okay.
How about Ovechkin advancing last night?
30 postseason power play goals.
Well, listen, he really is
ridiculous.
So I feel like 5-7 years ago, Crosby was the more,
without a doubt.
Is Ovechkin now more historically great than Crosby? Because
Crosby's got more cups.
So Crosby won 3 cups, I think. Ovechkin's won 1. But man, Ovechkin's been better longer.
And that's the key. I mean, I think that.
And he's got the record.
Crosby at his height was probably a better all-around hockey player.
Probably.
But I think
that's an interesting battle.
Yeah, it is. I think Ovechkin has overtaken him, though. I do.
And a bigger brat.
Wait, Crosby is you're saying. You're right. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Joe, I need an answer. Who or what is overrated?
Well, actually, the NBA, it's watered down like the hammer.
All right. Well, so the NBA thing, I mean, I don't know about it overrated because we've talked so much about the issues it's got. All right, coming up in a minute, Howie Roseman weighed in yesterday about Jalen Hurts after winning the Super Bowl and what's up ahead. You'll hear that in 1 minute.
Mother's Day is coming soon on May 11th, and trust me, you don't want to miss it. It's also one of the busiest days of the year at restaurants. This year, skip the insanely busy, overpriced fixed menus at the restaurant and show mom you love her with a meal prepared by you from Wild Fork Foods. Not a cook, not a problem. Wild Fork makes it so easy to serve mom a delicious meal with their pre-made options. Start by serving a shrimp cocktail appetizer with Wild Fork's fully cooked, peeled, and deveined large shrimp. For the main course, she'll love the short rib ravioli or super lump crab cakes, which pairs so well with one of their newest dishes, the creamy risotto. This Italian dish elevates the meal to a whole new level. Wild Fork even has you covered for dessert with a couple different kinds of chocolate lava cakes and a raging debate in my house as to which is better. Creme brulee, New York style cheesecake. It's amazing. Make Mother's Day memorable this year with the help of Wild Fork. Visit their Neshaminy store or one of their other greater Philadelphia locations or shop online for same day delivery. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
All right, Joe Cameron, John Ritchie. We got a packed house today with Ben, James, and Rhea here. Wonderful to have you with us as well. Twitter poll question. The NBA and NHL playoffs just came up. We got a poll related to it, brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question, which playoff have you been enjoying more? Is it the NBA, the NHL, or choice C, not watching either? By the way, Ben, question for you, because we talked about this about 2 weeks ago on the show, maybe a month ago. We had a poll question. I'm curious how you would vote on this. More likely to make the playoffs next year, Sixers or Flyers?
Flyers.
Joel can't answer the bell. Because if he answers the bell, then they obviously should make the playoffs and are much more likely. Like if you get even 60 games out of Joel,
you ain't getting 60.
You're probably you're probably right.
60.
No, you're
60.
Well, my point is that's a pathway to the playoffs. I think you're right. He will not play 60 is my guess. But so do the Flyers start trying?
Yeah, I think they kind of have to.
Rhea, you're getting frustrated too, right?
They have
100%.
They have to.
How many years can you sit out?
No, you can't. And they have so many picks. Like I'm
afraid they're going to sit out another year.
They cannot.
They can't.
No.
They can't. They can't.
Well, they can.
Oh yeah.
I mean, guys, 2 years in a row, they were right near a playoff spot at the trade deadline and traded all these players. Like that's sitting out.
Yeah.
Remember, Jonesy came on our show and said, "Don't be surprised if we trade away guys right before that."
I mean, 2 years in a row.
2 years in a row.
At the trade deadline, let's trade all our good players.
But they finally have something they can build around.
Yeah, but I fear they might not think they have enough to start going for it. Let's have another year.
Do we have a goalie yet?
Listen.
Kind of need one of those.
Carter Hart killed him.
Unbelievable.
He killed them.
That whole thing.
He killed them.
Is just such a train wreck.
I mean, because he was starting to play bad before he was exited.
Yeah.
But the whole thing, not good.
Joel Embiid, what happens if he's healthy?
He probably won't be though, John. He just.
Hey, this last season, the wear and tear was minimal. He got a surgery. We don't think the surgery fixed exactly everything, but if it's better, and
I guess we're going to know by mid-October. Can he play or not? I mean, it's not going to. I think it's not going to take long to get a sense of has he rediscovered the fountain of health or not.
Was that elective surgery?
Which one?
The most recent one.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it was a.
I mean, a doctor's not going to do it if you don't need it, right?
It's all very murky. The whole what the surgery did, how much it'll help.
He didn't play for such a long time, and all of a sudden, you know what? I'm going to get this cut.
But it wasn't even a big surgery, from what we understand.
Correct.
Yeah.
So why didn't he have it done?
Well, it seemed like they were waiting to find exactly what the right surgery was, and there was some indecision as to what would work best.
So he took all that time off to have a scope.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's like, that doesn't make sense to me.
It's mismanagement at yet another level.
But Ben, here's one of the problems, at least as I understand it, based on things Spike has said. There's no surgery known to fix the problem.
Right. You're not going to be able to put the shock absorber back in there.
Right.
There might be multiple procedures that need to be done that you just can't do them.
I mean, don't they say there's John, you're so much better at this stuff to me, but is it cartilage? Or saying if you don't have cartilage, then you get bone on bone?
That's bone on bone.
Yeah, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no regrowth of that,
well,
right?
Here's the thing. Now they can do some things. They can do things. I don't know that they can do things for Joel.
Yeah. All right. This Hurts related audio from Howie. We're going to get to that next. I'm sorry. We got really derailed. I'm going to play that as soon as we get back because it's interesting. Howie Roseman talking yesterday about Jalen post Super Bowl. It's good stuff. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics on 94 WIP.
After years of wear and tear, you've made a decision. It is time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. Talk to your doctors. You got a date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you because you might not know that attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. Then once you've got your new replacement, you already trust NovaCare's physical therapist to help you fully heal because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management because your joint replacement needs are very unique. NovaCare's team will develop an individualized treatment plan. It'll get you back to feeling strong and, more importantly, to the things you love. NovaCare, to learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to novacare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
What up, Philly?
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders, the smartest way to drive tariff-free.
The PGA Tour is coming to Philly. The Truist Championship will be played at the Philadelphia Cricket Club's iconic Wissahickon course, May 7th through the 11th. Don't miss your chance to watch the top PGA Tour players while enjoying specialty cocktails, Philly's favorite foods, and a variety of fan activities. Kids 15 and under get in free with ticketed adults, so bring the whole family and enjoy excellence at every turn. Tickets are selling fast, so secure your spot at truistchampionship.com.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome and times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet.
Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet Gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
What's up, baseball fans? Go Yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Wes Welker. The 44-year-old former wide receiver holds the NFL record for most catches by an undrafted free agent. Earlier this month, the former All-Pro caught on with the Commanders as a personnel analyst, and boy, was he a great player. Happy birthday, Wes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies on a 4-game roll. They're beating the Nationals 7-2. They could sweep out Washington. Later today, 6:45 p.m., live here on 94 WIP, Taiwan Walker on the mound. In March, the Eagles acquired offensive lineman Kenyon Green from the Texans for CJ Today, according to the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Eagles are declining Green's fifth-year option. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mix of sun and clouds, high of 78. It is currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports.
He gets the red. All right. Hope you're having a great start to your Thursday morning. We got a lot this segment, including life advice with the Hammer, Belichick with a statement yesterday, and more. Let's listen to Howie Roseman, because he was on with Rich Eisen yesterday on a national outlet and talking about Jalen. This is pretty cool. Jalen after the Super Bowl, meaning not like the day after the Super Bowl, but the concept of Jalen attacking a new season with the Super Bowl under his belt. Here's Howie Roseman with Rich Osmond.
What do you think he's going to look like or come across like in a way now that he's got a trophy in the case together with you, Howie?
Yeah, Jalen's had an unbelievable start to his career. Maybe one of the most process-oriented people I've ever met. And when you're that process-oriented, it doesn't change by success. You continue to do the things that have made you successful and look for ways to increase your level of being successful. And that's everything I've seen for Jalen in this offseason. He's here every day. He's working extremely hard to continue to improve. And that's really what we're all trying to do here. We're trying to get better. We understand that it's hard to win championships in the NFL. And, for us, picking later in the draft, having less resources than we do, we got to all do a better job. We got to continue to find ways to find edges, to compete at a championship level, and that's the goal.
That is the goal.
This is so amazing. Think about this concept. We have a quarterback here who was just the MVP of the Super Bowl, and because the way Howie puts it, because he's process driven, the way he computes all of this, he's going to keep doing things the way he has and add to that process because it's worked so far.
Yeah, not be a fat cat and keep attacking. And
the
that's
point is he's here.
Yeah.
And if he follows that up with saying he's here, he's doing the offseason program essentially. I can't tell you how rare that is in today's NFL, and I'm just assuming it's not normal.
Today's NFL based on 20 years ago with you?
The fat cat, yeah.
Ben, is that what today's NFL is?
Cat.
John's experience 20 years ago? I can't tell you, based on my experience 20 years ago, how rare that is today.
The fat cats don't show up for the offseason program. Joe doesn't know. And
why don't show up for the first program?
The young guys are there. The young guys are there because they have to be.
To prove something.
These OTAs, they're mostly voluntary, which means they want you there, except if you're Jalen Hurts. But Jalen shows up. Like this is uncharted territory.
Listen, the guy's wired the right way.
He's still getting all those reps in. He's still doing the OTAs. The starting quarterbacks, the starting everything, they're rarely there for these off-season events and for the workouts every day.
Yeah.
We've got our guy there all the time. But imagine the unity that creates I just never seen anything like this.
Well, we've seen something like it, but it's good that he's wired that way. It's
No,
really. It's
I
really
haven't
good.
seen a star show up every day of the offseason. It's just not normal. It's not what you expect in the NFL, and we're lucky to have it.
No, listen, it's going to be fascinating to see Jalen, post Super Bowl. I think he's going to get better. I do.
He absolutely.
I think he's going to
is.
get better.
He's working beyond work. He's actually like deduced the best way to work at this.
Yeah.
Like the process, like how he's talking about.
Sure.
I have so much confidence
All right,
in where
looks
he's
like
going with
someone not getting better is Belichick. So let's tackle this one real quick and then right back to the phones. Let's play the audio. We've played it a few times this week, but when his girlfriend interrupts the reporter who, or the, what do you call this person? The interview person who's interviewing Belichick for the CBS show Sunday Morning, which is a good show, by the way. This is a bizarre exchange. She's essentially off the main camera, but she's visible on a different camera. And this very odd thing happened broadcast on Sunday.
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
That's off camera. Ben, that was off camera that she says that. You know what would have been amazing? If the reporter had not turned to his right and responded no back to her no, if he just stayed locked on Belichick.
Ignored her.
Because I'm interviewing you, Bill Belichick.
Right.
I'm not speaking to her.
That came out way too easily for her.
Well, and they're saying apparently it happened many more than one time. But let me say this. Belichick's not happy now about the criticism, and he may have a point. Let me read you his statement yesterday. Belichick yesterday issued a statement. Here's what he wrote. I agreed.
Hold on. Here's what they wrote.
Thank you, John.
Could be. But here's what Bill Belichick released. I agreed to speak with CBS Sunday Morning to promote my new book, The Art of Winning, Lessons from My Life in Football. Prior to this interview, I clearly communicated with my publicist at Simon & Schuster that any promotional interviews I participated in would agree to focus solely on the contents of the book. Unfortunately, that expectation was not honored during the interview. I was surprised when unrelated topics were introduced, and I repeatedly asked the reporter, Tony, I don't know how to say his name, Dakapuli, I don't know how to say his name.
Sounds like you nailed it.
Yeah. And I repeatedly expressed to the reporter and the producers that I preferred to keep the conversation centered on the book. After this,
I think that's fair.
No, he might have a point, John. He really might. Here we go. After this occurred several times, Jordan, with whom I share both a personal and professional relationship, stepped in to reiterate that point to help refocus the discussion. She was not deflecting any specific questions or topic, but simply doing her job to ensure the interview stayed on track. Some of the clips make it appear as though we were avoiding the question of how we met, but we have been open about the fact that Jordan and I met on a flight to Palm Beach in 2021. The final 8-minute segment does not reflect the productive 35-minute conversation we had, which covered a wide range of topics related to my career. Instead, it presents selectively edited clips and stills from just a few minutes of the interview to suggest a false narrative that Jordan was attempting to control the conversation, which is simply not true. John, your reaction.
Okay. I think that's fair. I think he and Jordan have made really good points. And that if the interview was supposed to be specifically about the book,
which CBS denies, by the way.
Yeah, they do.
So no limitation.
So here's
there's no way
Sorry.
CBS agrees to that interview when they can't.
Maybe.
Joe,
No way.
I am
CBS
a devotee
News?
of that show.
I love that show.
Okay.
Might be the best show on TV.
It is.
Yeah.
And when those people get interviewed on that show, they're asked about everything.
Yeah, there's no way.
I mean, I'm sorry.
So I tend to think you're right
Yeah.
that they didn't agree to it. Here's the trapdoor I think that happened, and this is on the Belichick end, and he's probably really ticked at this group. I think the publisher, Simon & Schuster, did not properly convey to CBS his wishes that it be only about, quote, the book. I think Belichick told the publisher, and the publisher did him dirty by going to CBS and not drilling it down.
He might not have known that they were that. I mean, maybe he never watched.
He's saying I told
that
my
show.
publisher.
Yeah, well,
But what do we know happened between the publisher and CBS?
Here's what I think happened. From reported behavior of
Mhm.
her in that interview.
Yep.
Like she stormed out once. It became, to CBS,
Yeah,
it became
the
about
story.
her.
Yeah.
Of course.
It became the story.
Yeah.
So that's on her
I agree.
and Bill. But
Also-
I watch that show all the time.
Yeah.
All those interviews encompass everything.
Yeah, but the one thing is we don't know when we as a viewer
Yep.
can't possibly know when parameters are put on what those parameters were.
And here's
I
what I-
assume that happens from time to time.
And Joe, here's what I'll tell you. For 25 years, I booked guests for Annie
Yep.
Lowe. And, some people would say, I don't want to talk about this. Now, if it was a major story, I'd be like, well, you can't come on and not talk about it.
No question.
But there will be certain things, and I'd go, okay, I have to run it by Ange. And, those things are what's the word? Talked about.
Discussed or sometimes even understood.
Here's CBS wouldn't blindside an interview because they would never get them again.
That's right.
So, I mean, to me, it's always easy after the fact for somebody like Belichick because they don't look like how a story looked to say,
Yeah.
we told them we weren't going to talk about that. Well, then they wouldn't have asked about it. They're professionals.
Again, I'm just going to say my theory is Belichick communicated it to the publicist and the publicist did not communicate it to CBS. That's my theory.
I also didn't realize he met her when she was like 20 or 21.
Yeah.
Based on that.
So they're also trying to
Even more credit to Belichick.
Yeah, I would go the other way, buddy. I could not be further from you on this.
He said my personal
Like,
and
it is-
professional relationship with her. What professional
Yeah.
relationship is there?
She's his publicist.
The whole thing
She's
is.
kind of she's a
He's
catch.
managing
I believe there's a word for it. It's
affairs.
icky.
Thank you, James.
I don't know that word, but
Very
fair enough.
icky.
What does it begin with? Oh, the word's icky?
Icky. It's
Oh,
icky.
okay.
The whole
I think
thing
you're
is
saying
icky.
the word.
No, I'm saying the word that I think of when it's icky.
I got you. All right, to the phones we go. John and Manioc right now. John, good morning.
What up, man? You have such a good variety show. And I wanted to talk about so many topics, and I'm just going to avoid the Belichick thing because I agree. It's icky, man. I just don't want to hear this. I want to think of him as the great, defensive mind and an NFL innovator. I don't want to think of him as this dude dating someone that's like, way young. So let me move on for a second there. The Flyers, they have a legitimate chance to get a top 4 pick, and then you have Edmonton and Avalanche picks. This is the year. I'm with Rhea. You got to go get some young talent around Mitch Cobb and then give him a few years to grow. That'll be fun to watch, but this is the time you got to go. Then maybe you can get a veteran or two to come in because you have young talent. As far as the Sidney Crosby versus Ovechkin thing, I'll tell you what. A lot of people in sports talk and in general, they interuse the words best and greatest and top, and they're different. The best swimmer of all time is whoever has the current 50-yard freestyle record. I don't even know his name. The greatest swimmer of all time is Michael Phelps, full stop. You know what I mean? Like there's an internal thing. There's the external thing too. The records, the Wheaties boxes, the media stuff. So Ovechkin
I don't think the
is such a-
50 matters, man, in
Well, I'm just
swimming.
saying whoever the fastest
I get your
swimmer,
point. I get
whoever
your
the
point,
record
John.
holders are,
Yeah.
like all of Phelps' records
Mm.
are broken, but he's still the greatest swimmer of all time. He got kids into swimming. You know what I mean? Like he was a bigger force.
Sure.
Ovechkin, what a lot of people don't know about Ovechkin, he's very close of getting the all-time hit record. So talk about longevity.
Wait, what does hit mean? Hits delivered?
Yeah, hits. NHL hits. He's going to
They
be the
track
leading-
that?
He'll have the most goals. He's almost the most goals and the most hits. Think about how long you
Well, he's
played.
a physical player.
He doesn't
Yeah.
back down
Hits.
from anybody.
That's amazing.
Well, you know what he
does not back down.
You know what he really is? He's what we hoped Lindros would be.
Yeah.
It's kind of what he is.
Exactly right. Lindros
Yeah.
is too. He got injured too often.
He got
Ovechkin,
injured.
He's back in like a month.
But man, Lindros
So
was
It was a show.
so good.
Big E.
I mean, he
Big
would
E was
step
so
on
good.
the ice and it was so exciting. My
I love
God.
I love it. But I was just going to say, last thing, just, Trey, as long as you go 3 for 4, 4 for 4, I don't care. Make some errors as long as we win the game. The bullpen, I've been saying it on your station for a month. I don't know how you go from Kimbrel getting knocked out of the playoffs, Carlos Estevez walk-off grand slam to be out of the playoffs, and then you come back with a Jordan Romano off the trash heap. Go out, get a legitimate closer at the deadline, get Mason Miller, put an end to this nonsense. And the most overrated thing, obviously, is lobster, because anything you need to dip in butter, it's not that good.
I don't take lobster either. John, always good hearing
I
from
don't
you.
like lobster that much.
I love lobster.
Love lobster.
I'll
Yeah.
take crab over lobster
Oh, yes.
any day. I'll take scallops over lobster any day. I like lobster.
I love lobster.
I like lobster less.
I think
than
all
the
those things are
other
great.
Shellfish.
I don't
I'm
put
with you,
butter
John.
on my lobster.
I don't either.
I put
lemon.
I
Same.
squeeze lemon.
I
You
would
and
take, I would take crab
aligned.
over linguine from a strip club any day.
Forgot about that one. Were you here that day?
I was here.
Oh my God.
I sure was.
I mean, strip club takeout.
Takeout.
Sometimes guys got to do what a guy's got to do. All right, coming up in a.
I thought about that the whole way home.
I heard from a lot of
That's
people
amazing.
about that one. I really did. All right, life advice with the Hammer up ahead in 1 minute.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. We've seen their operation. We've done our show from PDQ headquarters. The people, the technology, it's just so impressive. So if you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
My life's a waste of time. It's time. I'm a tool for life advice with the Hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe the Camera?
The Hammer.
I'm an idiot. You know, one thing that strikes me real quick before we really fully crank up life advice, the Belichick thing, just reflecting back on it, one of the big elements of it, I think, that's been under-discussed is how much this is going to really hurt his chances to get back in the NFL if he wanted to.
Oh, I think he's done.
I think he's done too.
Hmm.
Like, he may have been, I want to go to North Carolina for 7 years and coach their guy. He may have been, I want to coach, be there for a year. I want to get back in the NFL and break Shula's record. But John, Shula's record is
I don't know
monster.
that this impacts
it does.
his ability
I
to
think it
get
definitely
in
does.
the NFL.
There's so many people.
Who wants this running around the organization? Like, who wants
I don't
Jordan
know.
Hudson
Those
as like one of the 5
owners
most
in the
important people in your
NFL,
organization? Like,
they know
no
he
way.
can coach them to victories. They know that his defensive mind can win games in the NFL.
But John, 2 years in a row, no one hired him.
understand.
2 in a row.
I understand. If we need to see what it looks like at UNC, we need to see what those defenses can do, and that's what translates. I don't care about the personal stuff. I guarantee owners, if the proof
disagree.
on the field is good enough,
owners care about the
they're
personal
going to take
stuff.
a risk.
Owners, because the
And
personal
especially if that risk is Bill Belichick.
No, but the personal stuff is, are you going to be a pain in the ass to me and my?
And am I going to have to deal with this? Is this
Right.
going to cause problems in my organization? Are these going to be stories?
went down to the 5th round.
Yeah, like
They're so
people don't
used
want
to
to deal with it.
handling
And by the way, how
that
about
stuff,
North
guys.
Carolina? They had that deal set up for Hard Knocks,
Yeah, and she supposedly derailed it.
and that apparently cost them what, 250,000?
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah, it's big business.
That's
They're
not good,
used
man.
to that.
all right. Life advice is brought to us by and it's just Shula. I mean, so it's really going to be Andy versus Shula. Does Andy Reid track down Shula? Does he want to?
I think he does.
Look, man, he's not that far away. He's a couple seasons. Andy Reid can hold the record. That is amazing. Life advice with the Hammer brought to us by MHS Lift. If you're looking for forklifts, a warehouse efficiency assessment, any type of material handling equipment, or if your equipment needs repairs, get yourself to MHSLift.com. They're great people, do wonderful work. MHSLift.com. Seltzer, what does someone need help with today?
We got a doozy this
Oh,
week.
God.
Like maybe as much of a doozy as we've ever had. All right, you ready? Here we go.
No, I'm not.
Well, get ready. This is your segment. Cardinal Blue Jay on Twitter tweets in.
Well, get a new name.
Okay. I'm assuming it's a fake name and really assuming it once I read this. All right, here we go. I've been dating this girl for a little while now. She lives with her mom. When I stay over for the night, let's just say one time the mom asked me to visit her too.
Hold on. Stayed over and the mom asked to visit her too. I
Mhm.
got it. Okay.
Now it's become a weekly thing. I want to end it with the mom and be honest with the girl, but how do I present this without ruining both relationships? Help me, Hammer.
All right. I need you to all refrain from commenting until I'm done playing the drops. Okay. Here we go. Here's my response.
Bang! Bang!
And that is life advice with the Hammer.
Yes! Oh, yes!
That's it. I'm done. That's my advice. That's it. Can't do better than that.
Oh man.
That's it. Am I wrong?
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's the segment.
James, you like that one?
That's really good.
Was that a creative answer?
Jimmy really liked that
Oh,
one.
Yeah.
I was not
Clearly.
expecting it. That really caught me off
Hey,
guard.
what do you want me to tell you? Look.
No. I want you to tell him no. I want you to tell him stop it.
Run.
It's unbelievably wrong.
Yeah, it's a disaster. I really don't quite know what to say. If you tell your girlfriend, then she's going to have a heck of a problem with her mom.
There's just nothing that you can do now. Like,
Well-
this is. There's no way out. Man.
There's something you can do.
Honestly, I think what you have to do is just break up with the girlfriend and never tell her why, never mention it, just move on. But you have to break up with her and move on.
Well, it's
Yeah,
a very
I
easy
think it's
situation.
over.
If you don't care about the girlfriend, then, I'm not
it
saying.
seems like he does, but I don't know how
I'm
much
not
you can
saying-
care about the girlfriend
No,
when you're doing
you
that.
don't
You know
care
what I
about
mean?
the
Like on a
girlfriend
real
if you did
level.
that.
If you don't care about the girlfriend, you cheat. You break up on the girlfriend and then you get with the mom.
Oh, no.
Because that way
can't.
that way you haven't cheated.
Even
No.
but
worse advice.
You've gone daughter mom,
Don't.
and then you get back with the daughter,
Just
and you
stop.
get to the mom.
Stop doing what you're doing.
Go.
Ray, name the movie. 1970s.
Graduate.
Correct.
Yeah. Isn't it 69?
I don't know what that is.
1969, The
Oh.
Graduate. The movie came
Oh,
out in
maybe.
1960. You said 70s.
I was immediately thinking
I
of
see
that
where
when-
your
when
mind
you brought it
went.
up. Yeah.
What?
1969 is the year The Graduate came out. Yes.
Listen, Mrs. Robinson had it going on. Nothing like the daughter. Daughter was an all-timer. With that, life advice with the hammer. We shut it down.
My God.
Creative, funny
I
answer.
thought it was great. I thought you crushed
Very
it.
funny.
Phenomenal
That's,
job.
Very inherently wrong.
I have
but
one
funny.
guy that told me he did that one time.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
One guy.
I've
He told me
seen-
he got with the girlfriend's mom. One guy told me that.
I've heard some awful stuff. Really. I mean, like about family members.
Oh, well, hold on. If you're talking about the I word, let's not talk about that.
The what?
The I word.
No.
Okay.
No, but right.
Okay, yeah, we
sister.
don't want to make jokes about
but
that.
What we just heard was
Yeah.
girlfriend and her mother.
Yeah, opportunity
like
knocks.
girlfriend and sister, like extended family, like that stuff is just, man,
Twins.
out of pocket. That's awful.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Can't imagine.
unless it's not.
Just
If it's age appropriate. If they're age appropriate and they're
It's
twins.
still- it's still
like
awful.
the what was the Sorrel sisters in Cruel Intentions 2? Holy
What are you
hell.
talking about?
wait, hold on.
Cruel Intentions
I never
two?
saw
The
Cruel
Sorrel
Intentions.
sisters.
There
Not
was two.
Not only is he talking about his second Cruel Intentions, but he's actually got the characters' names.
Yeah, how do
No,
you know
no. The actress's name.
You know the
The
actress's
Sorrel
names.
yes, the
Just-
Sorrel sisters.
Just as bad.
Yeah,
Trust
this
me.
is bad.
It-
That Cruel Intentions too. Was the first Cruel Intentions with Ryan Phillippe?
Yeah, of course.
And
And
Reese?
Selma Blair,
friend of the
Reese,
show,
and-
Ryan Phillippe.
right, and also the forget her other name, but the other famous actress. But anyway, it's a great cast, and then there was two. And
I
two
did
was,
not know that there was two.
Yeah, two was horrible. but
Probably not as good.
John,
No idea there was two.
the Sorrel sisters.
Mhm.
Let me tell you
my
something,
God.
man.
I've
So,
never heard of the Sorrel
I'm
sisters.
gonna leave it right there. Gonna leave it right there.
Little horny hammer.
That's
Can't wait.
Horny Hammer. There's a nickname that has not been spoken.
come on. Man.
It's been implied. It's not been spoken.
How do we
Are you going to write that one down?
let
Horny
me-
Hammer?
Ben, I wasn't
just flows.
I wasn't
It's too
gonna
good.
I wasn't gonna say it, but now I feel like it's time.
Okay.
All right. And you, Ben, I think will know who this person is, and James, I think you will, and Rhea, you may. John's gonna have no clue. Ben, did you see that? And I'm not making it up. Real person. Mets fan Seymour Wiener died this week.
No.
You know, James, so they always honor that guy. Seymour Wiener goes to all the Mets games.
Yeah.
Guy died.
He passed away.
The Mets put out a social
Oh,
media
man.
post in memory of Seymour Wiener. Guy was like 100 years old.
Wow.
Go to all the Mets games. Guy
Yeah,
died.
That's
That was
too
his
bad.
name.
That's unfortunate.
That's a
Be
tough
laughing
one.
when someone died.
No, but
That's
I
a
mean,
tough one.
I know.
the Mets.
My-
hey,
hey,
the Mets knew what.
100 years old,
Yeah,
you know?
the
Yeah,
Mets knew what they
growing-
were doing, putting that
Yeah, of
statement out. I
course
mean,
they
they're
Imagine
not-
living 100 years with that.
It
with
was
that
around
name.
100. I don't know
What
if
a
it was
good
100.
point, Ben. 100 years of that.
I
I
can't
mean,
imagine.
that's just
I can't
torture.
imagine.
Oh man! All right, time's yours, and more up ahead on a wacky day on 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up at FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to win big today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
I'm Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Clippers might have dropped Game 5, but I'm not losing faith in Los Angeles in this series. They will be back home in Game 6, and I still believe they're the better team. You can expect a big game from Kawhi Leonard back in Los Angeles. I like the Clippers as 6.5-point favorites in Game 6. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Attention!
Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery.
More mega!
It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots.
Something mega got more mega!
Even better odds of winning. It's more...
Mega?
When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
6 locations, 1 legendary name. Hannum's Harley-Davidson, the Northeast's biggest family of Harley dealers. Hundreds of new and used in stock with inventory moving fast. Get yours now while supplies last. Visit HannumsHD.com today.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th,
New customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phils can sweep at the Nationals later today. Taiwan Walker on the mound, first pitch, 6:45, live here on 94 WIP. Rumors surfaced the Eagles were interested in Shedeur Sanders during last week's draft. Howie Roseman appeared on the Rich Eisen show Wednesday and was asked about it.
Were you going to draft Shedeur in the 5th round? That the Browns jumped the line? Everyone thought it's because you were interested.
Yeah, I would say that there are a lot of players that get taken before you picked in the draft, a lot of good players. And when you get to your pick, you're going off the board that you have.
So you went off the board that you had, and he wasn't there when you drafted because the Browns jumped the line. That's what you're saying.
I think everything you said is factual. I'm trying to think of where you're trying to catch me.
No, I'm not trying to catch you.
Entertainment is back in a big way at Borgata with upcoming shows by Sting, Def Leppard, Jim Gaffigan, and more. Purchase tickets at dborgata.com. Mix of sun and clouds, high 78, currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Urban ready. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, hit in the air, right field, pretty deep. Going back, turning, looking, and that is gone. And Kyle Schwarber goes down and gets one on an 0-2 pitch. And it's a 3-run home run here in the bottom of the first, as once again Schwarber strikes first.
I'm still. Oh, here we go.
Graduate.
Ben, as a hardcore baseball guy, do you know the original intention was for Mickey Mantle's name to be said in this instead of Joe DiMaggio?
Really?
But it didn't fit
Ah,
the rhythm.
I didn't know that.
Uh-huh. Because think about it, these guys were more growing up in the
with
Mickey Mantle
Mantle,
era.
yeah.
The Mick.
And it just didn't fit the rhythm, syllables,
cadence,
whatever it would be,
yeah.
the cadence. So they switched it to Joe DiMaggio. Where have you
That's a
gone?
fun fact.
Yeah. Yep. All right, we're gonna get to George Wendt on whether he. Matter of fact, let's do it right now. George Wendt on whether, if you interpret it the way I did, we're cutting this down in his birthday greeting to me on Cameo. Whether he read Richie's name and was like, I don't know that guy, so I'm not going to comment or not. That was the impression I had, John. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I got nothing but love for you. You played in the Super Bowl. You're always
I
good
think
teams.
you're really imagining a scenario that no one else imagined.
This is exactly how I interpret it. He's reading stuff that Amy had written. He gets to your name, and then he skips over it. Let's hear George one.
Oh my gosh. Morning sports guy on Philly Sportsnet. Wow. Hello. You are royalty, dude. So you're the Cliff Clavin of sports, apparently. And Joe is wait, his partner. Hang on. Okay. You're known as the Hammer.
He does move right past it.
Right?
It's like, your partner. Okay.
Yeah, I think he didn't recognize John's name and just said, I'll move on to the next thing. I mean, how can you interpret it any other way?
I have a theory. Just
yeah.
maybe that it was your birthday greeting, so he didn't want to include anybody else's name except for yours.
Could be.
He also, I wouldn't expect him to know who John Ritchie is. I think you're
not.
making it this thing where it's like, why would you think that?
Who's a comp to John 20 years ago? Let's just think about that. Who would be for not an Eagle?
Like
a
Lorenzo Neal?
Maybe a little more famous.
Yeah.
A little more
I think
recent.
Lorenzo Neal was maybe a little more famous than John.
And doesn't have to be a fullback. Just who would be?
All-star.
No, he's way
too more
famous.
famous.
Yeah.
Too famous.
No offense.
No
John.
offense, John.
No. It's all good.
I don't know.
I think this idea that he didn't recognize my name. Yes, he did not recognize my name. He should not recognize my name.
I disagree, John.
You are imagining something here. I think he was trying to read something for your benefit.
Yeah,
and then he comes to a different name and he's kind of confused. He's trying to, make it special for you. He doesn't want to say me.
Could be. I just think of George Wendt as football fan because of the Bears. So I just figured he would know John
Because he
Ritchie.
played a character. You
I
think
think that was Saturday
knows
Night
every
Live.
player
They're
on every
synonymous.
team?
Plus, one of his best friends pitched for the Boston Red Sox. So, yeah.
Do
Go
you think
Phones.
your favorite guy from West Wing actually was the president?
He was not, but you know who will be. Let's go to Jordan in Princeton.
Jordan and Princeton, I agree, could have a shot at being
All right,
president.
trivia question. It's not Princeton, it's Trenton. Who found out? I think that he was going to become president. It's either the president or the nomination. Found out when he was at the Trenton Country Club.
Which is a very nice place. By
It
the
is a
way.
very nice place.
I've been to a wedding.
Who
there.
found out that I think he had either won the election or won the nomination?
Thomas Jefferson.
No, you should be able to get this because he was the governor of New Jersey. He's golfing, and they're like, "Yo, you're the guy." Nothing. Last
Governor of New Jersey,
century.
huh?
About Woodrow Wilson.
I didn't know he was the governor of New Jersey.
Oh yeah,
Not either.
Governor. He went to. That's why I'm thinking Jordan and Princeton. He was the head of Princeton.
Ah, gotcha.
He ran
I knew
Princeton.
the Princeton thing. That jives
Then
now that you're saying
a
it.
brief stop at the mansion as the governor of Jersey, and then he was the president. All right, Jordan and Princeton. Good morning, buddy.
Yeah, I live right along the trail that Washington took the troops to the Battle of Princeton, which was
Wow.
the turning point of the Revolutionary War. I'm actually only about a mile from the house where Washington and Hamilton met the night before the battle to plan strategy. How's that?
That's great.
This is a hell of a show this morning. I mean, we are all over the map. And I think the SEC.
We are.
The SEC.
The Sorrel sisters.
Yeah, oh, my goodness. Amy from Villanova doesn't live with her mother, does she? I just
She
had to
does
ask
not.
that. I wanna-
She does
okay,
not.
just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to hit on a couple of things. Rapid fire, lobster and shellfish. If you have to put butter on it, you're getting poor quality seafood. I know the Phillies, but what I really know is Michelin star dining. And I can tell you the right seafood does not need butter. So people that don't like lobster or langoustine, they're just getting the wrong stuff.
Tell him, Jordan.
Amen.
Thank you. Ben Davis.
Yes.
Great work in the booth so far this year. I did have to buy a wider screen TV for your jawline, though. So
That's funny. That is funny.
I had a chance to make a nice upgrade there, so I appreciate that. My wife, I was able to convince her. I got to shout out James Seltzer, the best music guy, probably the best producer in sports radio, but easily the best music guy. Eminence Front yesterday just gets me going. I will take that at any time. What else?
To put on.
Wild
It's a great
Fork.
tune.
John Ritchie. John, can you call the Wild Fork people and get them to start shipping to Joe as part of his fitness routine? It's health and exercise through food. So I think we got to get him a little bit there. And Joe, I think you've got a great opportunity for the Joe DeCamara annual Memorial 5K to come out of this competition. I think you could take your newfound love of fitness and turn it into an event and raise some money for something you care about. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, I mean, it's something
Can
to
he
consider.
walk the 5K?
He can walk. Hey, as long as he shows up and raises the money, people will take your check no matter what you do.
Yeah,
right?
but now I'm pumping iron. This isn't just walking, man. I'm,
Well, we'll do like a Tough Mudder or something like that.
I mean, my spotter yesterday said he had to tap out because he said it was too heavy for
Oh, that
him.
makes sense. Could you think you could squat like with Jalen?
I don't do the
No.
squats.
Oh, okay.
I need to though. Squats are my least favorite. I
Can
can't
you imagine Joe?
No
with a
one likes
spotter?
squats, man.
Joe
No one
has a
likes squats.
spotter. I like squats.
Did you really?
Hell yeah.
I hate it.
I love squats.
And Ben, respect for you as a catcher because that's nothing but squat, man.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys do it. I mean, 200 times a game, up and down.
That's
up
a
and
little
down,
much.
up and down.
Yeah.
And-
I can't imagine that.
And that's when you weren't
pain
going
in
to
the
one knee
knees.
for the whole game. Now these guys are on one knee.
So
the
is
whole-
is it a lot easier?
It's a lot easier.
I like Ben just called him weak.
No, they're not weak. It's just a lot easier.
Just joking. No,
So
Is
do
it
you
harder
have-
to throw from?
Are your knees now bad from doing
No,
that?
knock on wood, my knees are
How
great.
in the world
Wow,
did
that's
you escape
amazing.
that?
You're really lucky
Really?
with that.
Yeah.
I think so. Are you like
I think it's
one
just
of
because it's something I've done my
none?
whole life. Yeah.
But all the other catchers, when you talk to them, when you talk to guys who've caught as much as you have, are they just
Yeah, some
unable
guys
to-
are banged up. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're
Wow.
lucky, man.
Yeah.
You're a mutant to be able to come out. The
I am
other end
lucky.
of that.
I am very lucky. I will tell
And
you
you
that.
are a mutant.
Hey, Jordan, give me a big answer for who or what is overrated. I still feel like there's a winning answer out there that hasn't been said.
My last comment is I'm just really happy that Bill Belichick found his Yoko Ono. We can all be pleased that someone's going to come in and take the spotlight and make this guy look like a moron and ruin his legacy, right? That's a really wonderful move on his part. Overrated. I'm saying this from a very personal perspective. Jennifer, my wife, I'm sorry, you know it's my opinion. Theme parks. I just got back from Disney and Universal. Disney's okay. Universal's gross. Theme parks in general, they're expensive, they're crowded, they're gross, way overrated. Done.
All right.
I think
I'm
Disney's
going to disagree.
pretty nice. Like as
I don't
far
know
as
Disney,
theme
but
parks go,
Other stuff I've enjoyed.
I really like them.
Yeah.
Well, you don't even like
No,
roller
but I mean, I've
coasters.
been to a few things. I've been to Sesame.
Would you say you're
Place.
afraid of roller coasters?
Yes, I'm absolutely afraid. 1,000%.
Yeah, I don't like roller
But I've been to Hershey Park. I've been to the one.
Love
What's the
Hershey
one?
But
Park.
did
What's
you
the one by
ride the
Williamsburg?
super duper looper?
Yeah, I did it one time. We won't do it again.
Great Adventure.
Is that the one?
There's Great Adventure. There's Dorney Park.
What's the one in Williamsburg?
I don't know.
I've been to that one.
Oh, that's
Busch Gardens?
Yeah,
Busch
Busch
Gardens.
Gardens.
Yeah, I've been to that
Busch
one.
Gardens.
Like, I mean, to me, even if you don't get on the big rides,
Have you
it's
been
fun.
to Wildwater Kingdom at Dorney?
No.
Man,
Haven't.
I really
That was the
love
best.
those.
Me too.
Man, I love the parks,
Well, it's a
especially when
park's
they
a
got the
bad
water and the rides.
I'm crossing that out.
There's no way I'm getting in water with thousands of other people.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Lots of chlorine in there.
Take
I
a
guys.
shot.
like, I like the
Okay.
extra chlorine.
Man, people
it
survive.
was, man.
No one
That'll
dies.
burn
No,
you.
no.
Yeah, we're all good.
All right, Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Now's the time. Visit arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question. Let's all weigh in ourselves how we would personally vote. Then we'll see how John does on the audience, how they're doing. Which playoffs have you been enjoying more? James, NBA, NHL, or not watching either or either?
I've watched more NBA and I've enjoyed what I've watched, but I haven't been like fully locked in.
Okay, Ben, what about you?
Neither.
Okay, I figured that. And you also had the baseball games. Like you were very occupied during that time.
Last night in the newsroom, I said the Golden State game was on. I said, "Oh, the NBA finals are on."
Oh, man.
They're like,
Get this guy.
no.
All right,
it's not.
Rhea, NBA, NHL, or neither?
NBA.
Okay, Richie?
Jeez. I'm guessing.
No, what are you personally?
Oh, NBA for me.
Yeah, I'm NBA too. Look, I think the NBA's gotten off to a great start with the playoffs. Great start.
Yeah.
Now I will watch the NHL playoffs.
Well, the NHL playoffs are
finals, the Stanley
fantastic.
Cup. I will watch that.
No one tries harder, man.
I know.
A shift in an NHL playoff game,
It's amazing.
it is as all out. A shift, every
Mm-hmm.
player, every shift is as all out as can be. Reminds you a lot of Trey Turner playing defense, but Ben Simmons working on his jump shot.
Oh my God.
All right, John, how do you think people voted?
I'm gonna guess people are so fed up with NBA, even though the NBA has been kind of entertaining. They're fed up to some degree, so they're gonna vote hockey on that front. And hockey has such an allegiance; it's close to 50-50. So
It's
50
nowhere close to 50.
Ah.
Nothing here is close to 50-50.
All right.
So first off,
70% NBA.
neither, not into either. I'm a rhymer, like Seuss was a doctor.
Nope.
Good try.
Neither 61%. So
Jeez.
61% not digging either sport. 30% say the NHL. 9% say the NBA.
Well, that's very
That's horrible.
aggressively holding a grudge.
But notable that nationally, NBA ratings are up. So maybe there's some depression here because of the Sixers stink. And that's,
Probably.
reasonable.
Yeah.
All right, with that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Let's hit it with Time's yours.
Drama-free night for our Titans. 4 in a row. Now, not saying that they're back, but, and I know it's the Nationals, but it is a step in the right direction.
I agree with that. That's absolutely true.
Hey, Joe, it's great to hear that you're working out. In fact, yesterday I saw you doing your walk workout. I just couldn't understand. Why were you carrying a pizza? Time's yours.
I do feel bad. Sometimes I'll stop and get some naughty food, but I'm actually doing better with that. I'm really watching what I eat.
Sometime this summer, I want to sit down and have a real conversation of where you guys think Bryce Harper ranks among the best in the league today. Active players, top 5, top 10, top 20. So I'm looking at the numbers. He doesn't even crack the top 50 for me. He's very mediocre to below average. He's not performing, especially for what he's making.
Well, this year he hasn't been, but I'll say this. Entering this year, I certainly would have put him in the top 10. He might not be top 5, but I feel really confident, particularly based on his October success. Very confident with him in the top 10.
Why can't this conversation take place? John Middleton speaking. Trey, good to see you. We pay you a heck of a lot of money to be our shortstop. To be blunt, you've got concrete hands. You are going to play the outfield. I hope you take this well. I don't think you're going to sit out with all the money that we're paying you.
So I couldn't really understand anything the guy said. What was he saying? It's bad audio.
He was
John
basically saying that
Middleton
John
tells-
Middleton's going to tell Trey Turner to move the outfield.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe after the year.
I
but,
mean,
know.
you feel like that's doable, right?
I do, yeah.
I don't know why it's
I
not.
think he could make the. I mean, he's done it before. He'd be fine out there, I think.
I don't know why it
It's
seems
just
like
not going
such
to
a
happen.
Part of the
roadblock
part of the
for
problem,
everyone.
though, is moving
not going to happen.
Joe Jackson Rojas out of center field.
You really think that would be a problem?
Headed to the Hall of Fame now.
I don't think
Shoeless Johan, is that what we're
has any
calling him now?
pull to
Yeah, I mean,
say,
this
hey,
guy,
no.
man, knocking the cover off the ball like that Roy Hobbs. So with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, Ben, you said earlier that Schwarber's one of your top 5 favorite Phils in your lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Give me your 5.
Mike Schmidt, Darren Dalton, Juan Samuel, Jimmy Rollins, Kyle Schwarber.
That was quick. He was ready for that.
Yeah. So how about you? Your favorite 5 Phillies of your lifetime.
Man, I'm not as ready as Ben. Mike Schmidt is definitely on there. He's my favorite as a kid. Dutch is definitely on there as well. Chase would be on there. Honestly, I mean, like I felt like Bryce was getting there. He might still be there, and I think I would probably put Jimmy in there as well.
Rhea, what about you?
Carlton.
Yep.
Dutch. J-Roll was my favorite, I think. But J-Roll and Ryan Howard, I loved him on that team. And I would have to say Kyle Schwarber's inching into that 5th spot. I just have such trust in him. I really do.
Yeah, I do too.
And I like him. He's just a very likable character.
So for me, Lenny's my number 1.
Of course he is.
Yeah, I mean,
it's aged well.
It's all adding up.
Probably Lenny, Dutch. I mean,
I understand you
Schmitty,
so much more.
Schmitty. Probably my favorite on the 08 Phillies was Victorino. I just loved the guy.
It's great.
He had so much heart and spunk and then if I had to pick a 5th, let's go with Steve Jeltz. You know?
Jeltzy.
I'm joking. I don't know. All right, we got to quickly come up with a winning answer for who or what is overrated. Frankly, I got to tell you, I think the audience came up a little small today on this one. So, weddings were said, meaning spending so much money on weddings. Reasonable answer. The NBA, although how rated is it? I don't know. 2 items of food that I thought were interesting: caviar and lobster. Beat the Hammer was said.
I love
Record, yeah. The Beat the Hammer record, I believe, was the
Okay.
answer.
Take it for what it's worth. I mean, things like social media and theme parks aren't going to. Titanic, if you want to consider that. John, what are you thinking?
I thought the Beat the Hammer record was.
I think it's clearly the Beat the
I'm with
Hammer
you.
record.
Pretty
It
strong
just jumps off the
answer-wise.
page.
Yeah, it's a disgrace. I mean,
Take caution in your tone.
you know, I mean, fine. That's the way you feel, then be a fool. Just know this. Last week when I went 5 for 5, I mean, what are you going to do with that? I mean, what are you going to do? But okay, fine. You want to be a hater, be a hater. Hey, everyone. So who wins here? That's Dan. Dan's a butthead. Hey.
Did not expect to hear that on my bingo card today.
Dan, the next time, you know what you should do.
You should keep your mouth shut.
All right. We'll have enjoy the Phils later on, guys. Have a great rest of the day. Joe and Hugh, of course, they are up next.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank, supporting local communities since 1868.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Heading to the ball game today? SEPTA's Wilmington Newark line runs from Delaware to Center City and covers the I-95 corridor. It's a reliable alternative to peak traffic times. Check dctma.org/commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
It's on. Shop the Memorial Day sale at Ashley. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus, get amazing savings on outdoor furniture. That's not all. Get 60-month special financing and have your furniture delivered locally free. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia.
Financing with a group credit, minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details. Our favorite legendary football players know the importance of being quick on your feet. And if bunion pain is slowing you down, it's time to call the pros. Phoenixville Hospital Orthopedics Program offers advanced bunion surgery and foot care to help you walk, run, or break into a touchdown happy dance without pain. With expert care and the latest technology, they'll help you bench that soreness. Score big with our award-winning experts with Tower Health Medical Group Orthopedics. To learn more, call 610-525-1000 for an appointment.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. What do Tom Brady, Derek Jeter, and Bobby Witt Jr. share in common? According to The Athletic, they were all passionate sports card collectors growing up and have never abandoned that hobby. Now, each through separate commercial ventures is getting into the card collectible business, much like Bo Jackson has. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ready? Breaking ball into the air, right field, pretty deep. Going back, turning, looking, and that is gone. And Kyle Schwarber goes down and gets one on an 0-2 pitch. And it's a 3-run home run here in the bottom of the first, as once again Schwarber strikes first.
How about Sherbert? Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilly, you guys been up. 215-592-9494. You know what that was last night? That was a nice, relaxing, easy victory over a bad team.
It was nice to see.
It was. 7-2 Phillies. But we got a lot to get to today. The Eagles draft class, Bryson Stott. We'll get to a lot, including Roger Goodell on the tush push, and we got to blame Hugh Douglas for something going on around here at WIP. 215-592. You'll say 215-592-9494.
So you and Kyle be up here just cooking stuff up.
Well,
I mean,
maybe if you weren't in traffic for 2 hours each morning, you'd stop us.
Hey, speaking of that, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Listen, people, I understand that you have road rage in the morning and you have somewhere to go to work or whatever. Like trying to get it from a truck though, like a semi truck, trying to play bully to a semi truck is not the move.
That dog doesn't hunt.
No, because I saw a guy this morning, the semi truck, you know how big they are, Joe. He's driving this little ass car and he's trying to bogart the semi. It didn't work well for him. Got his whole back end toe up on his car and he's probably sitting there in traffic waiting for the cops to come. That was not bright on your part, bro. Like the semi can't see you. And luckily, the semi wasn't going fast, but to hear it was probably going like 5 or 10 miles an hour, right? But the crunch of the guy's tire and the back bump, like it was ridiculous. And just know you're not going to win that with a truck. You're not.
No. Listen, we joke with you. Traffic was rough this morning. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there still in traffic. So we'll try to keep you company here. 215-592-9494 gets you. But a lot to get to here, as I said. But Hugh, a Phillies win last night. That was a good one. Schwarber, whatever we call him on this show. Yeah, big home run early. Kepler later, Real Muto later, as I see the Phillies with some power last night. Sanchez looked fun. I mean, I didn't think he was totally sharp, but looked healthy.
Ranger was out there with the frosted tips.
Well, I'm glad you brought us there. Ranger with his frosted tips, because Ranger Suarez officially is going to return to the Phillies this weekend. So we knew he completed his rehab and he did his last start and all that kind of stuff. And the question was, all right, when are they going to reinsert him onto this pitching staff? And how would they do it? Now, they were pretty clear the last couple of weeks they're going to do it as a starter, but weren't quite sure how they were going to do it. And now we know. Well, let's listen to Topper on the plan for Ranger and when he returns here this weekend.
Do you have anything on us on Ranger, what his next step is, how he came out in the bullpen?
It was really good. He's going to start Sunday. It's going to be Luzardo, Nola, Ranger.
All right, so that's Topper. My headphones are all messed up. I can barely hear Topper, but I know what he said. He said that they're going to start Ranger Suarez on Sunday, Hugh Douglas. And, we brought this up a little bit yesterday, and we know your take on this, but it doesn't mean we're done battling about this because look, I think the Phillies are in a better place today. They were 5 days ago, right? Nice little winning streak here, and I'm happy Ranger's back. And I think he's going to help this team because when he's healthy, he's a good pitcher. But, Hugh, it's just striking to me that the bullpen, and they did pitch well last night. Even with that, though, the bullpen this season has a 5.03 ERA. They're one of the worst bullpens so far in baseball this year. And we have Ranger Suarez, who has pitched out of the bullpen before and pitched quite effectively out of the bullpen. And he's going to go back to the starting rotation. And we got Taijuan Walker here, your guy, who goes tonight. And Taijuan, and you know that I am very skeptical of Taijuan's ability.
He's hot and cold. Yeah.
But Taijuan has not been a problem this year. In 4 of his 5 starts, he's allowed 0, 1, or 2 earned runs.
Mm-hmm.
They have won 3 of his 5 starts. 1 of the 2 they lost. They scored 0 runs. So I'm not putting that on Taijuan. That was last Friday against the Cubs. Taijuan, for a 5th starter, has been fine. Yeah. The Phillies' rotation is a strength. Sanchez, luckily, is healthy. Wheeler's great. Nola had a rebound Sunday night. And obviously, Luzardo has been excellent so far. The Phillies don't need a starting pitcher right now. They need an arm in the bullpen. And I think they should put Ranger in the bullpen. I know what they're doing on Sunday, but I want Ranger in the bullpen. I want Payne in the bullpen. I'm not getting my way on that. So at least maybe I get my way on Ranger Suarez. Hugh, I think they should just say, hey, Ranger, you're going to the bullpen. Hugh, what do you think? As Ranger's obviously healthy, he'll return Sunday to start. Would you put him in the bullpen?
No. Ranger's not. I mean, I would ask him, but you already know the answer to that question. He's not going to the bullpen, man. He's trying to get paid this year. And that's where his mindset is. That's what his agent is telling him. I'm pretty sure that Ranger has talked to his agent, and his agent has told him, yeah, they're going to try to put you in the bullpen. That's not going to happen. I would not be surprised if the Phillies asked him before all of this came up and said, hey, how do you think he feel about being No, we're not doing that. I don't think they're going to do that. I really don't.
I'm surprised today because we always talk about the your outfit or your shirts, and you were super Grover the other day. Today you're wearing blue. I'm just surprised you're not wearing a Boris Corp hoodie today. You came in
waving
here,
the flags,
unbelievable. This guy. No,
I am just trying to tell y'all how these things.
And I
work.
don't care.
He's gonna come in with frosted tips.
What tips am I gonna frost? They already got frosted tips.
This might not be the right show for frosted tips. No, 215-592-9494. Should the Phillies put Ranger Suarez in the bullpen? Or I'll go off what you said. He might not want to. I'll force him in the bullpen.
I know, but
I'll just say you're in the. Okay, hold on. If you activate him to the pitching staff and you don't write his name in the lineup card ever to start, he's a reliever. What is he going to do about it?
That's going to be a problem. And then he's going to call his agent.
Oh boy!
And his agent's going to give a big old stink. And then, I think this is what people don't understand is that you have other people that are in that locker room that look at that might be up for a contract soon, and they'll say, wow, you see how they did so-and-so? Oh, I don't want them to do that to me. It's a trickle-down effect. I hear what you're saying, and it would be great if he would do that. But I don't know any person in a contract year that would be willing to make that sacrifice, especially when this is your last one and you have no guarantees of anything, of financial compensation. You don't have any.
Well, you don't. No, I mean, that's look, I understand why Ranger might not want to go to the bullpen. And look, we're speculating. We have no idea. We have no idea what conversation been had. And then look, the Phillies might just think that Taijuan is not going to keep pitching well, and he's eventually going to have to be the long man in the bullpen anyway. This is all part of it. I look at the Phillies through a month, and there's been some good, there's been some bad. They're 17-13. They're obviously playing better baseball this last few days than they did the previous week or so. So we're feeling better about them. If you ask me to list things on their team right now, they can improve on. I wouldn't say the starting rotation. The starting rotation is good. It is obviously good with Zach Wheeler and with Jesus Luzardo leading it. Christopher Sanchez back and healthy. And then you factor in the back of it. Okay, Aaron Nola has not been very good this year, but we know Aaron Nola will probably level out at some point. He probably started to do that this past Sunday in Chicago. I don't think Nola's going to pitch to a 2.5 ERA, but I also don't think he's going to pitch to a 6.5. He'll probably be in the 4.5s, and you could live with that as your fourth starter. And I look at Taijuan Walker, who will go tonight, and I'm not expecting anything great, but if you get the level
5 innings,
if you get 5 innings and decent ball out of Taijuan Walker, well, then you can make your bullpen better with Ranger Suarez. I just feel like the Phillies are strengthening a strength while leaving a weakness weak, and that doesn't make much sense to me. And Hugh, I understand, and you have a perspective here as a former player, so I get why that Ranger might not want to do it, and Scott Boras might want to do it, but the team's got to be above the player.
You know what the unfortunate thing about what you just said is? Most times organizations make you feel that way until you get to a moment like this, and then you're asked to make a sacrifice that you know is going to set you back. It's going to help the team out in the long run, but it sets you back financially. And there are things in place that it's called NFLPA and things of that nature, where you owe it to the people that are coming after you not to make that move. Because if you do that, you set a precedent. I know I'm getting into minutia, all of this, but it's a lot of politicking that's unfortunately at this level in baseball and things of that nature, where Ranger can't do it. He just can't do it.
I just want a quick question. What size hoodie do you want from Boris Corp? Because I'm ordering it right now.
Really?
I just want to know. I'll get it for you.
Here and I tried to break it down for you.
I just want to know what
clear
size.
and concise as I could. And you still talk no, that's just how it works. It's unfortunate because at this point, if we're in college, that old college try and that old kumbaya, we're doing it for the team, that dog hunts in college. But when you're talking about financial compensation and this potentially being your last contract, Rangers looking at it like, no, dog, I need to put these starting pitcher stats out there. I need to get back out there, and I need to figure out a way to put myself back in the conversation to get this maximum contract so that when I'm done, I'm good.
Listen, I get that. I understand why he would want that, and Scott Boras would want that, and an agent would want that. I just don't care. I mean, I just don't care. I want the Phillies to win as many games as they can.
I do too.
I look over the next month or two, right? After that, we'll kind of reassess the team, trade deadline when Painter arrives. But for the next month or two, if you tell me what gives the Phillies a better chance each night, Taijuan in the starting rotation, Ranger in the bullpen, or vice versa, I would choose Ranger in the bullpen, Taijuan in the rotation, because I just think Ranger would be better in the bullpen, and Taijuan
because he's done it.
He's done it, and he's obviously he has interest because he doesn't have huge stuff, but he's got some sort of moxie out of the bullpen, and he was a closer.
No, I
I
get what you're saying,
and
but
Taijuan's been fine. Like
yes.
I'm never impressed with Taijuan, but this year, starting when you called his first outing against Colorado, he has pitched fine.
I will tell you this, Joe. For me, in the small sampling size that I've seen from Taijuan to me is better in short spurts.
He has, but he's also never been a full-time reliever. He's probably come out of the bullpen at some point just to help, like last year, but he's never been like for 2 months, he's a relief pitcher where he gets warmed up every 2 or 3 days. That's not what he does.
Yeah, I know, but I think that it would probably be easier to sell it to him in his pitching style than it would be a Ranger in this moment. And that's kind of what I'm going with now. If Ranger does it, he does it knowing that he's probably going to take a hit as far as his financials is concerned. But I don't think he's going to do that. I really don't.
Yeah, Ranger Suarez could figure out his bank account after the season. I got to figure out winning baseball games. Phillies have done a nice job the last few days. 215-592-9494. Topper confirmed Ranger is going to start on Sunday. Should they just force him to go to the bullpen? This feels so easy to me. It feels simple. Taijuan's been fine as the 5th starter so far, and Ranger Suarez has been a good relief pitcher in the past. Let's hear Dave Dabrowski a couple weeks ago asked about the bullpen, and he didn't seem to have any sense of urgency on adding anything or changing the mix out there.
They just have to pitch better. I mean, we're in a spot from the right-hand side. Jordan Romano, who we like a lot when we signed him, thank goodness he's healthy. His velocity is good, but he's going to have to start pitching better, and Ross is going to have to pitch a little bit better, and Ruiz is going to have to pitch a little bit better. Hernandez is a little bit different spot. He was kind of added as the extra guy, but he needs to pitch a little bit better too. So they just really have to go out there and pitch more consistently to get outs. I mean, they haven't missed a lot of bats out there so far. That's not always a necessity, but overall as a group, those guys just haven't really performed like we need them to do so, and they have to go out there. If we're going to be better, 1 or 2 of them are going to have to step up and be better on a consistent basis because you need more people to pitch at the back end of the game.
Well, they were better last night. Even with that, though, their ERA as we enter May as a bullpen is 5.03. I need an upgrade out there. It should be Ranger Suarez. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. Should the Phillies ask or force Ranger Suarez to go to the bullpen? Kyle, what do you got?
Yeah, Scott Boras and Hugh Douglas can both kiss my ass. It's not about selling this to Ranger Suarez. We have him under contract. Make him do it.
Yep.
Tell him he has to go to the bullpen. He's not going to refuse. Call his bluff. He's not going to start sitting out games.
And what is he going to do? Frost the tips more?
Yeah,
I mean,
he's going to go full blonde.
This could definitely.
And Hugh's going to join him. He's going to frost the beard tips.
Well, the beard tips already frosted. Hello. I mean, I'm already frosted.
What were you yesterday? Moldy strawberry?
Yeah, moldy strawberry yesterday.
They're snowy. Snowy tips.
Snowy tips. Yeah, that's good.
Here's the thing. The 6-man rotation, it sounds nice in theory, but don't we know that Zach Wheeler's not really Zach Wheeler likes to go on a regular rest.
Yeah, so
I was
you're
thinking
upset,
that was the first thing that I was
So
thinking.
you're going to upset your best pitcher, right? I think I'd worry more about that than I worry about upsetting Scott Boras, Mr. Company Man, and Ranger Suarez. Here's the other thing, guys. We have to remember this. Ranger Suarez is coming off of a back injury to start the season. And last year, this back flares up. There's a thought that if you continue to throw him out there and eating up innings like as a starting pitcher, what if it flares up again and then you don't have him at all? Like, this is a good way to limit his innings. We know he can do it. He's done it before. He's pitched huge innings in relief in the postseason for the Phillies. He closed out the Padres in the championship through 1 pitch. But he still did it.
Hey, that's a big out.
He's done it before. And look, I'm not setting my watch and marking my calendars for whenever Taijuan Walker has to go out there every 5th day. But I got news for everybody. Phillies won 95 games last season with the worst version of Taijuan Walker we've probably ever seen.
Yep.
Making the 5th most amount of starts for the Phillies last year.
He was effectively their 5th
95 games. And you know why? because they had a great bullpen.
Say he gets it.
Taijuan Walker's looked better.
No, I mean,
this
I get
season.
it too.
Like they can get away with him being the 5th starter for this year.
I don't think y'all get it.
We get it.
No, you
Excuse
don't.
me?
Y'all don't get it.
Ranger Suarez doesn't run the show. Neither does Scott Boras.
I like how y'all say it with so much bravado.
Yes.
In a perfect world, in college, in high school, that dog hunts. Because you know why? You have the threat of snatching somebody's scholarship. Ranger Suarez ain't on no scholarship with the Phillies.
What is he going to do about it?
He's going to say, you know what? I'm not going to the bullpen.
Well, then he doesn't pitch at all.
Okay. And what if he does that?
Head to Lehigh Valley with Stubbs.
And what if he does that? Now that's see, everything that you're saying that could happen. That's a bad look for the Phillies because now the next pitcher that you have come up and you ask him to do certain things, you want him to kind of help the team out. They'd be like, no, dog, I saw what y'all did to Ranger. Not doing that.
But it's also a bad look for him. He can't, if he doesn't perform in the major leagues, he's not going to get paid this offseason.
How is it a bad look when, and I get what you're saying, but it's not a bad look when players look at you and know that you're being asked to do something in the contract year that's going to cost you money.
Well, who was the pitcher on the White Sox last year? Was it Crochet? Or no, it was
Crochet.
Yeah, it was Crochet.
Derek Crochet.
It was, and I forget what it was, but he was being a pain in the ass about when he was going to be able to be used.
So there was trade talk with him, right? The Phillies were interested in the Dodgers, and he said,
because he wanted to be a starter.
If he was traded, he wanted an extension if he was going to pitch in the postseason.
That stuff gets around, man.
Yeah, and he did. Did he get traded?
He did.
Did he get paid?
No, so he got traded this offseason, not last season.
But did he get paid?
He did get paid. He's also better than Ranger.
But that's the thing. But it plays into what I'm saying. He stood on business.
Not really. I mean, they made him. Didn't they have him come out of the bullpen?
Well, he didn't get traded last year. They shut him down last season. They stopped pitching.
And he got paid though. And Ranger would look at that and do the same thing. Like this is where you got to understand. Like another team, the Phillies are going to look at it like, oh, that's a bad look. But another team is going to look at that. And they'll use that as leverage and say, oh, you know what? We would never do you like that. We'll take you. We'll give you the money.
Yeah, so two things before we go to the phone lines. One, I think Ranger might just do it. And I might be wrong, and maybe Boras is in his ear now. I mean, Ranger was drafted here. He's been here his whole career. He's a Philly. He might do what's best for the team. Second, there's a chance that, let's just say Taijuan Walker pitches great tonight. How does he feel? He hasn't pitched poor enough to lose his spot in the rotation. He hasn't. And
he hasn't, but
if he goes out there tonight and throws 5 innings, 1-run baseball, if I'm him, I say, I've done everything I'm supposed to do to keep my spot, and you're demoting me because you got Ranger.
But between the two, who do you think would make, or who do you think would be more susceptible because of the position that they're in to make that transition? With everything that we're talking about. To me, that's Taijuan. No, listen to what I'm saying. Especially when you have his resurgence this year. He's been working on his game. He's gotten better. But let's not forget, a couple years ago, Taijuan did have some mean tweets and was mad about being out of the rotation.
Yeah, he was in Topper then.
Yeah. So to get back into good graces, I'm workshopping this.
I know.
Just to say, hey man, we as well as you've been pitching, we need you to go to the bullpen. I think he would be more susceptible to that than Ranger.
Oh, you're going to bring up the old tweets like, hey,
I'm not going to bring it up.
Left off the hook for this. Now we need you to take one for the squad.
I'm not going to throw it out there. But it's going to be in my back pocket if he pushes back a little bit. Like, dog, we didn't say nothing when you're sending them little mean tweets.
I get it. Listen,
you know what I mean?
I don't think Taijuan's got a lot of leg to stand on. He was terrible last year. I'm just saying, I think they're a better team right now with Taijuan staying in the rotation, Ranger the bullpen, and vice versa.
Taijuan's not a bullpen guy.
No, he's a starter.
Ranger is.
He's a 5th starter.
I'm trying to tell y'all, man, that dog is not going to hunt.
But hold on. You're demoting your guy Taijuan. Really, that's the story this morning. That Hugh has turned on Taijuan Walker.
Well,
Benedict Arnold Douglas joins us this morning.
I've come to realize that no matter what I do in this situation for you guys, I can't win this. I can't win the scenario.
Because
so I'm just
basically wearing a Boris Corp shirt.
But a Ranger can also make things look better on him.
How?
By saying, I'm versatile. Yes. I will start or go to the bullpen for you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask y'all
That's a sell.
I'm going to ask y'all a simple question. Y'all ready for the simple question?
Sure.
And I need a simple. No, because I know Kyle's going to dance around. I need a simple question. I need a simple question answer for me. Who makes more money, a starter or a bullpen reliever?
A starter.
So you're asking him to go into, how long is he in the bullpen?
He's in the bullpen. Well, potentially.
I'm assuming for the whole season.
Unless we have injuries in the rotation, then he comes back.
Or they trade for some people.
So wait a minute.
They just need him there
Wait
for
a
the time
minute.
being.
So listen to what y'all saying though.
Mm-hmm.
You want him to go to the bullpen for a whole season in his contract year, and then try to negotiate a starter's price.
What you are doing is worrying about Ranger. I'm worrying about the Phillies. I don't
trying
give
to
a
tell
crap
y'all
about
how this
Rangers
pockets
finances.
you.
Don't give a crap.
I'm trying to tell y'all how this is going to
Let's go
play
to the
out.
phone lines here. Chris in Middletown. Are you also a company man for Boris? What's up, Chris?
Happy bring your broom to the ballpark today.
Yeah,
man.
we could use a nice sweep today over the Nats. What's up, Chris?
Guys, this whole Ranger to the bullpen thing, listen, what you need to do is you tell them, turn that coat over. And we're not sending Ranger to the bullpen. We're sending Taiwan down into that gutter. All right? I mean, that's what needs to happen here. Kyle and Joe are just angry because they don't understand.
I get where they're coming from. They just want what's best for the team.
Yes.
But y'all not thinking about
Name
this
on the front,
rationally.
not the name on the back.
Y'all not thinking about this
Screw
rationally.
his money.
You see, they don't get it. You guys, you got to think about what's the best thing for the company. You know, you and I.
That didn't sound right.
That's how you think. That's how a company man thinks.
And every man's got his price. You know, I mean, Ranger's just trying to get paid. You know, I mean, he's looking for his last big contract. I mean, you understand? He's trying to get down in Florida. You know, and enjoy his life. You know, maybe end up in Jacksonville or something like that. But like, that's what he's trying to do here.
This shouldn't do anything for us.
Joe and Kyle are wrapped up in their selfishness of they want their baseball team to win, and they're not thinking about what's best for, you know, Mr. Boris and what's best for Mr. Boris's client. I mean, just ask Bryce. You know, maybe he needs an extension too.
It started out so good.
Yeah.
Then it just
the strays are hitting.
took a turn.
You earned these. You earned them.
I mean, this is what we do. You know, they just don't understand. You know, it's just how it's got to be, guys. I'm gonna leave you out because I know we're up against it here. But you know, just Joe and Kyle, have faith. The company knows what's best. We got the best man on that job, Mr. B-O-R-A-S. Boris leads the way.
We're not chatting Boris. 215-592-9494.
We can never allow that to happen
I
again.
know. It's ridiculous. All right. Topper said Ranger is starting on Sunday. I think the team is better off right now with Ranger helping in the bullpen and Taiwan staying in the rotation. I think they should. Listen, I think he would probably do it. But if he puts up a stink like company man Douglas over here, then they force him to do it. Hugh Douglas and Scott Boras be damned. 215-592-9494. Your calls on all that next, and we'll get more into the Eagles draft and really what we expect from it here in the 2025 season. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Today, Eagles general manager Howie Roseman joins the WIP afternoon show at 3. Only on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP. BetMGM is an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pickleballer's hip, laptop wrist, golfer's back.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Runner's knee, cell phone neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 120 providers, over 20 PT rehab facilities, and more than 25 surgical centers all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
6 locations, 1 legendary name. Hannum's Harley-Davidson, the Northeast's biggest family of Harley dealers. Hundreds of new and used in stock with inventory moving fast. Get yours now while supplies last. Visit HannumsHD.com today.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules. Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night in 360 Lounge at Parks Casino. Robert Kelly from Live at Gotham headlines Thursday, May 22nd. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The PGA Tour is all systems go, and so is the new show, Early Wedge, on the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Sportsline experts Sia Najad, Mike McClure, and Eric Cohen alongside myself, Rick Gaiman, Patrick McDonald, and Jason Sobel 5 times per week. The Early Wedge provides the best information for DFS lineups, outright selections, and so much more. Follow and listen to Early Wedge in the Early Edge feed on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball to short. Turner, he's up with it. Sets his feet, throws to first. Ball game's over. Perfect night for the Phillies bullpen. 12 up, 12 down in relief of Christopher Sanchez. The Phillies hit 3 home runs, and all of it adding up to a 7-2 win. The Phillies' 4th win in a row as they take yet another series.
4 wins in a row. Boy, today feels better than yesterday, I can say that much. And the power arrived last night. Homer for Schwarber, or Sherbert, whatever we call him on this show. Schwarber. What do you like best?
Sherbert.
Sherbert.
Not sherbet. Sherbert.
Sherbert. Yeah.
Like sherbert.
Like orange sherbet, which is I think the best.
It's like sherbet. What we're talking about is sherbet, like with a B. It's SHERBET.
Sherbet.
Yeah, that's sherbet.
That's Kyle.
No, he's sherbert.
Oh, what?
Like with a BERT. Sherbert. Kyle Sherbert.
Kyle Sherbert.
Yeah, you know, you got to spell it correctly.
Yeah,
it's Sherbert.
That's we're only.
We try to keep it, you know.
If nothing but accurate here.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We do accurate all the time.
We do the opposite, but we make it work. All right, 215-592-9494. And it was, look, I will acknowledge it was a good night for the bullpen last night. They came in, Tanner Banks got outs, Ruiz got outs. They were able to get through a game without having to use their leverage guys, which has been tough for them. They've had a lot of close games. They've had to use these guys over and over again. And it's led to mostly a taxed bullpen through the first month. But they are 17-13 as we enter the month of May. Now, let's hear Harper after the game last night as the Phillies get ready for the month of May.
Long baseball. Right, so there's always ebbs and flows in a long baseball season, but you guys have been able to gut out a couple of good wins the last couple of days. How do you think you guys are just playing right now at this point?
Yeah, just got to win the month. Obviously, that's key to having success. Being able to have more wins than losses in any given month. So that's what we're trying to do.
Well, and they did do it. It was kind of a weird start to the season because they're 17-13, but doesn't it just feel like they're alternating streaks, right? They were, 5-1, 6-1 their first 7. Then they didn't play well for a couple of weeks. Then they got better, and then they had a tough week, and now they're on a good week. It just feels like up, down, up, down.
Kind of like that's the ebb and flow of baseball. Because, you talk about, just as an example, the Braves and the slump that they were in, and then they went on like an 8-game. Well, they won 8 out of 10.
Yep.
Then they lost the other night. Then I think they came back and won the other night.
So they lost yesterday to Colorado. They lost to the Rockies yesterday.
Yeah, and the Rockies got 5 wins all of a sudden on the season.
5. All of a sudden, it's May. All of a sudden.
But they like 5-25 or something
I
like
think
that.
that's exactly what they are.
But, it's the ebb and flow of baseball. And I think for this team, the power, it's interesting how the power has come back right when we were complaining about the power in the lineup and everything. And now it looks like it's starting to, we having a power surge.
Well, maybe that means we have power here to get things done with the Phillies. We asked for home runs. They do it. Well, the power we're trying to wield and yield today is get Ranger Suarez the bullpen liar. So Topper said, if you missed it, yesterday Topper said Ranger Suarez is going to start Sunday. He's back. He's going to be activated off the injured list. Ranger Suarez is going to start, which fine in a vacuum. Like, Ranger's a good pitcher. I like Ranger Suarez. But the Phillies still have a huge bullpen need. Even after last night, which was a good bullpen night, the Phillies' bullpen ERA this season is 5.03, one of the worst in baseball. It's not good out there. Other than Alvarado and Strom, everything else, you're like, oh my goodness, they're bringing this guy in. Ranger Suarez could help them in the bullpen. And here's the way I would do it. I would ask him to do it. I would expect him to be okay with this. And if he's not, if he's in the Scott Boras, Hugh Douglas camp,
then you're going to play hardball.
Well, I'm just going to force him. I'm a hardball. I'm not going to yell at him.
So how does that conversation going to go, Joe? Let's workshop this for me.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Ranger, would like you to go to bullpen. No. Okay, now what happens?
Well, you're not starting. I mean, we have a 5-man rotation, and we have Wheeler, and we have Luzardo, and we have Sanchez, and we have Nola, and we have Taiwan. There's a spot for you. There's a seat in the bullpen. You'll sit out there until we call you to pitch in the game.
With all that harshness in your voice.
Well, I mean, Topper could be a little kinder. I'm not Topper.
And you expect him to say after that okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Ranger, how those splinters on your ass gonna feel, buddy?
See, Kyle is the worst person to have in a position of power.
I'll be a good PR guy.
No, you would not be a good.
Way too many people on this show think they'd be good PR people.
Oh, no, I'd be a great PR guy.
You would not.
I have
Twitter fingers.
I have what they call the social skills. I have the social skills.
Social skills. We heard you in traffic this morning.
Oh man,
you're yelling at people on the road rage. Douglas made an appearance this morning.
Like, listen, I don't drive a big truck, but I drive a truck, and it's hard to slow trucks down.
I get that.
And when people driving them little ass cars, dipping in and out of traffic, it's like, seriously?
They didn't respect you.
No, it's like we're all stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
So we're all going to the same place, and you don't know me well enough to know if my brakes work like that, or I'm paying attention. It's just ridiculous. I mean, we can avoid so many traffic violations and stuff like that if we just pay attention.
Well, the problem is most people don't really know how to drive. They give out licenses willy-nilly these days. People they're terrible. Anyway, 215-592-9494. Should the Phillies put Ranger in the bullpen? And more aptly, because Hugh thinks he's going to push back or is worried he's going to push back, should they force him to do it? I would. I'm not worried about his contract or his morale or Scott Boras.
You should be.
Why?
His morale, Joe, seriously?
What's he going to do?
If he's not in a good headspace, he's not going to pitch well in the bullpen.
But he's
That's a
pitching
fact.
for a contract regardless if he's pitching here, on the bullpen, or on the moon.
No, but he's pitching for a contract as a starting pitcher.
Well,
He's
for
not-
now.
Yeah, but no, if you put him in the bullpen, you run the risk of him psychologically not enjoying it. He'll probably do it, but he's not going to be at his best.
Well, but you may be right, and
No, I am right.
Well,
With that one,
you may be right.
Well, if you force, how many people you know that when you force them to do something, they're going to be okay with it and be at their best?
It depends. Not at first. Maybe not at first, but it's.
But you'll learn. You'll like it after a while. You'll like it.
Well, why can't we take a page? There's one team in this city that knows what they're doing most of the time, right? That's the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
And the Eagles are pretty adamant about team over player, and they're adamant about evolving and changing when they have to. I mean, last year, they have a $250 million quarterback that barely threw the football at times last season.
And he
couldn't have-
evolved
but he couldn't have been
for the betterment of the team.
Okay, so obviously Jalen's a better player and a more important player than Ranger Suarez.
Mhm.
We all agree on that, right?
Mhm.
Do you think Jalen felt good when they sat him down at the bye and told him the plan? Because even I'm sure Sirianni didn't have bass in his voice like I would have. And he probably said it in a way like, hey, this is the best for the team. This is our strength right now. But effectively, he was saying, Jalen, the less you throw, the less we throw, the better chance we have to win. If I'm a quarterback, deep down, I feel like they don't really trust
You
me.
had to do that for AJ too.
Yeah, right.
Devontae.
And they all went along with it, and they won the Super Bowl.
Well, they as far as you know, because
But they
we've heard,
did it.
we heard. No, they won the Super Bowl, but there were some rough time. There were some rough patches.
Well, when we had Jalen,
I'll take rough patches if we win
Well,
the
there
World
was some
Series.
rough
What did
patches.
Jalen say? They took the governor off or the straitjacket?
Yeah, they
or
took
whatever?
whatever. The governor straight jacket. They both work. In baseball, it's different because even though your team, we see it on a day-to-day basis. You're still an individual, and we got individuals on this squad that won't do things to better the team that we see every day. And so now you're asking Ranger to make a sacrifice. Let me just put it out there. That Trey Turner's not even making for the betterment of the team. That Bryce Harper's not making for the betterment of the team. Kyle Schwarber is, but I'm looking at all these other cats that make way more money than me. And you asking me to do this, and these cats out here making $300 million and won't go to the outfield, or you asking this shortstop?
Harper said he would go to the outfield.
Has he went?
Well, if they signed his buddy Pete Alonso,
Has
the
he
Boris
went?
client.
Has he went?
Well, no, because
Trey
they didn't sign
Turner
anybody
said-
at first base.
Trey
He said he
Turner-
went for the betterment of the team.
Kyle, Trey Turner sat there and went back-to-back the other night, blooper plays, and then sat in front of everybody in our face and said, hey, I'm working hard. I'm getting better.
He's delusional.
But excuse me. You made me call
But
it
your point is they keep him at shortstop every
But
day.
he's still at
No,
shortstop.
I know. I don't like that either.
So now you're asking me, I'm coming back in my contract year. Hey, I want you to go to the bullpen. Kiss my ass. I'm not going.
Guys move for the team all the time. Mookie Betts has done it. Tatis has done it.
Okay, we're talking about other teams, not this team.
Yeah, winning teams.
You know what this team has done in the last couple of months is talking about sacrifices. You know what they've done? They've given you lip service. The only person that has moved and has not complained about where he's batted is Kyle Sherbert.
And what's
and
that
you know
gotten
why?
us, though?
You
Where's
know
that
where that's
gotten
from?
us?
Because he's from Ohio. And that's the reason why, because Ohio people make sacrifices.
But Hugh, we haven't won anything.
We haven't won anything,
lip
but
service,
he's
like,
trying to win. You know what Bryce Harper has done? And I'm not calling him out because he ain't really hitting that great. But you talk about what you're gonna do, but you don't do it.
That's not good.
Well, you know what I would say to
That's
Ranger?
our point.
You know what I would say to Ranger? Be the change you want to see.
You know
in the
what?
world,
You know what?
Ranger. Get to the bullpen.
And you know what I would tell Ranger? If I'm Ranger, you know what I'll say? As soon as you get Trey Turner to move out of shortstop, then I'll move
But
to
at
the
some
bullpen.
point, don't they have to change the tenor?
Kyle said, see how
What he said,
he said fine. With the define.
Well, I wanted them to move Trey
Me
Turner
too.
yesterday.
But
Yeah,
at some point, don't they have to change the tenor of
that's
this?
what I would say.
But start with someone. Someone's got to
Okay,
sacrifice.
well, let's start with Trey.
I tried that yesterday.
Okay, well, we got to try it again today.
I'm just trying to make. All right, listen. The Phillies are a nice little run right now, but we know they're not perfect, right? They got to get better in the bullpen.
But you want to change to start with me? No. Well, Ranger. No.
Just because you're on Boris's payroll doesn't mean anything to us. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phone lines here. Chris in Yardley's up. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Chris.
I'm trying to stay calm here, but I think this is just the dumbest discussion in the world. I'd rather talk about
why are you here then?
The gorilla again and 100 men.
So what do you want to do?
Why is it? Wait a minute. Before we start, Chris, why is it dumb? Why I'm curious. Why is it dumb?
Because there is no shot that Ranger is going to the bullpen.
Why?
I mean, to even think that this is a possibility. I mean, first of all, I need to get at Kyle here for a second. Kyle, at the beginning of your call, you're going to talk about how the Phillies last year were 95 and whatever because we had a good bullpen and a bad Taiwan Walker. What are you talking about?
No, I didn't say because they had a bad Taiwan
Ranger...
Walker. No. Hold on. I said they managed to win 95 games, even with Taiwan pitching as bad as he was, in due in part because they had a really good bullpen.
Well, that's true.
Did the bullpen not help them win 95 games, Chris? Did it?
Did Ranger start?
Yeah, they had four other solid pitchers and a good bullpen.
But
That's
Chris,
the whole point.
There's a variable now that we're all ignoring. They didn't have Luzardo last year. They have him now. So they still have four starters like they had four good ones last year. They're just a different name now with Luzardo.
What are you talking about?
You guys can't come to me or can't say on air that you believe more in Taiwan Walker now than you do in Ranger.
That's not what I'm. But Chris, that's not what I'm saying. I think it's more important for them to add a bullpen arm right now than the fifth starter. The guy that pitches 5 innings once a week, which is what the fifth starter is going to do, 5 innings about once a week, is way less important to me than a guy that could come out of the bullpen 3 times a week in a close game. And Chris, just to your point on I want to ask you a question because you said this is all dumb. Chris, in 2 months, they could have 7 healthy starters, and the Phillies remain adamant none of them are relievers. So either they're going to be the first team to have 7 starters, or they're going to change their mind on one of these guys.
Well, so I guess you're bringing up
Painter.
A point with Painter.
Yeah.
That's kind of, I think, the wild card here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if Painter's 22, and I think when Aaron Nola made his start in the Phillies, I think he was around that age, right? So I don't know what the Phillies are planning to do with Painter. I mean, who knows? We don't know what Painter's going to be in the major leagues right now. We don't know if he's even
I know what he's
going to be
before. I'm going to let you talk, Chris. He's going to be a starter. They're not putting him in the bullpen.
Let's just have 8 starters. No bullpen. I mean, that's fine.
He's not going to the bullpen.
Starter? We don't know.
No, but he's not. I can tell you.
Bullpen arm, can we trade for a bullpen arm? Can we do something like that? I mean, pitching, I think, is way more valuable. And I think the Phillies and everybody else knows that's way more valuable than the bullpen. That's why they get paid like $100 million more each year than a bullpen arm.
Well, they are more valuable, but there's also practicality. Chris, wide receivers are more valuable than running backs, but I don't need 9 wide receivers on a football team and 0 running backs. At some point, don't they have to even it out to help the bullpen?
So I would agree with you if you want to put maybe Walker in the bullpen, but I mean Ranger when he's healthy, and the reason he's starting Sunday is when he's healthy. He's going to be the second best pitcher in the rotation.
Oh, I disagree. I don't think he's better than Luzardo. I don't think he's better than Luzardo.
Would you? I think that the Phillies in a playoff setting, let's say we get into the wild card position like we are right now, and we have 2 games. You think they're going to put Luzardo as the second starter over Ranger? I just don't think that if Ranger looks like himself after this injury.
Well, there's also you said you said himself. And Chris, good phone call. I don't. What is Ranger's self? I mean, last year in the first 3 months, he looked like a Cy Young kind of pitcher, and then he got hurt. I mean, I like Ranger, but he rarely holds his dominance for full seasons. He has spurts of excellence, and then his back gives out, or he's just not as good. I mean, again, I like Ranger Suarez, but we're not getting back Zach Wheeler on Sunday, guys. It's Ranger.
Yeah, but you got to look at it like this too, Joe. Ranger's trying to get paid. He's trying to maximize his dollars.
I get it.
And he's going to that's going to motivate him in a way that he's going to go out there and he's going to try to light it up because he's missed a lot of time. He's missed 30 games. So now he's coming out there. He has to make up for those games that he missed. So he's trying to get paid. He's up against it.
Well, sure he is. I mean,
so he's gonna put his best foot forward.
I recognize that. I'm sure he's going to pitch well whenever he gets in there. I can't worry about his pockets, and I also
he worried about his pockets.
That's wonderful. I'm sure he is. Him and Top Boris. Everyone keeps believing the Phillies. Well, at some point, the Phillies are going to have to change something. Like they've been adamant they don't really want to go to a 6-man rotation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Zach Wheeler doesn't like to be off turn. Even if we remove Taiwan from the discussion for a second, and I don't mean to do that to your guy, Hugh. In 2 months, they could have 6 healthy starting
You're right.
pitchers.
And you know who's going to the bullpen then?
Who?
Taiwan.
No. That's 7.
No, I know it's at 6 now with Rangers coming in.
Painter will arrive in a couple months.
And then Taiwan's going to the bullpen.
But then you still have 6.
They're probably going to keep it at 6.
Well, hold on. But if we're worried about everybody's feelings, because that's what's Major League Buddies here today, okay? I got you. So we don't want to upset Taiwan with the contract. But Zach Wheeler has said adamantly he doesn't like the routine of 6.
Let me tell you what.
Something's got to give.
Let me tell you what I think happened. And this is me reckless speculating.
Oh, I like this.
They went to Zach. And they discussed this with him. And he sacrificed. He said, okay, I'm okay with this. You don't make this kind of decision because they went to a 6-man rotation when they brought Ranger back because they say he's pitching Sunday, correct?
Well, so yes, unless they, after tonight, say Taiwan to the bullpen. Yeah.
Your best arm, before you make that decision, knowing what you know about your best arm, you had that conversation with him. I would guess.
I would hope, yeah.
Because you're not making that announcement and not talking to Zach and asking him, how do you feel about this? Like, seriously, you're not doing that.
You might be right. Another theory is they're just trying to buy time because pitchers typically get hurt, and maybe they won't have to make a decision.
And it works itself out.
Right. But again, if we all hope they're all healthy. So 2 months from now, they could have 7 healthy starting pitchers, which is wonderful. But that's cool. If you have the worst bullpen in baseball, nobody cares.
Yeah, and I mean, to what that caller's point was, I think it's way more likely they put Ranger in the bullpen than Painter.
Are you kidding me?
No, I think Kyle's. Are you
kidding me?
No. If we're talking about what's more likely,
I think Painter could be dominant out there, so I'd want to do that. But if they are adamant they wouldn't touch Painter's development, then I think Kyle's right on this.
I don't believe that. I know that he's going to come up and he's probably going to be on an innings count and all that other stuff, but he's always been billed as a starter. So now you're changing what you had already planned for him. No, I don't. That dog does not hunt. I don't believe that. I do not believe that.
I think the Phillies are. It's almost like pie in the sky. They're hoping they could juggle all these things, hoping it all works out. It'll all work itself out. All I know is this: their bullpen right now, even with last night, which was good. Last night the bullpen was good. It's one of the worst in baseball. 5.03 ERA. By Sunday, they're going to have 6 healthy starting pitchers. One of which, in Ranger, has had success in the bullpen. This feels simple. Why do the Phillies make everything harder than it has to be? They have a shortstop who can't play shortstop. They got a shortstop on the bench who hits, who they don't play every day, and all. They have so many, to me, avenues to make things better, and they just dance around it. I don't get it. Maybe it really is the Boris thing and the agent thing and the money thing. I don't know. 215-592-9449 from Mike in Norristown's up. Hey, Mike.
Hey, what do you know? What do you say?
What's going on?
What do you say, Mike? What's up, buddy?
Sorry, I was in my last set of doing reps. I was doing my bench. I'm with you, bro. I'm 100% with you. He is successful in the bullpen. 3-4 innings. We suck right now in the bullpen. Keep him in the bullpen. Like I said yesterday, they need his tough love. Trey Turner, put him on the bench for a week. Tom Hanks in League of Their Own. Gina Davis, he benched her.
Man, that worked. No, and there's no crying in baseball, Hugh. We learned
There's
this.
no crying in baseball.
I respect the delusion that all 3 of y'all have today.
Delusion?
Yeah, a little bit.
We're trying to win baseball
No,
games.
and I get that. I'm not taking that away from you. And I understand you're a diehard fan, Mike, Joe, Kyle, but all 3 of you guys are delusional.
It's one thing I want to say, and my dad used to say this: tough dogs get fed when they're hungrier. They eat the best.
That's a lot to digest.
But I get it. And you should too.
And guess what? And he said in the morning, it's time to put the women and children to bed and go looking for dinner.
I've heard that.
And that was from the movie The Program back in the day.
The Program is such an underrated sports movie.
Absolutely.
I love the
Starting
program.
Latimer, baby.
Oh, the two linebackers there, they were wild.
Yeah.
Yes. And what was the quarterback's name? Wolf?
I think so.
They played for the. He was.
They were
Joe,
South Carolina State,
Joe,
right? Or something like that.
Northeast State.
Northeast East Carolina, something.
Joe Kane.
Joe Kane, yeah, Joe Kane
was the quarterback.
Kane is able.
And then what was Omar Epps was the running back? He used to carry the ball around.
Yeah,
Omar Epps was the running back, and he had to hold on to the ball, so he won a fumble. The middle linebacker, I forget his name. He was in a lot of stuff. He was a necessary roughness.
Yeah.
He was a terrible wide receiver.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
The linebacker that couldn't read, but he was.
James Wood is the head coach as we drive Kyle nuts here. Mike, good phone call, man. Force him to the bullpen. Kyle, you ever see the program?
No. I think after all that,
No, the program's a good movie. You got to see it. It was before its time. 215-592-9494. Finally, Hugh and I agree on something. The program's a heck of a movie. When it comes to Ranger Suarez and Scott, especially the Boras thing, I could give a crap about what Scott Boras thinks.
I could too, Joe, but I'm just trying to tell you how these things work, man. I am just trying to add insight. I'm trying to take you behind the veil, and I get called mean and hurtful names.
Company man.
Company man and Boris Court and all of that other stuff. I got called what they called us just there, wilted, a rotten strawberry.
Moldy strawberry.
Moldy strawberry.
Yeah. Well, that was because your shirt.
Yeah, but it's in the beard.
Yeah.
I don't understand why I come on here every day and try to sprinkle y'all with wisdom, and y'all ain't trying to receive it every day.
Yeah, we don't care.
I know, but I'm here. God put me here for a purpose. And my purpose is to educate. And I will take all this ridicule because I know at least I'm going to reach one person out there on YouTube.
You think?
Yeah, one. I'm gonna reach one. And if I reach one, my work here is done for today.
Has anyone learned anything in the first hour? I doubt it. Nope. 215-592-9494.
Learned a lot about Hugh, actually.
Yeah, that's true. We'll get back. Boris does not represent radio hosts, right? You know this.
No, he doesn't. I'm not trying to give him the representative.
Well, actually, if he could represent us,
we would cry for help.
We would all say yes. I mean, he's good at what he does. All right, we'll get back to calls on this next. I think the Phillies should move Ranger to the bullpen. They're going to start him Sunday. That's wonderful. He wants to take one start, great. But he should be in the bullpen no matter what Scott Boras thinks or Hugh Douglas thinks or anyone thinks. Plus, we'll get to what Howie had to say about some of his draft picks recently when he was on with Rich Eisen. And I want Hugh's take and everyone's take on something with this draft class in particular. 215-592-9494 for this hour, 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your card 94 only at Sunoco on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know. Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it. Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
When you combine highly skilled surgeons and the world's most advanced surgical robots, incredible things can happen. At Virtua Health, this technology in the most capable hands provides unmatched precision and attention to detail, leading to fewer complications and faster recovery times. Because there's nothing better than getting back to what you love. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
Attention! Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone? Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery. More mega! It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots. Something mega got more mega! Even better odds of winning. It's more... Mega? When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5. Mega! Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, John Ritchie here. This Mother's Day, skip the insanely busy, overpriced, fixed menu restaurants and show mom you love her with the homemade meal prepared by you from Wild Fork Foods. The Forkies can help you prepare an amazing meal that screams Happy Mother's Day. Pick up Brazilian beef tenderloin, only $10 per pound, or extra large Argentine red shrimp, only $11.50 per pound. Visit their Neshaminy store or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations or shop online for same-day delivery. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Listen, mom loves anything you give her for Mother's Day, but what she really wants is a call or a visit. Anything to feel close to you. And a digital picture frame from Aura will go a long way to making her feel closer to you. Help mom miss you less by putting the power of technology to work. Aura Frames was named the best digital photo frame by Wirecutter and featured in 495 gift guides this past year. I absolutely love it. There's no doubt in my mind my wife Janet is getting one of these things. She loves pictures so much. I know she is going to love this product. So the next time you need to call your mom, you can also send her a new pic of you from that trip that you were telling her all about right from your phone. Aura has a great deal for Mother's Day. For a limited time, listeners can save on this perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off plus free shipping on their best-selling Carver matte frame. That's AURAFrames.com. Promo code ROAM. Support the station by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions do apply.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. 40 million.
That's what Texas has to spend more than anyone in college football. Twice what Ohio State spent to win it all last year. So what's left to blame if they fall short? Arch Manning's got the name. Sark's got the talent. And the program has everything money can buy. Now comes the part Texas hasn't figured out in 20 years, how to win when it actually matters. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Broadcasting worldwide on the Odyssey app. And on your radio at 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys are up. 215-592-9494. That's how you get aboard here. We'll get to the latest what Roger Goodell said about the tush push moving forward. That vote's about to be up again as we enter the month of May here. The prank call situation in the NFL, which went rampant over the weekend. And we got to blame Hugh for something we heard on WIP yesterday. So a lot to do here on the show. 215-592-9494. Right now, though, we continue talking about the Ranger Suarez situation. He is healthy. He's going to start on Sunday, according to the Phillies, which is in a vacuum fine. Ranger's a good pitcher. I like Ranger. I'm happy he's back and healthy. He certainly makes the team better. But I'd put him in the bullpen because right now, and we'll see what he does tonight, but your guy, Hugh's guy, Taijuan Walker, has been fine to start the season. He's pitched 5 games in 4 of his 5 starts, 0, 1, or 2 earned runs. Not bad. They can get away with that kind of 5th starter if you have a better bullpen. Right now, the Phillies bullpen, even after a good night last night, has a 5.03 ERA. I put Ranger down there to make it better. And Hugh, citing, his emotions and money and contract, sounds like Scott Boras over here, doesn't want to put him in the bullpen, or at least you wouldn't force him to do it.
Well, I don't think you can. And I think that's the thing that people don't realize, because if you force him in his contract year to go to the bullpen, you're not going to get the best Ranger. You're not, because he's going to feel some kind of way about being demoted, and he didn't do anything.
Well, then he's definitely not going to get the money he wants.
Well, he's not. If he goes to the bullpen, he's not going to get it regardless. Like, he's not going to be.
So hold on. Isn't there a world where him showing that he can be both a starter and a bullpen piece?
I don't think so.
Net him a good
there
payday.
has been more of that recently. I mean, Reynaldo Lopez with the Braves, Seth Lugo with the Rose. There's been a little bit more of, hey, or teams making reliever starters. Like, I don't think it restricts him from becoming a starter again on the free agent market next year.
I think the worst thing he can do is pout and refuse and sort of do what he's saying.
To your point,
here,
though, the best chance he has at the most money is a great year starter. Well, that's obvious.
And this is the thing, Kyle, that I've never negotiated a baseball contract, but I'm pretty sure that if he is in the bullpen the whole season, he's gonna be treated like a bullpen arm. And wherever he goes, if he stays here, they're probably gonna try to pay him like a bullpen arm.
Or he'll be treated like a question mark of what his future
what his
is.
role. Yeah.
I think there's risk attached to him going out and becoming a full-time starter again too, though.
I mean,
if he hurts his back again,
but he's willing to take that risk. That was another thing I was about to say, because the fact that he's coming off an injury and you move to the bullpen, they can hold that against you. They can say, well, we don't know if you could start. Even though you've done it in the past, if you're in the bullpen, you say, hey, we don't know if you can start because you didn't do it. You didn't do it this year.
You're right. And it's all factored into what he's thinking.
Yeah.
But also, like, if I'm the Phillies, and I don't know if I would say this because I don't want to upset my player. Like, dude, the reason we're in this spot is you got hurt in spring training in the first place. Hold on. It's true. If he was healthy to start the year, he would have been in the rotation, and we wouldn't be having this discussion.
Let me write this down. Neither you or Kyle need to be a general manager of any professional sports team. Because neither one of you guys have any tact when it comes to dealing with your players.
Wait, you have way too much Major League buddies. Major League buddies.
I got the name on the front,
understanding.
not Boris on the
I
back.
was the only cat to hit an 8-leg parlay here.
That's not what GMs do.
This is. But I hit the 8-leg parlay.
And what happened?
And I have vision.
And what? You know what else you did?
What?
You owe me money. I bet your Stanley Cup pick, and they went out last night.
We didn't have to talk about that.
Yeah, we did.
You got way too cocky,
You
buddy.
did.
Yeah.
Took a 70-1.
Montreal Canadiens,
Come
man.
on, they got smoked.
No,
that throws the 8-leg parlay out the window.
It does.
It got rocked.
No.
Stanley Cup pick out in the first
What
round.
were you talking about?
Can I tell you what
You're
happened?
not the hockey guy around here, man. Brooks is taking it. It went from Morgani to Douglas to Brooks.
Listen, I thought it was going to be the LA Kings. Because this is the first time that Canada has 4 teams. Well, had 4 teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the last time they played, they beat the Kings to win the Stanley Cup. The Montreal
Was
did.
that like 1992 or
That was
3?
a long ass time ago.
Long time ago. Wayne Gretzky was playing.
So I tried to go
Before
with
he was drafted.
I know.
I tried to go with history.
It's a different lifetime for Hugh Douglas.
Your 8-leg parlay thing is out. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phones here, and then we will get to. I have a question for everyone about this Eagles draft class. Now that the dust is settled on it, what we now expect. Joe is in Delaware, up on WIP. Hey, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Joe. What's up?
All right, I'm going to stick up for you. I'm going to give a scenario to Joe.
Okay.
So Joe, how about if the management at your radio station said, "Listen, we're going to take you and Kyle and move you to overnights for the next year because we're having some problems there, and we need you to start tomorrow night." What do you say?
Well, I wouldn't be thrilled. I mean, I'll be honest. But Joe, what am I supposed to do? Put my foot down and say no? I'm an employee here, and I have to do what I'm asked. Otherwise, I'm not going to have a job.
So you would do the overnights?
Yes. I mean, I would not be thrilled, but I would do it if.
Nice knowing you, Joe.
Hold on.
Yeah, you doing that show by yourself.
Well, that's fine. But,
I ain't going.
Well, hold on. I am an employee of WIP. I'm on when they put me on the schedule. And since February of 2023, I've been on the schedule from 10 to 2. Before that, I was on the schedule from 6 to 10. Before that, I was on the schedule overnights and weekends. I'm allowed on the air when they put my name on the schedule, Joe, just like Ranger Suarez toes the mound when they tell him to.
Yeah, but it's different
Yeah,
now.
no,
Joe. You locked into this. We've been locked into this spot for about 3 years, man.
Yeah. And I show up more than Ranger does.
Yeah.
And what do you do about your future contract? So if you go to overnights, are you going to get another job in a different radio station after this job?
Well, I don't know. I mean, but I answered your question, Joe.
But there it is. He's a starting pitcher. He's not a relief pitcher.
But he has been both, to be fair, Joe. And you can make the same, if you want to use the analogy for me. I mean, I've hosted at nights. I've hosted weekends. I've hosted solo. Ranger has done this other thing. He was on the mound as a relief pitcher when they got to the World Series 3 years ago.
But still, I mean, he's a starting pitcher. He's one of the better ones we have. I mean, he's supposed to suffer because the bullpen or general manager didn't get us some more relief pitchers?
Yes. I mean,
no,
you said flat out.
Yes, yes.
No.
Hold on,
No,
but Joe,
no,
he's a Philly. He's a Philadelphia Philly more than he's
not. No,
yes,
he's not.
Well, he is a Philly.
Listen. Is he on his last year of his contract?
Yeah, yes, he is.
Okay. So what do you think any athlete's going to do? Do you think he's going to do that for the team? It doesn't assure him a World Series ring.
Does not.
Doesn't assure him anything.
Nope.
But if he stays a starter and he wins, let's say, 10 games, 15 games this season, is he going to get a nice contract?
He sure is. He sure is. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't even understand how you could say he should go to the bullpen.
Because why do I care about his pockets? Like, I care about the Phillies. Why do I mean, I understand your point and Hughes that he would care. Why do I care?
Because you don't want to make a lot of money either.
No.
You're okay.
But I answered your question, Joe. I mean, I
want
said
to make a lot of money, Joe.
We all do. But I felt like I answered you. You asked me a question, and Joe, good phone call. I answered it. Doesn't mean I'd like it, but I would do it because I'm an employee.
I think Joe should have told you if they asked you to go to nights and they told you had to take a pay cut, because that's what basically we're talking about. Like, you have to take a pay cut.
No, but that's not what they're doing. You interpret it that way.
Okay. Well, how about this? We are in a position where, like, say this is the last year of our deal, and they say, okay, Joe, we want you to go to overnights. And by going to overnights, that means that you're probably, if you go there, they're probably going to try to negotiate an overnight deal for you.
I would understand the reality. I get what you're saying. Yes, yeah.
So how would that make you feel?
I wouldn't feel great about it, but I would do it. I mean, what am I? So all right, let's use Kyle's point. What am I going to do? Go home?
No, you know what I would do? What? First of all, if say, because we're a package deal, I would look and see what you're doing. And when you agreed to go to overnights, you know what I would do? I said, y'all kiss my ass. I'm not going over.
Okay, so I understand. And I actually
hey, Kyle, just like that. I'm out. I'm not going to the overnight.
Actually might be better for traffic for
late
you.
night. Yeah, well while you're playing.
Easier, yeah.
In memoriam
Way
of Joe
easier.
Giglio on the midday show.
No, because you know what's funny? Because when I got here, I thought about doing there was some talks about maybe doing the mornings. Like, no, that's not gonna happen. Dude, now, if you ask me to do mornings now, I'd be like, nah.
It's an early wake up, man.
Oh, dude. Woo. And you know what? I did it for like almost 10 years.
Yeah, but once you get out of that routine.
Oh man, I tell you, I got a life a little bit. Life now.
Yeah, you can stay up till what, 8 o'clock
I
at night
can
now?
stay up till like 9:30.
Oh my goodness, watching those Tubi movies. All right, 215-592-9494. One quick comment, then I want to throw in the Eagles thing. So Joe is correct. Like Joe used the term Ranger Suarez as a starting pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when this happened. Maybe we're just paying attention to the way the Phillies talk. Maybe we're too, I don't know, like we're GM'd up and we want to be GMs. When did this start that these players are, Trey Turner's a shortstop, Ranger Suarez is a starting pitcher? No, they're Phillies. They're baseball players. Like, when did we get so soft that they can't change? Ranger Suarez is a pitcher, okay? Pitchers pitch. Trey Turner's a baseball player. He plays baseball. This idea that he is this and you can't change that is so ridiculous to me.
But it's how it works, Joe, because there's a lot of money involved with all of this.
I think it's begun to work like that here. Kyle made the point earlier. I don't think the great teams think like that.
Well, the great teams, it's because the culture allows for sacrifice. We always talk about the Dodgers.
Yes.
And Mookie Betts.
They all change positions all the time.
Yeah, because that's the culture.
Well, I want to change the culture
and
be the change you want to see in the world.
Okay, you do, but to me, if I'm Ranger, it starts with Trey. It's not going to start with me.
You got Sheep Douglas over here.
What do you mean?
Unbelievable. This guy is ridiculous.
If I'm going to change the culture, it starts with Trey. It ain't going to start with me.
I actually understand why the players have formed this culture, this Boris thing. I don't get why fans do this. Like, what are you talking about? Rangers are starting pitcher. He's a pitcher. He pitches when he's allowed to pitch.
Because fans know how it actually works in real life.
No,
you and Kyle living in the college dorms of Major League Buddies or whatever you want to call it.
Here's what I am.
Excuse me?
I am a WIP employee. I put the mic on when they allow me to. I don't just show up at different times and say I'm on the air.
You know what? A couple times I've wanted to do that.
What, show up at different times?
Well, and just start ranting because I have stuff on my mind.
You're not on the schedule.
Yeah, but I think that we have the cachet. We have friends in other day parts that if we have something to say, we come to the station to say something. Oh yeah, I'm not just gonna bust into I'm not gonna bust into John Johnson's show when he's doing the snack of the night.
Yeah, that might be uncomfortable.
And say, yo, I'm on the mic. I would ask him first.
Guilty. All right, 215-592-9494. Career from Howie Roseman. Draft class is set here for the Eagles. The Eagles when's rookie minicamp? This weekend? They have rookie minicamp coming up this weekend. All right. So Howie Roseman was on with Rich Eisen talking about this draft class, particularly the top two guys here, Jihad Campbell and Makuba from Texas. Let's hear about Campbell, what he said there, and asked about the medical concerns around Jihad Campbell.
For us, all along through the process, this was a top 10 player on our board. I think it's no secret by now. Some of the questions are more medical in nature for the reason that he fell to the spot kind of where we were. We rely on our doctors, and we had a lot of conversation on Jihad, and we think that over the near short term and the long term that he's going to be ready to go and play a lot of great football for us.
All right, so there's Howie on Campbell, and then still that medical thing hovers over. We're not really quite sure. He had surgery in March. I'm not sure when he's going to be fully ready, hopefully at the start of training camp. And then he talked about Makuba, the safety out of Texas, and the versatility he saw when he scouted him.
He had played a lot of nickel at Clemson, so he had this coverage ability, which we're always looking for in our back-end players, to be able to come down, cover the slot, to have that versatility, to not only be able to play in the middle of the field, but to come down and cover slot receivers, gives Vic a lot of flexibility. And so he had that cover ability. He just plays like his hair is on fire. You know, everything about him is fast and physical, and he's got ball skills too.
All right, Hugh, let me ask you a question. So there's Howie talking about their first two picks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And last year, their first 2 picks had huge impacts, right? Quinyon Mitchell started all year long on the best defense in pro football.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time week 5 arrived and he got healthy, Cooper DeJean joined him as basically a starter. I mean, nickel plays almost all the time anyway, on the best defensive football. It was immediate and significant impact from last year's rookie class. Hugh, now that we know who they are, right? We discussed before the draft, is Howie still going to draft well? Do you trust him? All that kind of stuff. Now we know who we got, right? This is the 2025 Eagles draft class. Do you expect immediate impact out of this group?
Yes, I do. Because my whole thing is when we talked about these guys, smart players, I feel like they've gotten that. You know, when you talk about the D tackle from Nebraska, what's his name? Ty
Robinson.
Ty Robinson, you know, pre-med and all that other good stuff. I think
vanilla gorilla, they call him.
Yeah, I think they have some smart guys, and I think that he's going to be a guy that's going to make an impact. And I think the corner is going to be. I was listening to Barry Brooks the other day, and he said something that I thought was interesting. I got to thinking about it. He's a slot receiver, a slot corner, I should say.
Makuba.
So, okay, if he's the slot corner, so does that mean that we're moving DeJean to the starting corner, the outside?
It's certainly on the table.
Well, and my thing is this, because we saw DeJean eat in that slot.
Very good out there. Yep.
Big physical guy, and we saw what he brought to the table, especially when you talk about the Derrick Henry tackle or whatever. Makuba's a little bit smaller. So my thing is, you're going to get him on the field. It seems like he's going to be on the field. But at what cost, though? Like, I can't, like right now with his size, I would say that he's probably better suited for the outside. Or is it going to be something where you make these DBs interchangeable in a sense? Like you get the best matchups because you have different individuals that have the skill set where they can play anywhere, but you can match them up according to the personnel that the other team has.
Well, that's ideal. I mean, if you can pull it off.
Yeah, because it's like, I was like, because he's a little small to just keep him in the slot, and then you have a thing where you could just take the matchup and make it to your advantage by putting the tight end in there,
right?
With his size, because he's like 5'11". He's not that big.
Makuba is about 186 pounds.
Yeah, but he's wide. He's a wide. He's a hitter.
Yeah.
So I think that what in essence they're trying to do is now we can match man for man. You know what I mean? You can still play your defense, but we got smart enough guys back there that, okay, you go with this guy, you go with this guy. We can still play. We can play man concepts, zone concepts, whatever. But we like the matchups at the line where we can take you and put you here or there. So I don't know. It's an interesting thought. It's an interesting thought process.
Yeah, and it is an interesting draft class. I mean, we had Elliott on yesterday, and he said if you showed the Eagles before the draft what this class was, they might have been surprised this is who they took. They're not upset at it, but maybe it wasn't what they expected, and the board kind of played out that way. So, look, I like the players they took. I think Jahad Campbell could be a star as he develops. He certainly has the body type and skill set and background to be a star player. But he's coming off surgeries, and everyone's not even sure when he's going to get on the field this summer. So I got to temper my expectation for when he's going to be able to play. And then do they throw everything at him, or is it just you learn inside linebacker this year, and then we'll kind of throw other stuff at you the way they did Cooper as just a slot, and then maybe they can move him around. I don't know. And then Makuba, like you said, a little undersized. We'll see what he becomes. I agree with you. Ty Robinson might have the easiest path to get on the field quickly because they just have lack of depth at defensive line. I think he could play quickly, but I'm not expecting a huge immediate impact out of this class. It's like you go back some years, it's a good class, but it takes them a year. Like 2022, Jordan Davis barely played. Cam Jurgens didn't play. Nakobe Dean didn't play. Like that class is good now, right? Cam Jurgens just got a lot of money. They just picked up the option on Davis. Nakobe had a big year this year. So sometimes draft classes could be good, but it's not immediate. I think last year was an anomaly. 215-592-9494. Are you expecting an immediate impact out of this draft class? I think before the draft, we were expecting that idea because they lost so much at free agency. But now that I see who it is, I don't know. I mean, I like the Campbell pick, but I'm not sure the immediate is the word. Kyle, are you expecting an immediate impact from this class?
I think I'd be asking a lot to expect immediate impact. Like the Eagles kind of got lucky last season with how ready Quinyon and Cooper DeJean were.
Yeah.
That's not a normal thing in the NFL. Even Jalen Carter took a couple years. Like usually it takes guys a few years. And plus, like we saw the entire defense not really start off too hot with Vic Fangio's system. Like Fangio has a bit of I think what's known to be a complicated system. especially for rookie guys. And like the other thing we have to factor in here is the Eagles prioritize versatility with these two guys. It's not just them learning one position, like seek and destroy or something from one spot. Like if you're getting these guys comfortable doing multiple things on this defense, that's going to take a little bit too. So while I don't necessarily think it's a terrible thing that they're not going to be ready right away, I just don't think it'd be fair for me to go into the season and expect that kind of impact right away from these guys.
I agree. I think it's a lot to expect. Now, look, Q, if Campbell can get on the field quickly in training camp and we're there doing a shows at training camp and he's out there, I might change my mind. Then it'd be like, oh, wow, like he's ready. But I just, every time people talk about his medicals, even Howie, no one seems to have hey, we expect him July 15th. He'll be clear. It's very vague on what's going on there.
Yeah, I think they're trying to protect the player. But as far as what we're talking about and rookies playing, like every year, there's at least 50 rookies in the NFL that start week one.
Yeah, totally.
There's at least 50. So you have to understand is that when you draft nowadays, and especially with our team, you have to know that some of these guys got to contribute right away. It's on Vic, and that especially on the defense side of the ball, because that's who we took, that's who we have. It's going to be on Vic and his coaching staff to make sure that they get these young men up to speed as quickly as possible and learn their skill sets as quickly as possible, because we're in a situation where they have to play.
Yeah.
So I expect them to contribute early in this season.
Well, I hope they do. I don't expect it, but I hope it. 215-592-9409. If you could chime in on that as well. Do you expect immediate impact out of this rookie class? Last year was an enormous, just immediate impact. I'm not expecting that kind of thing again. Where do you come down now that the dust has settled on this class with Campbell and Makuba and Ty Robinson there, the defensive tackle out of Nebraska, and then all the late round picks? 215-592-9409. If you get on this, and should the Phillies put Ranger Suarez in the bullpen, or more aptly, if he's not into the idea, should they force him to go to the bullpen? He's going to start on Sunday, which it's fine. But I want to see him in the bullpen. I'd leave Taijuan Walker in the rotation for now. Where do you come down on this? Plus, on the other side, the Phillies, they're getting a little hotter offensively. At least one of them is, in a big way. We'll talk about that and what Topper said about it next. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now, you can make a smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Nationals. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryson Stott dives head first, and the Phillies have won it.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves.
Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Partly sunny and warm through the rest of today. High 78.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Living in the big back at second base. And the 0-1. Scott swings, lines it to left center. That'll fall for a base hit. JT coming around third. He'll come home and score. Throw goes to second. It's an RBI single for Bryson Stott. And it's now a 4-1 Phillies lead here in the bottom of the fourth.
Good night for Bryson. Good night with the Phillies. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. How about Bryson Stott? He has played well this season. Hugh, we had Stott on the show when we were in spring training, and he kind of detailed to us what it was like last year with that. I don't know if you want to call it an elbow forearm injury, but he kind of hyperextended it, and
he was struggling the whole time.
It almost felt when he described it to us like it wasn't in his head, but it was the way he swung, and he didn't have a good year last year. And Hugh, I've always liked him, and I thought last year was out of character because it didn't feel right. And even if you don't think he's a superstar, I don't think he's that, but he's a good player. He was way below that last year. And I was like, all right, well, that kind of gave me hope when we talked to him that he was going to bounce back in a big way this year. Here he has. Now, part of this has been that move to the leadoff spot, which he does against righties. But overall, I just think he's having a really, really nice season, Hugh. And it's as much as I prefer Schwarber in the leadoff spot compared to the cleanup spot, it has worked pretty well for them in terms of Stott's doing the job in that leadoff spot. And then if they could get runners on base for Schwarber, boom, you got the Sherbert home run last night. Hugh, what do you think about Stott right now?
I like it. He's hitting 297 right now, Joe, and it looks like he's getting comfortable. He's bouncing back from the year that he had last year. And, he has a little bit of speed up at the top of that order.
The other thing, they had a stat during the game last night, lowest chase rate, which is we know the Phillies have struggled in the past with that. Now, he's always been one that's not been an issue for him. He seems to have a good sense of the strike zone, but he's got one of the lowest chase rates in all of baseball. So he's setting the table. He's getting on base. He obviously will take a lot of pitches and kind of let the guys behind him see a lot of pitches.
Yeah.
It's good so far, but here's the question. So Stott is the leadoff hitter against righties, not against lefties, though, right? That's the difference here. And sometimes he doesn't even play against lefties. Let's hear Topper. Is it maybe time to give Stott more of an opportunity to just play and maybe be the leadoff hitter no matter what?
Bryson Stott looked real good in the leadoff spot again. Is there a chance he's going to get more opportunities against left-handed pitching in that role?
I think so, but I still want to keep Sosa going, and Wilson and those bench guys. But he's swinging the bat great, and he's getting on base.
I mean, his OBP is 374. That is outstanding on base from anyone, but anywhere in the lineup. So here's the question. At some point, if he keeps hitting, do they just play him every day and even against lefties? Because here, there's a thought of he's earned that, right? Just play him. But also at the same time, that's how Sosa gets to play, right? Sosa usually plays against lefties. And maybe he's doing so well because you're not exposing Stott to lefties. I'm okay with Topper doing it this way. Batting him lead off against righties, but not playing him against lefties. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it seems like it's a formula that's going well for him right now. So I don't want to change it. I wouldn't want to change it right now. So I'm kind of with you on that.
But if he keeps hitting, people are going to want him.
They're going to want, you're going to want what you want, but they got to keep winning. If you keep winning, then I don't think it's no need to change what you've been doing.
Well, there is another way to get Sosa in the lineup. Like if Stott earns playing time no matter what, like if Stott just becomes a total everyday player, the playing time situation moves towards Alec Bohm again. I know Bohm's been better the last 2 weeks, obviously, than he was that first 2 weeks. But last night, Bohm sat, and that's where Sosa played. I mean, that doesn't have to be Sosa only plays for Stott. Sosa could play for Bohm, too, if Stott's taking a leap there. 215-592-9494. Your thought on Stott, should he just play every single day now, not just against righties? I'm okay with that, but if you're going to sit him, if you're going to play him, and you want to get Sosa in there, you could sit Bohm some days the way they did last night. Hugh, before we go back to the phone lines on all this, between Rangers, should they force him into the bullpen, and of course this Eagles draft class, are you expecting immediate impact? Hugh, we got to give a shout out to MacMart.
Yes.
In Ardmore, they brought us some, as you could guess, mac and cheese
today.
Mac
and cheese. Yeah, I had some in my beard at the beginning. I don't know if, and Max had me on camera. I had macaroni and cheese in my beard.
That shows you like it a lot.
Yeah, but it's not a good look. I mean, they're
going to be all over you.
Yeah, they about to kill me for that, but it's cool. I got me a little hat. What it says, send nudes.
Send nudes. Yeah.
Send nudes. Yeah. Well, it's supposed to say noodles.
Yeah, we're going to cut the audio anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So, we got the hats. They brought us back. I'm having the roasted red pesto. What'd you have?
I got two things. I got the buffalo chicken bowl, and I think I got some chicken fingers.
And what'd you get, Kyle? You the barbecue bacon bowl?
Barbecue bacon.
Right up Hugh's alley there. They have so many different flavors. This is really, really good. I mean, sometimes I think we've said this before on the show. Mac and cheese, anyone can make it, but not anyone can make it good. This is really good stuff. MacMart out in Ardmore. Check them out. Really. I'm
crushing this thing.
Yeah, mine's going to be, I'm sorry for eating on YouTube, but this one's going to be gone mid-segment. 215-592-9494. All right, your phone calls on all this. And really today, if you just hopped in, we were talking about the Ranger Suarez situation because he's back, he's healthy, he's going to be activated Sunday to start against the Arizona Diamondbacks, which is fine. And really, it's good. I mean, it's a good news that Ranger's back and ready to go, and he's healthy. But I'd put him in the bullpen. This starting rotation has been more than fine. The bullpen, in spite of last night's good results, has a 5 ERA, 5.03 this season. They need help in the bullpen. Rangers done it before. I would ask, then tell, and then I would force him into the bullpen. Hugh Douglas over here, working for Boris Corp, doesn't want to do it. It's ridiculous.
No, it's not going to happen, man. You can't force that man to
Sure you
go into the bullpen. Not in the contract year. I don't see that happening. Can't do it.
Well, what's he going to do?
He's gonna tell you no, or his agent's gonna tell you no.
And then he's going to be screwed.
Yeah, he's going to get $0.
I hear y'all.
Well, I used to go to. I went to school at Lehigh Valley. It's a fine area, but I'd rather be in Philadelphia. If he refuses to pitch, it's a fine area. I'd rather be in Philadelphia for the summer. I mean, if he refuses to pitch,
he's gonna stand on business.
The Iron Pigs could use an arm. I mean, that's it's simple as that. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go back to your phone calls here on all this. Should the Phillies? Again, force is the word that I'm forced to use because Hugh won't put his foot down with Ranger Suarez. Chris in Dover. What's up, Chris?
Chris?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hey, Chris. What's going on?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, not much.
Good morning.
Hey, first things first. What do you guys think about that Rudy Gobert's 27 and 24 to knock the Lakers out last night?
Well, my favorite part, Chris, was watching J.J. Redick both pre- and post-game basically cry and pout. There's very few people in sports less likable than J.J. Redick. Did you see that stuff after the game?
Yeah, it was a joke.
Yeah, he is a joke. Yeah,
I'm not the J.J. Redick guy, even though he used to play for us.
Yeah.
But after he played for us, since then, nah, I'm not a fan. And how about LeBron pondering his future now? I love that.
Well, he also said when they were asking him about the roster, he basically
didn't speak on it.
Yeah, he said if I say the wrong thing, I'll be out of here. The way Anthony Davis was, as if he's not part of every decision they made. Yeah, I enjoyed.
I thought that was a little disingenuous.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching the Lakers go out last night.
Yes, sir. And it makes me miss professional basketball, watching some of these playoff games for sure, right?
Well, you know what, Chris? I've watched a decent amount of this first round, and this is always that time of year we're all paying attention to the Sixers, and they're driving us crazy, and we're into the games. I'm with you. I've missed it the past couple weeks. Like, some of these series have been really good, and Chris, we're unfortunately so far away from the teams that are playing right now. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, terrible. Agreed. Hey, Stott, I love Stott, the leadoff spot. He's aggressive. I like everything about him. He gets steal bases. You got to play him against some of these left-handers. Maybe not all of them, but ease him in and then sprinkle in Sosa. But Stott's got to stay in the leadoff spot. I think it's working, and Schwarber's already proven he can hit anywhere. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, well, the 2 home runs last couple of days have been huge. And I think it is time for Stott to get more run against lefties. Like, just get it. And I like the way you said it. It doesn't have to be everyone. If there's a nasty lefty, that could be a day off. But boy, 374 on base percentages. That's tough to keep out of the lineup. Chris, what are you thinking on Ranger? You ready to put him in the bullpen?
Yes, I am. I do understand Hugh's point, Hugh. I understand your point coming from the other side and just what you usually come up with in that aspect and show us and try to talk to all of us, including Kyle and Joe, about the other.
Like I said, including Kyle.
Yeah, well, we're not listening. I mean, he might say things, Chris, that are smart, but no one's listening if we don't like it.
Yeah, we don't care.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it, man.
In one ear, out the other.
Yeah, that's true to a degree, but I do like the view hearing it. But listen, I agree with it. Ranger's been a key piece, and he's been willing before to go in the bullpen. The tricky part is the contract year and Boris, but I'm down with it. And Joe, like you said, sports has changed, man. These guys aren't about – the Dodgers are about winning championships, as they've shown with what they've done and what the players do and what the owners do. The Phillies, you got to question that to a degree of some of these guys and what they're willing to do and not do, and are they all in it for the same thing? But I like Ranger in there. And the other tricky part is that rotation. I don't see him going 6-man. There's no way. Wheeler doesn't like it. Noah doesn't like it. I don't see him going to that. But we got to remember this, too. Injuries are a factor down the line. You know, we got 7 guys, like you're saying, with Painter and Ranger coming back. But you know and I know injuries happen all the time, and especially in pitching, and especially with their history. So, but for right now, yeah, get him in the bullpen. I like it, and Taiwan's better in the starting rotation.
Chris,
guys, have a great day.
Appreciate it, Chris. Good phone call. Yeah, I mean, that is, Hugh, as we were going through the different options for the Phillies and what they might be thinking, that is clearly in the back of their minds, I would think, that this problem that we're talking about, right, having too many starting pitchers, it might just take care of itself, right? Unfortunately, that's pitching. Pitchers get hurt all the time. And by the time Painter's ready and if we get to July and they're all healthy, well, then you got to make decisions. But I just look at it like this. The bullpen, I don't think is magically going to fix itself. They pitched better last night, but they have been one of baseball's worst bullpens this year. Ranger Suarez is good at this. Name on the front, not the name on the back. I got Mr. Scott Boras over here worried about what Ranger Suarez is going to say. How do you think the conversation would go? Let's play it out for a second.
Okay.
All right, Ranger. And I'll try to use less bass in my voice. I'll be
You'll be more
Topper.
understanding. Hey, okay, I
Dr.
got
Carp.
Yeah, no, enough of Dr.
You.
Carp. Please don't take his call today. I'm tired of Dr. Carp. All right, but Ranger.
I'm Ranger. Am I Ranger?
Well, you sure you want to be Ranger?
Okay.
All right. Who's Kyle going to be? Scott Boras?
You can be. Well, no. Scott, no.
You want to be Scott Boras?
I mean, I'll be Scott. You be Ranger.
All right.
Well, see,
I'll be Topper.
this ain't gonna go well.
Hold on. Let's play it out. Let's play it out. What's the worst that happens? All right, Ranger. I'll be Topper.
Hey,
Ranger,
how are you?
Love you, buddy.
Love you too.
We need you to go to the bullpen here. Taiwan's going to stay in the rotation, and we're going to pitch you out of the bullpen. We'll take care of you. I'm not going to warm you up on days you're not going to pitch, but for right now, we need you in the bullpen.
Okay, I'm down. Name on the front, not the name on the back. Scott,
wait a
get
minute,
lost.
Hold up. Scott, get lost?
What a great teammate.
Are you serious?
That's a Philly. That's a Philly right there. That's a Philly.
You picked, I was in a no-win situation, whether I was Scott or Ranger.
That's a Philly.
It didn't matter.
Raised in the organization, a true Philly.
Look at him.
He's a Philly. Just like Ranger.
He knows how it works, but he refuses to believe it. That's ridiculous.
Well, he believes that Ranger's a team guy.
It's not about being a team guy.
But it should be.
Sure it is.
Rangers trying to get paid.
All right, Scott. Go ahead, Scott.
That's all right.
All right, I'll take the phone call.
I don't need the money.
I'll be Dombrowski. Go ahead. Scott,
you know
call me
what?
up.
Hey, Dave. I'm
Scott.
okay. I'm okay with Ranger going to the bullpen, but we got to talk about this contract. So I'm assuming since we're putting him in the bullpen that we're going to get a contract done. And when we do that, I would assume we're going to negotiate starter money because he's not a bullpen guy.
Well, he has been a bullpen guy, Scott. You know that he was really good at it in 2021.
Yeah, but he was a starter last year.
Yeah, but he got hurt. He wasn't ready to pitch this season. So
yeah,
I
mean, I hear what you're saying, but we are looking at this negotiation as a starter, and I need my client to get starter money.
Well, at some point he could go back to the rotation. Right now, we need him in the bullpen, and that's where we're going to pitch him. We'll take care of him. We're not going to pitch him on back-to-back days at the beginning. We'll take care of him.
But that's not the kind of take care of him I need you to
Keep
do.
him healthy.
I need him to be financially taken care of.
Well, that offseason, we'll talk. He'll be a free agent. We could talk after the season.
Okay, we could talk after the season, but I have to understand, and you have to give me guarantees that when we talk about him, that this bullpen stint is not going to affect these negotiations.
Well, we'll see what the market dictates the negotiations. We'll talk after the season.
But as long as we're negotiating as a starter, are you going to give me your word when we negotiate these contracts that we're going to negotiate this as a starter?
Well, we got to see how we are after the season. We got Painter coming. We can still have Taiwan under contract.
See, that does not make me feel good. So what I'm going to do, I understand that you're in a bind. I get that, and I respect that. But I have to do what's best for my client. And I'm going to advise Ranger not to go to the bullpen. I'm sorry. I understand that, you're in a little bit of a bind, but hey, he hired me to maximize his dollars. He hired me at this time in his life because we both know that this might be his last big contract.
Well, Scott, listen, I appreciate what you're saying, and we're going to take care of your client. We're not going to pitch him on back-to-back days at the start, but I need him. We need him in the bullpen. Right, Scott, listen, appreciate the call, and we'll take care of Ranger. But right now we have 5 starters.
But before I get off this call, I'm gonna let you know Ranger's not pitching in the bullpen. So you have a nice day.
Kiss my ass, Scott.
What is he going to do about it?
He's
an agent.
Pitch.
He's not part of the team.
I guarantee you.
Is Scott Boras on the Phillies payroll? No,
but he has a lot.
He kind of is in a sense.
He got a lot of clients on the payroll.
Right now you're wearing a Mac Mart hat, right?
Yes.
It says send nudes and OODS, just for everyone out there. Noodles.
Yeah, because when you say it, it said noodles.
You are wearing a hat that says send nudes.
Yeah, because they gave us a hat. I'm down. I like free stuff.
I got one.
Yeah, I like free stuff.
Yeah, it's a Mac Mart hat.
Yes,
the Mac and Cheese place right today. But here, the bottom line is eventually you're going to be wearing a Boris Corp hat. I don't know if that hat's going to arrive tomorrow or the next day. We know what's going on here. 215-592-9490. He's on the Phillies. This happens every day in baseball.
He's trying to get paid, Joe. He's trying to get paid.
Then maybe he should stay healthy.
This dog would hunt in any other season but this one.
What?
Because it's the contract year.
Well, maybe if he had stayed healthy the last few years, he'd already have an extension.
Who was it? Was it Khalil Mack? When there was some discrepancies of what actually he was, a pass rusher, or a linebacker.
Oh, with the franchise tag stuff.
Yes.
But Ranger's good. He's not Khalil Mack.
No, but what I'm trying to say is this: he wanted to be designated a pass rusher because that's like linebackers don't make that much money.
Sure, I know. I
you
understand
see
your
what
point.
I'm saying? So yeah, that It's a huge difference, man. Myles Garrett is another good example. He talked all that trash about winning and getting out of Cleveland until they showed him the money. Then he got quiet.
Yeah,
he said, "I'm gonna go ahead and suck it up."
Are you saying we should be like the Browns? I'm trying to win championships.
I'm just
here.
trying to tell you as much as player. Like the unfortunate thing about athletics is this: there's money that's involved, a lot of money. And you people love it when their athletes sit there and tell them how much they love being in the city and all this other good stuff. But at the end of the day, who's going to give me the most money for my services?
I get it.
Because he's an independent contractor. And now you're asking him with his independent contract deal that he's up, his deal is up, right? You're asking him to do something different that in turn could hinder his next contract.
I understand you, and
I know you do.
But here's what I can't handle, and it's not just you. If this plays out, I can't handle the Ranger pity party. If he had pitched better or stayed healthier the last few years, he'd already have a contract. They gave Christopher Sanchez one.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Phillies will pay you.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Phillies will pay. We know this. They have a very high payroll. If Ranger Suarez had been better or more durable, he might already have a contract. He doesn't. I don't feel bad.
And then you know what? My last feather in my cap that I'm going to play.
What is that?
When you ask me to go to the bullpen, I'll be like, yeah, as soon as you make Trey Turner move him off a shortstop because he's been horrible.
Ranger, you're an employee,
Yeah.
not a
terrible negotiator.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
He's been horrible. No, I'm
you're
still.
gonna
I'm
throw a
telling.
teammate under the bus?
I'm gonna throw him. They've been throwing teammates under the bus all year.
This is a disastrous negotiation by you.
Oh, excuse me.
You're gonna get crushed.
Did they not throw Taiwan under the bus?
Who did?
What are you talking about?
Wait a minute. Who was it? Who they threw? Somebody got threw under the bus this year when they said they were happy. No, when Sosa was out there, who was it? Somebody was
Wheeler,
happy.
Wheeler
just said he was
happy.
his favorite player.
He was just giving praise to Sosa.
You're saying Ranger should say that
That's what it is. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I had the story.
And he knows Bohm
I had
stinks.
the story wrong. He threw Bohm under the bus.
Good.
My bad.
Well, you know
Oh,
what?
I really like when Sosa's out there.
I want Wheeler in charge of this.
Bohm's
Because
Wheeler's a
gets
team
it.
guy.
Wheeler gets it.
Yes, you know why Wheeler's a team guy? Because he's willing to take an extra day of rest to run a six-man rotation.
He's been pretty
So
openly
wait a
against
minute.
that.
So what you okay until they talk to him about it?
Wheeler's
Y'all really
much
sit
more
here.
important to the success of the team.
But here's the thing. You really sit here and think for 2 seconds that
Absolutely. Marty and Manny. Hey, Marty. Marty.
Yo.
What's up,
What's up, Marty?
How you doing? Hugh, I'm down with you, brother.
What's going on, man? Hey, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ranger's not going to the bullpens.
Why?
Ranger earned his way back. He was starting off last spring on a Cy Young trajectory.
But I'm confused at this earned.
Starting pitcher.
What
He's
is
a
this
real
earned? He's a
starting
pitcher.
and even
He's
Joe
a
Giglio
pitcher.
can't put the jinx on Ranger Suarez.
I just don't understand this earned thing. He's a pitcher. He plays for the Phillies.
He earned his way back. We're 30 games into the season.
So, Marty, let me ask
earned
you.
his way back. He's
So,
on
Marty,
a rehab assignment.
okay,
and he's
I get it.
throwing the lights out.
Wonderful. I get it. So,
Killing
but here's my question: you'd rather give him a spot because he's earned it, rather than make the team better? That's what matters.
What he's got until we wait and see if Taiwan Walker falls apart again.
Marty, who do you think would be a better
Taiwan's pitching
more
great,
likely.
Thank goodness.
Marty,
He's a
what
good
do
Philly.
you think is more important? I'll just ask you a question. What do you think is more important for the next 2 months? Five innings.
Winning.
Okay.
there you have
Hold on. Oh, then I want to ask you.
Eating innings and winning.
Let me ask you.
Eating innings
Let me
and
ask you.
winning.
Let's go through this. Let me ask you a question. What leads to more winning? You tell me. 5 innings once a week from the 5th starter, whoever that is, or maybe 3 times a week in a close game, coming out of the bullpen in the 7th inning. What's more important to
Look,
winning?
they need help. They need help like crazy in the bullpen right now.
Well, that's the point.
But they also need to eat innings from the starters. They need to eat major.
What Taiwan
innings.
does.
Taiwan will pitch 5 innings. So there's your innings.
Ranger's
He's
probably
doing
going to be
great,
limited
thank
coming
goodness.
back.
He's doing great, thank goodness. But he's coming back from injury too. He's on a contract year.
Who is?
Are you living in reality?
Taiwan?
What are you talking about?
Taiwan's not
I'm
on a
living in
contract
every
here.
reality.
Taiwan's
Every
not
year
on
is
a
a
Taiwan's
contract
not
year.
on a contract here. No, it's not. They're guaranteed money.
Every year the contract year.
No, but no, it's not.
Ranger is throwing lights out. You get him a start and see what happens. This is not MLB.
Ranger's throwing
2000
lights out in the
on
minors. What are you
PlayStation.
talking
This is a
about?
real-
This is
a real
Major
baseball
League
club.
Buddies,
A
is what
real
this is.
Major League Baseball club.
Well, it sounds like the players run the team. But what's more important, the team or the individual?
No, Topper runs the players.
I don't know about that.
Oh, you definitely.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. Well, I think Dabrowski actually does. And Marty, we appreciate the phone call.
Get your head out of your ass.
It's remarkable. What are you doing to the people?
What do you
Hugh?
mean?
You're putting these ideas in their head.
I am giving people information that they need. I'm giving them the truth of how these things work,
You're
Joe.
sitting here wearing a send nudes hat and trying to tell me to take you seriously.
I am serious. I am serious. And Max, stop putting me on camera when I'm eating macaroni and cheese, man.
Man, Max can't help it.
Hold
It's
on
the
a second.
sound.
That's not doing
It's
Max,
automated.
You blame Max.
That's
Don't blame
Max's
Max.
fault.
Don't blame Max.
Max has set me up for failure.
See, this is not a team guy.
No,
I am a team
totally
guy.
throwing Max
But
under
no,
the bus.
no, because I didn't have, like, I'm trying to eat this mac and cheese, and Max is putting the camera on me while I'm trying to take a bite.
It's not Max's fault. It's automated.
I'm blaming it on Max.
Leave Max alone, dude.
No, I'm not.
Pass-
Max, do not put me on camera when I'm eating mac and cheese.
And here he is. Pass the buck. Douglas
he
over here.
gave me the thumbs up,
Yeah.
so he knows. He knows.
Well,
All you gotta
there
do
is a way to get off the camera. You know what it
What's
is?
that?
Turn your microphone off.
No, I mean, because I was trying to eat this mac, like this. Hey, this mac and cheese is pretty good though.
It's very good.
And you know, it's like you got to eat mac and cheese warm.
Yeah, you do.
Because if it gets cold, man, it don't hit
Well,
the
we
same.
could heat it up on our next
Yeah,
time
but
out.
if we heat it up, it's it's not the same because you got to keep heating it up.
Well, what are we supposed to do? They gave it to us right before this segment.
Yeah.
I mean, we could just
eat on camera.
Well,
if
we
Max
could.
could stop putting me on camera while I'm eating.
We could just let the callers talk and we don't respond. It's
Oh, no,
their
we
show.
can't do that.
Well, we could. I mean,
Oh, no, that last guy we could not have.
what's the worst that
Too
happens?
much.
Can't be that bad.
You know what I've noticed about both of you? When it's something that you don't want to hear, y'all just don't
What are you
want to
talking
hear. Oh yeah, exactly, just like that. Thank you. Point
Headphones.
proven.
I've been lying about my headphones not working the last couple of days. They work fine. I just don't want to hear this.
I want to win too, guys.
No,
But
you
there-
don't.
I do.
No, I don't buy
I
it.
want to win too.
No, well,
but
we'll
there
find
are
out.
certain protocols that you have to follow.
Protocols?
Yes.
You make it sound like I'm asking him to go do something, like
Know
to go
what
in the
you're asking.
mines.
You know what
He's
you-
a pitcher. I mean, like I'm not asking him to do anything besides what he's done his whole
You're
life.
asking him to take a pay cut.
No.
Yes, you are.
No, you're interpreting it that.
It's the truth.
But you're also assuming he pitches lights out. What if he gets rocked as a starter? He's not getting paid much.
Well, that's true because he's going. No, I mean it is. But in his mind, he's thinking. I can tell you what he's thinking. I am trying to go out here. I have missed 30 games. I need to come out here and I need to pitch lights out.
Yeah, I know. You know what? He also hasn't been good since last June. I mean,
And
like,
he got the frosted tips too. He frosted the tips.
No, you have to admit this. Frosted tips. That's a relief pitcher look.
What
That's a
kind of-
reliever look.
Man, listen, I know he's younger than me, and I know I skew a more seasoned demographic.
As you have mac and cheese in your beard. Yeah.
Oh, I got mac and cheese in my
No,
beard.
I know you
What
did.
kind of grown ass man go out and say, hey, go to the salon and say, hey, I want you to frost my tips.
That used to be more of a thing in the late 90s. I didn't know it's back, but
I want you to frost.
I don't know what's
Hey,
going on in the
hey,
hair
Ranger,
community
what
right
you
now.
want to do? What you want to do with your hair? I want you to frost my tips.
Are frosted tips back? Is that? Did we
I don't
find that
know.
out?
I don't have hair.
Neither do
I mean, well, not on my head.
You and I don't know what's going on in the hair community. 20.
Kyle, are frosted tips coming back? Well, Kyle.
Well, I think the camera this morning considered getting them himself.
Wait a minute. Max has
That's a
hair.
team player right there.
Max,
has hair.
thumbs up. Frosted tips.
Are frosted tips back? We'll put a poll up.
Max is he don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure
he don't know.
He knows what's going on. 215-592-9494. All your phone calls coming up here. Should the Phillies force Ranger to the bullpen? And what are your expectations in terms of this season for this Eagles draft class? Who thinks we could see immediate impact similar to last year? I don't see it like that. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494 midday show, which, of course, this hour brought to you by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car 94 only at Sunoco on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Today, Eagles general manager Howie Roseman joins the WIP afternoon show at 3. Only on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Step up your grad party, reunion, or company and client gathering. Groups of all sizes, we do it all at all locations across the Delaware Valley. Enjoy special catering options or our signature menu items. Plus, there's a special Play 2 party package at our flagship South Philly location. We're the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles, First Trust Bank Club, and Eagles Training Camp. Book today at chickyandpete's.com. Chickies and Pete's.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The wins used to hide it. The gruff pressers, the paranoia, the power trips, all forgivable when Bill Belichick was stacking rings. But now he's making headlines for date nights, not defenses. His girlfriend Jordan Hudson's front and center, and Belichick looks more tabloid than tactician. As for his day job, coaching football at UNC, if he starts winning again, maybe, just maybe, we'll forget how messy this all looks right now. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, what'll it be, sweetie?
I'd like the 3-egg omelet, please.
That'll be $4,000.
What? Eggs are expensive. The Odyssey app is free. Download it today and follow 94 WIP.
Battle wrong for that one.
Eggs are expensive. No, lying. Honestly, that's free. These are all
You're the one doing the tariff talk.
I didn't. Wait a minute. Did I talk tariff?
You brought up tariffs multiple times.
Well, no, because I ordered some
Tariff,
stuff.
Scooter, you're all over the place.
No, I ordered some stuff,
yeah.
and I was worried that I wasn't gonna get it because of them. Stuff like, stuff stuck at the.
What did
thing.
you order?
I didn't tell y'all this. I ordered some sweatsuits, right?
Okay.
Oh yeah, what's it called? The material?
Fur. I look like a furry. I got one.
No.
I got a squirrel suit.
No.
I got a bear suit,
Oh, God.
Are you planning for your?
and I got a black bear
Expedition?
suit. No, it's just
Is
like
this for the gorilla fight?
no.
Is this for
listen,
the convention?
I might as well
Okay.
because when I got them, you know how they have a description, and it's like it looked like velour
Why did you buy these?
because they were cheap, and they were from overseas, and now I have them, and it's like they look like animals. One of them look like a squirrel.
So it's now May. Why are you ordering sweaters?
Well, I didn't know.
Like,
Like
you're
I
gonna
thought
be
it was.
Next
I thought
year's
it was
going to
like
catch up quick.
I thought it was like a terry
You're here
cloth.
before you know it.
I should have did a
You're
better
gonna come
job.
in here dressed as a squirrel one day?
You'll never nobody will ever see
YouTube
me.
comments.
No,
will-
you gotta wear. You gotta
Nobody will ever see me in any one of those sweatsuits.
dress up, Douglas, over here.
Because you talk about like the back. Oh man, they would kill me
Picture
on
you dressed
YouTube.
up as a squirrel.
Man, I'm telling you, because I look like a furry. It's like, why did you? And when I got them, I was like, and I'm lazy. I don't know how to send
If
them
they get
back.
Ranger to go to the bullpen, will you come in as a squirrel?
No, I'm not. I refuse.
How about Painter? Painter out of the bullpen, you're a
No,
squirrel.
no. These sweatsuits are bad, Joe. They're bad. And they look. They're like really like they're furry. I look like a big ass furry animal.
What was the description that got you to buy these?
Well, it was like when you saw it, you saw the model, and it looked more. It didn't look as furry.
yeah.
But when I got it, I'm like, damn, I look like a big ass furry animal.
We can't have that. We
Yeah.
just can't. All right,
Big ass
215-592.
grizzly bear.
9494. We thank again Mac Mart from Ardmore coming in with some mac and cheese
Yeah, that
today.
mac and cheese hit hard.
Yeah, that roasted red pesto is gone. It was pretty much all gone. I ate the whole thing. It was delicious. We appreciate them coming in. Good stuff, good food. Not just mac and cheese and all different kinds, but also you had some chicken fingers. There's other stuff there. So we appreciate them coming in today. One more quick thing, and then we got to talk about the topper and Phillies and the Ranger decision. Hugh, we got some exciting news this morning. You know
What we
about
got?
this? Well, the Colonial Theater has released a limited number of tickets for BG Live on 5/5. So we found out yesterday, the day before, they were sold out. Well, they must have cleared some space or figured out some extra seating because they now have a limited number of tickets now left. Don't miss your chance to take part in an incredible night for one of your favorite Eagles of all time. Get your tickets now, 94WIP.com. So if you were disappointed when you heard a couple days ago it was sold out, now is your chance to hop back in, 94WIP.com, BG Live on Monday, which is, of course, Cinco de Mayo.
So you can get you can call in and get tickets today, right?
You could go to the website.
Well, I was about to say, call Kyle and ask him for tickets.
Any question you have, Kyle's ready to answer. He really think he did something funny there.
No, I did.
He did. He just screwed me.
No, listen. When Kyle looked up, he looked at me like, really? Kyle's been getting like weird phone calls all day.
I think he does often. They don't
All
make
the
it to
time.
air. So
And I just made it worse for him.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna call in not knowing that I was kidding,
Mhm.
and they're gonna ask Kyle for tickets to
Yeah,
beat you.
the screening is one of the more underrated parts of this job that I have back here
Yeah,
that nobody sees.
No, I could just imagine. Oh, I know the screening. I know you had to screen some calls Monday. It was some triggered individuals out there Monday.
Think about
what
the
happened
things.
Monday? Oh, yeah, Monday,
They
yeah.
were
That was a
yeah.
lot.
Well,
Why aren't they talking about this? Well, They're not going to.
Think about the things that do manage to get through, like Herb.
I'm looking at the free some.
And then think about like the line for like you have to be pretty weird to not get on. You know?
I don't know. We let Hugh say a lot of weird things.
He's always,
I
you
mean,
can't,
we
and you
don't have
can't even
choice.
tone it down.
He's got an
No,
open mic.
you ask me a question,
You can cut him off if you need to.
and I do it. I always do the pregnant pause, and you'll say, well, hey, what are you thinking? And I'll tell you. And sometimes people okay with it, and sometimes they're not.
Well, here's what I'm not okay with. I'm not okay with the Phillies just putting Ranger back in the rotation when we have an obvious hole in the bullpen. 215-592-90 Let's hear from Topper. Yesterday, he spoke about the plan for Ranger, who's healthy, who's going to be activated this weekend as a starting pitcher against Arizona on Sunday. Here is Topper.
Do you have anything on us on Ranger, what his next step is, how he came out of your bullpen?
Was really good. He's going to start Sunday. It's going to be Luzardo, Nola, Ranger.
All right, Luzardo, Nola, Ranger, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Today in the finale against the Nats, it's going to be Taijuan Walker. So for the time being, the very time being, they're going to roll through 6 starters, and then we'll see what they do next week. But it certainly sounds like Ranger is a starter. No questions asked. And I'm asking questions because I believe he should go to the bullpen. The Phillies don't need a 5th starter. They have one. His name is Taijuan Walker. Is he great? No. Is he serviceable? So far this season, yes. In 4 of his 5 starts, he's allowed 0, 1, or 2 earned runs. It's certainly serviceable for your 5th starter. What they don't have is enough bullpen arms that we could count on. Nice night last night. Wonderful. Ruiz and Banks, great job. That's been the anomaly. They end the month of April near the bottom of baseball in ERA from the bullpen. And I know, Hugh's worried about Scott Boras and agents and money. Hugh, I am very simply, and I'll start calmly saying, Ranger, we're going to use you out of the bullpen for now. If there's bass in his voice, I say, we're forcing you to do it. Get out there.
It's not going to work.
Yeah,
like
sure it is.
And he's going to walk out the office and be like, no, I'm going to call my agent.
Oh, and what's Scott going to do about it?
He's going to tell him my client is not going to be in the bullpen. That's what he's going to do. That's what's going to happen.
Well, then your client's not pitching.
Well, okay, that's on y'all.
Well, but it's also on. It hurts you.
These are conversations. See, and this is another thing. And I know we're attacking this from our fandom, but this conversation has already been had. Your best bet moving forward, I'm telling you, and I feel like this is how it's going to play out. Taijuan's going to be in the bullpen.
You're probably right.
He's going to be in the bullpen.
It doesn't mean I have to like it.
Yes, he's going to be the guy that's going to go to the bullpen because when Painter comes up, you're going to have a 6-man rotation. Here's the thing, Joe, and this is why I feel like this conversation has already been had. This was talked about before the season started, potential 6-man rotation. And before you even throw that conversation out for people to chew on, you've already talked to Zach. Hey, Zach, we're thinking about going this route. How do you feel about that? I know you don't like to get out of your routine as far as being on 5 days rest. How do you feel about that? Well, that's not what I like to do, but hey, I'll do what's best for the team.
So you may be totally right on this, that they prepared, that's why they're so adamant they're not moving Ranger or Painter to the bullpen, all this stuff. Huey, I hope the Phillies are ready for backlash if they do this from us. You know why? If they do it, it could work, and it still might not make the team better, right? Because let's say all the pitchers are pitching well, and your idea is what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And they're blowing games out of their bullpen. I mean, every night Topper's going to be asked, like, hey, have you thought about moving one of these guys to the bullpen? Well, whoever it is. But right now, Ranger's the obvious one because he's back and he's healthy. And I think the thing about Ranger that frustrates me most, I understand the Painter side, right? Mm-hmm. We had that discussion 2 weeks ago. I understood
because he's younger and he has more of an upside.
Yes, he has a special ceiling and he is off of surgery. Even though I think it's worth the risk, I get it. The other side of that is very easy for me to understand. The other side of this is like what? His money, his pockets, his agent? Because it's not.
I know you said
not his ability.
He's always thinking about.
It's not his ability to do it. He's done it and done it effectively. I'm not worried about his pockets.
I know you're not worried
about it.
Are you
part of the Suarez family? But you know those people.
It's on the Boris payroll, man.
It's unbelievable. I'm looking on the Boris client website right now. I'm checking this out.
Listen. I understand where you're coming from. This is where I have to talk. I feel like when I'm talking to y'all, I'm talking to every Phillies fan that's out there listening to this station.
Well, they're all mad at you.
And they are, and I know they're probably killing me on the YouTube. Yeah. But here's the reality of the situation.
Notable active clients. I'm searching Control F Douglas.
Here's the reality.
You did once famously state something.
Money drives everything at this level that is being done. That's the main reason why Trey Turner's still at shortstop. Like let's just about to say
This is the example you're using to make me feel better?
Let's just keep it let's just keep it a bean. The reason why they haven't moved him is number one, he doesn't want to go and he makes a lot of money. And for them, even though that might be the right move to make, it doesn't justify the money that he's making.
Well, they're cowards.
Well, it like the bottom line is this, Kyle. The guys that make the most money have the most say. Bryce Harper, we laugh and giggle about it, but this is what happens when your chickens come home to roost.
I found it. So I looked among the notable active clients. I did not find Hugh, but it does say this. He has a 75-person staff, which many of which are former major leaguers. But then there's this part. He's got a NASA computer engineers, lawyers, but also on Boris's staff is a 14-person research staff charged with watching each day's games and reporting to Boris. That's Hugh Douglas.
That is not me. But the reason why guys go to Scott Boras, I have not ever known, and I don't know that much about him, but I do know this. All his clients are paid.
He's a great agent.
And he gets maximum dollars. And the way that you get maximum dollars is being starters and not bullpen arms.
Yeah. Let's throw them all a parade then. For getting money. I don't care. I know
sorry
I don't care.
I know you don't care, Kyle, but they do. The players do.
Okay, but
Ranger does.
But I don't think Ranger and Scott Boras have the leverage that you think they do.
They do.
They do not. Because if he refuses, well, then what happens? Like, is he not going to pitch? That is going to hurt him.
I went to college in Lehigh Valley. It's nice. It's not as nice as Philadelphia. If he refuses, go hang out with the Iron Pigs.
Put it like this. Now, this is a truism. When it comes to pitchers, when they're in a good mental space, aren't they? That's when they're mostly at their best.
Yes.
You put Ranger in the bullpen forcibly. He's not going to be in the right headspace because he's going to be feeling some type.
And then he's going to pout and lose money.
He's going to pout and lose money, and you're still not going to get what you want.
Okay, but then neither is he. That's where that's where we hold the cards.
So you're willing to burn it all down to make your point. That's what you're saying.
I'm willing to make a move that can help this team win.
Okay, it's not going to help you win if he's not happy.
Hugh, so first of all, I think he would end up actually sucking it up and doing it.
I don't think he would.
I think he would. I think that would be. I think he knows, and Scott knows that would be the smart thing to do. If you know that there's a chance for you to make $90 million, and the team that you're playing for that forced you to go in the bullpen has lost you $70 million, you're happy? But I think at a certain point,
that up?
But I think at a certain point, the athlete and the agent have to take their medicine.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely, they do.
That dog don't hunt.
It sure does.
Yeah. Somebody like that. That is cause for me to come to work. If I'm going to take a $70 million hit, that is cause for me one day to come to work and choke Topper out.
Okay, and then that's the beginning of the end for you.
I'm a Sprewell. I can't.
Like 2025. We can't be Sprewell.
No, I'm trying to tell you, it's one of those things, man. Where
and you know whose career ends with that? Rangers, not Toppers.
But you know what?
True. I mean, Toppers. Something else might end, but not his career.
The way Ranger looking at it, he might be like, my career's over with anyway because they put me in the bullpen.
But I'm looking at this from the Phillies'
I'm trying to tell you
from the fans' perspective.
Okay, that's the extreme example.
It's crazy.
That's extreme. But you're still not happy being in the bullpen.
That's too bad, dude. I'm sorry.
And the fact that you're sitting here saying that's too bad lets me know that you are delusional about this.
No, I'm not.
Suck it up, Ranger.
It makes too much sense.
It's for the best for the team.
It is best for the team.
If that's the case, then Trey, get your ass in the outfield.
Yes, that's what I've been saying yesterday.
I'm going to throw a question to you guys because it seems like the only thing that matters is everyone's feelings. All right. Let me just throw another idea. And by the way, he's also a Scott Boras client. Let's say tonight, and I know it's unlikely. Later in the show, you have to guess his line by perfectly. Let's say tonight, Taijuan Walker throws a perfect game.
Wait a minute, Scott's his client too?
Yes.
Ooh.
Let's throw this out there.
You're in a bad spot.
I think it's extremely unlikely. Taijuan Walker tonight pitched a perfect game.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to the bullpen next week.
If he pitches a perfect game,
perfect game.
Like you said, this is one of those things that's going to play out. But between the two, okay, if I'm Scott Boras,
perfect game.
Okay, if I'm Scott Boras, between the two, I could probably talk Taiwan into going
because
to.
he has his money already.
Yes,
Yeah.
I could talk Taiwan and going to the bullpen.
But on merit, he's not. He pitched a perfect game tonight. How could you move to the bullpen?
No, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. If he does that, I'd be like, hey, they're looking at you to go to the bullpen, bro. I think because my job is, I am the buffer between the team and the player. So if my agent comes to me and says, hey, great job tonight. Did a hell of a job. Look.
You're being demoted.
No, see,
that's what it is. You said that.
No, you're not being demoted. This is how you do. You massage this. I'm trying to massage the situation.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
You say, hey, you did a great job. They called me today and asked, would you be willing to move to the bullpen? I told him I think you can do it because you've been doing a hell of a job and you're a stand-up guy, and because Ranger's trying to get paid and Ranger's trying to get his payday. So I told them I would ask you to go to the bullpen. And you know what he'll probably say? Okay. But Ranger, the other way around, that's not going to happen.
Baloney.
I'm trying to tell you.
You think a guy off a perfect game is going to accept a spot in the bullpen?
He might do it reluctantly, but he's more willing to do it than Ranger would be.
But the point is, someone's got to sacrifice, right?
Okay, so Taiwan. Perfect scenario. Out of all 6 of these pitchers that we're talking about, realistically, take your Phillies feelings out of it. Who do you think would be the easier one to get in the bullpen, Ranger or Taiwan?
Well, Taiwan didn't barely had a spot in this team 5 weeks ago.
Okay, so that's who I'm asking.
But that's easy. Is that the best for the team? No, I want the best for the team.
Well, that's the easiest because of the situation, the circumstances.
Yeah, well, I'm ready for uncomfortable conversations. Ranger, get your butt down to the bullpen. Let's go. It's a baseball game.
It's to get your butt down to the bullpen to me.
That's because you're anticipating he's going to put up a stink.
He is going to put up a stink.
He may be the ultimate team guy.
Guess who else going to put up a stink?
Who's that? Me.
His wife.
Well, I mean, you know what?
No,
his wife's the reason for all this in the first place.
Well,
that's we're taking liberties now with that.
It's a tiny back.
That was Hugh's theory.
Going back to back.
Yeah. Well.
I just don't understand how this thing works.
Sure I do. We're letting the inmates run the asylum. That's what I know.
For the most part.
Aiden in
Bryce
South Jersey.
He's been running the asylum forever.
Well, I'm putting an end to it. Aiden in South Jersey's up. What's up, Aiden? Aiden?
Aiden.
Hey, Aiden. What's up?
So, I think Rangers should go to the bullpen at least a month or so. Get him a couple games. Taiwan Walker's already been good in the beginning of the season. I feel like you throw him back in there. You always used to watch the games last year, and you never know what he's going to do. You kind of grit your teeth and go, you don't know if he's going to blow the game, but he's pitching good. And we have a bullpen problem right now, and I think Ranger could try and help, fill that void a little bit.
Absolutely. And Aiden, I see the best teams in baseball do this all the time. The Dodgers shuffle players, all pitchers, hitters, all over the place.
They do.
Meanwhile, we're worried about feelings over here. Major League buddies.
That's the culture with the Dodgers.
Well, we need to be. I want their culture.
You want to change the culture after you've let Bryce make all these decisions. Now you want to try to
at some point
take some of that power back.
You got to put your foot down. You got to put your foot down.
It's too late. The man got the fanatic tattooed on his body.
I don't care.
It's too late. It's too late.
It's not too late. Aiden, tell him it's not too late.
And I don't think it's too late. And also to get to Bryson Stott, I think he needs to start. I think he should be starting every game no matter what. Thompson said he wants to get Sosa, keep him in the lineup. I say bench Bohm a couple games. Why not? Maybe it gets him in the right headspace here and there. Give him a little break because Sosa's doing really good this year as well. And I think we just need to see a little bit of a change around here.
Well, Aiden, I agree. I mean, I think it should be based on merit, how you're playing. Aiden, good phone call, man. Like the Stott thing, if Stott keeps hitting the way, I mean, Stott has a 374 on base. If they get him, some at bats against lefties, and he continues to get on base at this clip, he's got to plplay every day. I mean, guys that have 374 on base percentages play every day. Like that's an outstanding, ability to get on base. So I understand. I want Sosa to play too. So all right, Sosa's playing time's got to come somewhere else. I mean, if that is for Alec Bohm, it's for Alec Bohm. If it's for Trey Turner once in a while, it's for whatever it is. I mean, they try the outfield thing. Dude, have we seen Sosa in the outfield since that day in Atlanta where him and Sosa?
Oh, they had that moment where they let the ball drop.
Feels like every 3 weeks they forget what happened in the past and they roll Sosa back into the outfield and then they see it for a day and they're like, nah, we can't do this anymore.
Maybe they're working on it and thinking that maybe he got it now.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because that's a way to get him in the lineup more. Mike in Center City. Hey, Mike.
Hello. Are you in a
Mike.
convertible?
You all right, Mike? Hey, Mike. Mike going once. Mike going twice.
Mike.
I mean,
Kyle about to lose.
Sam is up on WIP. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Joe, Kyle, Hugh, good to talk to you.
Hey,
What's up,
Sam,
man?
what's up? Okay.
Hey, so Hugh, I want to talk to you for a second specifically. I don't know if you were ever in this situation in your career, but let's say it's a contract year for you, and you're playing how many snaps normally that you're playing, and the team comes to you and says, hey, we want to increase your impact. We want to increase your longevity. I know it's a contract year, but we're going to now sit you 25% of the snaps that you were used to playing. We know it might impact you as far as dollars, but we hope it's going to make a positive impact as far as your longevity and the impact to the team and the game. What kind of response do you have?
Let me help you out, Sam, because it's not directly like that, but something like that did happen to me in my career. I had a sack incentive where I forgot the dollar amount that I was going to get, but if I got 10 sacks, that I would get, a bonus. And this was during the playoff run. We were playing against Tampa Bay. I think that was the year we played the NFC Championship game here. So we played Tampa Bay the week before, and then I think we had to play them in the playoffs or something like that.
So this you're talking about the final week of the regular season.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I sat out, and I remember I went to Coach Reed's office, and I said, "Listen," and I said it just like this. I said, "I have a sack incentive, and it's more than likely I needed a half a sack." And Coach Reed said, "Well, we want you to stay healthy to the rest of the season." I said, "Coach, nah, can't do that." I said, "I need this bread," and he was like, "Okay, well, let's compromise." So they changed the incentive. They rewrote the incentive.
So you'd reach it without
playing.
I
reached it without playing. But to your point, I was gonna get that bread. But I understood, and this is the year, this is one of the years we're in a playoff run.
Yeah.
But Coach Reed knew that if they didn't make that right, they would have a problem with me.
Your morale would be down.
Yes. And another thing, Sam, to your point, it's not like you're dealing with an individual. I give you that. But what other message does it send to everybody in the locker room? Because you might have somebody coming up behind Ranger that is in a contract negotiation. And then when you forcibly make him do something that he doesn't want to do, guys look at that and that puts a sour taste in their mouth. So you have to navigate these relationships and these situations better than just saying, hey, we're doing, you got to do this and yada, yada, yada. I mean, but I get that fandom part of it, but this is the business part of professional sports.
Yeah. It's an interesting call and an interesting question. Sam, we appreciate it. I mean, there's some
I'm sorry, Sam, but yeah, it's
there's parallels to the Saquon thing at the end of last year, what they did with you. Now, to add to that, because you brought up his salary and the future and Boris, Hugh, I wouldn't guarantee him any money to do what I think is right for the team, but if it works, you could take care of him in the offseason.
Yeah,
right? If you want to bring him back, like the Eagles overpaid or gave extra money to Saquon this offseason. Let's say this worked. They move him to the bullpen. He's lights out. And maybe he's worth $25 million this offseason.
And they gave him 40.
Right. Like you could.
Yeah, there's ways around.
I couldn't guarantee it to Boris now. He might want that.
Well, it's one of those things, Joe. It could be a wink and a nod, but
that's kind of what they did with you. We'll take care of it.
It's a wink and a nod. But you cause see, it's bigger things at play here. And listen, man, I see the fans every day, and I know how bad we want to win a World Series, and I want to win one too. I want to be a part of that. But there are business dynamics that are involved that it's not as easy to do as we think it is. If we were in college, I just take your scholarship. If you don't want to do it, I'll take your scholarship. And most kids want to do that because that's the ramification. If I don't do it, they're going to take my scholarship.
But it seems so easy when I just say it into the microphone.
No, I know it
Get
does.
to the bullpen.
But when you have because you're worried about the Ranger relationship, but also the relationships that you're cultivating with the other cats.
I get it. But I need to win baseball games. All right, 215-592-9049. For more calls coming up, would you move Rangers to the bullpen and leave Taiwan in the rotation? Plus, the day of reckoning is coming soon for the tush push. We got to get to what Roger Goodell had to say about it. Then seemed to bode well for the future of the play, which could be up again this month here. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Summer, it's better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs so it looks its best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or affordable. Sign up now. TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders, the smartest way to drive tariff-free. Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. There's nothing like a neighborhood pub, the familiar faces it's filled with, and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This was a test of the emergency alert system. Equipment that can quickly alert you during emergencies was being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official news and information would have followed the alert tone. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Like the music selection?
Well, you know, I grew up with this, right? And I remember this video. Doing a lot in this video.
When's the last time you watched this video?
It's been a while, but I remember, like, when I was in New York, like, that was a Spinderella, had a crush on Spinderella.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You ever tried to make that happen?
I tried to make it happen.
No,
I played for the Jets.
Yeah.
If I'd have played for the Giants, I probably would have had a chance.
Yeah, you played for the Yankees, you might have.
Yeah.
You were like, there's like 11 teams in New York.
Yeah, I played for the wrong one.
Sliding in DMs?
Well, they didn't have, back then they didn't have DMs.
You know, back then, you used to have to talk
mailbox.
to people.
No, I had like, you know, I had one of them phones you used to put in your car, the cell phone that was in the car, like a car phone. Yeah. Well, we've come a long way.
Well, you had a car phone this morning. We got to talk to Hugh while he was in traffic. That was an adventure.
But it was an accident on 95.
Yeah.
And the first thing that I said, I was like, no, that ain't my fault.
Hold on, wait, I forgot to tell you guys. You know, someone called me yesterday, and it was like a pretty bad reception, and they were like, "Sorry, I'm calling you from my car phone."
Like a real
You mean
car
like
phone,
a for real
or
car
just
phone?
their cell
Or their
phone?
car was in the phone?
I don't know, but if you're still mixing up cell phone with car phone, we got to get it.
Do they still
Brett.
make car phones?
It's been like 20.
No.
It's been like 30 years.
You think they make car phones, like the phone that just sits in the car?
Well, you know,
everyone has a phone.
Are you living in this century, buddy?
No, I'm saying I'm wondering if
car
somebody probably still has one.
No way. I'd like to talk to. If you have a car phone out there, please let us know. Also, we did put up a poll. I haven't checked it yet. Are Frosted Tips back? Because Ranger has them now. I'm telling you, Frosted Tips are a relief pitcher look. That's not a starting pitcher look. He's screaming reliever to me with the Frosted Tips. 215-592.
Not a lot of love for the Frosted Tips.
Well, I'm not surprised. It's 2025. All right, we'll get back to all your phone calls on Ranger, the bullpen. I would start by asking him to go to the bullpen. I would move to telling him to go to the bullpen. I would end by forcing him to go to the bullpen.
Strong arming. And
we have Agent Douglas over here. It's Hugh Boris, who I believe is on the payroll for Boris Corp, who just, you can't do it. He's in a contract year. I don't care. Where do you come down on that? All right, we all know we come down on the tush push. At least I think like 90% of people here even if you don't love the play, we know the Eagles benefit, so let's keep it in there. Yeah, but Roger Goodell, he's in charge of this thing, and every time he talks, it makes me feel like they really are going to get this thing out when they reconvene sometime this month. Here's Goodell last week around the draft, I believe on the Pat McAfee show on the Tush Push.
It was split, right? 16-16 allegedly?
There were different concepts that were discussed. I would say there was a split. There wasn't an overwhelming push either way, but I think there's this, as people see the different things that the committee's been considering and hear the conversation, I think that they'll actually develop a consensus.
You know how we talk about this is if Roger Goodell wants something to go through, it's going to go through.
Yeah.
And so we assume the same thing with the Tush Push, whatever the iteration is, whether it's you can't have two people pushing, one person put, whatever the.
Or should it be all over the field, Pat? Should we go back to the old rule where you couldn't push or pull a player anywhere on the field?
All right, so there's Goodell there, especially when he talks about the old rule. That feels like the way they're gonna work around this. They're gonna put it back to the old rule, which will eliminate the Eagles' ability to do the Tush Push. Do we have one more from Goodell here talking about this? Let's hear Goodell.
Where are we with the Tush Push? What do you in the next 3-4 months? Is anything going to happen?
Yeah, we're going to bring it back up. The competition committee, we've been talking about it, and I think the idea is to look back about our history, right? Since 1920 to 2005, you couldn't push or pull a player anywhere on the field. And is that a football play? Is the question. I know a lot of coaches would tell you that's not part of football, right? It may be rugby, but it's not us. The second thing is really the safety of the game, and that's primary importance to us. Is it a play that is unsafe when you're in those positions where you're getting pushed or pulled and you can't control where you're going? And so those are the two factors. On the other side, there's a legitimate argument that everyone can do it, and if somebody does it better than the others, that's the way the game's played. So I understand that argument, but that's also the great thing about the league. We have 32 clubs, there'll be 24 votes. If it's 24 votes, that means people have a pretty strong view of what should happen.
Yeah, Hugh, every time I hear him talk about it, it sounds like he wants this thing nudged out of the game.
Well, the first cut that you played when they asked him was a 16-16. You could tell that he didn't want to really get into that, and he started stuttering.
Yep.
When somebody's stuttering, they're not trying to tell you everything that's going on. They're trying to, find the right words to use in that situation. It sounds to me that it did pass. They were going to keep it, but some people felt like, okay, you didn't get the right kind of information because everybody's not looking at it the same way. So the people that want it banned probably say, okay, well, we're not going to vote on it because obviously you don't understand what's going on. Right. Something to that effect. So I think that's why they couched it until they go back down there in May.
Yeah, feels like they're gonna. I think it was Jim Harbaugh. I believe
didn't understand the wording.
Yes, I believe the Chargers didn't vote yes, but mostly because it was too wordy. It was too complicated. But he sounded like if they reword this thing and they make it a little more simple, they'll be on board too. I think we're headed towards the NFL just rewriting it to the old rule. Enough people will jump on board, they'll ban it, and by virtue of making that the rule, the Tush Push will no longer be legal. They're going to spin it as they're not banning the Tush Push. They're changing the rules, so then you're not allowed to do the Tush Push. We know where this is headed, and Goodell is clearly part of this. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. We got to talk to people who want to talk about this Ranger Suarez thing. I can't believe there are people out there that agree with Hugh Douglas today.
Hugh has poisoned the mind.
I said all I need is one.
Listeners.
That's why I'm here, man, because I have vision and I try to teach.
Sometimes I wonder if this is really the city that I grew up around.
It's not. It changed.
What's going on here?
What are you talking
We're
about?
worried about Ranger Suarez's freaking pockets, dude.
Care less.
Do we want a World Series or what?
I mean,
what are we
want
talking
too,
about?
Well, you want one a certain way.
Well, no, it has to happen. First of all, you have to all row in the same direction, and if they're not rowing in the same direction, it makes it kind of harder, right?
Sure.
So Ranger has to be y'all are talking about strong arming.
But isn't ultimately Ranger strong arming the team? That's already him not rowing in our direction.
You know how we can make
that's already gone.
You know
if what you're saying is true.
Okay, if we want to win a World Series, I know how to make this better right away. Put Ranger in the bullpen, right?
See, finally, you said it only took 2.5 hours.
Before we do that, Pay him like a starter, because hell,
Pay him anything. Pay him like a starter.
I like
Go out there and prove it.
Pay him a dime.
Wait a minute. Now you want to draw the hard line.
He's already being paid. We understand he's on our payroll
and
right now.
he's in a contract year.
He's an employee.
I gave you a solution to the problem. Hell, you didn't spend no money last year. Why not? Why not go spend some money this year? You closed the purse strings.
He's under contract.
You know,
He's
this
been
reminds me
hurt.
of, remember when Jason Peters wanted more money when they signed him back
Oh,
when he
yeah,
was
he
like
was the tackle.
35,
Yeah,
back
yeah.
to tackle? He basically just forced Howie and Doug to pay him $2 more million.
That's what I'm saying, but that's what you do. Like,
But
if
he
you,
was a legend.
and he could play the position. He played two positions.
And they were up against it, which they kind of are here.
Yes.
I just don't
So
understand.
make it right.
Make
Financial
it,
apology. Hey, we're gonna put you.
Apologize for what? Apologize.
Excuse me?
He's an employee of the team. Apologize.
What happened to you?
No, I am trying to tell you how these things work. That's all I'm doing. And you're mad because it's the truth. If you want Ranger, you know how you get Ranger to go to the bullpen? Sign him to a new deal. And
No,
tell
just
him,
tell him that he has to do it.
You know,
this is the easiest route to go. Ranger has come back to try to maximize his dollars.
All right, you know what? I want us all to start thinking this way. You know, remember those bands people used to wear? People used to wear the bands, What Would Jesus Do? Remember those?
Yeah, what would Jesus? Yeah,
I want a What Would Howie Do? Okay, I want a band like that. I want every team in the city to think what the Eagles would do, because the Eagles are the only ones around here that win at a significant level all the time. And the Eagles last
they pay
year,
people too.
They pay people, sure.
Oh, they didn't pay anyone midseason last year.
They did not. But
They did not, but they paid him at the end of the year.
Eagles last year had a $250 million quarterback, and they effectively said to him in so many words, "We want you to throw less." That's an ego shot to a quarterback.
It is.
In a world where we compare Joe Burrow's stats to Jalen Hurts' stats, even though we know their offenses and the philosophy is totally different. No one gives Jalen Hurts that kind of credit because he's not, first of all, he's probably not quite as good, but he's also not allowed to throw as much.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to accept that. That had to be an ego shot. Like, you paid me to be a star quarterback and you want me to throw less. And then he accepted it. He did it for the most part well, at sometimes excellent, sometimes not so great, but for the most part well, and then he won the Super Bowl. And he's Jalen Hurts. This is Ranger Suarez.
You know what made that transition a whole lot
They
easier?
had a contract already. I know, and money. I know. I get it.
Now,
hold on.
Yeah.
Let me give you one that did not then.
Okay.
Dallas Goedert, he had no more guaranteed money left. If they run the ball more, he gets the ball less in the pass game.
I'm glad you went there.
Didn't help
You know
him.
what?
And he bit his lip and he blocked
You
and
know
they won
why?
the Super
You know
Bowl.
why he did it?
Why?
And you know why he balled out when he was out there?
Why?
Because he was in a contract year. He was trying to get paid.
But that's what Rangers got to do. He's got to go to the bullpen.
And you know what else Dallas
Goddard's gotta
Goedert is
block.
doing?
Excel in the role that you're putting
Wait
in.
a minute. You know what they asked Dallas Goedert to do?
Block.
No, they asked him to take a pay cut. You know what he said? Mm-mm. He said,
But we won the Super Bowl.
And he won the Super Bowl. But no, he still ain't took a pay cut.
I don't care
Dude, I'm
about
ending
his
the
money
story
right
when
now.
they win the Super Bowl. The story ends
But
there.
what
I don't
win
care
the
what happens.
title?
Wait a minute.
It ended
The
there.
story does not
The
end
story
there.
is over when they
And
win.
he won't take a pay cut.
I can't stress this
and we
enough. I don't
still
give a
have
crap
tight
about
end.
how much he makes.
No,
I don't.
nothing.
I'm sorry.
And we still don't have a tight end. I fixed the problem for you. Y'all don't
You
want to
didn't
do it.
fix nothing.
I
You're
did
just
fix
creating
it.
more problems.
No, I'm not. You know how you fix it? If you want to fix this problem, sign Ranger to a long-term deal.
No, he's not worth that long-term deal.
But you want him in the bullpen in a
For
contract
na-
year.
for
Because he's
now.
under contract.
Yes, he's an employee.
And guess what? If I'm Ranger, I'll be like, okay, I'll go. I'm not gonna pitch well though. I'm not gonna tell them that.
Then have fun finding a new deal next year.
I'm not
That's
gonna,
such a stupid move by him.
I'm saying he's
There's
not.
no way he would do that.
If he thinks he's a frontline starter,
Well, he's not.
He's going to purposely tank his stock pitching in the
I don't
bullpen.
mean to-
I don't
he's
mean
not.
to break the news to him. He's not a frontline starter.
He's not going to purposely tank it, but he's not going to be happy in his role. That's the thing I'm trying to get you
You
to
just
see.
said I'm not going to pitch well. Like
Well,
that's
he's not-
him
well-
actively trying to hurt his own.
He's not going to actively tank. But let me tell you what's going to probably end up happening.
Smile, nod, and get your butt to the bullpen.
He's going to go in the bullpen, and every time he's out there, and every time you have him pitching the bullpen, and you're going to be tapping him on the back, talking, hey, Ranger, good job. Like, y'all mofos move me to the bullpen, messing with my money.
What if he
messing
eats
with
up
my
a lot of
dollars.
good strong innings in
What
the
do you say?
bullpen?
Playing with my money is playing with my emotions, Smokey. That came from Friday.
Do not care.
I know you don't, but
about
I'm
his
telling
money.
you don't fool with Cat's money, man.
Nah,
You don't do that.
Ranger owes the Phillies. They drafted him, developed him. He's been a Philly his whole life.
That's just like saying that you telling me that I owe the Jets. Well, I kind of do.
Well, they drafted you in the first round.
Well,
They took
you
you
know,
at Central State.
I mean, it's a bad
you
analogy.
heard the draft when they took you.
I mean,
they didn't know who you were.
Yeah, I walked into that one.
You did
But
walk into
still,
that one.
I don't owe them nothing. They drafted me, and I returned the favor.
Well,
I gave
owe
him
the
defensive
Jags.
rookie of the
You owe the
year.
Jags
What happened?
for
What happened the second
Oh,
and
the
third year with the
vacation.
Jets? You weren't quite as good. Then.
The second year I was playing in they changed the defense, and I wasn't happy.
But then you get chunky too.
Oh, well, I had to stay when I was chunky.
You got fat and happy.
took a vacation in Jacksonville. You owed that more than anyone.
I got
What's
super
up, Mike?
fat.
Mike's in Center City.
What's up, man?
Guys,
Hey,
how
Mike.
you doing? I have to say, I think we have truth-telling Hugh today, to be honest with you.
Okay. His truth. I don't know if it's the real truth, but go ahead.
But with that said, I mean, two things. One, you keep saying, he's an employee, but would you do the overnight on the weekend?
So, Mike, someone asked me this earlier. I would not be. Yes, I would. Look, if they came to me today and said, we're moving you off of midday, you're going to overnights. I would not be happy, but I would do it. I work for WIP. Well, what am I supposed to do? I mean, I have another choice. I could quit. I mean, that's on me, but I'd like to have a job, so I would do it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Would it be a demotion?
Yeah.
All right, so going to the bullpen's a demotion.
Sure. I think, well, I mean, let's just be real. Starting pitchers get paid more than relief pitchers. So, I mean, that's a demotion. I mean, I get Hugh's point. I don't care. I mean, I get what he's saying.
Well, here's my main point. I actually don't think, I mean, I would leave Ranger in the rotation. I'd move Taiwan, at least to start. And I don't think you lose anything. I mean, you gain on the starting side. You might have less of a need for bullpen. I just don't think you weaken the team going either way. Or actually, I think you strengthen the team having Ranger in the bull. Or I'm sorry, starting. I actually do.
Well, you could, assuming Taiwan could pitch well the bullpen. He really hasn't done that much. Ranger at one point in his career, early in his career with the Phillies, was a good relief pitcher. I mean, we know he could do that. I know it's a few years removed. And Mike, we appreciate the phone call. I feel pretty confident if Ranger Suarez puts his mind to it, he could be a really effective relief pitcher in an area that they're very weak. I mean, it's not so much like, hey, I want to do this just to upset everyone on the team. I'm just trying to make a weakness better. And right now they don't have an answer, and they seem to be very content not having an answer.
Well, I don't think that's the case. I think that they feel that it's going to play itself out. Eventually, it's going to play itself out. And I told you, I think Taiwan's going to be the one to go because Ranger, you can't ask Ranger to do that. Not in his contract year. I understand what everybody's saying. I mean, we're laughing and giggling about it, but this is about probably his last go round, and he's trying to maximize his monetary value as much as he possibly can. That's why I feel like when he's out there Sunday, he's going to be on a mission because he's behind the 8 ball a little bit because he's 30 games in. And by that time, he'll be 33, 34 games. So now he's out there pitching with purpose. And if you take that away from him and say, hey, we need you in the bullpen, he'll probably do it, but it's not going to be with the same passion that he would have done it with if he was a starter.
I know. I get it. I mean, I understand. I mean, I get what we're doing here, and I get what we're trying to do. I just trying to make the team better. I mean,
I get it.
Let me give you one more Eagles example from last year. Now, again, you're going to tell me it worked out and they paid him anyway. I know that. When Zach Bond got here, he thought of himself as an edge rusher. Edge rushers make more than inside linebackers, right? Edge rushers can make up to 35, 40 a year. The middle linebackers make 15, right? It's just a huge difference. They looked at him after a few practices, and Vic said, I think you're an inside backer. I mean, I'm sure he thought to himself, I only am on a 1-year deal, right? So effectively last year was a contract year for Zach Bond. He had to recognize, at my best, I'm going to make less here. He didn't just accept it. He played at an all-pro level.
And not only that, and I get what you're saying, Joe, but the difference is this. Zach Bond was a special team player primarily.
I know. They were all promotions.
Yes,
I know, but it was a different level of position.
And he was more apt to change his position because now he's just trying to find a place at the dinner table.
I know. He wasn't even at the dinner table.
That was a good point. But he was trying to get a place at the dinner table. Rangers already had a place at the dinner table, and he's thrived in that role. And the unfortunate thing about it is you're asking him to diminish himself because he probably went into it like this, Joe. Okay, wife's in town. My wife's here now. She's finally here. Things are starting to come together. this is the year where I'm going to put myself in position to get as much money as I can. This is my contract year.
Yeah.
Okay, unfortunately for him, he gets hurt. And out of necessity, now you're asking him in his contract year to sacrifice even more.
I know.
You know, and that's where I know we all want to win, but Ranger wants to be financially stable, financially secure.
All want to win. Joe and I do.
Wait a minute, I want to win too. I'm just
not as bad.
I don't see the
hunger in your eyes.
I am more realistic than you guys are. You got those Phillies blinders on, and you're not. You just want
Boris blinders on.
I do not have Boris. I just know how agents work, and
your hat will be here by the end of the week.
You know what's funny? Hat. Because perfect example. When I found out, when I got traded to Philadelphia, I didn't know I was traded. And they were trying to trade for me and not pay me. Like they were trying to, because I had like a year left on my deal. So to your point, they wanted me to play out the year and then see what happens. So my trade, I was told, I was on the phone and I was told this trade is contingent upon me coming to Philly. You know, hey, you got to agree to come to Philly. Didn't know nothing about that. I was already traded. My agent, Drew Rosenhaus, did his job. He found out. He said, Hugh, they've already traded for you. This deal is done. You have all the leverage. So what do you want? He said, they have to re-sign you because if you nullify this deal, they get nothing. And they're going to look bad. He said, what do you want? I'll never forget it. I said, I want Willie McGinnis money. At that time, and then that's the only time I ever counted anybody else's money because I was a big fan of Willie
looking
McGinnis.
At other people's
I was
grass.
looking at other people's grass because Willie McGinnis had just come off a Pro Bowl. He was balling and he played outside linebacker. And Willie McGinnis was the highest paid outside linebacker at the time in the history of the game, $25 million. I said, I want that, and I want number 53. And they said, and
what
Drew
are we paying for?
And Drew was like, okay. And when he got back on the phone, he was like, oh, they agreed to it. He said they really had no choice because they had already traded for you. So I was like, ha, Kyle. Ha!
Kyle was 2 years old.
That's it.
It's a baby.
I was rent-free in your head.
Worried about a 2-year-old.
That 2-year-old rent-free in my head.
Guy's a baby.
But no, that's the point. And it was one of those things where when you find out you have the leverage, you want to try to take advantage of that.
I get it. But you know what? And this is not to knock Ranger or to make, to pump you up. You were Hugh Douglas. You had a 10-sack season in the NFL already. He's Ranger Suarez.
But to your point, I was in a bad defense. And technically it's the same thing because my value was compromised because I was in a 3-4 defense. So I wasn't, if I would have went and after I got traded, I went to the Eagles or whatever and tried to ask for that money, they probably would have said no. So I was in a compromised position because I think that year I only had like 3 or 4 sacks.
Yeah.
So it was one of those things where if they didn't know I knew that information, they wouldn't have been willing to trade for me.
Yeah, I get it. I still want Ranger in the bullpen this weekend. 215-592-9494. All right, we'll check in with you people later on. Your calls with the Ranger Suarez situation next. Plus, the latest on the prank call situation in the NFL. And a hypothetical for Hugh. The defensive coordinator of the Falcons got fined a hefty amount yesterday for his son prank calling Shedeur Sanders. We'll hit it next. Your calls, 215-592-9494. For this hour, 94 WIP was fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you didn't have peak performance of your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car 94 only at Sunoco.
Yeah, now let's talk about bacon, but not just any bacon. Let's talk about Hatfield bacon. From classic hardwood smoked bacon to sweet maple brown sugar, even extra thick cut bacon and applewood smoked bacon. Every slice is packed with flavor top to bottom. You can top your burger with it. You can level up your breakfast, or you can just snack on it straight from the pan. No judgment for me. Treat yourself. Grab some Hatfield bacon today and taste the difference. Head to simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
Today, Eagles general manager Howie Roseman joins the WIP afternoon show at 3. Only on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
So, you get in your car and head to work, and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle, and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing, don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice.
T-Mobile's new experience plan. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement. Advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at tmobile.com/switch.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you an annoying coworker? Sending emails when everyone else is sleeping? Do they ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have knowledgeable sleep experts that can help you find a better bed, like a Tempur-Pedic. It has technology to keep you cool at night, meaning anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The NFL fined Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 for allowing his son to prank call Shedeur Sanders on draft night. Relative to Ulbrich's salary, which is reportedly $1.5 million per year, it's one of the biggest fines in recent NFL history. The league is sending a message. The prank call wasn't just embarrassing for Shedeur. The whole NFL looked bad. Ulbrich is taking the hit to make sure everyone is buttoned up come next year's draft. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The DNA of the Delaware Valley is always with you. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the Odyssey app.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. By the way, that's a big news here. The Colonial Theater, they had told us a couple days ago, Hugh, that the event, BG Live,
they were sold out.
Totally sold out. Well, they found some extra seats somehow, and we got some extra chairs here. So you still have a chance right now, 94WIP.com, to get tickets to BG Live on Monday at the Colonial Theater. We'll be there. We'll meet and greet with everyone beforehand. Monday's going to be a fun day as we celebrate Brandon Graham's career, BG Day, and BG Live that night on 5/5, Cinco de Mayo on Monday, not Cinco de Mayo on Sunday, the way some of us have gone.
We're going to be there all day, huh?
Well, we're going to be here doing a show, special Brandon Graham show all day on the station. This is your life, Brandon Graham, and then we're going to go there.
Hey, Kyle.
You going to be all right?
You know how when reality just kick in?
It's going to be a longer day.
You know how when you just realize, be like, because when he said, like, we've been talking about this for weeks.
Yeah, weeks, yeah.
Weeks. But then he said, today and tonight, that's when it really dawned on me.
What, do you think we had a day off to go to a show at night? What is this?
Man, that's a long
The show must go
He
on.
was looking forward to bed.
Well, hold on. No one said you can't start having some adult beverages after the show. You can do whatever you want.
You don't understand. I just realized, like all the conversations that I've had about this over the last couple of days.
You never knew that it was a longer day?
Because the boss. No, let me tell y'all. Because the boss said, "Hey, Hugh, it's a meet and greet, right?"
Yeah, before the event.
But
yeah.
no, Joe. I said, "All right, okay." I thought he meant at the station.
Why would people be here if the event is in Phoenixville?
Don't ask me all that.
Okay.
But Joe, and then when it just dawned on me, I'm like, hold up. He mean at the spot.
Yeah,
he mean at the spot.
Asking a lot of you. He didn't even know what day it was at first. He just
Well,
got
yesterday
that
he didn't know it was Wednesday.
Hey, I mean, yeah, I was just like, damn.
You know today's Thursday, right?
Yeah, I do. But I just realized we're gonna be
and we're very excited about it. It's BG Live.
Don't get me wrong, I'm excited about it. I just didn't realize that we were actually going to the venue.
Rest up this weekend. Big day on Monday. All right. Twitter Crash is sponsored by the BI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com.
Ooh, that's gonna be a long Monday, boy.
It will be, but it'll be it's gonna be.
It's gonna be a fun night. It's gonna be a fun night.
And go grab those tickets before Hugh takes them in the next couple minutes.
I'm worried about Hugh on Tuesday.
I know. We're gonna get the.
That's too close to going like back to back, man. It's too close to back.
So
to
you're
back.
saying a show and an event is like going back to back? It's a
That's
lot.
what I'm saying.
back to back.
It's like, yeah, that is a back to back
to back. I mean, now we're asking for a lot. Yeah,
That's
come
a
on
lot.
now. All right.
Banged every which way.
The Phillies forced Ranger Suarez to go to the bullpen. A bunch of cowards. No at 74.4%. Why? Why are we saying no to this? Why?
Because I like I said, first of all, I'd like to say thank you, people, for listening.
Oh, geez. You're taking credit for the Twitter
poll.
poll.
I appreciate you listening to starting to listen to what I'm saying because I want to win too. I do want to win. But I understand that there's ramifications to doing it the way that y'all want to do it. Y'all want to strong arm and bully people, man.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you do. All right, to get you right. All right, I need to read this comment I saw. We're gonna get to you people at 1:40, but how about this one? Ranger got a wife and 2 young kids. Those 2 college educations and 2 weddings ain't cheap. I'm team Big Hugh 53.
No, I'm telling you, man.
Can we just
what do we do?
Hold on a second. Do we understand how much?
fault.
Do we understand how much Ranger Suarez has made in his career and will
It
continue
don't
to
matter.
make? Well, it does. I mean, he can afford a couple of weddings.
No,
I
it
mean,
don't matter.
relief pitchers of 4 weddings.
We are trying to build generational wealth.
I'm not trying to build anything
Well,
besides
Rangers trying to build.
victories.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Rangers trying to
Generational
build
wealth.
generational
I could,
You and Ranger.
Yeah, like he gonna give me a cut. No, I mean, but I understand
this is
what
why
he's trying
we
to
think
do.
you're on Boris'
No,
team.
but I understand what he's trying to do. I mean, because think
Generational
about it like this. Think
Trying
about
to win a game on Sunday.
Think about now. This is what you call selfish, and this is just an example. I'm not trying to call him out, but I guess I am when I say this. Trey Turner already got his money, right?
Yeah, then that's generational wealth right there. Yeah.
Trey Turner got $300 million, and he stinks at shortstop, right?
That's for sure. Yeah, it's the best thing you've said all day.
And he refuses to do what's best for the team, even though he already got his money. And he's going to be here for what, 7 more years?
Well,
8 more
he's
years?
trying to make the Hall of Fame as a shortstop.
But let's be realistic, Trey. If like this is what I would do. When Trey says he doesn't want to move on shortstop, you know what I would queue up? The other night's play.
Just highlight reel, low light.
I would show him.
Low
and
lights.
then you know what I would say? And I like Trey. I like the fact that game is standing on. They try to get it right. But let's just be realistic for a minute. After the play, and you know when he airmailed it to JT, I would say I would not even talk about all of that. You know what I'd ask him about? What is this stupid ass look on your face after all that happened? Like with all seriousness, what does that stupid look on your face mean? Because that, like, out of everything that happened, that's the thing that bothered me the most. It's because you look like you were hoping that nobody saw that. And everybody saw it.
There's
and
cameras
then,
everywhere, yeah.
And then you had the audacity. What did he say? He came in there and said he's playing better or something he's doing better?
He's definitely improved.
Yeah. that's what we're focused on the wrong thing. Like, all jokes aside, we're focused on the wrong thing because he's playing in our face. Like, there's been a lot of that going on lately. Like, folks doing stuff and playing in your face and looking at you and then telling you everything is okay.
It's not.
It's not okay. Now that is. I've had people that I've asked that played baseball like that. Say, man, what was that? I don't know what that was.
Well,
he's playing in your face, but we're stuck. Like not y'all, but I'm just saying we're worried about Taijuan Walker start. We're worried about whether or not Rangers are gonna go to the bullpen. But this man missed the whole bag. He missed the whole bag, Joe.
I saw it. And
then threw the ball willy-nilly. And then had that stupid ass look on his face, and he's still lining up out there. And I know I was like, well, he's not gonna move because you're not gonna move him. But he's playing in your face. He's right there playing in your face, and then had the nerve after all of that. Hey, I'm getting better.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to sell me on the Turner stuff.
No, I'm just saying. I just find
preaching
that
to
fascinating.
the choir here. Yeah, no,
playing right in your face.
I don't like it. And then we have to eventually have to put our foot down, and we got to Ranger out to the bullpen. All right, let's take a phone call here, and then we have to let you hear the fallout from that prank call. There was a few prank calls over the weekend, like players getting prank called during the NFL draft, thinking they were getting drafted. The most high-profile one, obviously, was Shedeur Sanders, and he was pranked by the son of the Jets defense.
Jax, what's his name? Jax
Ulbrich, the former Jets head
yeah.
coach last year, interim coach, now the Falcons defense coordinator. We'll let you hear the fallout from that and what Howie said about it. First, though, Brian in the Northeast. Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, Brian. What's up?
Hey, well, if I'm at work and my boss says, hey, can you go do that? Can you go take care of that? And I say no, I get the can. I get fired. So Ranger has to just suck it up and go out there and show that he can handle it, do his business, and he'll still get money. I know it's not the starting pitcher and everything, but still, prove yourself out there. And then who knows at the end of this year, next season and everything.
I like his call.
Hey, Brian, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
In the dynamic of you and your boss, who makes the most money?
My boss.
Okay, so you really don't have a choice. So that's a not like Ranger makes more than Topper. So that's the thing that I'm trying to get you to see is that the players hold all the power. If this thing goes south, who do you think is going to be the first head to roll? It's going to be Toppers. So if Topper is not making that kind of money, that just lets you know the players have all the power. It's a different dynamic. I hear what you're saying, and you're right to a certain extent. But the reason why you're doing what your boss asks you to do is because your boss makes more money than you, and you're replaceable.
Well,
Ranger
right,
has a guaranteed contract.
But okay, so you're right, Hugh. But I don't know, obviously, what you do for a living, Brian. But Brian, you're allowed to work where you work because your boss puts you on the schedule or employs you, right? Like my point, and I think Brian's with me. Topper doesn't. You're right, Hugh. Topper makes less than most players. I mean, the managers don't make much these days. But he could also just not pitch Ranger.
Yeah,
he doesn't have to start.
I understand, and Brian, not picking on you, but there's also a locker room dynamic that you have to navigate. That by forcing Ranger to do something that everybody's going to know you're doing that out of necessity, but also Ranger's in a contract year, that's not going to sit well with most of the players.
But Topper's not the one that opens the checkbook either. This is Middleton, who makes a lot more than Ranger, and the other owners around the league who make a lot more than Ranger.
And that's what I'm saying. You can make it right. Just give Ranger some more money.
No.
Well,
give him some more
and
money.
here we go. Coming back to last year and the fallout in the playoffs, and our attitude coming into spring training was like, hey, we're going to buckle down here and everything. We're going to do what we need to do to get back into in the right shape to be a playoff team and go back to the World Series. So again, I think we need to put our, selfish aside and just say, hey, you know what? I'll go to the bullpen. I'll do it for my team because I'm here to win a World Series.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know what I would say in that instance, and I've said it to Joe and Kyle. If that's what you want to do, then it starts with Trey Turner for me.
I'm not going to argue that. I will not argue that.
So as soon as Trey does it, then Rangers should do it.
No, you got
Rangers going to pull Trey down with them.
You got to be the change you want to see in the world. You don't rely on others.
That's so dirty, man.
Joe, but no, it's the truth.
Good call, Brian.
Kyle,
We appreciate you.
We all sat there and we watched that moment I just described.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
It was egregious.
Yes, I know.
It was so like the Scott Fransky call told you everything you needed to know. He didn't know what to say. He did not know what to say.
From LA.
And
that was a very athletic play by JT, catching a ball headed for the fourth row.
Because you talk about somebody who knew, LA knew that he was in a situation where he's still an employee of the Phillies, and he couldn't take a dump on it like he wanted to, because he wanted to.
Oh, you know what?
He had a moment.
You know what you would have enjoyed?
What?
LA circa 2018. Lots. I mean,
Odubel Herrera.
Oh, Odubel.
I can imagine.
Gabe. I mean, it was
Listen,
raw.
That's where this came from.
What is wrong with him?
It was great.
No,
it was great. Right.
LA is clear that LA has been told, hey, I know you like to speak your mind, but could you tone it down a little bit? Could you not be so candid in your takes?
Well, I don't know how that works, but I hope.
He's still
raw.
LA. He's still LA, and he's still. But
not to be fair, they've won a lot the last 3 years.
Yes,
right?
but I tell you what, LA had a moment when that happened, when he thought about all the stuff that he wanted to say, and he pulled it back. Because Scott did the same thing.
At some point, I think. I mean, and this is me too. Like, you're just speechless.
No,
when it happens so much.
What did I just watch?
With Trey, you're like.
No, the thing that got
like
me
a Hugh
the
Douglas
most,
moment.
That's
but see, I own those. I own my moments, and I laugh at myself. Trey looked at us, and like remember. Okay, since you like talk about this all the time, remember when I was over there and I bust my chin on the floor trying to do push-ups?
You fell, yeah.
And you said, you said, what was that? And I said, did you see that?
It's a life alert.
Did you remember that when you said, did you say? As long as you ain't see it, it didn't happen.
No, but I was considering calling 911.
Like if a tree falls to the floor.
No,
I thought it was over.
No, Kyle. I hit that floor full chin. Bam! And the first thing that came to my mind, because I was like, man, did Joe see that? I said, Joe, you see that? He said, no. I said, well, cool. Nothing. We good.
You're lucky that was before the YouTube era. The YouTube would have picked up on that.
No. Bro, I bust
it reminds
my
me
whole,
of the
man. It hurt. It hurt too.
When you fell, but we had no camera on it. You know about the Chris Christie moment in here?
No, you mean the dude that used to wear them tight pants all the time?
The former governor of New Jersey. He was on.
Ooh, he's a big man.
He was on with Angelo. This was what, like 2016-ish. He was in the studio with Angelo because he's. I think Chris was a big. He's a Cowboys fan and a Mets fan. So
from like Jersey, New York.
Yeah. So they had fun
Fraud,
with him.
yeah.
But he tried to sit on one of these chairs. The whole thing gave out. And
Did he fall?
He fell right off the chair. The video of that was wild.
Yeah.
Just
I haven't seen that in a while. I want to try to dig that up on the internet.
As an aside,
yeah,
this happened twice today with you.
Mm-hmm.
But like you notice him clearing his throat a lot more
Yeah,
lately.
yeah, because
he's trying to avoid another Trey Hendrickson situation.
He's a good player. 17 and a half sacks last year.
I like Trey. Excuse me.
Trey Hendrickson then killed me.
I thought you was gonna let me slide today.
Trey Hendrickson kills me.
Why would I ever do that?
I always clear my throat when I'm about to say something like, damn. Okay,
Well,
I was trying to
don't
avoid
worry
it.
because Joe's gonna get it later with an observation from you people.
Oh,
There's some audio
really?
that's coming. Yeah,
all right, happens.
So
What are you gonna do?
just,
All right, let's before we go any further, can we check in with what happened with the prank call situation? So Jeff Ulbrich, your guy, Hugh, who's now the defensive coordinator of the Falcons.
I still like Jeff, man. It's hard to be mad at Jeff, man.
Well, how about his kid? Can we mad at him? Let's hear the apology as they found out it was Ulbrich's kid who was the one that pranked Shadur Sanders.
I want to publicly apologize to Shadur and the Sanders family for what occurred. Second of all, I want to publicly apologize to Mr. Blaine, Terry Fontenot, Reed Morris, and the entire Falcons organization. My actions of not protecting confidential data were inexcusable. My son's actions were absolutely inexcusable. And for that, we are both deeply sorry. The NFL has taken action, and I fully respect the punishment. We take full responsibility, my son and myself, and we will not be appealing the fine in any way. Going forward, I promise my son and I will work hard to demonstrate we are better than this. Again, I'm deeply sorry for our actions.
We say goodbye to Jeff Ulbrich's $100,000 as he's fined $100,000 for his son's actions and I guess not protecting that number that he got there. Hugh, a question for you. What would you do if one of your kids cost you $100,000 with a prank call?
Well, I had a few thoughts when I saw that, right? And the first thought I had, I was looking at Jeff and I'm like, Jeff need to come on home because that hairline is gone. Like, that's not the Jeff Ulbrich that I remembered in Atlanta when he was there the first time as a linebackers coach. He's losing his hair. He's losing his hair.
He also lost $100,000.
He lost his 100. Like, my first thought was this, man. I remember one time when he was in college, he got in a fight in the dorm, like 3:00 in the morning. And he called me. And my first thought was, what are you doing fighting? And I was like, and my second thought was, why are you messing up my money? I said, because that's in essence what you're doing. I said, don't mess up my money. I said, we sent you, ain't none. This is what I told him because he went to Morehouse. None of y'all thugs. Every last one of your parents here, it costs a lot of money to go to this school. Ain't none of y'all grew up in the streets. Your parents probably grew up in the streets. So why are you acting like thugs? That's not what you do. Your parents sent you here to get a good education. So do that. So in essence, you're messing up my money. But to answer your question, Joe, when we were on the phone, when I was riding into work, stuck in traffic, you asked a question and I took a pause. Because the first thought that I had that if my son lost me $100,000, my wife would have had to talk me down because my first inkling would be to kill him. Like straight up, like punch him in his chest, beat him up like he was somebody off the street that stole from me. Because that's a lot of money. For you to go out with your stupid ass friends and make prank calls and not have the wherewithal. First of all, I'll be mad at my son because I sent you to Ole Miss or whatever school you went to get a good education because I consider you a smart individual. And you do this stupid stuff. You go with your stupid ass friends and make prank calls, not thinking for a minute that that's going to come back on me. And you got the number from me. That's where you get your chest caved in and you get stomped out like I don't even know you because I know for a fact that you know better than that. And now you cost me $100,000. You're paying me back like I'm a bank. Like, you're giving me back my money. I don't care how you get it. You better start selling some of them damn video games or something. But you're giving me back my money some way, and I'm. It's gonna be accrued interest as well, because that's just stupid, man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like how I tell Harper this all the time, because Harper, I know he's 6, but I think it starts early, Joe, with kids. Harper, when Harper does something or he's being aloof, I say, listen, Harper, you're smarter than that. Start acting like you're smart, because I know you are. Like, doing stupid stuff is not acceptable. And I know Jeff sat up there and you know, he talked about he was a stand-up guy. But my son, I'm mad at him, because I expect more from you. I sent you to school to be smarter. And he knew, his son, Jax, knew he messed up, because he was on, like, I don't know why he didn't know he messed up when they were recording it. But when he stood up, when the guy got on the phone, whoever the guy was, and he said, hey, is this Shador? And Jax walked out of the film. It's too late now, bro. You're on camera. And he walked out. Like, it's just stupid. Jax would be paying me back my money, though. Jax would have to get his ass a job at Krispy Kreme or something, because he giving me back my money. You in every check that you get, you are paying me back, and I want you to put it in an account. And when it reaches $100,000, then you're off the hook.
Yeah, look, I'm not surprised the NFL took it serious. Like, $100,000 is a big fine.
It's a lot of money.
And I think what they're trying to do is make sure this never happens again. So the coaches or whoever gets these phone numbers for the kids protects it and doesn't let it get into the wrong hands, like their own kids or whatever. I do have one question, though. Are we going a little too far with how serious this is? Again, I understand the NFL being upset at Ulbrich and his son because they did this. Did we need an emotional apology thing? It was a prank call.
Well, I think,
like, I get the fine. Like, I get, like, you breached. We gave you information. It was a breach that was wrong, and all the teams need to be more serious about this because it's not right. I get it. Did Jeff Ulbrich need to stand in front of a microphone yesterday and apologize with all that emotion in his voice? No one got killed. No one got punched.
I think it was because
of a stupid thing. I mean, we were 20, right? We were all 18. We're stupid.
I remember Mark Spindler.
I was really stupid.
Mark Spindler played for, I think it was Penn State. And I remember him telling me about when he was getting drafted, he had prank calls. And I think Abdul Carter had it.
Yes.
The difference.
Well, Kyle McCord got one with the Eagles.
Yeah. And Cooper DeJean talked about it.
Again, yeah.
It happens a lot. But I think the difference in this situation is because of the firestorm that surrounded Shador and the embarrassment that it caused.
You're probably right.
It was because it was him. Like, to your point, Joe, I looked at it and I was like, yeah, that's a little bit over the top. But it was because of everything that had happened with Shador, the dramatic fall that he had in the draft, the fact that there was some people that felt that there was some racial undertones to this, and the NFL had to come out and they did a hard course correct. But to your point, everybody get prank called.
Yeah, like, if I was Jeff Ulbrich, I actually would be more upset about having to do the apology out loud. Like, I get it. You're going to find me. I let the information get out. I let it in the hands of my son. He was a stupid kid with his friends. All right, I got a fine. I got to get a fine. But I have to stand up and apologize? I don't know. It's a prank call. I mean, this.
Yeah, it happens. I don't think I didn't get a prank call directly. I mean, I don't, that wasn't a big thing, but I've heard guys get prank calls.
Yeah, I mean, and it's unfortunate. I mean, it's the biggest moment of these people's lives, and it becomes a joke. I feel bad. I don't want any of them to get prank called.
Did that music in the background make the apology sound more sincere?
No, actually.
Well, no, it sounded like Jeff was about to cry, though. It did sound like he was about to cry.
Yeah, maybe he heard you talk about his hairline.
Oh, yeah, his hairline is receding.
Yeah.
I feel like sending a text message down there to somebody and be like, tell Jeff just to cut his hair off.
Is this the week? He just lost 100 grams.
Ain't no week a good week when you're talking about losing hair. I mean, but I think I owe it to Jeff.
To tell him? Well, you just did it. You did it pretty publicly.
Well, yeah, and I hope somebody clips this off and send it to Atlanta, because he needs to go ahead and let that go. Because it's like
Jeff, remember Hugh Douglas? He was up in Philadelphia today saying you got to shave your head.
It's just
You're bald.
It's like bald, like right there.
Yeah.
It's just
you
like
got to come on home.
You got to come on home.
We all get there someday. All right, 215-592-9049. We'll check in with you people next. Plus, we got to let you hear something. Q has poisoned the mind of listeners to this station. Wait until you hear what happened yesterday on WIP. It is clearly and 100% Hugh Douglas's fault. 215-592-9049 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Today, Eagles general manager Howie Roseman joins the WIP afternoon show at 3. Only on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Tonight is Game 6 in the Nuggets and Clippers series, and we're expecting a large dose of Nikola Jokic. Let's go over his rebounds plus assists over 21.5 for -125. Jokic has hit this in 3 straight games and averaged this during the regular season. In a crucial Game 6 where the Nuggets could potentially close out the series, expect Jokic to fill out the stat sheet. Bet smarter and beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Some people say Delco's a lot, and you know what? They're right. From cool outdoor festivals and wineries to award-winning gardens and miles of tracks and trails, Delco has something for everyone. And if you're looking for someplace to watch a game, have a beer, eat great food, and hang out with your friends, you won't have to look very far because Delco is loaded with great bars and restaurants. Check out all Delco has to offer at visitdelco.com. That's visitdelco.com. They say Delco's a lot, and they're right.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You're gonna be the lonely one. Oh, do you believe in life after love?
It's a great song. One of our favorite ones we come back with here. Welcome back. Midday show.
4 wins in a row, baby.
The Phillies back? Officially? Or the Phillies back?
We have the reverse stopper on the mound tonight, so who knows?
Well, that's our 5th starter. Leave him alone.
278 ERA.
What has shocked today has been that we are taking up really for Taijuan Walker while Hugh demeans Taijuan and throws him in the bullpen. That's what I heard for the last 3 minutes.
Whatever fits his agenda.
I know. Agenda Douglas.
The spin. This every day is different.
What spin?
Tomorrow's going to be a new day. So we just get through this day.
Tomorrow's a
And
new
then
day.
Tomorrow's going to be a new day.
And then we yell about something else tomorrow.
Like what we do.
Here's
That's what
one
we do.
thing we all could yell about, or at least most people. We need to blame you for something.
What'd I do?
Well, you talk about, what'd you say earlier? You're here to teach?
I'm here to teach.
Yes. Okay. So, and you take pride when
I have vision.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you take pride when people agree with your takes, right? Like
Yes.
when you win the poll that day or the
Well,
majority.
it's just because I know how hardcore Philly fans are.
Mm-hmm.
So if I could just reach one a day with my vision and
Doesn't
my
help that
and
I'm
my
blind.
takes, then I've accomplished something.
Well,
That's why I sleep well at night.
I found one that you reached. So you have famously been a Johan Rojas guy over the years, right?
Yes.
Well, you've poisoned the mind of at least one Philadelphia sports fan. Listen to this nonsense. Yesterday, WIP afternoon show. Listen to this caller. I mean, this is Hugh Douglas level spin on Johan Rojas and what he is.
I think I'm just looking at it player and position by position, comparatively speaking, with the division. They've got the most athletic team. They've got the best power. No one's going to stop.
Best power?
And
Well, they don't have that. Not this year.
I mean,
we got two guys that got more than 2 home runs.
Season, over the course of the season, what do you see? They will have power. They will deliver. My big criticism right now is that it took them this long to finally play Rojas regularly. I mean, he is a Willie Mays in the making.
All right.
Who?
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm out.
Willie Mays Hayes?
Yeah, no. No, yeah. And this is who you meant, Willie Mays.
See what you did here? I meant Willie Mays.
No.
Based on his athleticism. Absolutely. And the play last night, that was a knuckleball. Okay? Impossible. Nobody could have caught that ball.
Hold up, Jim. Hold up.
He did.
As the residential gridiron guy here, are you two going to let this go?
Well,
your head didn't explode when he said Rojas is Willie Mays out there in center field.
Well, I think he's making his own point. At this, I need somebody on my side. On Jim's with me.
I'm trying to question your baseball acumen.
I said he's Willie Mays Hayes. What more do you want from me?
Willie Mays. So we had a caller yesterday to the afternoon show. I was listening to this live who compared Johan Rojas to Willie Mays.
I don't think I ever did that.
Well, you never did. No, I didn't say you did that in particular, but you embolden people.
Well, people see what they see.
No, you can't. You can't just see what you see. You have to see. What it is.
It might not be. It might not be what everybody else sees. But
no,
people see what they see.
You're
no, I'm not trying to embolden him. I'm just saying because perfect example. This whole Ranger Suarez thing, we don't see eye to eye. We see it differently, right?
Yeah, but there's shades of gray on this.
But this is the same thing.
No, there's not. To Willie Mays?
Well, that's a lot.
It's a lot. It's ridiculous.
That's a lot.
Was there more? Did this guy continue?
Yes. I do just want to add, though.
Yeah.
Because the worst part about that and what Hugh's influence was not necessarily the Rojas comparison. Did you hear the knuckleball excuse?
Yeah, I know.
Nobody would have caught that. That was a Hugh Douglas.
No, most center fielders would have caught it.
Yes,
that's why
correct.
he's out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have did. I wouldn't have said.
Yeah, he did continue though.
I'm a student of Eddie Collins and Eddie Collins Jr., who taught me to throw a knuckle curve that I took to Arizona State.
Oh.
And played with
I don't give a
Butler, T.B. Brooks, and Mickey Hatcher.
Spike's favorite player is
I know
Brett
what I'm
Butler.
talking
Yeah, I
about.
love Brett Butler.
This is a great team. I'm out, man.
Ike's out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen. I don't know if you're trolling or not, but here's what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna allow you to make me blow a gasket every day with Willie Mays, and this is a very good team.
About Johan Rojas.
How old is Johan Rojas?
24.
Okay.
He does the same numbers Willie Mays.
How many years has he played as a major leaguer? This is his third season already.
Third season. Yep.
And look at Willie Mays. How many seasons did it take him to hit his stride? 3 seasons. All right.
These are now lies. We're just
where if they can just stick with Rojas, I would even lead him off. He's got speed.
Yeah.
Great idea.
But he's got some things to learn.
He's
on
got
bunting.
speed, though. He
Still
does
not
have
bunting properly.
Striking out a lot.
Has to be a family member.
And he's because he's swinging hard. They're telling him to go ahead and swing as hard as you can.
He doesn't sound like a
they're
Rojas.
telling him to swing hard.
Yeah.
But they were telling him to bunt.
They don't want the ball
for a
on the
while.
ground.
Bunted last night.
Yeah.
I think he's a super talent, and as center fielder, he can anchor this center
Oh my
defense.
God.
How do you say that after last night?
So, all right. So it's one thing to the shades of gray, seeing things differently, and then there's lying to everyone. So
He's living in his truth.
Well, here's mine. Ready? I pulled up the numbers. Willie Mays' first 3 years, Johan Rojas, because he said it took Willie Mays 3 years to find his stride. You ready for these? First 3 years in the major leagues, roughly the same amount of games. Willie Mays had 45 home runs. Johan Rojas has 6. Willie Mays had 133 runs batted in. Johan Rojas has 64. Willie Mays hit 325. Johan Rojas hit 263. Willie Mays' OPS was 1,015. Johan Rojas is 659. This is not shades of gray. This isn't seeing it your way. He's lying.
Well, he moved the line quite a bit.
And this is your influence.
No, I'm just saying he moved the line quite a bit. But
What line? I can't even see the line anymore.
That was a lot of line moving right there. That's a lot. I've never
I call it
said
brain
that.
wrestling.
But yeah, he definitely brain wrestling. But I guess in his defense, when you say it like you believe it, I guess it's true because he said that with conviction.
Okay.
But it's not true.
Well, I'm going to try it. Ready? Maybe this will convince you. Ranger Suarez in the bullpen. He's Mariano Rivera. Put him out there today.
Mm-mm.
I'm sorry. That's my truth.
I mean, okay, that's fine if that's what you want to do. But
How
pay
old's
him
Ranger?
first. Pay him first.
How old was Mariano?
It's my truth.
You got to pay him first. Then I think he would go if you pay him. Okay, the elephant in the room is his financial status.
For you.
Well, for him too.
And for Boris Court.
Well, yeah, for Boris Court. But yeah, so if you want this to go away, just pay him. Just pay him what the market value is going to be.
You really are playing
You really make this out. You're making it more complicated than it. You see that spot in the bullpen, Ranger? That's your seat
but what
tonight.
I'm saying is
Sit
this.
there.
This is what I'm saying because we all want him to go to the bullpen, correct?
Yeah.
I'm the only one that realizes that that's not going to happen because he's in a contract year, correct?
Well, you're the only one that is letting it bother you.
Well, it's not bothering me because you guys are trying to strong arm me.
No, I'm very, very simple about this, Ranger. You'll pitch when I call you into the game. That's it. When I say Suarez in, you come in, and if I don't, you don't go out there.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. It don't work like that.
It does.
If you want to fix this, just pay him. Pay him. Just pay him.
You are a Boris plan.
I am not a Boris player. I don't have the worm.
You're trying to get a good pick.
If anyone missed it earlier, we went on Scott Boris's website and we found out he has a staff of 75 people that are mostly former major leaguers. But then it said this. Also on the staff is a 14-person research staff charged with watching each day's game and reporting to Boris. That's you, Douglas.
That is not me.
Hold on.
just
If
saying.
Scott Boris paid you to just give takes, you wouldn't do it? I would.
If he paid me just to give takes.
Yeah, but a 14-person research staff charged with watching each day games and reporting to Boris.
How much money are we talking about?
I mean, Scott's got a lot.
Yeah, and I need a piece of that. If I'm gonna sit out here and be reporting, I'm gonna need to be compensated.
Scott
thoroughly.
just listens to the show. That's how he's. That's
no, I can't do that.
All
but
right.
I'm just being realistic about the situation that Ranger's in. Ranger wants to get paid.
Yeah.
And being in the bullpen is not going to maximize his dollars.
That's Rangers' problem, not mine. Jeff is up from Wilmington. Hey, Jeff.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeff. What's up?
I don't know, but I got Dollar Bill Hugh out here wanting to cave a kid's chest in and hold Trey Turner hostage to go to the outfield. So let Ranger get to the bullpen. What are we doing here?
Hey, Jeff, wait a minute. If my kid cost me $100,000, he can't be my kid because he's smarter than that. He know how I feel about money. So he better bring me back my money for real.
Real quick, here's what I would have done. I would have found a police or FBI agent friend of mine. Bring that kid in, arrest him, like fake arrest him, bring him in and start questioning him and tell him that he's on the hook for some kind of federal crime for making false.
Put a real scare in him. Real scare.
Yeah. And then he's going to pay me back. But that's definite. I don't care how long it takes, but I'm getting a check every month.
I'm getting my money back. I'm gonna get my money back.
So I think putting Ranger in the bullpen is the best option, and I would put it to him like this: like, look, man, Taiwan's pitching pretty good right now as a starter. We think you're our best option in the bullpen, and we're trying to win a World Series here, and this is the best way for right now to do it. Just remember, you're still under contract, so. We don't have to do, we don't have to do anything.
Sounds like a threat.
Yeah, I like that. Just remember. Just in case you forgot.
Yeah. See, but this is the thing. But see, Jeff, this is the thing that I don't think anybody's getting. Threats don't work with professional athletes like that. They dig in, and they really will be upset if you try to threaten them and say, "Well, we got you under contract." That's the worst thing you could do.
Here's what I say: you're not pitching for us right now because you're injured, and if you decide to sit out, we're still in the same position we were before you got back to the major league club to pitch. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, Ranger needs to be a pitch effectively. Jeff, we appreciate it, to get a contract. Regardless if that is relief or starting, that's the only way. He's got one path: succeed. And I'm just going to put you in that role. Now, are they going to do this? I probably not. I mean, the Phillies. I find it very interesting. And they might just be buying their time. If I had to guess, that's what I think they're doing. They're just buying time and keeping everyone stretched out. Yeah, and let's see what happens by the time July arrives. But every time they're asked, Ranger's a starter, Painter's a starter. Okay, well, even if Taiwan's expendable in this, which he probably is, and he just goes to be the long man in the bullpen, you still have 6. I mean, we're barreling towards having 6 starters.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
So that means, okay, well then someone's got to be uncomfortable. That's probably Zach Wheeler, because he's been the most vocal of he likes his routine of every 5th day he gets to pitch. I mean, this is a good problem to have. Let me say that. But it's always good to have more good starting pitching. This is not a bad problem to have, but just feels like they don't want to make any decisions. They just want to kind of, let's just dance around this for a while.
Well, I think they've already made the first one, and that's to clear this with Wheeler. And that's why they're going.
Do you think they're going to have a 6-man rotation with Painters ready, assuming health?
Yes, I do. I think initially and I think as the season progresses, it'll work itself out. It might go back to a 5. It might stay a 6. Yeah, it might stay a 6, because let's be honest. When it comes to Taiwan Walker, even tonight, we're on pins and needles. We don't know what's going to happen. Even though he has been decent.
A guess?
I mean, I do have. I always have a guess, but it's always one of those things where, regardless, he's been decent, but you still are not comfortable.
Well, yeah.
You're not comfortable. He definitely doesn't make you comfortable.
Well, no. I mean, he's most 5th starters don't. I mean, to be fair.
And so you're like, hey, tonight might be the night where this works itself out.
I can't believe this. Last week you've turned on Taiwan.
I have not.
You have.
It was a slow turn. I think you could feel it after that first prediction. He was like,
"You were so involved in that first game when we were at the stadium for the Rockies, and since then,
I have
subtly turned on.
No, but I've been subtly right. Have I not?
You know what? I'm starting to think his first prediction might have been more about the Rockies and less about Taiwan.
Well, considering they're the worst team in baseball,
I
did say
he did have a sense of Rockies stuff,
because I was like, he's never faced anybody in that lineup.
And they're bad.
Well, he's only faced 2 or 3 people that was in the lineup when they faced him.
Oh, they're bad. Let's get Ken, and then we'll check in with you people. What's up, Ken?
Good afternoon, John. How are you?
Hey, Ken. What's going on?
So
first of all, if that's my 21-year-old kid, he's man enough to pull crap like that. He's coming off my health insurance today. Because according to federal law, he's a kid until he's 26. Well, you're a big man playing big man games. You pay for your own health insurance there, big man. So that's a hell of a lot more than $100,000 by the time you get to the end of it. And Joe, I would just point out to you that it would be impossible for Kyle Schwarber to hit first inning 3-run home runs if you had what you wanted. So,
well, they could bat around, but I'm kidding. I understand your
in
point.
the first inning?
Well, why not?
Well, okay.
Yeah, I'm just being difficult. You're right. Obviously, if he's hitting fourth, there's runners on base, and that's why he hit a 3-run home run. Yep.
He's got 5 RBIs on 2 home runs in the last 2 games in the first inning. That would have been 2 RBIs in the last 2 games if you had what you wanted.
It would have been. We'll see how it plays out over the year. But I do like the way Stott's hitting, Ken. I like it better the days that Stott is there because he's got a 374 on base. When it's that, I like it better than the lefty thing. But it seems like they're going to keep it, so we roll with it.
So the funny thing here is that what Hugh is saying, in his kind of major league buddies way, is right in the sense of this. The reason that Ranger Suarez should be in the starting rotation and not in the bullpen is because it's the manager's responsibility to put the best team on the field every night. So in no world is Taijuan Walker a better starting pitcher than Ranger Suarez, especially if you're going to get Ranger that's anywhere close to April-May Ranger last year. So if your responsibility as a manager is to put the best starting lineup on the field, then that means Ranger Suarez is a starter every 5th day. But it's that exact responsibility that is not being maintained by the organization when they put a shortstop on the field every night who is unplayable at shortstop because he's so bad. So that's where the hypocrisy of the organization comes in, is that obviously the reason for keeping Ranger in the starting rotation, I don't think they're worried about whether or not Ranger gets paid, but they understand that Ranger is a better starting pitcher than Taijuan Walker, but they won't use the same approach with a guy who is unplayable at shortstop in the major leagues.
Well, I agree with that. And there is some hypocrisy to this. I mean, he was bringing that up, like, why this but not that? And can we appreciate Falco? I get it. And I understand Ken's point. Like, he is a better pitcher than Taijuan, obviously. I just think there's more value for this team to adding a big bullpen piece, which Ranger, I think, could be, rather than a 5th starter. That's not what's holding them back. The 5th starter is not what's holding the Phillies back. It's the bullpen that it's going to cost them as this year goes on. All right, before we go any further, let's hear from you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
So no, the stash has not made me this way. I've always been this way. Always been
Kyle
this way.
catches some heat.
Yeah, this is who he is.
Pop Smurf.
No, I'm a Smurf.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the blue.
It's the blue.
Yeah.
Yep.
Papa Smurf. It's not Papa.
Pop Smurf. But
Okay.
but
You're
Smurf.
Pop.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Pop Smurf.
Yep. Also, you're looking like Kimbo Slice with the beanie on.
Kimbo, is that right?
Send
I've gotten
nudes
that before.
speedy,
Yeah. Yeah, boy,
Noodles.
that's
Nudes as in noodles.
Yes. Yep. This one could be added to the field of Hughes next season. We got the Mac Mart drop off. Mukbang Hugh.
Yeah, I knew something. See, that's Max's fault. I'm blaming Max for that.
Well, no, I mean, you were eating during the segment.
Well,
That's
because
not Max's
Max
fault.
put the camera on me when I was eating.
Well, you were eating during the segment. That's again.
Yeah,
You can
because
turn your mic off so that
normally-
people
yeah.
aren't hearing the mukbang.
Yeah.
Or they're getting a petition and a GoFundMe for Hugh to come in as the squirrel.
Oh, we need
Dress
this.
in the squirrel outfit.
How
So-
many signatures for this to happen?
Man, that's not gonna happen, man.
When
When I tell you, I tweeted out the pants. Did you see the pants?
I did,
tweeted,
yeah.
Dude, those pants are super furry.
We're doing the change.org petition starting tomorrow. We're getting this done.
Congratulations, Hugh, because you did get this. Hugh was the guru of wisdom.
Thank
He reached me.
I got one. That's
gee.
all I need.
This-
One a day.
And this is why.
Thank you, whoever
this-
you are. Thank you.
This
Thank
is
you
why
so
people
much.
feel compelled to compare
I will
Johan
speak
Rojas to
my
Willie Mays.
truth.
Yep.
Every day.
Yep. So
as long as I grab one, that's all I need is one.
Brick by brick.
a lot
brick
of
by
wisdom.
brick.
A lot of wisdom from Hugh.
Yeah.
All Hugh does is think about money, and that's why he ended up in Jacksonville. Build you up just
But
to
wait a
tear you
minute.
down.
That they say that like it's a bad thing, though.
Does she do anything for us?
Like that's not a bad thing.
No, and it gave us a lot of content, so we're happy it happened.
I mean, what are we paying for?
Hey, Hugh, how's
Yeah.
Boris's boot taste?
See, I'd see. Try to.
Thank you to that
You
person.
try to teach folks, man, and they just don't want to hear it, man. They just don't want to hear it.
I buttered you up before to tear you down.
It's a good
there.
one.
All right, and last one here because we went over this issue that we had with you.
He's a good player. 17 and a half sacks last year.
I like Trey.
Did I do something?
Well, you did.
What did I do?
People pointed this out right away.
All right, what is it?
Yeah, tough voice crack by you.
Sign Ranger to a long-term deal.
No, he's not worth it. Long-term deal. Oh, no.
I missed that.
They got me. All right, well, now
I missed that.
Now we're going to have to play
Ranger
both.
to a long-term deal.
No, he's not worth it. Long-term deal. He's a good player. 17 and a half sacks last year.
I like Trey. Oh, yeah, that's different.
Yeah, we might have to eventually ask people which one they like better. And that was a tough scene for me there.
I didn't even but nobody noticed it. But
a lot of the YouTube chat picked up on it.
You people.
Well, you know what? That means they're very attentively listening. We appreciate that. Thank
Sign
you.
Ranger to a long-term deal.
They always talk bad about long-term deal.
They always talk bad about us.
They do. I mean, they're here with us every day just to point out our weaknesses. We really
our flaw.
Yeah, and there's a lot.
That one was tough, man.
Yeah,
that was tough.
How does Boris's boot taste? Is my favorite one today.
Whoever said that's real mean, man.
No, it's true. It's the truth. That's the problem.
It's not.
Joe. I want truth. I go to Joe in the Northeast. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Joe, you, how you doing?
What's up,
Hey, Joe.
Well, I'll address that Ranger situation, but if Mr. Middleton is listening, he should find a spot for me, a job in that organization, and sign the great Bambino today. Okay, and in reference to Suarez, Joe, and you're both right. Joe, you were saying about the name on the front is more important than the name on the back.
Yes.
That is true. But you made the point, well, what about Turner? Because they cater to these ball players. Okay? Turner, we know, should be a second baseman. You don't put the great Bambino out in left field because we want to keep a consecutive game played streak going, which they did having Castellanos as a designated hitter. Say there, and with Ranger, I like Taiwan Walker because he got screwed by them in 2023, just like what they're doing to the Stevenson now. They shouldn't have never brought him up, but Taiwan in his last outing he had 86 pitches, right?
Yep.
And Turner didn't put the tag on the guy at second. He would only had 73. He had to go 13 more pitches.
Absolutely. Turner has cost these pitchers with that stuff. Joe, you're right about that. I'm glad you brought that to the discussion. Joe, we appreciate it. We're a little late on time here, but he's right. That's score one for Taiwan. He's a Taiwan guy. You used to be a Taiwan guy before you turned on him.
I'm still a Taiwan.
We got to hand it over. It's Fritz and Ike today. Spike is out. Fritz and Ike coming up, but here we need the line. Taiwan's line tonight and potentially his final start.
I got 5 innings.
5 innings.
3 hits.
Ooh.
I think he does. I think he's pretty decent tonight.
How many runs? 5 innings, 3 hits.
2 runs.
And you want to take him out of the rotation?
2 home runs on 3 hits?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I mean, you ask me what I feel, and I tell you now. I'm just saying.
You want to take him out of the rotation?
He got to. Hey, listen, Ranger's trying to get paid, man. He's trying to maximize his dollars.
Boris Corp. Ridiculous. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day. Go Phils. We'll talk tomorrow. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Phil. Sign Ranger to a long-term deal.
No, he's not worth it. A long-term deal.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank. Supporting local communities since 1868.
Hey, Joe Camera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Joe Camera here. Mother's Day is almost upon us. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. I've been in their showroom. You should be as well. It's awesome. A huge selection of gifts at every price point. This Mother's Day, make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
There's nothing like a neighborhood pub, the familiar faces it's filled with, and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's.
It's on. Shop the Memorial Day sale at Ashley. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus, get amazing savings on outdoor furniture. That's not all. Get 60-month special financing and have your furniture delivered locally free. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia.
Financing with approved credit, minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
Ike Reese here for my friends at Dietz & Watson. Spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Hey, Joe Camera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. After the Lakers lost their first-round series to the T-Wolves last night, LeBron James said he wasn't sure what the future holds. He'll likely be back, but the path to a title in L.A. seems elusive. Even with Luka and LeBron, the roster is thin. They need a lot of help. LeBron's 40. The clock is ticking, and they're not one player away. This was a depressing loss for Lakers Nation. Unfortunately, as of right now, the future doesn't seem much brighter. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, let's do a radio show. Welcome on in. It's the afternoon show. Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Welcome on in. A big show this afternoon. We'll get into it all. Jack Fritz in for Spike Eskin alongside my guy, Ike Reese. What's happening, Ike?
Well, Fritzy, the one downside to being on YouTube is that people can actually see you.
Yeah.
And that means Spike could be out there watching the show today.
Sure. Not allowed to smile?
Well, unfortunately for him, he's going to see just how happy everyone is today around the office and at the station, particularly in the studio with you and I. I'll let your boy, Fritzy.
Man, poor guy. Poor guy.
You got the keys, man. Listen, don't wreck the car today. Don't wreck it. We don't need to trade AJ for Patrick Surtain or anything. We don't need to do any of that.
Would never. We would never suggest such an idea, and definitely do not want AJ Brown to call. But
it is your turn to drive.
Sure. Well, speaking of big calls.
Yes.
Now, we got Eskin out of here. Perfect. Because we got Howie Roseman coming on at 3 o'clock today.
Which is perfect. Oh, you're right. Big dog.
Which is going to be awesome. Hopefully he's recovered from his beer can to the head. Obviously, a lot of draft stuff to get into with him. And they're Super Bowl champs. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good way to start.
Yeah.
You know, get the bus ready in old Canton for Howie.
Well, the biggest thing, right, for me with Howie is, you know, he talks about the offseason not ending. Right? So we got to feel like coming off the draft. We're like, you know, what else can the Eagles do? It's pretty much, well, be interested to find out. You know, I know he's not going to give us his sort of playbook to what he's thinking about doing or anticipating doing, but be great to get his thoughts on areas that they improved upon. Do they still need to improve upon? He obviously had to replace a lot of talent on the number one defense. So, yeah, I'm excited about talking with what is his exact title?
Vice President of Football Operations?
President of Football Operations and the General Manager?
Yeah.
Yes.
Basically runs the franchise?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you
All
got to make sure you get the exact title right.
I would say GOAT. I'll just say the Eagles goat's coming on.
Executive Vice President and General Manager.
Okay.
The EVP, yes.
The EVP.
Executive Vice President and General Manager.
Always
Make sure
professional.
we have that right.
Call him EVP Roseman.
I just want to know if he thinks Elliott deserved Eagles Insider of the Year. That's all that I'm trying to get to the bottom with Howie Roseman. The voice you heard behind the glass, of course, is Dan Wilson, who was eating pizza rolls for lunch like a true 15-year-old.
Yep.
Thank you.
My daughter's favorite.
Welcome to the
Nothing
show.
wrong with pizza rolls.
Pizza rolls.
Again, Buzz, you're going on to almost 30. Maybe time to put the pizza rolls away and get a big boy meal. But who am I to say? But we start today's show with the Phils. And I tell you what, it's a good day to talk some Phils because last night was just a beautiful win. A beautiful, normal, stress-free, 4 perfect innings out of the bullpen from our lockdown aces, Jose Ruiz, Tanner Banks, and Carlos Hernandez. Offense hit 3 home runs. Our players of the game, by the way, not to pat ourselves on the back.
How about that?
Not bad. Kepler finally went yard. He's a gorgeous man, and he hits balls hard. That's what Max Kepler does. And we are officially a month into the season. You know, they're 17-13. The way they're talked about on these airwaves, you would pretend that they're 13-17 with all the amount of negativity around them. And Ike, simply put, a month into the season, are you more buying this baseball team or are you more selling this baseball team?
You would want to have this discussion today.
I do.
Teams playing well.
Yeah.
Right
If they lost 2 straight, guess who's hosting the show today?
Right.
Buzz.
As it is, they won 4 straight.
Yes,
right?
they have.
4 straight, right?
Take 2 3 from the Cubs this weekend.
Yeah, and the last 2 versus the Cubs, first 2 versus Washington. Let me say this. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I'm not raining.
Not your style.
I'm not raining on people's parade. Although I don't think many people are throwing a parade today.
Not even me.
Yet. I still need to see more. Nice series win. They played well at home. It's great to see the ball leave the yard. All those things are good. Even with the bullpen last night, you're right. It was great to see them go out there, have some clean innings, and get out of a game stress-free. I'm not going to take that away from them. I need to see that more. I need to see that more. Listen, bottom of the lineup, starting to hit the ball well, right? Pretty much everyone, except for Bryce right now, is hitting the ball pretty good.
Bomer, not so much.
Well, yeah, he didn't play last night, so I tried to leave him out of the conversation.
Castellanos has cooled off a little bit, but overall he's been fine.
Yeah, he got out to such a hot start. It's almost expected that he wouldn't keep that pace going. So I kind of give him a free pass. Good to see Schwartz back to getting the ball out of the ballpark, back-to-back home runs. I was in the building last night there, young fella.
Oh, wow, man.
Yes.
Man, an empty nester truly starting to work his way over the ballpark more and more.
Man, we had an Eagles alumni day down at the ballpark. So
okay.
A couple of old guys made it out. And,
Nice.
we made it down there and watched the game, man.
Talking a little shop.
Yeah.
Hey, good to see Schwartz protecting Bryce, you know.
Yes, believe me, it was actually some baseball talk going on
Nice.
down there, man. It was. So, but yeah.
I'm sure you were educating all them. I mean, obviously you work with me. So it's just wealths of knowledge.
Well, here's the
a lot
thing.
of Tanner Banks discourse.
Oh, man, so much Tanner Banks talk.
Listen, and we had great seats up the third baseline, right there.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad, man. Not bad. In the suite, all the amenities you needed in there. Yeah, nice.
How long you make it?
I made it to the 5th inning.
Not bad. hey, that counts as a win if you get through the 5th inning.
That does, man. Yes. I made it to the 5th inning, so I felt pretty good about that. I missed JT and Kepler's home runs.
Yeah, they added on late.
Yeah.
Kepler smoked that.
Well, I mean, I missed them live.
Sure. So you're still not there. Now
I'm not there yet.
Let me ask you this. Is there anything that could get you there in the regular season, or is this strictly just postseason dependent for you?
No, you know what? I'm not going to be unfair to the Phillies and say it's just strictly postseason.
Because there was a time during the middle of the Eagle season where we felt it, right?
Yeah.
Like we felt that they're dominant. I know they're 2-2.
You started to see it.
Yeah,
really, for them, it was after that Ravens, Washington, Rams sort of
run.
stretch. Yeah, It was there. But no, I'll be fair to the Phillies. I won't do the whole I'm waiting to the postseason, although I am waiting for the postseason. But
and we all are.
I still like enjoying winning baseball. And so I'm not going to miss out on at least soaking it in. It's this time of the year where they get to basically be at the forefront of our sports thinking and everyday being, what have you. And so I embrace that. This is a part of the summer. It's a part of this time of the year. It's great to have meaningful Philly baseball again this time of the year. So I won't just
like if they win 10
I
of
won't poo-poo the fact that they play well right now and say postseason only matters.
Like if they win 10 of 11, they go on that stretch. You're not going to be like, "Dad, wake me up in October."
No, hell no.
Yeah,
Nah,
which I think is that's a good way to go about
yeah,
it.
nah, man. Listen, first of all, I want to see the team win ultimately. But I would much rather be wrong about my preseason feeling or what have you than anything else. So I'm perfectly fine with that.
Sure. 215-592-9494. After a month of the season, are you more buying or selling the Phillies? And Ike, I'm not here to blow smoke.
But
I don't want to
say, did I answer that question though? Am I more buying or selling?
You're more
I'm more selling.
More selling.
Just to be so I gave you a definitive answer.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
I don't need to turn into a few good men here.
Well,
More like
you
grilling
can't
you on
handle
the stand.
Yeah. I didn't know if you didn't get the answer. You kind of just let me
I knew where
go
you
through.
were.
Yeah.
I kind of got the sense of where it was going.
Come on, man.
Where it was going.
Yeah.
So I don't want to blow smoke and try to tell you that I think that they're the best team in the history of baseball or that they're the favorites to win the World Series. But after 1 month, I do feel more encouraged than discouraged. And I think that there's a couple reasons why. Listen, the offense frustrates me, and they certainly are more in the camp of I got to see it to believe it. But at the same time, they might have found something with Stott at the leadoff spot. Getting him back to being 23 Stott, I think, is a big step forward because he's a good player. He's a damn good baseball player, and letting him kind of cook at the top, get on base early, steal some bags, has worked out so far. Trey Turner.
Yeah.
What?
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead and cook.
Go
ahead and cook. I'll come back to it.
You can react. You can react.
Well, I just want to say the whole Stott thing. I'm proud of you. You seem to have been accepting of it.
Well,
you resisted it a little bit.
So I still have my questions.
There it is. There it is.
I want it to work, though. I want it to work.
Yes.
And hopefully he continues to do a great job.
Right.
My point is always more about the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, the more high leverage at bats rather than the first inning.
Okay.
But also no one's really stepped up and taken the job. And I think that Schwarber should be protecting Bryce. So that's kind of where I'm at.
There you go.
Turner,
compromise. I like that.
Turner has obviously not hit a bunch of extra base hits. It's been a lot of slap singles, but at the same time, he hasn't looked like a disaster at the plate. Like he looks at least competent. And I actually think that getting these singles early and making sure he's making good contact, I think the power will eventually come. Like I'd rather he do this than try to swing for the fences all the time. Because I think getting Trey on base and hopefully he starts running more and more, I think that's a good development. Schwarber protecting Bryce as he gets more comfortable in that spot. Maybe these last 2 games, something is starting to click there. Max Kepler is certainly looking like at least a competent piece. I mean, he's batting 260-ish now with 3 home runs. He's starting to, they made a swing adjustment before the Mets series a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and he looks like a better player. And I don't know how much to buy this, Ike. I'm not totally buying it, but like Johan Rojas doesn't look like he's lost at the plate. I mean, he looked like a couple years ago, it would basically be having a pitcher hitting ninth.
Yeah.
And he's not that. He's for a 9-hole hitter.
I agree.
He's not striking out all the time. He can't bunt. 100% cannot bunt. But he's at least doing more winning baseball stuff. In the field, he's going to have mental lapses. That's going to happen. He's going to have some mental gaffes. But he doesn't look like a waste of time or a disaster. And I just keep coming back to there's good things going on with the offense. And they're doing this with Harper not contributing really at all. I mean, he's down at 230. Not worried about it. If he's doing that in July, Ike, I think we're pressing the panic button if he's still in the 230s. And Bohm, I refuse to believe he's going to be where he is as well. So again, is the offense maddening at times? Sure. But I also think that under the hood, under the surface, that there is some good developments happening with some reasons for optimism with the offense.
Yeah, I hope you're right, man. I really do. I hope you're right, man. You know, Bryce. Yeah, I'm gonna hold out faith that he's going to return to being Bryce Harper.
Sure.
Like he's going to eventually return to being Bryce Harper. So, yeah, I'm not as concerned, but man, my antennas are certainly up with him only because it's a greater fear.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, it's a greater fear if he doesn't look right.
Yeah. It hasn't reached Embiid territory where you're nervous every time that, but I started to be worried about just the back, and he's played 14 years. It's a violent swing.
Yeah.
You know, are you starting to see some of the power being zapped from him? I hope it's not the case. But again, he's got 15 home runs since July of last year, which is just not a lot.
Typical Bryce, yeah. And yeah, I mean, I know he's never been necessarily a power hitter. He's only had 40 home runs once. You know, he's normally a mid-30s, low 30s type of home run hitter.
But I also I don't think he can be a 25 to 30 home run guy. Like I still think 30 to 35.
Gotta be 30 to 35. I'm with you. You gotta be 30 to 35.
Because, and if he's hitting 25 to 30, then he needs to be 290 to 310.
Yeah.
Kind of average kind of player.
Yeah.
So the Bryce thing is definitely, I think, the biggest thing to watch for as we heat up here. But I think, again, overall, I have pretty good feelings about the offense.
Good win, though.
Good win. Good win last night. Good win. 215-592-9494. You more buying or selling the Phillies after the first month of the season. I do have some more points that I want to get to, but I mean, you got to see what old Buzz behind the glass thinks about the Phillies after 1 month of the season.
He's a big fighting guy.
Well, he's now kind of a host here, Ike. Like, I mean,
he's getting his feet wet.
He's getting his feet wet a little bit.
I host twice a week on the weekend.
What hours?
So I've been hosting 7 to 11 on Sunday nights.
There you
Tune
go.
in.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Knock, Buzz.
That's usually that's usually the Ricky shift. Is that the Ricky
No,
shift?
Ricky comes on after me.
No.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at you taking down a legend. Interesting.
Well, I just kill off legends or back
For
here at the
sure.
producer booth.
Well,
as
hold
we
on, what's
know.
your second shift?
Sometimes it's Saturday 7 to 11. Sometimes it's overnight.
You and Jolly.
Sometimes it's me and Jolly. Sometimes I got 8 to 10 a.m. coming up in a few weeks because Devin and Ruben are out.
Wow, you're really just you're being molded by some of the great radio minds.
That is absolutely correct.
Jolly and Ricky Ricardo.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah. Learn from the best.
That's some dynamite stuff. So you buying or selling this
No,
team?
I'm still buying. I came into the season with the expectation this team would win in the mid 90s, and I have not moved off of that. The Mets
And
series.
they're not winning in the mid 90s.
I don't.
Plus, we're in like the 87 to 90.
No, I'll still say they're in the 90s. I'm still. You're looking at me like you're Mr. Phillies optimist. You think?
Yeah, well, he
Whoa,
knows. He
we're
knows they're headed
transitioning.
towards
You're
88
transitioning.
wins
You're
at
lowering the
best.
expectation already.
Everyone looks at me as a fanalist now. Not
Oh, is that
not
right?
hey, not fanboy. Fanalist.
Do I need to show you their? Do I need to show you their starts in some of the prior years and where they ended?
Well, this is their best start since 2006, Ike.
So why is it so out of the question that they end in the mid 90s?
No, it's I just don't feel mid 90s right now. And I think the NL is really good. So.
The NL is really good, and I acknowledge that. But I came in with the expectation that they're at least going to win in the 90s. Let's say that.
Okay.
And I have not backed off that. The bullpen absolutely needs work. The Mets are clearly in their head, and that's something that's going to really be an issue throughout the course of the season and in the postseason. But to your point, there have been positive developments, such as the Stott leadoff thing, such as the outfield does look significantly better, I think, with Kepler in it than, say, last year where you're starting Marsh and Rojas. I think this team, you got to get more out of Trey, as you said there, Jack. But overall, this team is, I don't know, I think about where I thought they'd be. Don't know if I thought it would look like this necessarily, but I have not adjusted, I guess, my preseason expectations based upon what we've seen in the opening month.
Well, and I think that there's the other thing on top of where we're at with the offense is I do think the rotation looks legitimately awesome. I mean, I think Wheeler had the 2 bad starts, but he's been overall fine. He's going to have blowups every once in a while. It just happens. It even happened last year. And he was great last year. He had 4 starts where he got absolutely lit up, and it cost me and Ike a lot of money. So, not that we're still bitter about it.
Going to it or nothing, yeah.
Nola, you want to talk about a development? I mean, Sunday night, he manned up in a big spot on the road. That's some big stuff from Aaron Nola. Jesus Luzardo has been everything that we could have hoped for, and I think
been the best pitcher so far. Yeah.
I'm thinking more. I thought Luzardo was gonna be good just from the talent. He's better than I thought. And I was pretty Luzardo up. And they beat the Ravens the day that they trade for Jesus Luzardo. This is the biggest thing on my mind. So I'm a Jesus man. Everyone knows that. Taiwan looks better than last year. He's not a disaster out there. Sanchez proved he was healthy last night. He's back up to 97. Now, he fought himself a little bit, but that's rust.
And Rangers coming back on Sunday. I mean, rotation, lineup, the bullpen's a big question mark, but even they've kind of settled down.
Yeah, they're going to need it. Yeah, because I don't look at it right now. In the rotation, you're going to have more faith in them than you do this lineup hitting.
Yeah, they're going to have to be carried by the rotation.
Yeah, so, and listen, that's not much different than it was last year at times where they seemingly had the best rotation in baseball for 2/3 of the season at a minimum. So, yeah, listen, it's a great problem to have. I listened to the midday show talking about what to do with Ranger and
well, Giglio said, Giglio in all caps, they have to put him in the bullpen. Have you noticed the all caps Giglio thing that's been happening recently?
Yeah, he's emphatic. He believes it.
I know. But I'm seeing an uptick.
Like
I'm seeing an uptick
listen, Giglio's
it's his season.
He's taking his game up to another level. Yes.
When is he going to trade Trey? When is he going to wave his magic wand? I can feel the wand talk coming.
He will eventually get to doing that at some point. But they're going to have to make some type of decision there.
For sure. I got some thoughts on it. 215-592-9494 to get in after the first month of the season. Are you more buying or selling the Phillies? Also, we have a next question today.
What you got?
As we often do on this program. And Spike Eskin is moving today. That's why he couldn't make it in. I think this is his second off day for this big move from North Jersey to South Jersey. I believe he's taking one more day.
There you go.
In the middle.
Big move. Mr. Paternity leave.
Yeah, but at least that's real. At least that's trying to be a good father. I mean, what is this? I mean,
he's been trying to be a good husband.
He's got movers.
He's got 2 dogs. Those are his kids.
I know, but he's got movers.
Definitely need movers. Yeah, he's not physically doing anything.
He lifted some water and threw out his back for 2 weeks, and he still hasn't. Yeah. He's still ducking push-ups.
But I tell you what, though, you listen. I've dealt with movers, man. You need to be at the residence when they arrive there with your stuff.
Yeah.
Make sure it all gets there in one piece.
I'm sure he's thrilled at the Howie interviews today. I'm sure that he's.
Oh yeah, he's probably he probably he couldn't get out of the moving thing, but he would have.
No,
yeah, he definitely would have.
So, with Spike moving today, I want for you to give an answer to an everyday thing that you hate doing. Now, obviously, you don't move all the time, but everyone hates moving. I mean, it's a hassle for you. Mm-hmm. It takes up a couple of days. You got to move everything in. You got to figure out where it all goes. Everyone hates moving. Like, do you have an answer for us on an everyday thing that you hate doing? Yeah.
There's a lot. There's a lot there.
I feel like as you get older, it increases too.
Oh, it definitely does. You become a little bit of a curmudgeon and you hate doing anything.
Frankly, yes.
Yeah. You know what? I was going to go with something else. But then I realized I have to do something this weekend that I dread doing every year. And I actually been putting it off for the last couple weekends. I got to clean out the garage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the old Ike Spring clean out.
Yeah, you got to bring out all the patio furniture and all that type of stuff that you put up for the winter.
Sure.
Yeah. Once it gets to May, and now the family wants to sit outside.
Of course.
Yeah.
Now, you're not giving away stuff?
No.
Okay. Because I know you also, don't you every year you have like a big DVD collection and you try to decide if I got to get rid of it this time or not?
No. Well, I have a DVD collection I'm never getting rid of. Yeah, I still have that. Seriously, over 500 DVDs.
That's a lot of DVDs.
Yeah, it's a lot of DVDs.
Do you even have a DVD player?
I do.
Nice.
I do. I still have a dual
VHS player.
Yeah, I got the VHS and DVD player.
That was big technology back in the day.
I still got that thing, man. I can't get rid of it just because I have
still
DVDs.
Make the trip to Blockbuster or what?
Is there dust on it?
Yeah, it's dust. Yeah, I'll clean it out every once in a blue moon.
That's good.
Yes.
Buzz, what's an everyday thing that you hate doing?
How about sweeping? Just sweeping.
Well, listen, I need a sweep tonight.
Not sweeping baseball. I'm talking sweeping up the kitchen.
So why do you hate sweeping?
It's just an everyday nuisance chore. When you move out, you're the little fledgling who leaves the house. Now you got to be in charge of these everyday chores. It sucks. I don't want to sit there and sweep up dust. I want to sit on the couch.
Are you the cleaner in your apartment?
No, definitely
that's
not.
why you hate sweeping.
Yeah, or like doing dishes, stuff like that. Just
I actually don't mind
tasks.
doing dishes. Don't tell Jill that. I don't. Doing dishes isn't bad.
Yeah, that's why I have a dishwasher.
Well, yeah, but you clean them before you put in the dishwasher.
No, I rinse them off and then I put them in the dishwasher.
Not everything.
Why would I clean them before I put it in
That's
the
the point of the dishwasher.
Yeah, that's the dishwasher's job.
Well, you get a little bit off.
Yes, that's what I said. Yeah. You don't sit it in there with a bunch of food stuck to the plate.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you clean your plate off, rinse it off a little bit, and then you throw it in the dishwasher.
Ike's very passionate about the dishwasher.
I am passionate about the dishwasher.
By the way, live odds on FanDuel for the Phillies to win more than 90s minus 230.
Boy, you're a genius. We were pushing back on 95. That's what we were pushing back on.
Oh, you said we were in the 87 to 90 range.
Yeah.
This is in the 90s.
All right. Well, everything I hate to do is deciding when's an appropriate time to tip versus when it is not an appropriate time to tip.
Ooh, tipping.
Tipping's a tough one.
Ooh, tipping.
So I go to get a coffee every single day.
Yeah.
I go on a nice little walk.
Yeah.
And for about a year, they didn't have the custom tip, like they just had the regular thing. And then recently they put in new technology where they have the 20% if you want to tip 20%, but I was always tipping more than 20%.
Yeah.
So I was tipping like $1.50.
Yeah.
Slowly I'm transitioning it down to $1.
Yeah.
And then eventually, because I can't make that big of a change on the people that helped me out there.
Yeah, they're like, what the hell's going on?
He's short.
Started off so high. What happened?
It's bad.
Yeah.
But there's some situations where I don't feel like I have to tip, but I feel bad if I don't tip.
Yeah.
It's a stressor.
Yeah, tipping is a stressful thing.
Because now they want tips for everything. Like just going and picking something up in the back. You're not even doing any work.
Yeah. I agree.
215-592-9494.
I'm trying not to go on a long diatribe here about tipping because I know people out there who work in the food service industry and things of that nature, they rely on those tips. So I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. Really, the whole tipping thing is really it's the owners. It's like a paying their employees.
Sometimes
they make you feel bad about it. They should just pay more.
They put it on the consumer. Put it on the consumer. And because you play in the NFL, everyone assumes you're just you got so
that's
much
the worst
money.
when they're like, "Hey, Mr. Reese,
good to see you."
That's a way of just saying, "Yes, I know who you are." Don't you?
We can look up how much you made.
Don't you cheap out on me?
Different money.
Have you gone full dad mode and you won't tip if there's if they didn't refill the water enough or something like that?
No,
that's like full dad mode.
I'm not a bad guy, Buzz. Yeah,
I don't know.
For a guy that's not loaded, I'm a pretty generous tipper. 215-592.
Yeah, I'm in the over tipper department. Yes,
Buzz. As you get more famous, you're gonna have to start over tipping because people might know who you are.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
End up on a blog.
Yep. You can't have that.
WIP host under tips.
That's right. 215-592-9494 to get in. After a month of the Philly season, are you more buying or selling? On buying, Ike is selling on the other side. And again, Howie Roseman coming up at 3 o'clock. Excited to talk to Howie. An interesting report about Bryce Harper last night from Taryn Hatcher during the game. We'll play that and react to it coming up next here on Ike, Spike, and Fritz on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Everyone knows that me and Ike are mink men, and the Aronimink Golf Club is host to the PGA Championship next year, May of 2026. Cannot wait for the PGA Championship at Aronimink. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their name among golf's elite champions. Register now at pgachampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets.
Today, Eagles general manager Howie Roseman joins the WIP afternoon show at 3. Only on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the Buffalo Chicken Club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a House of Windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming! Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at nairabets.com/Philly25.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features like the new look same game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to surgery, the tiniest details make the biggest impact. At Virtua Health, our highly skilled surgeons operate the world's most advanced surgical robots. With incredible precision and accuracy, we're able to make smaller incisions that lead to less pain, fewer complications, and faster recoveries, so you can get back to the moments that matter. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night in 360 Lounge at Parks Casino. Robert Kelly from Live at Gotham headlines Thursday, May 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Access Sports Radio 94 WIP and podcast content together with the free Odyssey app.
No, I was confused as to why you were playing this for a second, Buzz, and now I got it.
I've been waiting all day to make this joke.
Yeah, it's a very Buzz joke.
I'm still confused.
It's going to be May. It's May 1st today. I know.
What's the name of the song?
Well, no.
It's going to be me. But
It
every
sounds
year
like
online,
May.
people tweet this out.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen. It's also May.
Ike doesn't look amused.
What?
He doesn't look amused at all. And don't worry, Ike, on Sunday, it's May 4th, which means there's going to be a lot of May the 4th be with you jokes.
Yes, I'm so glad that's Sunday.
Not during the show.
And not during the show and during the week.
Yep, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Speaking of Monday, BG Day out at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. They released a limited number of tickets. So you can go to 94WIP.com to purchase more. I know it's sold out, but there are some more. If you want to go and see BG live on Monday as we honor Brandon Graham, go to 94WIP.com. Also, we will be out at the Great American Pub on Bridge Street in Phoenixville on Monday before BG Live. So come hang out with us. Enjoy Miller Lite specials as we celebrate Brandon Graham Day here on the station. So
looking forward to that. Monday should be a great time. BG obviously has been great to the city. He's been great as an Eagle, but he's also been great to WIP as he has been with us for a number of years doing shows, his Brandon Graham show, countless interviews he's on in the mornings.
Saved the Eagle season with the Brandon Graham show last year.
He's on in the morning with the morning show during the season. So, yes, excited to celebrate BG next week.
Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. And yeah, I don't know. I can't wait for it. And we'll be at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville before the show. I guess pre-gaming BG Live.
Got to, right?
You got to. You got to.
It's Cinco de Mayo.
It is Cinco de Mayo. You're right. You're right. 215-592-9494. After a month of the season, are you more buying or selling the Phillies? We'll get to this piece of audio from Bryce in 1 second. But Chris is in Port Richmond. What's happening, Chris?
Hey, how are you?
What's going on, man?
What's up, Chris?
So I am definitely leaning towards the buy side. I'm going to call it a little more of a holding because I'm already bought in for the Phils, mainly because of this Ranger Suarez coming back situation.
Well, yeah, I mean, Ranger coming back is nice. Now, the rotation's been good, so it's not like they need a huge lift there, but you're turning a really good thing into a possibly great thing with Ranger coming back.
Sure. And I think the reason, obviously, I think the Phils would be better if we put them in the pen right away. However, I have a feeling the reason they're throwing them in that starting lineup is more of possibly trade bait come the deadline and maybe get that bullpen help. And then also as a backup plan in case another starter gets hurt.
Well, yeah, and I think they're going to come back and put him in the rotation for sure. I think they go 6-man. The trade bait idea is interesting, Chris, because now on one hand you could say, well, you don't trade a starter when you're theoretically in a playoff hunt, but if they have a plethora of starters and it could fetch you something else to help, again, maybe the bullpen, I think it's something they may entertain because I think they tried in the offseason.
Yeah.
Sure. And you also have that Painter dangling towards the end of the season too. So I think that one of the reasons we didn't make too many moves to begin with was just for this. And hopefully they finally make a big deal at the trade deadline this year.
Yeah, it's interesting. I got some thoughts on that in 1 second. But what is something you hate doing, Chris?
It's got to be just folding and putting laundry away.
Yeah, that's a big answer. Ike disagrees. Ike's a big folding guy.
How about that? Now I do fold all my clothes. I do that. And in our house, everybody washes their own clothes. You fold your own clothes. Like my wife does not wash my clothes. We haven't washed our kids' clothes since we taught them how to work a washer and dryer. Now, my son still just throws everything in the washer, whether it's colors, whites, it doesn't matter to him.
Mm-hmm.
It's all the same to him. He just throws it all in there. But they're his clothes, so it's not mine, so I don't really give a damn. He buys his own clothes. But yeah, the folding of the clothes is a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Don't do it. I try to, and then Jill makes fun of me.
Yeah.
And then she just ends up doing it.
Well, you know what? I mean, socks and underwear are pretty much the only thing I have to fold.
What about shirts?
Yeah, I guess. Well, if it's T-shirts, some of my T-shirts, I just throw them in the drawer.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily fold all those.
Well, and you know my thought process on wrinkles.
Yeah, because you don't iron.
No, I would never. Don't know how to use one.
Yeah, I that's unbelievable.
Yeah,
Jack would burn his hand off.
I hate irons. I actually hate because wrinkles come out. That's my thought process. So while it's wrinkly when I put it on,
Yeah, wrinkles come out eventually.
Agree.
Not necessarily that day.
Well, listen.
I've seen some of your shirts. The wrinkles don't always come out.
You don't think my
Now,
theory?
yeah. They may come out 2 or 3 or 4 days afterwards or what have you. But yeah, just because you put it on that day doesn't mean all the wrinkles fall out that day.
If it's warmer, maybe it's a little more humidity. That stretches it out a little bit. Bang! Wrinkles
You
are
know
gone.
what, man? I've always been an ironer, man. I put crease in my jeans when I was in middle school, high school. Yeah, it was
too hot.
Man, I got to iron, man. I have to, man.
Nah, I hate it. Hate it. Hate it. I hate folding clothes. I hate cleaning my room.
Yeah.
I'm me and Elijah.
You still not making your bed, you and Jill?
Oh, I would never make the bed.
Does she make the
It's
bed?
a waste of time.
Don't even start with the making the
I
bed
know.
nonsense.
Like no one else is going to see the bed. I just want to sleep in the bed. Just let me go. It doesn't need to be made.
How do you walk in and out of your room and your bed is unkept?
With a very clean conscience. Very fine. It doesn't bother me.
There's no way I could do that.
I know.
Does Jill make it?
Sometimes.
Okay, but
Sometimes.
inconsistently.
Yeah, well, she would ideally have it made every day. I just don't. I
Every day. Yeah, like that's optional.
It is optional.
It's optional?
Yeah. Because
Dude, if that bed isn't made up 15 minutes after I'm out of it.
But why? What's the point?
I have no idea. All I know is when I'm the last one to get up, the bed is getting made up almost immediately. When Renee's the last one to get up,
You're in there.
no, that's what
Making the
she's
bed.
banking on.
Okay.
She's banking on that. But it takes me to walk in and out of the room, I don't know, 5-10 times, heavy breathing, sighing, like, oh, the bed still is not made up. Why is this bed not made up? She was in bed last, like she was there. I've been up. Yeah, don't get me started on the bed thing.
And again, I just
make your bed, man.
No, I don't see the point. No one's gonna walk. I'm not having strangers over. They're not gonna see my bed not being made. And guess what? I'm gonna sleep in it that night. There's no one else going in the bed.
Like unkept?
Yes.
Like, oh my God.
Why does
There's
that
no way
matter?
I would get in the bed after being out all
Why?
day and it's not made up.
Why?
I would make the bed up just to sleep in it, just to get in the bed and mess it up.
My point is, if it's already messed up, I'm gonna mess it up tonight. Why do I got to make it during the day? I don't know what Buzz. Do you make your bed every day? No shot. No shot.
I do a semi job.
My ass.
No, I do. I'll send you a photo tomorrow.
Great. Look forward to it.
It's not a ton of effort, but I
top tier.
It's not a ton of effort.
No,
It takes literally 5 minutes or less to make a bed.
Sometimes I'll even let the sheet. Like sometimes the sheet comes off in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll leave.
You'll just throw the cover over the
Doesn't matter. Yeah. The whole ass mattress hanging out. Yeah.
whole ass mattress.
The mattress hanging out.
Over making the bed.
Yeah, I can't. And I've always been that way.
I know you have.
School, everything. Yeah. When I was my roommate, when we was freshmen in the dorm, I'm like, dude, the bed, man. Like, we got to do something with that bed, man. You just can't leave the bed like this all day. I don't want to go to class and come back and the bed is still looking like this, bro. Like, what are we doing?
But why?
Because it makes the room look nicer and clean.
Totally agree.
That's why I make the bed up every day.
Jack just doesn't care. The aesthetic doesn't matter to him.
We'll ask Kai Roseman this coming up in 20
You
minutes.
think Howie's making the bed?
I can see Howie being every day. I can see Howie doing that. He seems very regimented,
Detail oriented.
You got to be domesticated, though.
Yeah, I know.
See, that the bed with me, it fits into the other stuff too that I'm sort of a pain in the butt about.
Right.
With the cleaning up stuff around the house. Yeah.
Yeah. See, you and Jill, kindred spirits. On
Yeah,
this.
it's a thing. Yeah, it's
like
a thing.
if I put things back in the wrong places, and that
would drive me crazy.
I'm well aware.
I don't even want. Listen, I can't even.
I don't know if we're ever gonna live together, but I would be your worst nightmare.
Like if the pictures were turned wrong on the TV or anything, I would notice it.
You might have OCD.
But yeah, I might. With some things, yes. With some things, yes. Things just need to be in order, man. It needs to be in the right place. It needs to look a certain way.
No, they don't. Executive Vice President and General Manager Howie Roseman coming up at 3:00. But I thought it was interesting from Bryce Harper yesterday. Taryn Hatcher in the middle of the game had this report. And I think it's semi-notable, and I'll explain why after.
There was a lot of work done yesterday and coming into today to try to fix certain things with Bryce's spring, namely with his swing, namely his timing. I was talking to Kevin Long ahead of today's game. He said, look, yesterday he had an exit velo of 98, 102, and 105 on 3 balls that were fielded out last night. He got his hit on a bunt, which is a good sign for things to come because his timing's not there. Everything's too quick. When he's moving too quick, when his motions are too quick, he's not seeing the ball as well. He's expanding his strike zone. He's very communicative with the hitting staff about what he's feeling and seeing in his swing. So they actually went through a circuit today where all of the hitting staff got to pick a drill and Bryce got to pick a drill, and they went through each drill. Each one was focused on timing. It was a different drill meant to slow Bryce down.
So why I think that's notable is my perception of Bryce has always been, and this is not really a critique or anything, I think he is more of a, let me do my thing. I'll figure it out. I'm more regimented. I mean, he doesn't really hit on the field much. Like, he's usually a back in the cage, takes care of his own business. And I don't know for a fact. I just don't know how much he talks with the hitting coaches usually. But I think it's semi-notable that he's giving in a little bit and maybe trying something else as he tries to pull his way out of the slump he is currently in. And relying on the coaches and seeing if they're seeing something else. I think it's a nice thing for me to hear, because I think it's always sometimes a good thing to hear some outside voices rather than just doing what you've done your entire life.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. But then I'll also say this. For somebody who's been successful doing it the way he's done it for so many years, this does it feel like there could be some sort of shaking of his confidence right now, to where he's like he doesn't have the answers.
Sure.
So now he does need to seek someone else's opinion. I guess on one hand it's a good thing because you're not so stuck in your own ways. You're at least open to the idea of letting somebody else potentially help you out of this sort of funk that you're in. And that's a positive way to look at it. But also, the other way I see it is, there's a guy.
He's throwing his hands in the air.
Yeah, I
got nothing.
I'm wondering if my guy doesn't feel like he's wearing his cape anymore, his Superman cape. Right? There are times in the past where Bryce goes through a couple weeks slump or what have you, whether it's a power outage or he's just not hitting the ball well, not seeing the ball well,
Mm-hmm.
But I would still have the feeling of, it's Bryce Harper. Like, he'll figure this out. He'll fight his way out of it. And I still have that right now. But I've also, if I see this, now I'm wondering, okay, is my superhero not the superhero he used to be anymore?
Yeah, and
you've talked about health and the swing and all those types of things. Like I said earlier, with him, as it potentially is with every great player you have on all our teams, when there's anything wrong, the anxiety is heightened.
Yeah.
Right? If Jalen has a rolled ankle, we're like, what?
Should we start that interview?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's you. Nobody else is saying that.
Not my guy.
But any other player,
well,
we may not have this. Well, any other player on the Eagles, we may not have the same level of concern, is what I'm saying. So Bryce being the star that he is, it's not the same if Casty his back is tight or such and such back is tight.
Nick Ripken?
I'm just talking about Bryce Harper, man.
Yeah. No, I know.
That's all I'm saying. So I get a little more concerned when the star player gets a little banged up potentially.
Yeah, and he's been a little mopey, the last weekish as he's, I think he was 2 for the road trip, which is not great. And you worry about, is he starting?
You mean to tell me he's mopey when he doesn't hit the ball?
Sometimes.
Imagine that.
Well, listen, at least he has a long pedigree of usually being great.
I know. I'm saying he does. He does. I know. I noticed you said long pedigree too. You didn't just say pedigree.
Yeah, well, it's a long pedigree.
Well, no, I'm just saying. The other guy's a little mopey. He also has a pedigree of being pretty good too.
Yeah, just wait till Bryce slams the helmet.
Yeah, but when Bone does it, it's bad. When Bryce does it,
well,
it's
you see the
competitive
point,
fire.
man. I'm just saying that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that it is natural for these athletes to sort of mope when they don't hit the ball for a while.
I know.
That's all I'm saying.
I know.
Okay.
Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. I got a couple here for you. First,
What do you got?
after 1 month of the season, are you more buying or selling the Phillies? What do you think the percentage is at?
4 straight wins.
4 straight. People are excited.
People are
We're getting the parade route started now.
Starting a little bit.
Yeah.
I think people feel good about the team right now, so they'll hold out hope, but it's not overwhelming. Let's go with 58% buying.
53% selling.
Wow.
Dude, people are down. People are down.
Still down.
It's pretty unbelievable. And quickly here, before we get to Howie Roseman, obviously at the top of the hour, who do you want the Eagles to play week 1? Week 1, the schedule release is May 14th.
Yeah.
I gave people 3 options.
What'd you give them?
I gave them Lions, Rams, and Commanders. I don't think they'd put the Cowboys there.
Nah, I don't see that. Why?
I know.
Why would they? Yeah.
So I don't think they put Cowboys there. Out of those 3.
You're going to put the Bears, huh?
Listen, it might be the Bears, but I don't think people are getting geeked up for Ben Johnson.
Yeah, Eagles fans aren't. Yeah. At least I don't. Listen, we want an easy win.
Sure. Although I don't know, man.
I'll take that.
I don't know. We'll see what Ben Johnson's got cooking up. Out of those 3, Lions, Rams, Commanders, who do you want week 1?
I think I would go. See, we played the Rams last year. I think I'd go with the Rams. I know. Yeah, I think I'd go with the Rams because that way we can relive the great divisional playoff game, snowball. I think there's a lot more going into that game. Sean McVay really believes they should have won that game that day.
He does. Smart thing to sell his team.
So I believe we get a little more out of him.
Jared Verse also versus Eagles fans again.
Yeah, so I kind of and quite frankly, may have to see him again in January.
Yeah, that was really the NFC Championship game.
Yeah,
I know the Commanders technically, but that game felt more like it.
Why? Because it was tighter. And we make more out of that game being tighter than what it really was.
Listen, let's not let facts get away.
We made that game being more tighter than when Saquon scored that touchdown. That game should have been over.
They dominated and almost for no reason lost
the game.
It would have been the worst loss in Philadelphia sports history.
I agree.
I
agree.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
So
I think I'd go with the Rams.
I want the Lions, man. They've been chirping. I think they think that they were the better team than the Eagles last year.
You would get that from them.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's been talking all offseason. He wants them.
Yeah.
Aiden Hutchinson would be back for them now. So, I think last year, if he's healthy, they probably beat the Commanders. But Lions, Eagles always felt like they were on a collision course last year. I want to see these two teams at full strength, what it looks like. And I think the Eagles would get up for it. I don't think we have a game 1 letdown like we almost had in 18 after they won.
I hope not. Banner night is always tough, man.
It is because people are conflicted. It's like we're happy, but also they're not playing.
Happy, but the players that I don't know if they're necessarily ready to go with the amount of intensity that we have for that first game of the season. Like the players are still sort of easing their way into
this. Booted at halftime last time.
Yes,
because you want to know why? Because we got a backbone, Buzz. We have a backbone.
Well, and we had to wait through a lightning delay.
We did.
I remember that.
That was kind of shocking.
Yeah, I remember that.
Seltzer came on in between. The Merrill was on, and then he had to call off, and then bang, there was Seltzer right before the ring ceremony. We were hot. All right, so
lightning out of here.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, Eagles executive vice president and general manager Howie Roseman will recap the draft, get some thoughts on some of the free agent moves, and of course, BG retires. All of that coming up next with Howie Roseman here on Ike, Spike, and Fritz on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All righty, let's talk about my friends at Dietz and Watson. Now, can you feel it? Spring is in the air, and that means it's grilling season. Now, fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz and Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. Don't forget about their protein-packed Deets Nuts meat snacks. Now, there's something for everyone in the family. Head to DeetsandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Deets & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
If you're in the market for a car, chances are you've heard all about those confusing 25% auto tariffs, additional costs added to both new and used cars, and ultimately passed on to you. But don't stress, because at Auto Lenders, we have a unique way of getting inventory without the tariffs. So you can choose from the finest one-owner cars, trucks, and SUVs. They're totally tariff-free, which means you're totally free to save thousands more. See for yourself at Auto Lenders, a tariff-free way to buy a car.
Fight fans, get ready for a knockout weekend at Cheerleaders. Friday, May 2nd, witness raw bare-knuckle combat with Warren versus Greer at BKFC Clearwater. Then Saturday, May 3rd, it's an electrifying night of boxing. Canelo Alvarez clashes with Skull. Every jab, hook, and knockout punch live on pay-per-view with wall-to-wall screens and the hottest hemisphere in town. Don't miss a second of this action-packed doubleheader. Cheerleaders Philadelphia, your ultimate fight headquarters all weekend long.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. Participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is the story of the one.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. If you're using these playoff games to prove that LeBron is not Jordan, you're doing it wrong. Your proof is from their primes, not now. Jordan's last playoff game was in '98 when he was 35, not 40 like LeBron. And in the regular season, this LeBron is better than MJ the Wizard. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey. Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh. Yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Hey.
Welcome back. It is Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Jack Fritz in for Spike Eskin today as he is moving. And we are lucky enough to be joined by Executive Vice President and General Manager Howie Roseman, someone who handles pressure very well. Howie, how's it going today?
How we doing, guys?
Doing great, Howie. How are you feeling, man? It's been a busy offseason for you, coming off the draft. Just a quick overview. I know you've talked about the draft and the draft picks this past weekend, but for us, just your thoughts on what you guys were able to address and whether or not you feel good about coming out of the draft, addressing some of the things you felt you wanted to get addressed in this draft.
Yeah, the draft, you're competing with 31 other teams, so it's never going to be perfect. You know, you're always going to lose players that you wanted to draft because you're subject to what everyone else does. And in terms of how you're feeling, I'm feeling like we got to get these guys in here and develop them. You know, that's the most important thing, what they do now. However good we felt after the draft ended, none of it matters. All that matters is how they go play. And so that's where we're at right now. That doesn't mean we're not excited about the potential of these guys. But right now, Ike, that's what it is. It's potential, and they got to turn that into production.
You often talk about how the offseason is always evolving, right? It's not just free agency. It's not just a draft. It's different waves of this thing. As you guys get prepared for your rookie mini camps and your OTAs, I know you guys still keep your eye open for what's happening around the league and what may become available. But when you look at the young guys you got on your roster, particularly on the defensive side of the football, you feel good about going into these early camps and getting a chance to see if these guys can be able to possibly grab a starting position when you look at some of those key spots on the defensive side.
Yeah, I think we're really fortunate that we don't have a lot of open spots on our football team, and that's a great credit to the players that we have in here. Really got a young defensive football team with a lot of players who played championship caliber football. So that's exciting. You're not worried about going into a season and worried about pressure moments with these guys because a lot of these guys have won world championships. A lot of the guys that we brought in here have kind of championship pedigree. And so that makes you excited that it won't be too big. And then, I know from my perspective and hopefully our fans' perspective, knowing that we have two guys on our defense who are older than 25 years old. That is unbelievable. That's really exciting. And I'm biased, but I do think it's not just because they're young, but they're good players. So we look forward to that. I think we added a lot of competition. I think we're fast on defense, and I think we got a heck of a defensive coordinator. And all that being said, that's how it looks on paper. We got to put it together. We got to work really hard. We got to be prepared to defend our championship, starting with that Thursday night game at Lincoln Financial Field.
Howie, I know the draft class is still new, but I guess if you had to describe this class in what word would you use to describe them?
Yeah, I think that's unfair. I probably could go through each player and give you a one-word description of each player, but I'd hate to generalize, our whole class based on one word, because they're different players, they're different flavors. Everyone we got, they're different positions, and they all different strengths. And that's how I kind of look at it. Like, what are the things that these guys can do really well? And then there's a bunch of areas that we got to develop, because we forget these guys are 21, 22, 23 years old. Changing cities, coming into a different profession with grown men, performing for their family. So we got to develop them as well. And I think that's the exciting part. I think we have the right people to do that. And I think these guys have the tools in their body and the right mentality to want to be developed, which is a big part of development.
You guys certainly replenish talent, Howie, in a lot of different areas. We talked about on the defensive side of the ball, even added depth late in the draft with the offensive line, which you guys typically do as far as getting guys developed. I was a little surprised the tight end position wasn't necessarily addressed in the draft kind of early, based on some of the things that we've heard about what could potentially happen. So I won't beat around the bush with you. Dallas Goedert is a big question mark for a lot of the fans wanting to know what his future is going to be like being here. Are you guys any further along as far as deciding what that's going to look like as far as him being here or not moving forward?
Yeah, I think you get into trouble when you just go into a draft and say, I got to get a position. I've done that before, and it never works out really well. So you really want to be consistent with what you have on the draft board. And every time we were picking, a guy stood out, that it was higher graded than where our selection was. At times that we had multiple guys like that, we just moved back, picked up more picks because, the more picks you have, the more chance you hit on them. And you talked about the offensive line. We typically would like to go into a draft and take offensive linemen higher. We didn't do that. But when we got to the third day, we saw guys that we thought had real potential. And that's what they are right now, potential, because of the tools in their body and what we saw on film. And so we took not only one guy, not only two guys, but we also had another guy in free agency after the draft that we liked. So, I think, and that just increases and hitting on your odds, that you're not just putting one guy in a basket and hoping that guy hits. In terms of the tight end position and Dallas, I would say this, it's I'm looking at my phone, so it take me a second. It's Thursday, May 1st. It's freaking May 1st. It's May 1st. I promise you one thing. We are not going to stand pat between now and when we play on Thursday Night Football. And I think that includes all positions. So I'm going to give you an answer without giving you an answer, and you're going to have to read it from there.
Sounds great. Now, one guy that Eagles fans are excited about is Jihad Campbell. And I got two questions for you on Jihad. First, do you view him more as an edge that can play linebacker or a linebacker that can play edge?
Right before I got on this call, they said Jihad was outside my office. He wanted to come say hello. We are going to love this player and this person in Philadelphia. I couldn't be more excited that we were able to get him in this draft last week. And when you ask that question, I'd say yes.
Of course. And, obviously the only reason it seems like he was there was because of shoulder and knee concerns. I know you won't get into detail about the injuries, but I guess what would you say to Eagles fans who are concerned about some multiple injuries happening here with Jihad Campbell?
Yeah, I mean, a huge part about playing in the NFL is being durable and being able to play a lot of games. That's a huge part of what we look at when we're drafting guys. There's no chance that if he wasn't coming off of off-season shoulder surgery, that he would have been within distance for us to go get, because he's that talented of a guy. I think that over the last couple of years, our medical staff has proven their success with guys. That doesn't mean that we're going to be perfect. But we were very confident, even when we thought he was just a top 10 player in the draft, and we wouldn't come close to him about how he would be. I don't even want to say long term, because when I think long term, I think of this player playing for us 3, 5, 7 years from now, which we're all confident here that he'll do. But even in the short term, I think for our fans, this is what I would say. I'd say in a situation, and I'm not saying this is apples to apples, but last year we drafted Coop in the second round. Coop didn't play till the week of our last preseason game. It's hard to remember, but he didn't start until week 6, which was really our 5th game. How did that work out? And so I think we can be a little patient here and make sure that this guy is right. And because that's what we're going to do, we're going to make sure he's right, that we are going to have a heck of a player for the Philadelphia Eagles for a long time.
Yeah, and everybody's pretty much excited about him, local kid. So that certainly is someone that we're all looking forward to rooting for. Howard, you mentioned earlier about the youth on that side of the football, the defensive side of the football. And yesterday, you guys picked up the 5th-year option for Jordan Davis. Jordan certainly finished off the season much stronger than he started the season. First question on that with him, the decision to pick up that 5th-year option. Why did you guys do it? And then secondly, his development, watching him develop through the first 3.5 years of his career, going into his 4th season. How has that been going according to your evaluation, and where do you guys expect him to be moving forward?
Well, I think if I answer the second part, the first part's going to be easy.
Okay.
When you watch Jordan and how he looked the second half of the season, and that's a big part of it, how he looked.
Mm-hmm.
He was in great physical condition and shape. He was disruptive during the playoff run. We forget, again, like players still develop. When you look at the history of defensive tackles in the National Football League, you see a lot of really successful guys that people forget took to year 3 and 4 to really hit their stride. And we think he is just in his stride. This guy is going to play really good football for us here. He's an unbelievable person, worker, leader. And I think the sky's the limit for him. I think that, he feels it, and he's got tremendous confidence. And I'm excited for our fans to understand why we thought it was a really easy decision for us to pick up the option.
So, Howie, on Monday, we're honoring Brandon Graham on 5-5, of course. It's BG Day here on the station.
That's awesome.
What's it going to be like without him on the team, obviously, every day? I think he'll be around the NovaCare. He's not going anywhere. But what are we losing from that standpoint? And do you have a favorite Brandon Graham story for us?
Well, I'll tell you what. We've had some great players here that I've been fortunate to be around, including one I'm interviewing with right now. But the relationship that BG and I have is special because obviously first pick for me as a GM, and really a lot of times I feel like our careers kind of paralleled each other. There was a time where it wasn't so much fun for either of us here in Philadelphia, and we kind of fought through it together. And obviously BG making that play in the Super Bowl was incredibly special for our fans, for our team, and for me personally, obviously. And so, that we've had a lot of these guys. I can't tell you that I have a favorite because, all of them mean an incredible amount to me. That would be like picking a favorite kid, which I do have some days of the week. And I think that, it's just a special relationship that we've had, and just a lot of conversations, a lot of support for one another. Not only do I feel like I've had his back, but I feel like he's always had my back and been tremendously confident in what I'm going to do. I mean, you talk about that group of Kelsey and Fletch and BG and Lane, and, throughout all those changes, they always believed we would get it right here. And I never took that lightly. I always felt special that they believed in that, and felt an obligation to do whatever I could to make sure that they were as successful as possible. So in terms of BG story, I got a lot of them. I'm not sure that they're suitable for this call right at this moment, but let me think about that, and maybe on BG Day, I'll unveil one.
It is remarkable how we just listening to you recant sort of that journey, you coming in 2010, BG, your first round draft pick there, the way the careers parallel to each other. Early in BG's career, he dealt with injuries. He dealt with not necessarily being productive. Coach Reed was on the station yesterday, and he talked about some maturity things that BG sort of worked his way through early in his career. I'm interested from your part of in those earlier years, tough discussions being had by you and whether it was Coach Reed, Jeffrey, about moving forward with BG. I'm wondering what they're like those first 4 or 5 years when he isn't as productive as expected. Was it that time? Was there ever a time where it was like, man, do we move on from him or we're sticking with him? I'm wondering, did you guys ever have those type of moments where you had to have those type of discussions?
As a young GM and as your first pick, and at the time you had a couple of players that everyone thought we should draft over him.
Earl Thomas, all that.
KPP.
Yeah.
And he got hurt in 2010, and he was kind of coming back in 2011. And in 2011, as he came back, there was a game that we played in Miami. And I want to say at the time we were 4-8. And he was inactive. And, him and I had a conversation in Miami, which was basically like, if you're going down, I'm going down too, and you and I are going to be in it together because if you're not going to be successful, I'm not going to be successful. There's no way I'm going to be able to make it in Philadelphia without you being successful. And we shared a moment, and I guess that would be my story. And I'll never forget being in Miami, me and him eye to eye, and in typical BG fashion, he looked at me with a big smile and said, "I got you." I'm not sure I believed it at the moment, but I was hopeful. But he did. And, I feel like we've had each other's back, and, how we do things in Philly, they're not for everyone. I get it, but we're close with our players, and that doesn't mean that we can't make hard decisions. That doesn't mean that we have to sometimes, but that guy's a friend for life. And I'm just couldn't be more proud of the person he is, the player he is, and 2-time world champ. Beautiful thing to say it.
Yep.
Man, it's just all time. It's just crazy. We're about to head into a year next year without, I know Kelsey retired last year and Fletch retired last year and Lane's still there, but an Eagles season without BG, Fletch, and Kelsey for the first time in seemingly forever.
15 years, yeah.
Forever.
Those are my security blankets. Thank gosh I got Lane, and I think that what our fans, and we miss those guys. You never replace legends. You never replace them, and so we'll never be able to do that. But I'm proud of the guys that we have here, and I do think that we have such a core group of great players and great people, and that's really the job that I have. Make sure that our fans look on the field and say, "Man, that's a great player and that's a great person. That's a great player and that's a great person," and compete for championships. That'll be an important thing for us too. You know what I'm saying, Ike?
Yeah, listen, I hear you, man. I hear you. It's funny because we having you on, we have you on to talk so much about your team that you build and the things around it. We rarely talk about you per se, and I know you don't necessarily like to be talked about in that light, but you deserve a lot of credit. You talked about some of the things that you had to go through rough times here as well, and has bounced back with 3 Super Bowl appearances and 2 championships under your resume, putting together a pretty good resume. And I know you got a lot of work to still do, and I'm not retiring you or anything of that nature.
Hell no.
Please no.
But I do wonder for you, do you still have that same sort of love and energy to want to do this for many, many years? You're still a young man.
You haven't been around NovaCare very much, have you? You haven't. Yeah. I will tell you something. I couldn't be more motivated, more determined to have another parade through Broad Street where I don't get hit in the head. I feel like I only enjoyed half of that parade.
By the way, how's that going? Did you recover okay from that?
But I will tell you, I love this team, this city, my job so much. The day that I can't give you every single ounce of myself is the day I won't be here anymore. And obviously I don't get to decide that anyway, but I will never do that. And I couldn't be, I feel like all these experiences have made me better. I continue to learn, and I'm continuing to hope that, everything that we do leads to more world championships. They become addicting. They really do. And the confetti falling, it really gets you in the mode where nothing else matters. And so for me, I think I'm in this mode right now of just whatever it takes to get back, and whatever we got to do to keep getting back there. And it makes me proud that our fans can say, I felt after the first one there was a lot of they got lucky, the run. Like, that's what I heard. I don't know what was said. That's what I heard in my mind, and that's what I kept making. Now we're at 2, and what are you gonna say? Are we lucky twice? I don't think so. But I'll tell you what, 3's a charm.
That's right. Well, I'll tell you what, the fans, they are mirroring your sort of energy that you have right now, because they certainly are hungry for another one. We enjoy those parades. We had a great time this past year, and certainly look forward to doing it real soon. Before I get you out of here, man, what's next for you? What do you do now? Like you get to take a little bit of a break here? What do you get to do next?
This week, we get to look at these guys on the field, which is so much fun. We're in the middle of our off-season program. I love watching our players working. And then, we'll get a little break here after June. We'll get another chance to celebrate. We'll get those rings. And I would say this to our fans, and it's really a reminder to myself too. We do got to enjoy being world champions. We do got to enjoy that and being able to stick out our chest and being the best in the world, because that's special too. And so I'm gonna really try, because I don't know that I've done a good job of that because of just kind of the run that we've been on here with free agency and losing players which hurt, and then the draft. But I'm gonna try to take the next couple of months here and enjoy every second of it, and be really proud of the accomplishments that we had, and at the same time looking forward about making more accomplishments happen.
Yeah, because how are we supposed to explain to the younger generation that it used to not be this easy? Like I got a 2-year-old and a 4-month-old. Like, do I got to show them the Rondé Barber interception and understand that what we had to go through to get to this moment? I mean, these kids are spoiled these days. Howie, you spoiled a whole generation of Eagles fans.
Yeah, well, I see that. I see it. Sometimes I see it that we lose a player and everyone's upset, but I promise you, we're going to do everything we can to get back. There's no resting on laurels. That doesn't mean we can't be proud. That doesn't mean we can't really stick out our chests and know that we're 2-time world champs. When I saw those 2 trophies with BG and him holding them, I mean, that gave me chills.
Yeah. So I got 2 quick hitters for you, Howie, before we let you go.
Okay.
How much does it pain you to keep drafting these Georgia and Bama kids and no Gators? I mean, we got to get a Gator for you.
I did get a Gator and then drafted a free agent.
Nice.
Hey, there you go.
Montreal Johnson. I think at the end of the day, here's the most important thing. I think Nolan Smith said it right. I just want to win.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't care where they come from. They come from Toledo. They come from Georgia. They come from Florida. They come from Alabama.
Michigan State.
Whatever it is,
Michigan
our
State.
team,
Yeah.
that's the most important thing. What did you say, Ike?
I said Michigan State.
I knew you were going to say that.
Come on, man.
Hey, Ben Van Summer.
Yeah,
man.
BVS, baby.
Good, I know. What a guy. Give me a second one.
All right. So Elliot Shore Parks won Eagles Insider of the Year on this show. Do you think he was worthy of that this year? Think he was the number 1 Eagles Insider?
Well, I'll tell you what. I can honestly say this, and Bob will say, I don't have social media. With all due respect to the people I'm listening to, I don't listen to anything, so I have no idea what that means. I would say this. I would say the best insider that I know, you're talking to him right here.
That's
you want to hear what's going on with the Eagles? Let's talk to me. Let's talk. I'll tell you the truth.
All right. We'll have you on every week then. Sounds good. All right.
Oh, geez.
I'm just kidding.
Too good. I appreciate you guys.
All right. Thanks, Howie.
Appreciate the time, Howie.
Happy BJ Day on May 5th. That's a special thing.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Howie.
There he goes. Howie Roseman. What a guy. Two-time Super Bowl champ, Howie Roseman.
Yeah.
Like, his journey is crazy, man. From the closet and in there to 2 times. It's the best what if, I think, in Philadelphia sports history. Is if he just left. He could have left in 2015.
Sure.
And he stuck it out.
Yeah.
And they're not in this position if Howie Roseman leaves.
Well, and I'll tell you this. I think Mr. Lurie recognizing his positive traits, and I'm pretty sure he had a lot to do with convincing Howie to stay and not leaving.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm pretty sure of that. So, yeah, smart on all parts, man. Yeah. Two-time champs.
Two-time champs.
There you go.
Should have been 3.
And he said it's okay to stop and smell the roses.
Yeah, tell it to the players,
No, let them do what they're doing. Yeah, no, let them stay locked in. Yeah, stay locked in.
All right, 215-592-9494. If you'd like to react to Howie Roseman there, would love to talk to you. Also on the Phils, you more buying or selling after the first month of the season. We'll get back to your phone calls on that, but also tough loss for Ike's Lakers last night. Weird pregame comments from JJ Redick and just some unreal post-game comments from LeBron that we got to listen to. So we'll get to all that coming up next, in addition to your phone calls here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. And that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years, because at Verizon, they got you. Make sure you visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome in times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending, man.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know. Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it. Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders, the smartest way to drive tariff-free.
Attention!
Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery.
More mega!
It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots.
Something mega got more mega!
Even better odds of winning. It's more...
Mega?
When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans. Turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code Philly150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. The fun doesn't stop there. The sportsbook that knows how to treat you right has plenty of surprises in store. Sign in to get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, like the new look same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. With bonus code Philly150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, John Ritchie here. This Mother's Day, skip the insanely busy, overpriced, fixed menu restaurants and show mom you love her with the homemade meal prepared by you from Wild Fork Foods. Wild Fork Foods makes it easy to serve mom a delicious meal with their pre-made options like super lump crab cakes, short rib ravioli, and grass-fed beef lasagna. They even have dessert covered with the chocolate lava cakes. Visit their Neshaminy store or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations or shop online for same-day delivery. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Auto Lenders is proud to support BG Live. After all, like BG, they know that when you focus on being the very best, success is the only destination. It's why Auto Lenders sells the finest one-owner cars, trucks, and SUVs at thousands less than a typical car dealer. And because they get their cars off lease, there's never a tariff to pay. So now you'll save even more on thousands of premium vehicles. Talk about a winning formula. See for yourself at autolenders.com or location near you. Auto Lenders, a tariff-free way to buy a car.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. SwishRadio.com, code RADIO.
The NFL Draft is coming, and With the First Pick has you covered from every angle. Get ready for expert mock drafts, in-depth position rankings, and the perfect draft plans for all 32 teams. We're breaking down the best sleepers, unveiling comprehensive big boards, and delivering all the insights you need leading up to draft day. Whether you're a diehard draft junkie or just want to know who your team should take, With the First Pick is your go-to source for everything NFL Draft. Follow and listen to With the First Pick on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Pause. Rewind. Or go to any part of your favorite WIP show with Odyssey Rewind. Only on the Odyssey.
Thursday afternoon, as once again the slacker, Spike Eskin, takes off the show to move. Buzz Wilson behind the glass. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. So, do you make your bed every day? Ike was asked on the old Twitter poll today. What do you think the responses were?
Oh man, yes.
58% said no,
Wow.
which feels like a shot directly at you. I mean, obviously because of the number 58.
Yeah. Wow. 60% don't make up their beds every day.
Yep. 52% are still selling the Phillies. You got a damn near 50-50 split on that tweet. Yeah. And finally, who do you want the Eagles to play week 1? Lions, Rams, or Commanders? So far, 47% of people want the Lions.
Everybody wants the Lions.
Yeah.
Huh?
Commanders coming in second and Rams last. What does that mean? You a little worried about that?
That's what it feels like.
It means they could prove themselves correct with a week 1 win. That's what that means.
Yeah, that's what that means. That means, yeah.
Is Cup still there? Or did he?
No, Cup's with Seattle.
Oh, right.
No, they got whatchamacallit? Devontae.
Oh, right. Devontae Adams
Yeah, they
and
got Devontae and Puka. Yeah,
Puka.
Kyron Williams.
Wow. It's not bad. Stafford's able to stay after his big skiing trip with Brady, so he's no longer a Raider. Jared Verse here on opening night, he would get smoked. I mean, just by the fans.
Get booed that night.
Oh, get crushed.
See, we need that villain.
I know. He played up.
He played a role and played well.
And he dominated. I mean, he was a damn
one
good
time
player.
we tackled Jalen, man, I was mad.
Right.
Like he literally slammed him to the ground, man. Somebody need to get a penalty right there.
Well,
meaning one of our players.
And I know that Saquon slowed down, but he was pretty close to getting to Saquon as a defensive end. I mean,
no, listen, he was pretty good last year. No, he won Rookie of the Year, right?
Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yes, yeah.
I know. All right. I don't need the Ike hands of me being an idiot. I got you. All right.
Say you were an idiot. I didn't say anything.
The Fisk guy they drafted is
he's pretty good too. Yeah.
They can draft. Listen,
both of them. Yeah.
Versus a Bloomsburg kid, so
he is.
He didn't go to Bloomsburg. He went to Bloomsburg High School.
Oh,
yeah, we count that though.
I'm like, man, how the hell did I miss that?
Something in the water up there. That's where we breed great athletes.
Went to Florida State, didn't he?
He did go to Florida State.
Well, both of them did.
He decided not to be a Husky, which is a little disappointing. It's good to see his career worked out though.
Getting sacks in the PSAC, could you imagine?
Dude, I know. He would have been fine. All right, we'll get some unreal audio from Ike's boy LeBron in just a second. But it's time to check in on Black Gritty from blackgritty.com, who seems to call when Spike's not here.
BG, haven't heard from you since the last time Spike was out.
Ike, I missed you, baby. But first of all, let me tell you something. I'm about to let you off the hook today, Ike. Okay.
What happened?
IkeSing.com expires tomorrow. I bought it for 2 years. If anybody wants to see Ike go out there and shake it for the Sixers, go to IkeSing.com. Today is your last day. I done spent $40 on it, but I ain't doing it. I'm letting it go tomorrow. So you want to see it one last time? See Ike shaking that thing.
Yeah, I don't need to see that anymore. Yeah, I don't need to see that.
200,000 views and counting, brother.
Wow, that's some numbers there.
Shout out to the 200 people going every month to my link. I appreciate it. Y'all go see Ike out there shaking that thing. Now, secondly, I make my bed whenever I wash the sheets. You know what I mean? So like once every 2 weeks, once every 6 months, when I be like, dang, when the last time I washed my sheets? Whenever I wash them, that's when the bed gets made, okay? I'm with you, Jack. For the first time in my life.
Oh, that's
like,
unbelievable. That cannot be real. Are you serious?
Look, I'm going back to bed. I'm about to mess it up anyway. The only time I come close to making my bed is if a lady's coming through or if I knock.
Oh, so never then? Got him.
No, don't be trying to.
Got him.
No. Let me tell you something. Let me talk about baseball, something important. If I get back on Ike one more time, if I get on this radio station. The Phillies are winning the World Series, okay?
There it is.
I said at the beginning of the season, I can't get on the train now, baby. So through sick or sick, I got to stay with him. I can't lead a team. And now he's rolling a little bit. I feel a little bit better. But we just got to get Bryce going, baby. Y'all were talking about Bryce earlier, and I was punching the airways. I'm like, no, let's not talk about Bryce.
I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous about Bryce. I need him.
Hey, Jack, you know how it is. You got the family at home, the new baby's coming. Sometimes there's extra stress on you. I mean, you put on extra weight. Bryce ain't hitting the ball like he's supposed to. So, yeah, I mean,
everyone knows I'm down 20.
Hey, you want to take shots? We taking shots. Like, I'm just saying. So I'm just saying, Bryce got the family and stuff. Maybe he got stuff on his mind, so he's got to get him right. You know what I mean? Schwarber's holding it down, and we got we're all right though. We're all right. We win the World Series. I'm sticking with it, and we're going to get 92 wins, 93 wins. I'm gonna lose my bet on that, but we're good right now. So everybody, stay calm, stay cool, stay collected, because we out here getting them George W's where it matters. Now again, I picked it up this morning. Y'all gonna talk about both boy LeBron, okay? First of all, I see your tweets out here. I don't appreciate you. I don't appreciate you at all. You're disrespectful and you're ignorant, okay? You out here talking about a 4,000-year-old man. Okay?
I know. I know. It's unbelievable.
Now he's old.
He's 40, still carrying the NBA, and I can't wait to kick him to the curb.
Now he's old.
And we got Giannis out here going up against somebody's dad, and you bringing up LeBron James. That's how LeBron James. Okay? LeBron James runs everything. What we gonna do without him? What we gonna do? You and I guess are gonna suffer.
Listen. You talking about a nauseating year. When he does decide to hang him up, it's going to be a straight 82-game tour for an entire season.
You think he's going to request a retirement tour? You think he's going to have that? So he can be honored in every city?
He deserves a retirement tour. He deserves one.
he gonna have the trumpets playing at every game. That's the way they got the trumpets out there pumping our boy. So you right about that. And secondly, what's the question of the day?
What's an everyday thing you hate doing there, BG?
Making up his bed.
Real quick. Thank you, Harry Roseman, for fixing everything. Harry Day, every day. Harry appreciation free. He can have whatever he wants. Thank you, Harry. Appreciate you. Secondly, one thing I hate. I'm gonna give you two things. One thing I hate is when you tell somebody something on the radio the last time you call, because you only call 2 times a month or a year, and somebody's supposed to give you a phone number for a dog trainer, and they don't get the number to you. So I don't
damn, I still ain't got you the dog trainer number, man.
He was just saying he was going to get it to you, too,
man,
before the show.
Forgot,
and I'm still over here struggling with this puppy. That's what I hate. So get yourself together. I get my number from Jack, and stop talking about the gracious king, LeBron James, the greatest that ever was. I talk to y'all.
All right, there he goes. There he goes. Black Ray. Speaking of BG.
Yes.
BG Live on Monday. Colonial Theater has released a limited numbers of tickets. So if you missed your chance first time around, you can still get tickets. Go to 94WIP.com. And also Monday, we will be doing the show live from the Great American Pub on Bridge Street in Phoenixville. Enjoy Miller Lite specials as we celebrate Brandon Graham all day long in WIP. Howard Roseman had some really the story about him in Miami was great. And those guys, they for player and GM about as aligned, like kind of how they were obviously kicked to the curb, I think, for a little bit there. And they end, well, Howie's hopefully got another 15 years, but with BG ending, like they're now legends in this town.
Yeah.
And they were once cast off.
Yeah. I mean, and that was Howie's first year taking over in that GM role, right? And drafting Brandon in 2010. Yeah. And, listening to him sort of go back and think about that journey and some of the ups and downs they sort of went through. Yeah, it really is amazing.
Yeah.
That Brandon was able to be around and play. And here's the thing. It's one thing to have you around as some sort of ceremonial figure and
like Udonis Haslem.
Yeah. No. BG was out there. He was arguably our best edge rusher before he got injured.
Yep.
Right? Playing the run and the pass in his 15th year. He truly did get better as he got older. He got better.
Totally. And I remember you asked him about, was there ever a time where you thought he might leave? I mean, there was that Giants here where it looked like he might be heading up the turnpike.
Yeah.
I mean, and thankfully they were able, and even
the
after
Eagles, I don't know if the Eagles matched it or either surpassed whatever the Giants offered.
And I think there was maybe an idea of maybe it's heading into the Super Bowl year. Like, do they want to do this again? And they ended up, or maybe it's 2 years after the Super Bowl. I don't know, but there was another decision.
I think it was after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because one of those years, BG played on the final year of his deal.
Right. I remember that.
He played on the final year of his deal. That was after the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I gotta honor a legend. All right, so this Lakers stuff from last night. So they lose, but before the game, I mean, what a meltdown from JJ Redick. Listen to this from before the game yesterday.
As you watch the film, what do you recall about your thought process in the moment? Sticking with the five you stuck with in the fourth quarter the other day, and is there an assistant or someone maybe that you'll lean on tonight, maybe to try to get some other guys involved if that opportunity presents itself?
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced and that was an inexperienced decision that I made? You think I don't talk to my assistants about substitutions every single timeout?
No, I just think there's a lot of coaches lean on their assistants in those situations.
As do I, every single time. That's a weird assumption.
Then he stormed off.
Yeah.
It was just so aggressive.
Actually, I'm surprised we didn't see more of that this year from JJ. I think we only seen it maybe once or twice. I think he got a little testy earlier in the season. Things weren't going well. I'm not surprised that JJ probably had to work hard to not allow that to come out throughout the season.
Screams a holier than thou guy with some of his. I mean,
well, he certainly is a I know it all guy. Yes,
that right there.
Yeah,
that's JJ Duke. That's Duke JJ Redick. And I know he became really likable. I think mostly in his NBA career by the end.
Oh, you mean as a player out there?
Yeah.
He wasn't the same JJ at Duke in the NBA.
That was Duke JJ. JJ Redick at Duke. I know you had Leitner And I
agree. Yeah, he's one of the most hated. Yeah, if not the most hated.
He was the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, he was cocky. He was in your face. He was great.
I remember JJ. Yeah, JJ's always been very confident.
Yeah, very confident.
Yeah.
So,
with your boy.
LeBron, you want to get to that?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Oh, you think I'm ducking? You think I'm ducking?
Of course you are.
Would never deflect. All right, so LeBron, they lose last night. Of course, he's 2-12 in his last 14 playoff games. But Michael Jordan was 1-9 before Scottie Pippen showed up. So, make sure we tell all the truth here. But age 40 LeBron had some really interesting comments post game. Here's LeBron.
LeBron, basically from mid-January on, right when AD got injured, you guys started playing a lot of centerless basketball, and that required a lot from you and Doe and Rui and then Vando once he got back. Just from a physical, taxing standpoint, how tough was that for the last 3.5 months to play that style? And do you feel like that caught up at all in this series?
No comment. I'll never say that because my guy AD said what he needed, and then he was gone the following week. So I got no comment.
That's funny.
I put that uniform on every night. I gave everything I had. And,
he does.
And that's all that matters.
He is tough, man.
Listen, and watching that video, that is a uncomfortable laugh. That's what that is. That's an uncomfortable laugh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even. I think the one thing that I would criticize LeBron for is staying too long. And here's why I say that. I don't know if he's staying for the right reasons. And it's a young person's league. And it almost seems as if you're insecure about this being the GOAT thing that you feel your longevity will cement that if you break enough records and your name is littered throughout the record books. Well, Wilt Chamberlain's name is littered throughout the record books. So was Kareem's. It didn't make them the greatest of all time. It didn't. So you're chasing a ghost that you're never going to catch. And I think what's going to happen with him, and I'm not even a LeBron fan, everybody knows that, but you stay too long, and then the people that were your fans, they're like, hey, still here. It's another LeBron thing.
Yeah.
It's you know what I'm saying?
And the losses are gonna
exactly right. The losses start to add up
because they're not that great. They're not that great. I know they got Luka, but whatever. The thing about my guy AD said we need help at the center.
Yeah,
you got Luka Doncic.
Yeah. Come on, bro.
What are we talking?
Come on, bro.
The pity party.
Yeah.
For you need a center.
Yeah.
Mark Williams was going to be the guy that was going to put your team.
Mike Williams.
Whatever.
Yeah. But still though. But to your point, that's what I'm saying. And he's going to have to answer for not winning every year. So at some point, he's going to say, I don't need to answer for not winning. I'm LeBron James. Again, that rubs people the wrong way. So let us celebrate you on the way out. You're one of the greatest players ever. I got you in my top 5.
That's very noble of you.
He's in my top 5,
Good,
man. He's
great.
in there. I didn't say where. He's in my top 5. Likely in my top 3.
Okay.
He's likely in the top 3.
And we need the Warriors to lose so we don't put Steph above them.
That's what you don't want to happen.
Can't happen.
If Steph wins a title, how can you say that LeBron's the greatest player of his era? How could you say that?
Wouldn't even be the best player from Akron. How about that?
Is Steph Curry from Akron?
Yeah.
Really?
They're born in the same hospital. Yeah.
There's something in that hospital.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
That's just another Ohio kid.
Well, he's a Carolina kid.
Well, I know, but he was born in Ohio.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm gonna start saying you're from North Carolina.
Kid.
You keep it up over there.
I don't get to claim Ohio.
You keep it up over there, man. Yeah, it was. It's tough.
Yeah, it's tough.
I am a LeBron appreciator. Most part, I troll you too with LeBron. He's a tough one to defend.
Man, it's a lot. And I know you're tired of defending him.
Yeah, can't wait.
LeBron fans have to be tired of this.
I think
man.
LeBron fans are about as. I think they're just exhausted.
They're exhausted.
It's the Jimmy Butler meme, in the bubble.
Hunched over. Yeah.
Yes, they have to be.
I don't want this anymore.
Yeah.
Look, Jordan's the best player ever. You want to knock yourself out
Right.
with
And you're like, but LeBron's still my GOAT.
Sure.
Yeah, he's my favorite player.
Even though I think I like Steph Curry more, but like I don't think.
Oh, I think you're turning on LeBron.
Well, I don't think on the pantheon of basketball that Steph should be ahead of LeBron. But I like Steph more.
Right.
Like I like Steph the player more.
Yeah.
Now because I watched his whole career. I mean, him and Davidson was.
Were you not born when LeBron was playing? You watched his whole career too.
I know, but I was in 4th grade when he debuted.
Oh, so you have to watch it from opening tip to the end?
It makes it more special.
You weren't missing a lot in those really early years, frankly.
You weren't watching him versus the Kings to open up his career? Come on, man. I remember all the ESPN fanfare around him. But like Steph was I remember Durant was my first one, Durant with the Texas team, loved that Texas team.
Sure.
But then I don't know, I just always Curry and those Warriors teams in like 14, 15, 16, that was phenomenal. And NBA has never recovered since the 16 comeback against the Warriors. That was the last like great time for the NBA.
Yeah, that was. That LeBron Warriors little rivalry thing that was pretty good for 4 or 5 years.
Made Christmas basketball interesting again.
Yeah.
That hasn't been the case. So whatever. Joe's in Yadin. What's happening, Joe?
Whatever.
Good afternoon, guys.
What's up, Joe?
Well, okay. Please take us in the right way. All right. LeBron James, Hall of Famer, great player. Not the greatest, but definitely in the top 10.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm showing my age now. I'm showing my age, mind you, okay? I've seen Chamberlain play. If he didn't play in today's game now, he would even be better than he was back then.
No.
Well, then you didn't see him, right?
No. Don't need to. Seen the tape.
You could hand check. You could back then. You could
He's
hand check.
not more talented than Embiid. He's not.
Oh my God.
It's not even close. I mean, it's not even close. I don't know what to tell you. But
no offense.
Wilt versus Embiid.
You have a right to your opinion. I understand that.
No, Joe, don't. The dude is Joe. How old are you, Joe?
I'm 68.
Yeah. You and I both have shirts older than Jack Fritz.
Don't get your blood pressure up. I just don't think
shirts older than him. Yeah, the fact that he thinks that Embiid was more skilled than
that's not even close
because he shoots jumpers. He's crazy. How about the fact that Wilt Chamberlain was in shape every year in every game?
Absolutely, yes. He was a track star.
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
yeah. I mean, I know, but some of those seem like tall tales. They do. I mean, every Wilt story seems like a tall tale. 20,000 women. I mean, how much time I got?
I'll say one thing. If you talk to
Sonny Hill, I know.
Ask him all about Wilt Chamberlain.
Nice.
He'll give
Right.
all the facts.
That's right.
Yeah. He averaged 46 minutes a game his career.
I know.
46 minutes a game.
I know.
46 minutes a game.
Yeah.
For his
average
career.
And he's playing against me. Congratulations.
No, Bob Lanier.
Oh my
Jabbar,
God.
Yeah. Jabbar, Russell.
Bill Russell. You think that's great.
Nate Thurman. Come on, man.
I mean,
Today's game it's an open, wide, 3-point shot kind of game. And I used to love the NBA, but now you don't play defense until you play in the playoffs. I just miss the great players back in the day. Where now it's all about flash. It's all about running and gunning. And I just being show my age where it used to be standard. Set your play up and do your thing. It's a different game now.
bring back the post. What do you got in the Eagles draft, Joe?
Eagles draft. Well, be honest with you, the Eagles draft. I'd love the draft, but regarding that, the Sanders situation. Okay, please, I'm not a hater. Deion Sanders, Hall of Famer. Okay, his son. We don't know yet, but if he kept his mouth shut and not be arrogant, both of them not being arrogant, he would have been drafted somewhere along the line. It's not the first round, the second round. But since he opened his mouth, and I got 4 girls. I always taught my girls, do not speak unless you think things over thoroughly first. Understand? That's what he didn't do.
Yeah. Yeah. And
all right, Joe. Appreciate
the call, Joe. Actually, I'm coming around and blaming Deion more for this than Shador.
Could say it.
Yeah, I have. And I love you, Prime. I love Prime. I do, man. He's one of my favorite players growing up and getting a chance to play against him. But you had to coach Shador through this process. And you coached him into being overly confident, borderline arrogant, See, people will go to the race part of it and the collusion part of it. I don't even got to deal with all that. Just think about this. You're an NFL owner, right? Because I can't just say GM or coach. This is an owner.
Yep.
The owner, when a quarterback is being drafted to be your franchise guy, the owner gets involved. Shedeur Sanders in college, did he wear a watch on the field?
Yeah, I believe
He
so.
wore diamond watches on the field.
Mhm.
When he would score a touchdown, he would hold his hand up with jewelry on, celebrating. I don't know. Does every owner want that?
Well, I think the one thing with
Does every
Deion,
owner think about this? Because when the head coach, who is his father, when you allow that stuff to happen, like you're basically enabling him to do this. You're not correcting him. You're not putting the structure and the boundaries around him to conduct himself like a professional quarterback to where he's appealing to these owners. See, Deion was reliving his life through Shedeur in the draft process. I think Shedeur got all the wrong advice. His approach to the interviewing process, Senior Bowl, all that stuff, individual workouts, the draft night, like all of that.
well, like, and especially the advantage of having Deion as your dad is he played in the league for such a long time, and he knows it's a grown man league.
Yes.
And I don't think he was setting up for it being a grown man league.
To go lead him. You're supposed to be setting Shedeur up to lead a locker room full of grown men, guys that are 10 years older than he is.
Well, and look at Jalen's dad. I mean, Jalen's dad's a coach too, and it seems like he was preparing him from day one for the spot that Jalen is currently in.
Now look at Jalen. Right? Jalen walks that fine line between giving you a little bit of flash, right? Gives you a little bit of style, nothing wrong with it, but it's never overtly in your face and offensive.
Yep.
It looks classy, looks good. You know what I'm saying? And like it just doesn't look like you're more attracted to it versus you don't want to be around it. And that's what I kind of feel like with Shedeur. A lot of that is how he made owners and coaches feel that I'm good, I don't need it.
That's why I wear t-shirts and shorts every day. Not flashy. All right, that's coming up next. We'll get back into all of the Phillies talk.
Is that why?
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
All with wrinkles.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Wrinkles come out. We got a little High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report along with more of your phone calls. It's Ike, Spike, and Fritz here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, I know about great defense and special teams. That's right, Buzz. Not just special teams. Your boy was a defensive player too. Go check the VHS tapes. All I want to tell you about a special team. That's right, a special team that will defend your home. Now I'm talking about my friends over at Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you've been looking for a roofing contractor, look no further than my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing systems designed to last. Call Emmons today, 856-556-3229, or visit emmonsroofing.com for a free roof inspection. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Describe Delilah's to Gentleman's Club and Steakhouse. Where do you start? Maybe with the world's most beautiful showgirls. If you've been to Delilah's, you know why it's won every award there is, from Best Gentleman's Club in the country to Zagat-rated cuisine. And if you've never been to Delilah's, what are you waiting for? Catch happy hour every day from 5 to 8 p.m. or book your own private party. Bachelor's, divorce, fight night, or a big game are better when you reserve your own table for bottle service. Find details now at delilahs.com.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology. See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by Fisher Investments. J.J. Redick has to be better. After the Lakers got sent packing in 5 games against the Minnesota Timberwolves, J.J. Redick seemed unaware that much of the problem was him. He played the same 5 guys in a Game 4, and the result was LeBron James looking tired and exhausted in that fourth quarter and in the game that actually sent them home. J.J. Redick is talented, but he's going to have to change. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is Ike, Spike, and Fritz, the afternoon show here, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Jack Fritz obviously in for Spike asking on this day, as he is currently being Wally pipped. I think everyone feels that here in the building. Just kidding. I'm sure
How bad do you think Spike is getting on everybody's nerves at the house?
Well, he said that he texted me. He's like, I don't really have much to do today besides stress out, go to the bank, and do something else. I was like, what do you? He makes himself stressed out. That's the issue.
Well, when you're moving and you're moving from North Jersey to South Jersey,
right?
His stress is probably hoping everything gets there without it being broken.
Of course, yeah.
Have you ever seen the movie Movers?
No.
Or Moving?
No.
Yeah, Richard Pryor. Yeah, go check that out.
I'm sure stuff gets broken.
With Randy Quaid.
Was it pre Christmas Vacation, Randy Quaid, or post?
It's a good question.
I feel like he hasn't really done much.
Right, no, I was in that same era. That's 80s, right?
And then he did was a bowling movie, Kingpin?
I never saw Kingpin.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. Anyway, the movers who moved Richard Pryor stuff. Yeah.
Ruined it.
Well, yeah, they stopped at different places they shouldn't have been stopping at.
Okay.
But that was a cross-country move.
I think that was the biggest issue when I was sitting in for those 4.5 months before Spike. I got no idea what these old movies are. You keep looking at me with such hope. And like I tried. I went through a stretch there before the kids where I was like watching 80s movies, 90s movies.
Yeah, I remember.
I was getting prepped in case I had to,
in case you had to have relived some of these stories.
Yeah, like I didn't want to be a total zero, but it just, you look at me, I got nothing.
Yeah.
I'm putting on a brave face, smiling and waving like I often do. I got
it
nothing.
It takes me a little while to realize as I'm looking into your eyes that you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Zero. Like lights on, no one's home. That's when you look at me in the eye sometimes. Because you've obviously, doing the shows here for a long time. You've been on the air 15 years?
18
years?
Yeah.
Worked with a lot of older people.
Yeah.
You got to step down to my level. You know what I mean? Like we're talking SpongeBob SquarePants. Like this is, that's what I grew up on. Drake and Josh. You don't know Drake and Josh, Paul.
I have no idea.
Big Drake and Josh guy in
Dude,
here.
you know Buzz is a big Drake and Josh guy. So we'll get to a little high hope Shacky baseball report, but we got to talk to Corey in Columbus, who leads off the 4 o'clock hour instead of the 2 o'clock hours. He is, I guess, still working in Cleveland. Is that true, Corey?
Certainly not in Akron.
You said what?
Are you in Akron?
Nah, I'm in Cleveland. I don't go to that. That's beneath me now. Nah.
Wow. Why are you out of breath? Are you all right? Did you just get done running?
Yeah, man. I just got off the treadmill.
Wow.
Treadmill.
My ass. Doing what?
Listen, I gotta stay in shape. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta come on here and then I gotta talk to my people. You know what I mean?
You're making phone calls. You're not working out. I mean, what do you need to stay in shape for?
I ain't making no phone calls. Man. Look at this guy. But look, man, I've been in and out listening and whatever. First of all, let's get one thing straight.
Yes.
Steph Curry ain't better than no LeBron.
I didn't say he was better than LeBron. I said he may have had a greater career.
And listen, everybody out there, I'm going to put this straight because we Kobe Bryant guys.
That's right.
Everybody out there saying that Steph Curry better than LeBron. I was told you got to be the best player on your team when you win championships to be the best, right? That's what I got told for a long time. I was in arguments, heated discussions. That's what y'all told me. So Steph Curry don't even qualify. Don't even bring his name up.
Well, if they won this year, he is the best player on the team.
Okay, I mean they not gonna win, but I mean it's a nice conversation. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna win, but I mean
he needed Katie to bail him out after 16.
He got one Finals MVP and 4 chips. Nah, nope. Can't do it. Sorry. But, hey, my guy Howie Rosemead came over here. My guy Howie feeling like he lighthearted now, joke.
I know.
Dude, Howie, man.
I felt like we were good friends, Corey. I really did.
Yeah, man. It's like this dude opening up. I'm like, what is it, man? We in a good spot. The Eagles, man. I don't even know, man. I might go ahead and pick them in May 1st. Back to back.
Oh man, hit the breaking news sounder. You think they're going to win the Super Bowl?
But yeah, the Super Bowl. Week 1 for sure. Listen, I gotta see what everybody else do. I want the Commanders week 1. I want the Commanders week 1. Jane Daniels that want to be Usher out here instead of being a real quarterback, dancing at draft parties and everything. Come on, boy. Hey, you want to dance? We'll make you dance now. Come out here. And the Rams, I'm not worried about them either. They got okay. It was a close game, snow on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Jalen was coming back from the injury.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, but the following week, though, they didn't want to see us. So, y'all scared of the Rams? Come on, y'all.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Corey, it doesn't seem like you're scared of anything in Eagles land.
When the last time the Rams beat us? I mean, they ain't beat Doug. They ain't beat Nick.
They beat us
that one year.
Yeah,
2020.
with Wentz. Yeah, because Wentz threw to Arcega-Whiteside in the end zone, and that dork dropped it.
And look, that was almost like they almost lost that game. So it's like I'm not worried about the Rams. But I gotta get.
Jared Goff is still on that team.
He was 100% was.
I gotta talk about my boy Spike real quick. I get right about them movers now. Because them movers, you gotta stay on top of them because they get paid by the hour. They be wanting.
Yeah, they liable to be at L stop at a bar. You don't know what they doing, man.
They be wanting, hey, ain't no break. Go get this stuff in the house. Nope. Hey man, come on, because they be we get paid by the hour, and they be out there on the phone texting, drinking. Let's go, dog. Come on, get this stuff in the house.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But to close the call out, what was the question? Something you hate to do?
Yeah, an everyday thing you hate doing.
Oh man, I hate putting laundry away. My wife on Sunday.
Ike is gonna have a conniption.
Why does everybody hate to put their laundry up, man?
Especially now that
It's annoying.
football season over. My wife come in here and sit this basket in front of me. I'm like, what's this?
Well, what is football? Football they play once a week. I mean, what are you talking about?
No, he's basically saying don't bother him on Sundays
and Saturdays.
So hey, in my household, look, I do whatever you want. My wife, we go to the park. We do all these parties. Do all this stuff she want to do. Wherever she want, I'm doing it. From January or February until September. When September come, don't bother me, especially on a weekend. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I try to explain that one to Jill as well. Appreciate the
you
phone
still
call.
got little ones at home.
Yeah,
you can't get away with that.
No, it doesn't. I mean, right now we got the so I still have to do post game, obviously, which is great. Love doing the final out. But I come home and obviously most times both kids are awake. So we're trying to navigate.
They've missed you all day, haven't seen you.
I'm like, listen, I gotta watch the game.
Yeah.
So that's why we have the redneck outdoor TV set up.
Your patio set up.
Literally, the TV is just on one of the tables. I bring it out onto the one table and then have an extension cord hooking it all up.
Yeah,
it's
you're
not
saying redneck. That's no, I call that's common folk. Yeah, that's what most of
you have
most
an outhouse too, or what?
Yes.
I'm just saying I see these outdoor setups together like hung up on the wall.
Yeah, those are the fancy ones. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
I'm doing it old school.
Yes.
I earned that out there.
It's like a frat house.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's like. So, like both kids are awake. She's like, I gotta get both kids down. I'm like, listen, it's the 6th inning. What? Now sometimes
Thompson's going to the pen. I got to take calls on it.
Sometimes if things are really meltdown city in the household, I'll listen to the game while trying to put Walk asleep. So I'm trying to get him in the mindset of I used to fall asleep to listen to the Phillies games. Yeah, that's what I want.
Okay,
that's what I want. But yeah, it's certainly a little bit of a navigation.
There you go. Yeah.
Speaking of the Phils, let's do a little quick High Hopes Jackie baseball report.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
So the one thing that hit me last night, Ike, with that win, and it might be making a mountain out of a molehill. Is that the correct saying?
Mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah, that's the saying?
Yeah.
Now, it might be making a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah.
But I thought it was notable that Thompson was about as critical as I've heard him after a game and leading up to yesterday's game about how sloppy they had played. And I thought last night they played their most crisp game of the season. Like, I don't want to make too big a deal out of it because it's baseball and some sloppiness happens, but they were sloppy. And I thought last night from situational baseball, they were great. pitching wise, guys stepped up. Sanchez could only go 5, and then they piecemealed it together. And like, I think Thompson needs to do that stuff more, where it's okay to, you don't have to rip the team publicly, but be truthful and try to get the message across in a different way. And I thought last night, at least for one night, it seems like they got the message.
Yeah, and now it's about consistency, right? It's about doing it over and over and over again.
Yep.
All right, I'm sure coming off the game they had the other night where they almost gave it away, that the next day your senses are heightened, you're alert to everything. You probably got out there, took some extra ground balls and all that type of stuff. You're a lot more focused in. Now let's do it again tonight.
Sure. And listen, go out and sweep the Nationals. Yeah. The Nationals are obviously not great. No JT in the lineup tonight, which I think is smart. You got a 3-game set against the Diamondbacks starting tomorrow. Did
I say JT was going to hit a home run last night?
I think you did.
I think I did.
I think I scoffed at you, honestly. Heck. I didn't see that coming.
How about back-to-back nights?
Are you going to go for a three-peater tonight?
Why not? I didn't bet on him.
Of course not.
So I didn't cash.
Because I'm not going to give away your betting strategy. But like the JT going yard was surprising.
Yeah.
Good to see. Kepler,
oh, come on.
I'm trying not to take Kepler again. The gorgeous German. I
thought about you as soon as it went over the field. I said, oh, man, look at that.
We did it.
Is Bohm going to homer before the All-Star break?
Bohm is...
He might.
He's got to be.
He might do it once. He might luck into one.
He's got to have the lowest home run per 9 or whatever home run per 9 of any player that's 6'5" and taller. I mean, it's just there's no way. There's just no way. Johan Rojas has a home run before him.
Yeah.
I don't want to turn into Spike because he's a dog on a bone with Alec Bohm.
I'm just saying, give me
a
something.
Dog on a bone?
Yeah. Dog on a bone too. Him too.
Yep.
Yeah, give me something, Bohm.
Then the other thing,
give me something to work with.
The other thing here now Bohm is back in the lineup tonight, so I do think I'm monitoring the Bohm Sosa situation.
Yeah.
Like they're obviously both right-handed. It's not like you can use the excuse
right.
a lefty on the mound or a righty on the mound. It kind of is what it is. I mean, I thought there was some energy last night in the lineup and in the ballpark with Sosa in there. Again, don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but with
molehill,
whatever, it's a
you
hole.
keep saying a hole. It's a hill.
Why is it not a hole?
God, I don't have to.
A hole goes down, a hill goes up.
Yeah. Do moles come out of holes or hills?
They build hills.
Is there a hole in that hill?
I guess there is. So let's go with hill or with hole. Fine. Keep it moving.
That's why I said I wouldn't. That's why I said I'm not.
I think it's mountain out of a molehill. No, I think it's
is mountain.
It
out
is.
Of
You got it
hill.
right finally.
Both of you. Watch it. No, but the Sosa Bohm thing is certainly one, I think, to monitor if they're going to turn that into a true platoon. And then
if you do that, you may as well trade Bohm.
Yeah, it's over.
The deadline.
It's a little bit like the Wentz.
Yes. You do that, you may as well go ahead and plan to move on.
Yeah, it's done. Marcia and Bohm, maybe at the deadline.
Yeah.
Because Rojas
Put them all in the package. Yeah.
Put them all. Hey, what are we going to get? Throw Bryce Huff in the trade package too? Maybe we can get something else. It'll be great. So I have one issue with going to a 6-man that has not been brought up because Rangers coming back on Sunday. They're probably going to go to a 6-man rotation. The one problem with going to a 6-man is it usually costs them an arm in the bullpen. So by activating Ranger, they're probably going to send down Tanner Banks. And then you're an arm short out there, which puts more stress on everyone else in the bullpen, where I don't know if they need more stress. So that's where the whole piggybacking option could come in here, where you try to get through a ball game with Taiwan and Ranger rather than doing the whole 6-man thing.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what they do with these pitchers.
Because it could even get even more hairy when Painter's ready.
And that's the way I'm sort of looking at it. Because I'm saying, okay, if you're going to go to a 6-man rotation now and none of these guys you feel are fit to be bullpen guys, then what happens when it's time to bring Painter up? And I'm getting baseball people. I don't really know where you sit at on this, but I'm thinking of Ruben Amaro Jr. and Ben. They don't like the idea of Painter being a bullpen guy.
Yeah, and I don't either.
So you don't like it either. So now he has to be a starter then, right?
So here's my thing on the Painter bullpen thing is he is 22 coming off Tommy John. They want to develop him as a starter. For him to be at his like, if you want to put him in the bullpen and he pitches twice a week, 3 innings at a time, that's different than is he going to be a
a high
leverage guy where he has to pitch on back-to-back days.
Right.
That's my concern with a young guy coming off a Tommy John injury.
All right, so then he has to go into the rotation.
Sure.
So then at some point, somebody has to go to the pen.
And he's keeping it afloat right now. He's not helping the bullpen at all.
And I don't even know if I want Taiwan.
He's not. His only purpose in the bullpen would be to be a length guy.
Yeah.
He's not going to be an 8th inning guy. The caller brought up earlier, it could be a deadline thing. I mean, Ranger, if they feel like they're in a good spot with Luzardo, Sanchez, Wheeler, Nola, and Painter coming, it could be a chance to trade Ranger.
Yes. Ranger, Bohm,
Marsh, Bryce Huff.
Throw in Huff.
I'm sure everyone wants Marsh.
I'm sure the phone lines are lighting up. Although he did hit a home run in Lehigh Valley today. So
that's progress from his 3 strikeout game.
That is progress.
Man, Buzz is sharp.
Yeah, he's developing he's hosting 1 overnight shift a week.
And two per weekend.
And he's developed a sharp tongue.
He has, man. He has.
What happened to the kids around
Just
here?
wait till the top 5.
Oh, great. Let's see how Andy in Deptford's doing. Why don't we? What's up, Andy?
Fellas, we live. We hot.
We sure are, pal.
Wow, we live. We hot. Man, I ain't heard that in a while.
Yeah, man, I ain't been on the air in a while. But let's get right to it. I want to hit on the Eagles with the White House, right? And then I want to get to
This is why interesting. What's your thought process on the White House?
Well, as far as the White House goes, right? But before I get to Saquon, I think with the players, like, they should all go or nobody goes. I know it's a personal choice, but I just think, the team should be united one way or another. But it just blows my mind that Saquon Barkley's been getting so much negativity and shade his way for, here's the deal, regardless of your political belief, playing a round of golf with the president, flying on Air Force One, and having the honor of being invited and going to the White House. Like, who wouldn't want to do those 3 things, regardless of how you feel about who the president is? Like, I would love to do any one of those 3. I mean, I'm sure y'all would agree with that.
No, this is your thoughts. We already had our thoughts on this days ago. We're just letting you get yours out and trying to move on to the next topic. Yeah.
Okay. I just don't get that. Like, media, fans.
Well, people are going to think what they want. I mean, that's what happens. They put themselves out there.
Shot at Saquon Barkley. Like, come on, man. I don't get that.
Don't worry. When he starts running the football, it'll all be okay.
Yeah. When he goes for 200 in week 1, I don't think anyone's going to care. What else you got, Andy?
I feel you on that. Quickly on the draft, I'm the South Jersey king. Big shout out to all the South Jersey young men.
I know.
Yeah.
Andy, Southeastern PA, we are struggling. I mean, South Jersey's just dominating right now.
Oh, I'll give you a breakdown. You got Jahad Campbell, Sicklerville. You got Donovan Azarique, Williamstown, Deshaun Tootin, Paulsboro, LaQuette Allen, Millville, Patel Diggs, Camden, Kyle McCord, shout out Mount Laurel, Elijah Clark, Camden, Miles Frazier, Camden, Demi Sumo, home of the greatest athletes, Willingboro, New Jersey, shout out, including myself and Carl Lewis.
Yeah.
Isaiah Rakes, Woodbury. Like, South Jersey is a hotbed for the NFL. I mean,
and you didn't even mention this, Andy. And I know I don't know if you're a baseball guy, but the Chase Petty last night started for the Reds, a South Jersey kid. Ike was watching the entire thing, couldn't stop talking about it.
See one inning.
Yeah, come on, man. We talking about the best sport. Football,
I'm just letting you know. I'm helping your case there, Andy. People helping people.
I mean, South Jersey representing. Now, as far as with the Eagles draft, I really like Jahad Campbell. The safety, I think that was more of a reach for need rather than best available. I would have rather liked Landon Jackson, the edge from Arkansas. The safety is a little undersized. I know he's versatile, but I'm just hoping he ain't Nate Allen, Jaquan Jarrett 2.0. That's all I'm hoping with that pick. Other than that, all the other picks they hit on really well.
Yeah. All right, Andy.
And then, we'll see how it pans out. And then you was talking about that barbershop talk with
Dion.
Brian being the contrarian. You got Mac in there with all his dogs.
Yep. Oh, Andy, you heard me that day.
You got Ron with the Spider-Man mural.
Yeah.
You got L ready to get outside when he's done with his cuts, get a couple puffs in. I mean, the barbershop got it going on. Man.
Yes, in case you don't know, Andy and I
go to the same barber.
frequent the same
and I'm still trying to figure out
barbershop,
why
yes.
you go to the barbershop. I mean, you're bald, you know? I know you need to maybe need a shape
So
up.
is Andy.
I know. Appreciate the phone call, Andy.
I think Andy brings his son in, though.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. But yeah.
I used to have hair.
I know you did. Not anymore.
Sometimes I just go to hang out with the fellas, man.
Yeah, listen, you don't talk about sports enough. You feel like you need to talk more.
Every once in a while. The problem is because I'm not there often.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to go over there and reconnect with the guys at the shop, man.
Man of the people.
Yeah,
Man of the people.
sometimes I got to hear what the streets are talking about out there, man.
It's good. Now, I got one thought on New Jersey.
Yeah.
You guys are just the worst drivers. I mean, it's not even close. I
won't argue that.
It's so aggressive. I'm a pretty fast driver.
Yeah.
Every time I turn around and someone's on my ass, I see the little yellow
plate.
Oh, the
you know when you got a Jersey driver.
Just pick a different color. By the way, it's a really tough license plate. Go back to the blue. I miss the old blue New Jersey license plate. It looks old. I haven't seen them in a while. It was like before the yellow one.
That's way back.
I'm going to say, how old are you? This is the plate I've had since I've been here.
I know. I'm just saying.
It's rare.
I would say the
same
90s.
license, but I mean the same color license plate.
Yeah, the blue I think was the 90s.
Okay.
Yeah. Before you got here, just like man, every time I turn around and someone's on me, it's always Jersey.
We're aggressive, man.
Where are we going?
Yeah, hey, man,
Is it because there's cornfields in South Jersey? You feel like you can just fly around?
You got to get what we got to get
Why?
to, man.
You're a Midwestern guy. I expect more.
No, I'm a South Jersey guy.
You're North Carolina guy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm South Jersey. I believe it's because there's not enough traffic lights over there. So we don't have to do all the stopping and starting you do in the city.
Sure.
There's a traffic light every block. And we can go for, it's a while. So we're not used to all the stopping and starting.
Yeah, I guess
drive.
so. I guess so. Either way.
New Jersey Drive. You ever seen that movie?
No. Is that what? No, I'm not even going to try.
Don't even go there.
215-592.
It's actually North Jersey. It's a North Jersey movie.
Okay.
From Newark.
Well, I feel like South Jersey Drivers is the one.
Newark, New Jersey?
Yeah, I'm more of a Newark, Delaware guy.
Newark, Delaware.
Newark, Delaware, Newark, New Jersey.
Shut up.
New Jersey.
This is good. This is dynamite. This is dynamite stuff. This is dynamite. If you missed our conversation with Howie Roseman, we're going to replay it next.
We're replaying it?
Yeah, come on. That's what we do around here.
Are we?
I don't know. Do you want to?
I don't know.
All right, we're kind of cooking now?
Yeah.
All right, we're cooking.
Waiting.
Yeah, screw Howie. Whatever. We'll play tomorrow.
All right, what's a podcast? You can always hear it again.
All right. Listen, we're not replaying Howie. We're gonna
hold on. Do we have leading off today too, don't we?
Leading off at 5:45, yeah.
So we can't
Scoops
play
around
it at 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah, well. We could do the top 5 break. How about that? How about we do the top 5? We'll immediately break. Replay Howie. Text line. Bang.
Boom. There you go. Because I want to get to the people. I want to talk to the people.
You really want to talk to Andrew? That's what you're dying to talk to? You're trying to hear Phil's thoughts? Everyone's can't wait. They're waiting.
I really want to talk to Damon.
I can tell. Oh, you opened the can.
Hold on. So is that Demond?
He says Demond.
Okay, it's Demond.
Okay. You wrote it that way?
It was already in there that way.
Spelled out like that. I'm like, yeah, Demond.
All right.
I know that had to be one of you who did that.
Okay, thank you.
A previous producer did it. I don't know who.
Okay. Either way, we're going to get to your phone calls coming up next here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Well, or maybe how about flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. Now, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, don't worry, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank. Supporting local communities since 1868.
It's put up or shut up for the Colorado Avalanche. I'm Sammy Peep, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Must win for the Avs tonight. I'm not laying $1.80, $1.90 though. BetMGM lets you do Colorado in regulation. I think they do get it done. 4-1, 5-1, big win. Force that game 7. I'm going to lay minus 118. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. And please, gamble responsibly.
All right. When it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge. The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich, or your panini, or your pizza. We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Jack Fritz in for Spike on this Thursday afternoon. Alongside Ike Reese, of course. Monday's show in preparation for BG Live. Pre-gaming for BG Live. We will be down at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Enjoy Miller Lite specials as we celebrate Brandon Graham all day long on WIP. We'll get back to the phones here in 1 second, but a quick little reset. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. Do you make your bed every day? 60% no. Who do you want the Eagles to play week one? I grew up to 50% of people want the Lions.
Majority of people want the Lions.
Tell you what, it's not a cupcake week one, but I think it would be a...
Oh, yeah, I don't think either of those teams would be a cupcake.
What about the Commanders? Are they cupcake?
I don't think so. But you know what?
Do you think the Commanders can sustain this? Like, they've been so bad at sustaining success.
Right. Well, here's the first thing they got to do is overcome the sophomore slump thing.
I mean, C.J. Stroud went through it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Jalen went through it.
Yeah.
He bounced back, obviously, but it happens to these young players. And the league spends all offseason trying to figure out how to beat you.
And what was there? They brought in Debo. I'm trying to figure out what else.
They got the left tackle, Larry Tunsil. They got someone else, but they're really. I mean, Ertz went back.
They got a whatchamacallit, the one AJ roasted, the DB, Lattimore.
Oh, they had him last year.
Yeah, Lattimore.
I think they re-signed Bobby Wagner too.
They brought Bobby Wagner back.
I believe so.
Yeah, I don't know if Washington can repeat what they did last year. The quarterback has to be special again, and the league will be ready for him this time.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, the league will be ready for him this time. I'm telling you, man, I'm keeping my eye on those damn Giants. Sneaky. Sneaky. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team. I just don't know if they're going to be as easy of a win as they've been in the past.
I think that's fair. I mean, it's a make or break year for obviously Dable, and I think if I was the Giants players, I think I'd be a little sick of losing. At some point, it's got to
have some pride.
Like, man, develop a backbone. And after 1 month of the season, are you more buying or selling the Phillies? Ike, we're at a 52-48, pretty much a 50-50 split on buying or selling the Phillies. We will get you ready for Phillies Nationals tonight as they go for a sweep of the Nationals before the Diamondback series coming up at around 5:45. And in a little bit, we'll play some audio of Ranger Suarez giving his take on whether or not he would want to go back to the bullpen. But Jay is in Philly. What's happening, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
What's going on, man?
What up, Jay?
Hey,
Hey man, happy to be talking to you guys, man. So my God, man, it's crazy that it's not football season, but it's enough topics to still talk about. So I'm gonna try to be real quick. First, LeBron James, JJ Redick. I didn't like him as a player, and the reason why he got more likable in the NBA is because he wasn't good enough to be the a-hole he was in college.
That's fair. That's fair.
He'd have been a jerk. Like, yeah, come on, man. So that's why he wasn't good enough to be that guy. Now, also, too, when he was here, did y'all know he lived in New York? Tell Philadelphia you don't like Philadelphia without telling us you do like it. So guess
Well,
what?
hold on, man. I mean, Wilt lived in New York when he played here.
Hold on, what? No. Who lived in New York?
Wilt.
Rumored.
Come on, man.
It's not rumored.
What's a different dude? Come on.
Listen, I'm just pointing out the facts.
He's from here, so his question or his love for Philly isn't questioned.
Oh, interesting. But when he played for the
here.
team, he lived in New York and he died in Bel Air.
No, it's because Wilt was on a quest to win championships with the ladies also. So he went to
he didn't like the Delco accent? South Jersey accent? You thought the New York accent was better?
His first 5,000 was here. He had to move on.
Yeah, because 10 of those came from L.A., man. He was getting it in out there.
So I love Bron. So you had Bron. Now remember, he said it's centerless basketball. Yeah, when Draymond Green is playing center, LeBron can play against him. You can't have Bron playing against Rudy Gobert. What are we talking about, man? Then you play him a whole fourth quarter. Like, yeah, JJ, you messed up. And I bet you the reporter that you talking to like that is a dude who's 5'6", 150 pounds. I hate when these dudes who I've seen get bullied on the court. He didn't get bullied a few times. Now you want to bully a reporter.
Yeah.
You know, my family got a saying, man, because there's a lot of fighters in the family. Because you beat up somebody that can't fight don't mean you can fight. So don't do that to people. You know, you always want to be the smartest guy in the room. So that's all I'm going to say about him. You can tell my dislike for him. Now, the Eagles, love my Eagles. Thank God for the Eagles. Without the Eagles, what would Philadelphia do, man?
Well, hold on. We got a baseball team. That was just a joke. It's all right. You can keep going. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Thought we'd get a little chuckle. We got nothing.
No. You I almost forgot because it went World Series, divisional round, first round exit. Hey, man.
Hold on. How old are you, Jay?
At the beginning of the year, we'll be.
Deep breaths.
45. I said we'll be lucky.
You're 45.
We'll
Okay. Make sure you thank the 2008 Phillies for your first title. All right.
The 2000 and what happened? Hey man, look.
I'm just saying, put some respect on the team. That's all I'm saying.
Who is here from that team? What are you talking about?
What are you talking? Listen, we're all good. Just making sure. The city would still stay. I'm just kidding. They almost went to. All right, whatever. What do you got?
It was definitely awesome. But I said, and I remember I called in this show, and I said, there's no lock that we even make the playoffs this year. This was when the season had just.
I remember that.
What's your point on the Eagles?
So
he wants you to get off these fights fast.
Keep it moving.
Well, one last thing. I always say it. We too soft on the Phillies, and Kyle right there just showed you what I'm talking about.
No, we're not. We're actually too overreactive to the Phillies currently. I think there was a time where people were too soft on the Phillies. As it currently stands, I think people are actually too hard on the Phillies. They are. They're 17-13, and you're like, I told you they're going to miss the playoffs. Like, come on.
Yo. That's like the parent. You got two parents. One parent is tough on the child, and and the next thing you know, the child got a big cup of juice, and he's watching cartoons at midnight. That's Kyle right there.
Well, guess what? I'm soft on both my kids and the Phillies.
Yeah.
So just add to the list.
We know it. All right, Jay.
So look, man, I'm so glad about Howie. I wish y'all would have asked, and hopefully the next time we can talk more about his staff. Like Howie gets all the credit, but I would love to know the staff. Let's say post Chip, and then post first
Doug,
the year before the first Super Bowl.
Doug,
you know, like we don't give those guys enough credit, man. Like how many people was in that war room during the draft night, man? That's a lot of people. And help Howie, with what he does.
Yeah,
sure. So
yep,
I would
no
just
doubt.
love to touch. I would just love to touch on those guys, man, because like those are unsung heroes for sure. And it's like God for them. So when the Eagles and the Phillies parallel a lot. The year that the Phillies went to the World Series, the Eagles went to the Super Bowl and lost. Look what they have done since then. We're such a strong organization, top to bottom. Hey, the Phillies got to catch up. But the reason why we want Detroit, it's not because we're scared of no Rams. Ew, are you kidding me?
I didn't know.
Talking trash. It's
Okay.
because Detroit has been talking trash. You heard what what's the wide receiver?
Amon-Ra St. Brown, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really know his name. I don't even say it. But anyway, so remember in the offseason he was talking trash about it. So that's why we want them first. And we know we're going to play Commanders twice. And we don't care about the Rams there, and NFC West team. So they should be third. We got to whoop Detroit for the trash that they talk, and we're going to see Washington twice. So it is what it is. And if we see the Rams along the way, hey, we catch up for the beat down on y'all, and then we fly back to Philly after we chill in LA with Stu. So that's just the way that is.
All right, Jay, appreciate the phone call.
bro.
Yeah, I want the Lions week 1 too. I want the Lions week 1 because I think that really should have been the NFC Championship game last year.
The Lions should have got there.
I know. Listen, I'm not saying that.
They were a fraud team.
They got really injured.
That was a fraud division.
They did get hurt. They did get banged up though.
No one in that division won a playoff game.
I know.
They had 3 teams win at least 13 games. How does no team win a playoff game? 2 of those games were at home.
The Vikings and obviously the Lions.
Packers were the only road team. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just telling you that should have been the NFC Championship game, and that
I'm wrong. 2 of those games were not at home.
Well, the Vikings
I think, were a wild
Arizona.
card.
Who they play?
They were the 5 seed, so they played the 4, the Buck. No.
What? No.
Darnold turtled up. I mean,
Was it the Rams? Did the Rams beat the Vikings? Yes, because remember the wildfires, the Rams had to go to
Arizona. That's why I said Arizona.
Yeah.
They had to play in Arizona. Come on, man. I knew it was coming back.
Listen, you're fine.
The gum is working.
The gum is working. Let's see how this one goes. Demond is in Delco.
Yo, good afternoon to you, fellas.
What's up, Damon?
Hey, man, nothing much. A little bit me and all of y'all.
Okay.
Listen, I got a question for you, Ike. But first, you said it's Eagles Day, right? Brandon Graham Day?
No, that's Monday.
Yeah, 5-5.
Monday.
Monday. Okay.
Yeah,
all
May
right,
5th.
all right. Okay. Well, Brandon Graham is all that. I love him. He's my man.
Sure.
I love him. But Ike, I want to ask you a question, Ike. I'll make sure I heard you right first when you was commenting on the Shedeur Sanders thing, right?
Yeah.
Now, you were saying that you think it was Deion's fault. Now, I want to ask you, hold on, is it because that you're saying of Deion's, how flashy he was and, how, outgoing he was? You saying, is that the reason why? Or you saying it's just more of his input saying that,
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
more of his input.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Now-
more of, because you remember Deion prior to the draft, not right before the draft, but maybe a month or so before the draft, he was talking about teams that he would prefer Shedeur to go to. And there are some teams that we're not going to let draft Shedeur, like all that type of stuff.
Okay.
I'm speaking more along those lines.
Okay. Okay. All right, man. You scared me there for a minute. But now let me finish my comment.
Okay.
All right, you scared me there for a minute. But now, so in reference to that, though, I do got a little comeback for that, too.
Okay.
Because here's the situation. I have seen other quarterbacks, fathers, want them traded, not saying they're going to suit up.
Right.
But they haven't. Now, they wasn't African-American.
Right.
They was white or Caucasian.
Right.
Now, the same thing applied when it came to, I see some things when it come to me, it seemed like African-American fathers, when they want to praise their children, when they want to put them out there, when they want to be extra outgoing for them, it's an issue. But when Caucasian fathers do it in sports, it's no issue at all.
Yeah.
So I'll give you another African-American, but on a different type of level, basketball, and I believe it happened with them, is the Ball brothers. Their dad was excited about them. He was happy. He helped them get there, things of that nature, but they wasn't liking him. People didn't like him because they said he was too much on them. He was behind them.
But here's the difference, though. Let me jump in here for a minute, Damon. Here's the difference. LaMelo Ball and Lonzo Ball were still drafted number 2 overall. So even with LeVar being as outspoken, making outrageous comments and trying to be prophetic, and he would say stuff like Lonzo was better than LeBron or he's better than Steph, all that stuff. Those teams were still able to evaluate the player and block out the dad's noise. So those players still went number 2 overall in the draft because that's how good they were, even though the dad was a headache. So this boils down, Damon, to what they think about Shedeur as a quarterback. Because here's what I'll tell you. Here's what I'll tell you. In the NFL, unless I'm wrong, there's only been 2 instances where someone tried to dictate where the quarterback was going. John Elway back in 1983 and Eli Manning.
And he's a bum. And that's what I was going to mention to you.
Who's a bum?
Trash. Eli Manning, he was trash.
Well,
no.
He won 2 Super Bowls, though.
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
He won 2 Super Bowls. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Defense won 2 Super Bowls. He trash, man. We ain't going to skid on that. But I do understand, Ike, what you're saying in reference to that. But I wanted to add one thing to that, Ike.
Okay.
You're right, 100%. But this is how I look at it also. I believe, like Stephen A. and them was saying, man, listen, it was a cohesion. He was blackballed.
Collusion.
Man, because collusion, my fault.
Yep.
You're right. According to Dan Orlowski and other people who I respect their opinion, according to, their knowledge of the game and things of that sort, they all were saying the same thing. Like Shedeur, as far as talent-wise, any other draft, he may not have been in the top 10. But in this specific draft, this year, it was no doubt that he was number 1 quarterback or the 2nd quarterback in the draft. So with that being said, everything that transpired after that, I don't even want to hear it because we already know, based upon everybody who was talking about it, said that this young man was a number 1 or number 2 draft pick, or at least in the 1st round. And they waited until the 5th round and played around with him, which was, I don't think was good. I think because he said he was flashy. I remember you mentioned the watch thing, right? With him flashing the watch.
Yeah.
But here's another thing. I see kids wearing chains all the time, man. I see kids wearing watches all the time.
It's different, though, Damon. Here's the thing, though. Here's why it's different. Real quick, here's why it's different. Quarterbacks get evaluated under different standards because the quarterback has the power to influence and impact everybody on the team. So there's a certain way an organization is going to want the quarterback to carry himself. Now, every organization isn't the same. Baltimore, they drafted Lamar Jackson, gold chains, gold teeth, all that. It didn't matter to them. But that doesn't mean every owner wants that.
But listen to this. Don't every team want a quarterback with his own personality, with his own
No. I want. Here's what you want, Damon. You want a quarterback that comes in that is a hard worker, that has the ability to be a force multiplier, which means he can make players around him better. Right? He's a good leader. He's a good representation of your organization because he's going to be the face of your organization. Now, here's what I believe all Shedeur Sanders has to do. Put away all the flash and dash. You ain't at Colorado. You're not trying to impress everybody, the little college girls with your NIL money and all that other stuff. This is the NFL. So he needs to, as a quarterback, all that other stuff needs to be secondary to him. So what he needs to show is that he's serious about being the best football player that he can be, the best leader that he can be, the best example setter that he can be. Like, we can complain about it all we want to, but we don't write the checks. And there's a lot of players that have fallen in the draft because of character or red flag issues. Shedeur Sanders isn't the first player to drop in the draft because of off-the-field concerns. And I'm not talking about getting in trouble or anything. I'm just saying red flags. So players drop in the draft every year. And I like Shedeur Sanders, and I hope he plays well. But now it's going to be about football. This is the problem. This is the problem with the NIL thing. Shedeur Sanders is literally the first case study for how these players may come out of college feeling entitled because they made a few $1 million in college. If Shedeur Sanders wasn't getting $4 million a year in NIL money, then maybe his perception of himself isn't the same. right? When I was in college, right, you wasn't seeing the guys riding around in $100,000 cars.
A little different.
So it's different with these guys. So when they come out, they feel as if they've already made it. But you don't realize this is the prize here, the NFL. How long do you stay? You got to earn your keep at this level. You got to earn your keep at this level. And it's always better to come in humble. It's always better to come in showing a little humility. We have a saying that we use in the NFL. The NFL will humble you when you get here. Don't care how good you were in college. And that's all this is with Shedeur. That's all this really is. Now he has to let his work on the field show that he deserves to be in the NFL. He's in a great situation in Cleveland. He can't win that starting job in Cleveland, then he wasn't going to be a starter anywhere. See, the problem is that people wanted it to be handed to Shedeur. Like it's a given that this is where you are. And that's what Deion thought. Deion thought because he pumped him up and he talked and this and that and the other, that it's a given. My son's the number one quarterback in the draft. My son ain't playing for this team. Your son's in Cleveland. 5th round draft pick. Love Deion. Hadn't heard from him since Saturday.
I know. Not at all.
He got a little bit of that humble pie.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit of the humble pie.
All right. Well, coming up next, we have a top 5 with Buzz. What's your confidence level in Buzz heading into this?
It's a football thing, people. I get it. Everybody wants to make it a race thing and this and that and the other. Maybe he just is maybe he's a backup quarterback talent.
And he's going to have a chance in Cleveland to prove that he's not.
That he's a starter, yeah.
Prove that he's not. All right. The top 5 is coming up next. And then, again, don't miss our conversation with Howie Roseman from a little bit earlier. That'll be in the 5 o'clock hour as well. All right. All that's coming up next here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, golf season is back, which means I have to get my swing ready for the Surfside Invitational in a couple weeks at Ramblewood Country Club.
How's that swing coming along?
It's better this year, Fritzy.
Nice.
It is better this year. Yeah.
They might have, hopefully, put me on the longest drive hole again.
Yeah. I'll do the...
You're the par 3 guy.
Yeah,
You've always been a par 3.
I'm an ironsman.
Yeah, everyone said that. Yep. Don't let him get within 150 yards or it's over.
That's right. Now, don't interrupt me no more. There's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka. Now, it's light, refreshing, made with real premium vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside, the official canned cocktail of Philly sports. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Nationals. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryson Stott dives head first, and the Phillies have won it.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Ring, make it, ring, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a House of Windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night in 360 Lounge at Parks Casino. Robert Kelly from Live at Gotham headlines Thursday, May 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the Sports Machine, Sean Levine, with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Yeah, Luke is great. And yeah, that trade a couple of months ago was one of the biggest and most surprising in NBA history. But if we're being honest with ourselves, we all should have seen this coming. Coming into a series against Minnesota, think about it. Who's the best player? It's not Luka. It's not LeBron. It's Anthony Edwards with a bullet. And now the series is over. I'm not even that surprised it just took him 5 games. I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
I am reincarnated. I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey, and all my babies.
Welcome back. It is Ike, Spike, and Fritz, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Jack Fritz in for Spike Eskin on this Thursday afternoon as I try not to derail the show. We don't do that here. All professionals all the time. Now, the segment that I usually dominate is the top five. I think it's honestly the only reason I still have a job is the top 5 of 5. We'll see if Buzz can live up to what is almost an impossible standard.
It's the 5. Number 5 at 5.
With Buzz.
Oh, here we go. Did you change the intro?
Oh, you bet I did.
Because now
I'm rebranded as Buzz.
For those of you at home that don't know the story.
Yeah, it used to be Dan Wilson.
Yeah, well, me and Spike both were trying to tell Buzz he should just go by Buzz on the air and drop Dan Wilson.
Yeah.
So Dan Wilson's dead. It is now just
Cut that
Buzz.
out of context.
Yep. It's just Buzz now.
Speaking of Spike, he's obviously out today. I just want to say none of the callers had any issue being ready here today. I think it's a Friday thing. I think when you guys are at Chickies, I think callers are just checked out on a Friday.
Wow.
All the callers seem to be locked in today.
Well, you know what they say about excuses, Buzz?
What?
I can't say it on the air.
All right.
What do you got in the top 5
So
today?
with Spike being out, usually Jack just comes after everyone here in the producer booth doing the top 5.
Yeah.
So it's about time you got ripped, Jack.
Oh!
It's about time we make fun of you.
I think I just heard Ike's ears perk up.
The top 5 things that are easy to make fun of Jack for. The most fun things to make fun of Jack for. And at number 5, it's frankly just being dumb. Like, you can't get one expression correct.
Wow.
Like earlier today.
He's coming in hot.
Jeez.
The expression is a mountain out of a molehill because a molehill is a smaller mountain. That's why it's not whole.
Well, hold on.
You didn't know what the Electoral College was. You mixed up Delaware and New Jersey.
Were you setting that up with the top 5?
Yes.
This is a private group chat that me and Buzz are in. He set this up 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
There you go. I was at trivia with Ava, and one of them was, which state outline is this?
Yeah.
I sent him New Jersey. He said it was Delaware.
First off, mole and hole
Oh,
rhymes,
you
but
don't know what the state shape of New Jersey is?
I don't know what Delaware looks like.
Oh, my God.
Anyone with a 3rd grade education should know what it looks like.
Listen, I know. I mean, New Jersey sort of looks like California.
Can you please take an IQ test on the show?
No. Listen, everyone knows I was an 1100 on my SATs away from being at Penn and Georgetown.
Oh, yeah.
1,100 points away?
No.
Or getting an 1100.
Getting an 1100.
So what'd you get on the SAT?
I believe in 850.
Wow.
Yeah, no. Listen, I was born
I did
in
the ACT.
I
So
did
did
the
I,
ACT
yeah.
too. That didn't go well either. Now, it might just be because I'm dumb, but I always tell people I'm a bad test taker.
That's what.
That's a real thing.
I'm not a test guy. All right, what's next? As you came in hot on that one.
Yeah, number 4 is your post-Spike arrival work ethic. Obviously, this is
wow.
I mean, does First at 6 even still exist? Are you ever going to do it?
No, it really doesn't.
Ideally
it
not.
really does not exist.
One day at a time.
It's like one day a week. He's like, maybe I'll do it.
Right.
I take off Monday. The one time. I just
not one time. You don't produce on remotes anymore, which I'm grateful for. I get more hours out of it.
Well, my name's in the show, and
well, I was going to get to that too.
They wanted me to be on remotes because I'm part of the show. Yep. I will say, with the kids now, I would say my priorities have changed. I still have some dog in me, but not as much as I used to have. It was also stripped from me when this show was taken from me and I was stabbed in the back. So I would like that to also be on the record. And now I have to pay for parking. What's next?
You have to pay for parking. Number 3 is just frankly being inappropriate on the air. I mean, we were discussing it before the show, saying Carl Weathers, not great.
Right.
Last week, you had this to say about the Pope.
Officially, I thought he might have died on Saturday.
Saturday?
And they announced it yesterday.
I have no idea.
I think it's
when the Pope died.
But he's gone, though.
No offense.
Pope's gone.
You know.
Dunzo.
So when do we... So you're easy in there, big dog.
Yeah. You relax.
Yeah.
Just have a filter once.
I'm really bad about it. And you should see the times I don't hop on. Because there's like more that I want to say. But obviously I like having my job. But I mean, I would say that's not something I need to be ripped for. I think praised.
You want to be celebrated
Like, I mean, keeping good radio. But yeah, I mean, I'm not really a combative guy. When that microphone comes on,
you're pretty combative.
We're taking
that Zach Berman joke you made earlier in the week. No way you're saying that to his face.
Well, I have to look. Never mind.
I know it.
Sorry, you guys are the ones keep bringing it up. I love
Say it to the top of his head.
Yeah, exactly right. What was the old Wilt thing where he said what's the Wilt thing about how he spits? It'd be like rain because it's falling on you. I don't know.
What the hell are you talking about?
You're gonna have to
That
look
falls under number 5.
You're gonna have to look that one up. He said at some point.
Number 2 is being a Philly shill and a shameless Philly shill at that.
Fanalist.
Fanalist is how you spin it. Defending Bryson Trey at all ends, no matter what.
I don't think that's true. Led the final out last night. 2 nights ago. He's not a natural shortstop, Buzz.
How could anyone have watched that game and possibly defended him?
Well, listen, I don't know what to tell you. He went 4 for 4. He's hitting.
Some are saying that
he's hitting over 400 in his last 10 games.
Your commitment to defending the Phillies at all costs.
Well,
and sometimes just getting frustrated by the Phillies discourse is admirable.
Oh, I hate it. Yeah, no. If we could never talk Phillies, I'd be thrilled. You know, if only the High Hopes podcast could talk about the Phillies, I'd be fine. But I don't know what to tell you. I've tried to explain to people many times, Buzz. I love the Phillies like a family member, and when the family's getting attacked,
it's hard to have a clear mind.
I get my back up a little bit. I don't even apologize for it. I love that baseball team.
And at number 1, it's your performance in big boy interviews. You had another one today with Howie Roseman. What?
That was a good interview by me. That was of all my failures in big interviews.
Well, we have some audio from a time where you didn't do it so great.
Well, we all know that. Well, hold on, we'll get to that. What was the problem with today's interview?
No, it just inspired this being number 1.
Oh, okay. Meaning you did this before 3:00 when you thought I was going to fail again, and may have been the reason I didn't get this job.
I'm just saying, off the air, we were prepping for the interview. And you're like, I'll take one question and Ike will take the rest.
No, I said, no, I opened up to you, Buzz. And I said, you know what? I'm a little bit nervous. And you know what? You came on and you are burying this beautiful moment we had before the show. What else did I do wrong?
In today's interview? No, today was fine.
Okay, no, it's fine. But what little audio are you going to play?
Yes.
The Blake and Kellen Moore question? Okay, let's get it out of the way.
I'm curious, Kellen Moore, new
Jesus.
offensive coordinator, has he reached out? And how are you excited to work with Kellen Moore? And what do you think he can kind of bring to this offense?
Yeah, I'm very excited to work with him. I talked to him a couple times, but we're not talking about that. You guys want to talk about what happened, so let's talk about what happened.
Nice.
It's the
awkward laugh.
It's the awkward laugh at the end that gets me.
Yeah.
Well, I actually thought it was funny. I was like, wow, he wants to be serious.
Yeah, we're dead. He was dead serious, like 100%. So yeah, that was awful. And I was bleeping bricks the entire time. And I really wish Spike was there for that.
But no, we don't.
Actually,
I'm telling you, we do not wish Spike was there.
Would have gone a different way. This segment sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, and up to 3 years to pay off interest free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Even though Buzz had no faith in me, we had a great interview with Howie Roseman earlier today. We'll hear that. You'll hear that coming up next here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, moms are special, right? We all know that. They support us. They stand by us no matter what. And their love for us is unconditional. On this Mother's Day, Mark's Jewelers is offering something special to honor mom. A gift with any gift purchase for mom. Or your wife, by the way. Let me just throw that in there. That's right. When you purchase something for your mom, Mark's Jewelers is going to give you a gift for purchasing a gift. It's simple. Come in and sing or say, I'll always love my mama, and you'll receive a gift with a gift. Available now at Montgomeryville, PA, or Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Mark's showrooms, marks-jewelers.com.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending, man.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. It feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first stream and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs so it looks its best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. That's TRU green.com. Restrictions apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
When you combine highly skilled surgeons and the world's most advanced surgical robots, incredible things can happen. At Virtua Health, this technology in the most capable hands provides unmatched precision and attention to detail, leading to fewer complications and faster recovery times. Because there's nothing better than getting back to what you love. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
The best seats for baseball games are not in the bleachers. They're at Delilah's. Catch all the baseball action on Delilah's gigantic screens with the world's most beautiful showgirls on the runway and happy hour specials from 5 to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Headed to the ballpark? Show your proof of attendance for free admission, pre or post game. Baseball games were made for Delilah's, the Gentleman's Club and Steakhouse with ample free parking and late night dining. Details at delilahs.com. Delilah's, always on top.
WIP worldwide. Just download the Odyssey app and stream Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is like Spike and Fritz, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Jack Fritz in for Spike Eskin on this Thursday afternoon. If you missed it earlier, we talked to Howie Roseman a little bit earlier about his offseason, his draft, and how he's feeling about Brandon Graham retiring. Here is that conversation. Howie, how's it going today?
How we doing, guys?
Doing great, Howie. How are you feeling, man? It's been a busy offseason for you, coming off the draft. Just a quick overview. I know you've talked about the draft and the draft picks this past weekend, but for us, just your thoughts on what you guys were able to address and whether or not you feel good about coming out of the draft, addressing some of the things you felt you wanted to get addressed in this draft.
Yeah, the draft, you're competing with 31 other teams, so it's never going to be perfect. You know, you're always going to lose players that you wanted to draft because you're subject to what everyone else does. And in terms of how you're feeling, I'm feeling like we got to get these guys in here and develop them. You know, that's the most important thing, what they do now. However good we felt after the draft ended, none of it matters. All that matters is how they go play. And so that's where we're at right now. That doesn't mean we're not excited about the potential of these guys. But right now, Ike, that's what it is. It's potential. And they got to turn that into production.
You often talk about how the offseason is always evolving, right? It's not just free agency. It's not just a draft. It's different waves of this thing. As you guys get prepared for your rookie mini camps and your OTAs, I know you guys still keep your eye open for what's happening around the league and what may become available. But when you look at the young guys you got on your roster, particularly on the defensive side of the football, you feel good about going into these early camps and getting a chance to see if these guys can be able to possibly grab a starting position when you look at some of those key spots on the defensive side.
Yeah, I think we're really fortunate that we don't have a lot of open spots on our football team, and that's a great credit to the players that we have in here. Really got a young defensive football team with a lot of players who played championship caliber football. So that's exciting. You're not worried about going into a season and worried about pressure moments with these guys because a lot of these guys have won world championships. A lot of the guys that we brought in here have kind of championship pedigree. And so that makes you excited that it won't be too big. And then, I know from my perspective and hopefully our fans' perspective, knowing that we have two guys on our defense who are older than 25 years old, that is unbelievable. That's really exciting. And I'm biased, but I do think it's not just because they're young, but they're good players. So we look forward to that. I think we added a lot of competition. I think we're fast on defense. And I think we got a heck of a defensive coordinator. And, all that being said, that's how it looks on paper. We got to put it together. We got to work really hard. We got to be prepared to defend our championship starting with that Thursday night game at Lincoln Financial Field.
Howie, I know the draft class is still new, but I guess if you had to describe this class in what word would you use to describe them?
Yeah, I think that's unfair. I probably could go through each player and give you a one-word description of each player, but I'd hate to generalize our whole class based on one word because they're different players, they're different flavors. Everyone we got, they're different positions and they all have different strengths. And that's how I kind of look at it. Like, what are the things that these guys can do really well? And then there's a bunch of areas that we got to develop because we forget these guys are 21, 22, 23 years old. Changing cities, coming into a different profession with grown men, performing for their family. So we got to develop them as well. And I think that's the exciting part. I think we have the right people to do that. And I think these guys have the tools in their body and the right mentality to want to be developed, which is a big part of development.
You guys certainly replenish talent, Howie, in a lot of different areas. We talked about on the defensive side of the ball, even added depth late in the draft with the offensive line, which you guys typically do as far as getting guys developed. I was a little surprised the tight end position wasn't necessarily addressed in the draft kind of early based on some of the things that we've heard about what could potentially happen. So I won't beat around the bush with you. Dallas Goedert is a big question mark for a lot of the fans wanting to know what his future is going to be like being here. Are you guys any further along as far as deciding what that's going to look like as far as him being here or not moving forward?
Yeah, I think you get into trouble when you just go into a draft and say, I got to get a position. I've done that before, and it never works out really well. So you really want to be consistent with what you have on the draft board. And every time we were picking, a guy stood out, that it was higher graded than where our selection was. At times that we had multiple guys like that, we just moved back, picked up more picks because, the more picks you have, the more chance you hit on them. And you talked about the offensive line. We typically would like to go into a draft and take offensive linemen higher. We didn't do that. But when we got to the third day, we saw guys that we thought had real potential. And that's what they are right now, potential. Because of the tools in their body and what we saw on film. And so we took not only one guy, not only two guys, but we also had another guy in free agency after the draft that we liked. So, I think that just increases and hitting on your odds that you're not just putting one guy in a basket and hoping that guy hits. In terms of the tight end position and Dallas, I would say this, it's I'm looking at my phone, so it had to take me a second. It's Thursday, May 1st. Freaking May 1st. It's May 1st. I promise you one thing. We are not going to stand pat between now and when we play on Thursday Night Football. And I think that includes all positions. So I'm going to give you an answer without giving you an answer, and you're going to have to read it from there.
Sounds great. Now, one guy that Eagles fans are excited about is Jihad Campbell. And I got two questions for you on Jihad. First, do you view him more as an edge that can play linebacker or a linebacker that can play edge?
Right before I got on this call, they said Jihad was outside my office. He wanted to come say hello. We are going to love this player and this person in Philadelphia. I couldn't be more excited that we were able to get him in this draft last week. And when you ask that question, I'd say yes.
Of course. And, obviously the only reason it seems like he was there was because of shoulder and knee concerns. I know you won't get into detail about the injuries, but I guess what would you say to Eagles fans who are concerned about some multiple injuries happening here with Jihad Campbell?
Yeah, I mean, a huge part about playing in the NFL is being durable and being able to play a lot of games. That's a huge part of what we look at when we're drafting guys. There's no chance that if he wasn't coming off of off-season shoulder surgery, that he would have been within distance for us to go get because he's that talented of a guy. I think that over the last couple of years, our medical staff has proven their success with guys. That doesn't mean that we're going to be perfect, but we were very confident even when we thought he was just a top 10 player in the draft, and we wouldn't come close to him about how he would be. I don't even want to say long term, because when long term, I think of this player playing for us 3, 5, 7 years from now, which we're all confident here that he'll do. But even in the short term, I think for our fans, this is what I would say. I'd say. In a situation, and I'm not saying this is apples to apples, but last year we drafted Coop in the second round. Coop didn't play till the week of our last preseason game. I mean, it's hard to remember, but he didn't start until week 6, which was really our 5th game. How did that work out? And so I think we can be a little patient here. And make sure that this guy is right. And because that's what we're going to do, we're going to make sure he's right, that we are going to have a heck of a player for the Philadelphia Eagles for a long time.
Yeah, and everybody's pretty much excited about him, local kid. So that certainly is someone that we're all looking forward to rooting for. Howie, you mentioned earlier about the youth on that side of the football, the defensive side of the football. And yesterday, you guys picked up the 5th-year option for Jordan Davis. Jordan certainly finished off the season much stronger than he started the season. First question on that with him, the decision to pick up that 5th-year option, Why did you guys do it? And then secondly, his development, watching him develop through the first 3.5 years of his career, going into his 4th season. How has that been going according to your evaluation, and where do you guys expect him to be moving forward?
Well, like, I think if I answer the second part, the first part's going to be easy.
Okay.
When you watch Jordan and how he looked the second half of the season, and that's a big part of it, how he looked. He was in great physical condition and shape. He was disruptive during the playoff run. We forget, again, like, players still develop. When you look at the history of defensive tackles in the National Football League, you see a lot of really successful guys that people forget took to year 3 and 4 to really hit their stride. And we think he is just in his stride. This guy is going to play really good football for us here. He's an unbelievable person, worker, leader. And I think the sky's the limit for him. I think that, he feels it, and he's got tremendous confidence. And I'm excited for our fans to understand why we thought it was a really easy decision for us to pick up the option.
So, Howie, on Monday, we're honoring Brandon Graham on 5-5, of course. It's BG Day here on the station.
That's awesome.
What's it going to be like without him like on the team, obviously, every day? I think he'll be around the NovaCare. He's not going anywhere. But what are we losing from that standpoint? And do you have a favorite Brandon Graham story for us?
Well, I'll tell you what, we've had some great players here that I've been fortunate to be around, including one I'm interviewing with right now. But the relationship that BG and I have is special because obviously first pick for me as a GM. And, really a lot of times I feel like our careers kind of paralleled each other. There was a time where it wasn't so much fun for either of us here in Philadelphia, and we kind of fought through it together. And, obviously BG making that play in the Super Bowl was incredibly special for our fans, for our team, and for me personally, obviously. And so, that we've had a lot of these guys. I can't tell you that I have a favorite because, all of them mean incredible amounts to me. That would be like picking a favorite kid, which I do have some days of the week. And I think that, it's just a special relationship that we've had, and just a lot of conversations, a lot of support for one another. Not only do I feel like I've had his back, but I feel like he's always had my back and been tremendously confident in what I'm going to do. I mean, you talk about that group of Kelsey and Fletch and BG and Lane, and, throughout all those changes, they always believed we would get it right here. And I never took that lightly. I always felt special that they believed in that, and felt an obligation to do whatever I could to make sure that they were as successful as possible. So in terms of BG story, I got a lot of them. I'm not sure they're suitable for this call right at this moment, but let me think about that, and maybe on BG Day I'll unveil one.
It is remarkable how just listening to you recant sort of that journey. You coming in 2010, BG, your first round draft pick there, the way the careers parallel to each other. Early in BG's career, he dealt with injuries. He dealt with not necessarily being productive. Coach Reed was on the station yesterday, and he talked about, some maturity things that BG sort of worked his way through early in his career. I'm interested from your part of, in those earlier years, tough discussions being had by you and whether it was Coach Reed, Jeffrey, about moving forward with BG. I'm wondering if those first 4 or 5 years when he isn't as productive as expected, was there ever a time where it was like, man, do we move on from him, or we're sticking with him? I'm wondering, did you guys ever have those type of moments where you had to have those type of discussions?
As a young GM and as your first pick, and at the time you had a couple of players that everyone thought we should draft over him.
Earl Thomas, all that.
KPP.
Yeah.
And he got hurt in 2010, and he was kind of coming back in 2011. And in 2011, as he came back, there was a game that we played in Miami. And I want to say at the time we were 4-8. and he was inactive. And, you know, him and I had a conversation in Miami, which was basically like, you know, if you're going down, I'm going down too, you know, and you and I are going to be in it together, because if you're not going to be successful, I'm not going to be successful. There's no way I'm going to be able to make it in Philadelphia without you being successful. And we shared a moment, you know, and I guess that would be my story. And I'll never forget being in Miami, me and him eye to eye, and in typical BG fashion, he looked at me with a big smile and said, "I got you." You know, I'm not sure I believed it at the moment, but I was hopeful. But he did. And, you know, I feel like we've had each other's back. And, you know, how we do things in Philly, they're not for everyone. You know, I get it. You know, but we're close with our players. And that doesn't mean that we can't make hard decisions. That doesn't mean that we have to sometimes. But that guy's a friend for life. And, yeah, I'm just couldn't be more proud of the person he is, the player he is, and two-time world champ. Beautiful thing to say it.
Yep.
Man, it's just all time. It's just crazy. We're about to head into a year next year without, I mean, I know Kelsey retired last year and Fletch retired last year and Lane's still there, but an Eagles season without BG, Fletch, and Kelsey for the first time in seemingly forever.
15 years, yeah.
Forever.
Those are my security blankets. Thank gosh I got Lane, and you know, I think that what our fans, and we miss those guys. You never replace legends. You never replace them, and so we'll never be able to do that. But I'm proud of the guys that we have here, and I do think that we have such a core group of great players and great people. And you know, that's really the job that I have. You know, make sure that our fans look on the field and say, man, that's a great player and that's a great person. That's a great player and that's a great person. And compete for championships. That'll be an important thing for us too. You know what I'm saying, Ike?
Yeah, listen, I hear you, man. I hear you. It's funny because we having you on, we have you on to talk so much about your team that you build and the things around it. We rarely talk about you per se. And I know you don't necessarily like to be talked about in that light, but you deserve a lot of credit. You talked about some of the things that you had to go through rough times here as well, and has bounced back with 3 Super Bowl appearances and 2 championships under your resume, putting together a pretty good resume. And I know you got a lot of work to still do, and I'm not retiring you or anything of that nature.
Hell no.
Please no.
But I do wonder for you, do you still have that same sort of love and energy to want to do this for many, many years? You're still a young man.
You haven't been around NovaCare very much, have you? You haven't. Yeah. I will tell you something. I couldn't be more motivated, more determined to have another parade through Broad Street where I don't get hit in the head. I feel like I only enjoyed half of that parade.
By the way, how's that going? Did you recover okay from that?
But I will tell you, I love this team, this city, my job so much. The day that I can't give you every single ounce of myself is the day I won't be here anymore. And you know, obviously, I don't get to decide that anyway, but I will never do that. And I couldn't be. I feel like all these experiences have made me better. I continue to learn, and I'm continuing to hope that you know, everything that we do leads to more world championships. You know, they become addicting. They really do. And the confetti falling, it really gets you in the mode where nothing else matters. And so for me, I think I'm in this mode right now of just whatever it takes to get back, and whatever we got to do to keep getting back there. And it makes me proud that our fans can say, you know, I felt after the first one, there was a lot of, you know, they got lucky, they've won. Like, that's what I heard. You know, I don't know what was said. That's what I heard in my mind, and that's what I can make. You know, now we're at 2, and what are you going to say? You know, are we lucky twice? I don't think so. But I'll tell you what, 3's a charm.
That's right. Well, I tell you what, the fans, they are mirroring your sort of energy that you have right now, because they certainly are hungry for another one. We enjoy those parades. We had a great time this past year, and certainly look forward to doing it real soon. Before I get you out of here, man, what's next for you? What do you do now? Like you get to take a little bit of a break here? What do you get to do next?
This week, you know, we get to look at these guys on the field, which is so much fun. We're in the middle of our off-season program. Love watching our players working. And then, we'll get a little break here after June. We'll get another chance to celebrate. We'll get those rings. And I would say this to our fans, and it's really a reminder to myself too. We do got to enjoy being world champions. We do got to enjoy that and being able to stick out our chest and being the best in the world, because that's special too. And so I'm gonna really try, because I don't know that I've done a good job of that because of just kind of the run that we've been on here with free agency and losing players which hurt and then the draft. But I'm going to try to take the next couple of months here and enjoy every second of it, and be really proud of the accomplishments that we had, and at the same time looking forward about making more accomplishments happen.
Yeah, because how are we supposed to explain to the younger generation that it used to not be this easy? Like I got a 2-year-old and a 4-month-old. Like, do I got to show them the Rondé Barber interception and understand that what we had to go through to get to this moment? I mean, these kids are spoiled these days. Howie, you spoiled a whole generation of Eagles fans.
Yeah, well, I see that. I see it. Sometimes I see it that we lose a player and everyone's upset, but I promise you, we're going to do everything we can to get back. There's no resting on laurels. That doesn't mean we can't be proud. That doesn't mean we can't really stick out our chests and know that we're 2-time world champs. When I saw those 2 trophies with BG and him holding them, I mean, that gave me chills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got 2 quick hitters for you, Howie, before I let you go.
Okay.
How much does it pain you to keep drafting these Georgia and Bama kids and no Gators? I mean, we got to get a Gator for you.
I did get a Gator and then drafted a free agent.
Nice.
Hey, there you go.
Montreal Johnson. I think at the end of the day, here's the most important thing. I think Nolan Smith said it right. I just want to win.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't care where they come from. They come from Toledo. They come from Georgia. They come from Florida. They come from Alabama.
Michigan State.
Whatever it is,
Michigan
on our
State.
team,
Yeah.
that's the most important thing. What did you say, Ike?
I said Michigan State.
I knew you were going to say that.
Come on, man.
Hey, Ben Van Summer.
Yeah,
man.
BVS,
He's
baby.
good, man.
I know. What a guy. And give me a second one.
All right. So Elliot Shore Parks won Eagles Insider of the Year on this show. Do you think he was worthy of that this year? Think he was the number 1 Eagles Insider?
Well, I'll tell you what. I can honestly say this, and Bob will say, I don't have social media. With all due respect to the people I'm listening to, I don't listen to anything, so I have no idea what that means. I would say this. I would say the best insider that I know, you're talking to him right here.
That's
you want to hear what's going on with the Eagles? Let's talk to me. Let's talk. I'll tell you the truth.
All right. We'll have you on every week then. Sounds good. All right. I'm just kidding.
Too good. I appreciate you guys.
All right. Thanks, Howie.
Appreciate the time, Howie.
Happy BJ Day on May 5th. That's a special thing.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Howie.
There he goes, Howie Roseman. All right, there's our conversation with Howie Roseman. The Twitter question today brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. We settle in at 52% are still selling the Phillies after the first month of the season. Again, 17-13. Who do you want the Eagles to play week 1? Lions, 50%. And do you make your bed every day? 60% no.
It's not a good day for me on the polls.
Let's get to the text line brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Jack, opening the show. Spike is out today, so things will be more positive and chill than normal. Jack, 20 minutes later. Under no circumstances should anyone be tipped. Mike in Doylestown.
I'm just saying the tipping situation's a little bit out of control. I am pro tip, but you don't have to tip for everything. I know. 2 for 2.
Are you also pro gratuity?
Right.
What's gratuity?
Oh, come on.
Well, what's there? Hold on.
Come on.
Well, what's there between tip and gratuities? Are they different?
It's the same thing.
Same thing.
All right. To each his own. What's next?
No wonder Jack quit playing baseball in college. He doesn't fold his clothes or make his bed. Nick in Delaware.
Good joke, Nick. Next one. Like, what a dumb text. I know that. Just dumb text every single day. All right, what's next?
I make my bed every single day. But in fairness to Jack, I only learned how to do it as an adult because for most of my childhood, I slept on a bunch of gold bars.
A bunch of gold
South
bars.
You know, Spike definitely had a personal cleaner, to come over to the house, clean it all up, make sure that his bed was made.
Yeah, made?
Oh, for sure. Come on. Charmed life. Charmed life. Not that I had, the toughest upbringing, but it's funnier to do with Spike.
Yes.
What's next?
Spike. I'm not saying Steph Curry is better than LeBron. He'll just end with better stats, more championships, a better legacy, and an overall career that's better than LeBron's. Joe in Havertown.
It's about right. It's about right.
Well, I don't know if he would end with a better career than LeBron. I don't know if anybody's going to end with a better career than LeBron.
It's just
20. He's going to play 23 years.
Uh-huh.
He's going to own just about every record.
What we do.
So
what my guy does.
And although he's not the GOAT, still has won 4 titles and he went to 10 NBA finals.
Yeah.
That's not nothing.
I think you could say, obviously, like Steph's more influential.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think Steph needs another win to crack the top 10 to me.
Sure.
He's not in the top 10 yet.
Now, what about point guard wise? Like best point guards of all time.
I would have him as the second best behind Magic.
Behind Magic.
Yep. Isaiah's third for me.
And then how far do we got to go to Chris Paul? You going Stockton over Chris Paul? You going?
Yeah.
I'm trying to see how far we can go.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to go Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd.
All right.
Yeah.
That's probably it. Best point guard. Yeah, I know.
Oscar.
Good Cincinnati Royal.
Yeah.
Bob Cousy. You want to break Steve Nash?
Nash and Chris Paul. That's
a pretty good.
That's a pretty good.
2 frauds, huh? Jerry West. Is Jerry West a point guard or a 2 guard?
2 guard.
I always think it was a 2 guard.
Yeah.
Nash and Chris Paul is pretty good.
Yeah, the 2 MVPs. That's even though
You
one
think
should
they're
be
fraudulent,
Kobe's
yeah.
and one should be Shaq's. But yeah,
Gary Payton? No,
GP.
Yeah, but not.
I'm just not a big Chris Paul fan.
No,
man.
you're
I'm
not.
man.
You know who's a really underrated all-time point guard? I still think is Tony Parker.
Yeah, TP.
Good player.
Yeah,
good player. All right, what's next?
Substitute teacher is in? I'm calling immediately. Black Gritty in
Yeah.
Glassboro.
Yeah, it's every time. Every time
Black
Spike's
Gritty
on.
and Andy.
And with just a chance that Spike's listening, I know it drives him up a wall. So
yep,
that's why it's funny.
Yep.
What's next?
Hey guys, did you know I do 250 push-ups a day? Spike watching men who actually do 250 push-ups a day move his couches.
Text line.
That's pretty good.
I would love to hear him talking to the movers about how he does 250
Dude.
push-ups a day.
You know he's in that house directing everybody.
Being
This goes here. No, don't put that there.
the movers can't wait to leave. The movers like, this guy is too much. He manages everyone.
He does. I will say this: as long as they don't break anything, he'll probably give them a good tip.
He's very generous.
He's
that
very
way.
generous, yes. So he'll probably give them a good tip.
Come join Spike and the show Monday out at Great American Pub on Bridge Street in Phoenixville, and enjoy Miller Lite specials as we celebrate Brandon Graham all day long on WIP and, of course, BG Live. There are a limited number of tickets available. I know they sold out, but they made some more for you. So go to 94WYP.com and get your tickets. All right, let's get you ready for Phil's baseball, a little leading off.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey Sports Station.
That's right, it is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Obviously, Ike and I here getting you set for this. The Phils win last night. Pretty convincing fashion. Pretty oddly relaxing the way they won last night. Hit some home runs. Chris Sanchez, I thought he was kind of fighting himself all night. Looked a little tight. I think as the rust kind of wears off, he'll get Chris Sanchez back to where he's predominantly been, and it was good to see the fastball velocity is right around 96. And the bullpen are stalwarts out there, and Jose Ruiz, Tanner Banks, and Carlos Hernandez firing 4 perfect innings. So the Phils go for the sweep tonight with Taijuan Walker on the mound versus Brad Lord, who in the offseason works at Home Depot. I'm not.
I was gonna say, is that a joke?
No, he works at Home
real?
Depot. Yeah, in the offseason, he works at Home Depot. So Phil's got their work cut out
Like
for him.
doing what?
I don't know. Whatever people at Home
What is he,
Depot do.
electrical? Like, what is he?
Maybe just walking around and
Like, yeah, what is he doing?
trying to help people out.
Working in the garden out there? Like, what is he doing at Home Depot?
I don't know. Either way, it feels like the Phils should get it done tonight. And what to watch for is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Speaking of Taijuan, would like to see some length from Taijuan Walker. Now, the bullpen is obviously pretty well rested. None of the big guns had to go last night, but still, last 2 outings, he went 4 innings and then 3 innings. So he had a really grind for the 3 innings last time out in Chicago, and they got him out of there. So obviously, we'd like to see some more length from Taijuan. And, I think another thing to look for is will the real Bryce Harper start showing up? I mean, I think you feel good about a lot with this team. There's some real key pieces on offense having bounce back years. Starting rotation's been great. We'll get some more Ranger news in the next segment with Scoops. And the bullpen, I think, is pretty much going to be the bullpen until the trade deadline. But for this offense to cook, for this offense to go, getting the real Bryce Harper back would be great. Last night, almost did a home run and did smoke a double. So he worked with Kevin Long. Maybe they found something, and the real Bryce Harper can start showing up.
Yeah, if you're just telling me that timing is a little bit off, as long as there's nothing physically bothering him,
all that matters.
That's the thing that I'm more interested in. Because if he's completely healthy and it's more or less timing and he's still working through it, then I'll trust that he's going to find his way through this. But if it's something physically wrong, then that's where, because he's going to try to fight through it, and then does it get worse because he's trying to fight through it? And then, this better than anybody, having played the sport, hitting as well as pitching, but it's so technically, I guess, from a mechanic standpoint, it's so reliant upon that to be successful all the time. It's almost like a golfer with a swing.
Same thing, yeah.
When the swing is off, the ball is spraying everywhere. So
and then you get in your own head.
Yeah.
And then you think the swing's off and you start tinkering all the time.
Yeah.
And I also think that pitchers are also changing how they pitch to Bryce, which I think is interesting. He's getting a lot of breaking balls. I mean, the highest percentage of breaking balls he's ever seen